Chapter 96. Gu Jiangyan, Sister Xi is indeed chasing stars. Though Gu Yijing is a workaholic, as the male protagonist, he possesses the physique befitting his role and engages in physical exercise regularly. His physical condition is commendable, even when splashed by water in the garden. He remains unaffected, not a hint of illness, nor a single sneeze escapes him. Gu Xizhi feels a pang of disappointment, for this signifies her lack of opportunity to express concern for Gu Yijing. However, her astonishment grows when she hears another piece of news. What? I have a third brother? Now she recalls. He is the one who had previously messaged her to impart some wisdom regarding Gu Sairu. He appears to be somewhat eccentric. Lin Manny nods in agreement. Indeed, the third child may have spent too much time in the entertainment industry, rendering him a tad foolish. She chuckles as she tells Gu Xizhi, "Your third brother possesses the lowest intellect in the family, which is why he can only muddle through in the entertainment circle. If you wish to ignore him, you are entirely free to do so. Just act as though he does not exist. After all, he only stays at home for 4 or 5 days." Though mothers desire harmony among their children, it is unnecessary to force interactions among those with differing intellects. With her mother's words resonating, Gu Xizhi obediently nods. "All right, I shall heed my mother's advice." Yet, she wonders how her less intellectually endowed brother might attempt to appease her upon their first meeting. Perhaps he would offer a sum of money, saying, "Take this and henceforth, do not appear before me again." Lin Manny. This indeed seems the sort of thing that foolish third brother might do. She must remind him not to resort to monetary compensation to dismiss this child. One cannot fathom when this child might abandon the notion of running away from home. Unbeknownst to Gu Xizhi, she has missed out on at least several tens of thousands in her musings. Her singular focus is on meeting her long-lost third brother. When she inquires about Gu Jiangyan's whereabouts, Lin Manny's expression darkens. He has gone to find Sairu. Upon arriving home, Gu Jiangyan discovers that Gu Sairu has genuinely moved out, not even stepping through the front door, prompting him to seek her out immediately. Well, even among the many admirers of Gu Sairu, his level of devotion ranks among the highest. It is hardly surprising that his first action upon returning is to find her. Gu Jiangyan spends the entire weekend at her side, and by Sunday evening, Gu Xizhi has yet to see him. On Monday morning, Gu Xizhi strolls into the classroom, nibbling on a hot dog, only to overhear discussions about their Saturday visit to the amusement park. While scrolling through Weibo, I saw that the production crew of My Favorite Adventure will be recording an episode at the Ancestral Temple's haunted house over the next couple of days. The crew will remain there for a full 2 days, even spending the night. "Xizhi," someone calls out upon seeing Gu Xizhi enter. "Did your third brother return these days?" My Favorite Adventure is the very show that Gu Jiangyan is currently filming, focused on capturing artists engaging in thrilling activities. Since its opening, the haunted house in Ningxi has become an internet sensation, a must-visit for all adventure seekers. Many from other cities and provinces flock to Ningxi solely for the experience of this haunted house. Due to incessant rainfall and landslides post the start of winter, the originally scheduled filming location became inaccessible, prompting the crew to hastily relocate there. Shooting to the Ancestral Temple's haunted house to seize the opportunity of the trending topic, Gu Xizhi suddenly realizes that he has returned for this reason. She takes a bite of her hot dog and mumbles an indistinct "m." Well, Gu Jiangyan, a recently crowned film emperor, is young and handsome, a figure of admiration for the youth, second only to Feng Ruozhan. As the person who questioned Gu Xizhi prepares to express envy at her fortune of being able to see Gu Jiangyan and even share a living space with him, her words are interrupted as she glances outside the window. In an instant, she loses composure and rushes towards the door, exclaiming, "Ah, it's Gu Jiangyan. He's here at our school, bringing Gu Sairu to class." Gu Jiangyan is even more handsome in person than on television. He's so tall and fair. He dotes on Gu Sairu so much, helping her carry her backpack, bringing her milk, feeding her. His smile is simply breathtaking. Gu Sairu is so fortunate. I wish I could be her. As more students notice Gu Jiangyan's arrival, the corridors are soon overflowing with admirers. Those who suspect they might need to ascend the stairs stand at the stairwell, eagerly awaiting their arrival. The campus has transformed into a grand venue for star chasing. Li Shuangshuang and her companions, who have already successfully pursued their idol and shared meals and games with him, remain unfazed by the excitement outside. However, they find themselves puzzled. Why is Gu Xizhi, the sister of Gu Jiangyan, joining the throng at the door, peering out to partake in this star-chasing frenzy? Li Shuangshuang expresses uncertainty. Could it be that Xizhi is actually a fan of her third brother? Lin Yan remarks, "It does seem that way." "I told you, When Xizhi chases stars, she goes all out, just like now, not even sparing her own brother. Shall we check after school for some Gu Jiangyan merchandise to bring back for Xizhi? While reading novels, Gu Xizhi has encountered descriptions of her third brother's stunning looks. However, since her arrival in this world, she has yet to see him in person or even in photographs. Initially indifferent, her curiosity is piqued upon witnessing everyone's fascination. She yearns to see just how handsome Gu Jiangyan is, to understand what drives such fervor. She squeezes through the throng of genuine fans, finally managing to catch a glimpse of Gu Jiangyan as he lifts a milk bottle to feed Gu Sairu, his head tilting up with a smile. Illuminating his features, that fleeting moment, a line of poetry echoes in her mind. Whose young lad is that on the path, with a smile that rivals the world? Yet, just as quickly, her interest wanes, and she withdraws her head. What? Is this it? While he is indeed handsome, with just a touch more aloofness from Feng Ruishan, he would be quite comparable. Let alone when compared to Gu Yijing. It is simply not a contest. As Gu Jiangyan and Gu Sairu happen to reach the stairwell adjacent to Class 18, a distinct voice tinged with disdain suddenly pierces through the cacophony, causing him to pause. Momentarily, amidst the chatter of the crowd, where voices blend into a chaotic symphony, how did this particular statement emerge so distinctly? The speaker even mentioned uncle. Who is it that wishes to compete with an uncle? Chapter 97. The unreliable fourth brother, self-sufficiency and abundance. He glanced around, hoping to locate the speaker, but Gu Xizhi had already returned to the classroom. Li Shuangshuang turned her head and said, "Sister Ji, this is for you." She recalled the last time she visited the bookstore and spotted a magazine featuring Gu Jiangyan on the cover, which was beautifully photographed. She had impulsively purchased it. However, after the incident where Gu Jiangyan gave concert tickets to Gu Sairu but not to Gu Xizhi, her fondness for him plummeted. She stuffed the magazine beneath all her other books. Upon seeing the magazine's cover star, Gu Xizhi furrowed her brow in disdain, exclaiming, "No." Li Shuangshuang looked puzzled. "But aren't you his fan?" "I am a fan of Feng Ruishan. If the cover featured him, I would treasure that magazine dearly." Gu Xizhi was taken aback. She took a large sip of water to calm her nerves, then explained to them that her previous outing was purely driven by curiosity, as she had yet to meet her third brother. As she began to unfold her chemistry textbook and organize her notes, Li Shuangshuang, Zhangqi Lin Yan, and others began to grumble. It seemed there were valid reasons for her lack of enthusiasm towards Gu Jiangyan. He was truly excessive. He was, after all, Sister Ji's brother. After her arduous return to the Gu family, he was back and yet had not even bothered to see her. Sister Ji was his biological sister. Yet, he only showed kindness to Gu Sairu, making Sister Ji, like his other fans, blend into the crowd just to catch a glimpse of him. Enough, enough. Our Sister Ji, a biological sister, is treated like a stranger. It's utterly pathetic. In Class 18, many students were fans of Gu Jiangyan. Upon hearing Li Shuangshuang and her friends, they unanimously decided to unfollow him, joining in the condemnation of Gu Jiangyan. Meanwhile, students from other classes were enviously discussing Gu Sairu and her interactions with the forum. Recently, Gu Sairu's popularity at school had waned due to various issues, with numerous negative comments circulating about her. Now, with the renowned film star personally escorting her to school, her popularity skyrocketed once more, reclaiming her status as the goddess admired by all. Gu Sairu was indeed the little princess of the Gu family, receiving such favor even from the film emperor himself. His treatment of her was akin to cradling a fragile treasure, his adoration palpable. I heard Gu Sairu is now apprenticing at a nearby traditional Chinese medicine clinic after school. She is so exceptional and hardworking, it brings tears to my eyes. I must roll up my sleeves and strive harder. In the third year of high school, Gu Jianyuan, overhearing the class's discussions, was also perusing the forums. Observing the photos of Gu Jiangyan carrying milk bottles and backpacks for Gu Sairu, his expression darkened. Su Yi remarked, "Your third brother is genuinely good to Gu Sairu. However, isn't he a bit biased? After all, Xizhi is also his sister." I read on the forum that when they passed by the Class 18 classroom, they didn't even stop to greet her. People at school are speculating that Xizhi might be neglected in your family. Gu Jianyuan glared at the photo of Gu Jiangyan before stating, "Let's find Xizhi and have lunch together." Regardless of how blind his third brother was to her feelings, he, the fourth brother, would make it right. As the school bell rang, Gu Xizhi stretched languidly. Organizing the various chemical equations was quite exhausting. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Gu Jianyuan and Su Yi standing at the classroom door. Zhang Qi, having dined at the Gu household several times, was quite familiar with them and approached. "I envy you sports students. Your schedule is so flexible. You must be able to eat in the cafeteria without queuing, right? Sui, with a rueful expression, replied. Don't envy us. Every day is filled with training. I'm always sore somewhere. I feel like an old man. If my grades were better, I wouldn't want to be a sports student training every day. Xizhi, here us some milk tea. Before arriving, Gu Jianyuan had even detoured to buy her a cup. Gu Xizhi reached out to take it, but Gu Jianyuan evaded her grasp, bringing the straw to her mouth instead. Your fourth brother will hold it for you. Just drink it like this. Gu Xizhi blinked, sensing something was amiss. Yet it was convenient not to have to hold it herself. The group made their way to the cafeteria. Gu Jianyuan peered behind Gu Xizhi, frowning. Where's your backpack? Gu Xizhi, a bit puzzled, replied, I don't have a backpack. I'm just going to the cafeteria for a meal. What do I need a backpack for? Gu Jianyuan quickly perked up. After school this afternoon, your fourth brother will come to pick you up and help you with your backpack. If Gu Sairu had won, then certainly Xizhi should too. Upon reaching the cafeteria, a long queue had already formed. They joined the line. The girls in front were discussing Gu Jianyan. I just saw on Weibo that Gu Jianyan and the others have begun filming a show. They're at that haunted house I've heard about. I wonder if my brother will get scared. Gu Jianyuan handed the milk tea back to Gu Xizhi, who took a sip. Absently, she lowered her head to check her phone, discussing treatment plans for his new patient with Fong Mian while casually eavesdropping on the other's conversation. Suddenly, she looked up. Ah, I forgot. There was a description of this segment in the novel about filming at the haunted house. It seemed to have caused quite a stir. My third brother ended up in quite a predicament. What? My third brother will be in trouble? Gu Jianyuan, while handing Gu Xizhi the milk tea, perked his ears to listen intently. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the straw poking her nose. Gu Xizhi turned her head in disdain. Avoiding the straw. Indeed, one must rely on oneself for sustenance. Even drinking milk tea should be done independently. Otherwise, one will never know if the straw will end up in their mouth or their nostrils. Although it's my own nostril, even if it pokes into my own booger, I still find it repugnant. I shall not drink this milk tea anymore. Gu Jianyuan awkwardly reclaimed the milk tea, saying, It's almost time to eat. Don't drink any more milk tea. Your fourth brother will help you dispose of it later. Several people ahead in line had moved on, and it was nearly their turn. Gu Xizhi stood on her tiptoes, contemplating what dishes to order. Gu Jianyuan, feeling impatient, urged, Sister, hurry up and think. You just said my third brother will be in trouble, but you didn't say how he will be troubled. During the meal, Gu Jianyuan still couldn't glean Gu Xizhi's thoughts. He took the initiative to say, I just heard them say my third brother is filming a variety show in the haunted house. I wonder how smoothly it will go. This is sure to be anything but smooth. Alas, it seems that being too good-looking is not always a blessing, especially with that universally appealing face. Chapter 98. Not a big deal. Who wants to be a saint? A universally appealing face? Gu Jianyuan's concern for his brother had transformed into a desire to witness the unfolding drama. It felt like it would be quite an entertaining spectacle. Just as Gu Xizhi bit into her chicken leg and swallowed, she responded to Gu Jianyuan, It should go smoothly. After all, my third brother is an acclaimed actor. Surely, no one would dare to provoke him. Hey, it's just that it might leave him with some psychological scars. Gu Jianyuan witnessed the true duality of her words. Externally, she claimed his brother would be fine, while internally, she reveled in the prospect of his misfortune. Coincidentally, he too wished to indulge in schadenfreude. He chewed his food quietly, fearful of missing any of Gu Xizhi's thoughts. It warrants careful consideration. In truth, it may not be a monumental affair. It merely involves a male actor named Yin Rong feigning fear within a haunted house, clinging tightly to my third brother without respite. Furthermore, amidst the chaos, he ventured to touch my brother in an area that cannot be described in the narrative and bestowed upon him a kiss, complete with a passionate embrace. Following this encounter, my brother experienced a bout of androphobia for a time. However, it is ultimately inconsequential, as no lasting harm was done. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Jianyuan found himself momentarily choked. Upon reflection, he mused that had this incident occurred to him, he would have brushed it off with nonchalance, likely forgetting it by the next day. Yet, considering the nature of his third brother, meticulous and fastidious, he suddenly shivered. He believed his brother could indeed develop a psychological scar, potentially fearing the presence of men for an extended period, as Xizhi had articulated. Gu Xizhi dismissed any further thoughts of Gu Jianyan and focused intently on her chicken leg. Gu Jianyuan took a bite of his own. Sui nudged his arm with his elbow, prompting him to look over in confusion. Sui handed him his phone, indicating he should examine the screen. Curiosity piqued. He glanced at it. It was the trending topics on Weibo, where two familiar names occupied the third position. Best actor Gu Jianyan personally escorts his sister Gu Xizhi to school. A photograph of Gu Jianyan dropping off Gu Xizhi had surfaced on Weibo, propelling it into the limelight. Gu Jianyuan delved into the trending topic for further details. The first post revealed Gu Jianyan retweeting a netizen's message. "Thank you for praising our Xizhi's beauty." Comments poured in, with one exclaiming, "My husband truly is the best brother in the world. He rarely returns to Ning City to film a variety show, yet he still finds time to take his sister to school. And Gu Xizhi is undoubtedly stunning, just like my husband." Beneath this text lay a collage of photographs capturing various angles of them together. Gu Jianyan helping Gu Xizhi with her backpack, feeding her milk, all expertly documented. This tweet had been shared prior to the recording of the variety show, and 2 hours had passed since then, accumulating over 100,000 comments. Sui assisted Gu Jianyuan in navigating to the comment section. The pinned comment featured a netizen inquiring about his other sister, questioning why she had not been escorted to school and speculating whether she was deemed unworthy. Typically, such comments would fade into obscurity if ignored. However, Gu Xizhi promptly replied, stating, "Due to personal reasons, my third brother has yet to meet my sister since returning. Please refrain from wild speculation." Not long after her response, Gu Jiangyan also chimed in. He first liked Gu Xizhi's reply and then added, "I hope that before I voluntarily disclose information about my other sister, everyone will refrain from excessive attention towards her, as it may disrupt her life." These seemingly innocuous comments appeared to serve as a protective barrier for Gu Xizhi against unwarranted scrutiny. Yet, astute netizens discerned the underlying implications. It was yet another day of fervent support for the esteemed Gu Jianyan. "I heard his sister has endured hardships for over a decade before finally returning home. Yet, Gu Jianyan has been back in Ning City for several days without even meeting her. Does this imply he harbors disdain for his biological sister?" A prominent netizen remarked. Photos of Gu Xizhi alongside Gu Jianyan have been shared, and he openly acknowledged it, even thanking others for praising her beauty. In contrast, he urges everyone to ignore his biological sister. Does this not suggest she is indeed lacking? One fan lamented, "How can my idol, who is so approachable and doting towards his sister, not favor his biological sibling? It is unfathomable how inadequate she must be." Another added, "I have heard whispers that upon returning home, she banished Gu Xizhi, leading to Gu Jiangyan's guilt and subsequent cohabitation with Gu Xizhi outside, thus preventing him from visiting his so-called sister." The subsequent comments multiplied exponentially, with disparaging remarks about Gu Xizhi proliferating. Gu Jianyuan's countenance darkened. Prior to this, he had been ambivalent about revealing to his brother the inappropriate behavior he would encounter during the recording. Now, his resolve was unwavering. Such misconduct was misconduct. After all, no lasting damage would ensue. Li Shuangshuang and her companions, while dining, scrolled through their phones, inadvertently encountering the same trending topic as Gu Jianyuan. Earlier, they had berated Gu Jianyan in the classroom, but upon viewing the Weibo comments, they realized their criticisms had been rather mild. "Xizhi, take a look at this." Zhang Qi offered his phone to Gu Xizhi, his voice tinged with indignation. "From now on, even if your third brother begs you to acknowledge him, do not entertain him." "Exactly. Xizhi, you have 3 other brothers. You need not concern yourself with this one." Grease from the chicken leg coated her lips and fingers. And she did not take the phone but glanced at it casually, quickly grasping the situation. She raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "No matter. Soon enough, someone will seek retribution on my behalf." She had just harbored a fleeting contempt for herself. Was she truly willing to disregard her brother's plight for the sake of gossip? After all, those of them who were aware of the narrative's trajectory had a role to play in providing early warnings, helping others navigate unforeseen circumstances. Yet, who wished to be a saint? She certainly did not. At the amusement park, the vicinity surrounding the haunted house was cordoned off. Only the production crew remained inside, observing the footage transmitted from various cameras within a small room. The 7 guests, divided into 3 groups, presented a stark contrast. While 4 members of the other 2 groups were frantically fleeing from NPCs, Gu Jiangyan's group maintained a semblance of calm. In this group, Gu Jiangyan In Rong and another female artist who had released 2 albums and gained prominence were present. The female artist, having emerged from a mountainous region devoid of streetlights, had been raised amidst tales of ghostly apparitions. Standing at her doorstep, she could discern the flickering of what resembled ghostly flames in the distance, which had rendered her numb to fear over the years. Navigating through this reputedly haunted house, where tragedies had allegedly occurred, felt akin to playing in her backyard at night. Gu Jiangyan, who had once starred in horror films and spent nights alone in a graveyard to bolster his courage, found little to fear with the company of others and the presence of NPCs. However, Rome, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches and possessing a square face, clung to Gu Jiangyan's arm like a frightened child. Jiangyan, did an entire village truly perish here? Do you not smell something burning? Something just brushed past us. This is utterly terrifying. The production staff, observing the scenes from their small room, engaged in hushed discussions. They were astonished that the seemingly robust and reliable Rome exhibited the greatest trepidation, a delightful contrast indeed. Who would have thought that such a towering figure would display such timidness? Yet, is this not the expected reaction upon entering a haunted house? Look at the others. They are terrified to the point of wanting to withdraw from the show, while this group harbors two, who remain entirely unfazed. Were I responsible for this haunted house? Witnessing Gu Jiangyan's group so composed would surely evoke a sense of defeat. As they conversed, Gu Jiangyan and his companions stepped into a room enveloped in complete darkness. The absence of light was palpable, necessitating a cautious exploration of their surroundings. Jiangyan, it's exceedingly dark here. Surely there are no ghosts lurking about? Rome clung not merely to Gu Jiangyan's arm but had wrapped his arms firmly around his waist, trembling with fear. Gu Jiangyan, who typically avoided physical contact except when compelled by the demands of acting, felt a frown form upon his brow, as if he could crush a fly with it. "Let go," he exclaimed impatiently. Suddenly, a sound rustled past. Rome tightened his embrace, burying his face against Gu Jiangyan's chest. In a moment of chaos, he spun Gu Jiangyan around, positioning him so that his back faced the camera. Observers, watching the monochrome spectacle unfold, struggled to contain their laughter. Just from the sound, I can envision the disdain and impatience etched upon the face of the esteemed actor Gu. The actor likely never anticipated that participating in a program would result in a burly man clinging to him as if he were an accessory. I have a premonition that if the scene airs, our show will undoubtedly trend on social media. With Gu Jiangyan and his companions turned away from the camera, their actions remained obscured from view. At that moment, an NPC glided past, emitting a series of eerie cackles. Even the female artist, who typically sauntered about her own yard with indifference, let out a startled scream at this unexpected occurrence. Seizing the opportunity, Rome embraced Gu Jiangyan more tightly, his hands swiftly descending to capture Gu Jiangyan's lips with his own. In Ning City No. 1 High School, Class 1 of Year 1, Gu Xiru found her mind wandering as she gazed at the physics teacher at the podium. She recalled that in her previous life, her third brother had been in a haunted house filming a program when he was inappropriately touched by a man, leading to a prolonged psychological trauma that necessitated several discreet visits to a therapist. Surely, this incident would unfold today. Should she forewarn her brother to avoid that Rome during the recording? Gu Xiru, please come up and solve this problem for everyone. She shrugged it off, reasoning that it wouldn't lead to anything fatal. After all, being assaulted only resulted in psychological scars, and if it affected him for such an extended period, it merely indicated his fragile mental fortitude. Dismissing the thought, she stood and made her way to the podium. At the end of the afternoon, Li Shuangshuang and her friends were the first to check Weibo. "Oh, the news says your third brother's variety show encountered some mishaps during filming and has been suspended. Could it be that they genuinely encountered a ghost in the haunted house and were frightened?" As the school bell rang, Gu Jiangyan hurried to the classroom door, eager to retrieve Gu Xizhi's backpack. He had a hunch about the situation, fearing that Gu Xizhi might feel guilty for not disclosing the incident. He took her bag and began to reassure her, "Don't overthink it. With so many staff around, nothing serious will occur. Besides, my brother is certainly not in any danger. If he were affected by something non-fatal, it would merely reflect his own weakness. If he is so fragile, perhaps he should reconsider his place in the entertainment industry." Gu Xizhi nibbled on the lollipop that Li Shuangshuang had given her, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Jiangyuan. Why does it seem like my fourth brother isn't particularly fond of my third brother? He shows no concern whatsoever. But didn't the novels portray their brotherly bond as strong? Indeed, what is written for the readers to see is often merely the author's intended portrayal. However, it's possible that jealousy exists among men, a mix of concern for a brother's struggles and envy for a brother's success. Seeing my third brother thrive must surely incite jealousy in my fourth brother. Gu Jiangyuan interjected, "I do not, so do not malign me." On Thursday, the midterm exams had just been graded, yet the scores were not yet compiled, leaving the teachers unaware of other classes' performances. In the mathematics department office, One teacher returned after fetching water for Zhang Yang, preemptively congratulating him. Mr. Zhang, your class undoubtedly achieved the highest average in this math exam. The top 2 scores must be from class 1 or class 2, right? If Gu Xizhi performs well, there may even be contention for the top position. The students were already aware that the papers had been graded. So Miaojuan, having no engagements that day, looked down on mingling with students who lacked understanding. When Lin Yan and others approached her for conversation, she flatly declined, choosing instead to sit alone, listening to music on her phone. A new message popped up, inquiring about her confidence in her midterm math score. She glanced disdainfully at her classmates in class 18 and replied, "This time, I shall undoubtedly be the top of the class." Upon learning that she would be transferring to the most underperforming class in the grade, Zhuo Miaojuan felt a wave of disdain. If she couldn't secure the top position in such a class, her education would feel futile. The person on the other end of the line, upon receiving her message, looked up to speak with the 2 individuals before him. Junjun is quite confident about achieving the top score. The butlers were added tea for the family patriarch, stating, "The young lady's academic performance is among the finest even at the prestigious Jing University-affiliated school." Upon her arrival in Ning City, not only will she secure the top spot in her class, but she may also clinch the title of top student in the entire grade. The young master of the Jin family will surely take notice of her. In Ning City, after the first afternoon class concluded, the teachers compiled the grades for the entire year. While scores in other subjects were satisfactory, the atmosphere in the mathematics department office felt oddly tense. Zhang Yang, having no classes that afternoon, sat in the office, initially anticipating the accolades that would follow the final tally. However, his countenance darkened. Teacher Jean, a colleague who often associated with Jean Zichao, discreetly moved closer. "How did you instruct your students?" "Their improvement is astonishing." After the class restructuring, Class 18 had ranked last in mathematics. Following the commencement of the school year, they had also performed poorly in the monthly exam, consistently being at the bottom. Zhang Yang had previously expressed disdain for their capabilities, lamenting their inability to complete even basic math assignments. Yet, in such a short span, they had achieved the highest average score in the grade. Not only that, but the top 2 scores were now from Class 18. The top student, Li Shuangshuang, had scored a perfect score, while Lin Yan had achieved 148 points, missing only 1 question. Speculations surrounding Gu Sairu, who was expected to be among the top, placed her 4th with 138 points, having failed to complete the last major problem. In reality, aside from Class 18, only Chen Wen had managed to solve a significant portion of the final question, earning 142 points and ranking 3rd in the grade. Jin Zichao remained silent. With a scowl, Zhang Yang lifted his head. "Teacher Jin, I suspect your class has collectively cheated. Otherwise, such rapid improvement in such a short time is utterly implausible. You will accompany me to the principal's office immediately. A whole class of students is engaged in cheating. This matter is too significant to ignore. It is imperative to inform the principal and ensure that they face severe consequences." Jin Zichao chuckled, a hint of sarcasm gracing his cherubic visage. "Director Zhang, have you ever heard of someone questioning and providing evidence? Since you believe all the students in our class have cheated, please present your proof. If you make baseless accusations without evidence, I may have to accuse you of defamation." As for accompanying him to the principal's office, he couldn't be bothered. The next lesson was his, and he still needed to praise them in class. He directly snatched the printed report card from the teacher beside him. Upon seeing the name of the student ranked at the bottom of the class, he felt a sense of helplessness. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in anger. In this digital age, information spreads like wildfire. Just as the teacher's office finished compiling the grades, someone had already posted a photo of the report card on the school forum. Wow, the students from Class 18 are incredibly audacious, collectively cheating, and doing so brazenly. Are they devoid of common sense? Are they so eager for others to know of their deceit? And they dare to claim the top spot in the grade? It is laughable that there are those who do not even grasp the basic principles of cheating. Did they not realize that when copying answers, one should exercise discretion? Their actions are utterly repugnant. It is profoundly unfair to those who study diligently and prepare earnestly for exams. The student ranked at the bottom suddenly surged to the top of the grade. Everyone shared Zhang Yang's sentiment, convinced that they had cheated collectively. Speculation arose that Jin Zichao had assisted them in stealing the exam paper, while others conjectured that students from their class had hired hackers to infiltrate the school's computer system and pilfer the exam questions. Luo Miaojuan, upon hearing classmates discuss the vitriol directed at their class on the forum, felt puzzled and logged onto the school forum. After grasping the entire storyline, her expression darkened. Are these people utterly useless? Cheating is one thing, but why drag her down with them? The class bell had not yet rung when she spotted Xizhi approaching their classroom. She hurriedly dashed out to intercept him. Xizhi was striding confidently when he was suddenly blocked by someone. He looked on with confusion at Luo Miaojuan. Classmate Luo, are you looking for me? He pondered whether he should step aside to allow her passage. Having acted too hastily, Luo Miaojuan realized her recklessness after successfully stopping him. She hesitated slightly. Upon hearing Xizhi's question, she took a deep breath and mustered her courage, saying, "Yes, teacher, I am here to speak with you." She gazed earnestly into Xizhi's eyes, her sincerity palpable. "I want to clarify that I was unaware of their collective cheating. Due to a prior commitment, I was not at school before the exam and had no communication with my classmates. My paper was entirely my own work." The smile on Xizhi's face gradually faded, his expression turning cold. His voice became equally frosty. "So, you are implying that you also believe their grades resulted from cheating?" Luo Miaojuan found this question rather superfluous. It was abundantly clear to anyone with a modicum of intelligence what had transpired. She refrained from offering a direct response. Instead, she stated, "As a student, I believe that poor grades are not something to be ashamed of. Students with low scores can still improve through hard work. However, to perform poorly, make no effort, and attempt to deceive through dishonesty is truly disgraceful." "Understood, teacher," Xizhi replied curtly as he brushed past her towards the classroom. Class 18. Even with the cacophony of insults directed at them on the school forum, remained oblivious to the outrage and continued their revelry. "Ah, I finally made progress. I not only passed my math exam, but exceeded the passing mark by 6 points. When my mother finds out, she might even increase my allowance. I scored 112 points. 112 points. I am the highest scorer in mathematics in our family for several generations. After my father passes, he won't have to feel ashamed before our ancestors." Luo Miaojuan perceived a shift in Xizhi's demeanor towards her, attributing it to his anger over her classmates' cheating. She received another message from her father confirming her grades. She replied, "I should rightfully be the top student in the class, but the others obtained the exam paper early and memorized the answers." Chapter 101. Should I report this? Am I finally ill? Over at Gu Jiangyan's side, filming for the variety show resumed after a half-day pause. They had wrapped up shooting yesterday. He remained in the city for the time being, still residing at Gu Xizhi's place and not returning home. After school in the afternoon, since Gu Xizhi was headed to the Fong family's clinic to volunteer and learn traditional Chinese medicine, he had no choice but to find her at school, and they quickly shared a meal in the cafeteria. Gu Jiangyan inquired, "I heard the midterm exam results have been released? You topped the grade again?" Gu Xizhi lowered her head while eating. She had indeed achieved the highest overall score. Though her mathematics score was not on par with her sister's classmates, her academic performance was already commendable, and with her increased diligence, even Luo Miaojuan, who had come from Beijing, could not surpass her. Gu Jiangyan frowned. "Gu Shiji's class? Aren't they the lowest performing class in the grade? Are they all struggling students?" After learning that Gu Xizhi had returned home, he had also conducted an investigation into her, looking into both her past and what transpired after her return home. He was concerned she might bring back some malicious scheme that could harm the entire Gu family. The investigation revealed that she was rather unambitious, spending her days either at home or in school in a state of neglect, nearly sleeping through every class and never completing her assignments. Her classmates were similar, performing worse than Gu Jiangyuan and being even lazier. Gu Xizhi responded with a lackluster hum. After a moment's contemplation, she took out her phone, opened the school forum page, and handed it to Gu Jiangyan. "I'm not certain about the specifics. You can check the school forum yourself, third brother." Gu Jiangyan took the phone while Gu Xizhi continued to eat. He did not touch his chopsticks, his eyes fixated on the screen. The more he read, the darker his expression became. How astonishing that an entire class is cheating. They truly are making strides. Gu Xizhi did not answer other questions, but managed to complete the most challenging problem. Should he commend her for being clever? At least she knew not to score too high while cheating. He forwarded the forum link to his own phone, and then shared it with his family group chat, which did not include Gu Xizhi or Gu Xizhi. After sending the link, he added a message. "Take a look at what your beloved daughter and sister is up to." Their parents, elder brother and fourth brother were overly focused on blood relations, blindly indulging Gu Xizhi simply because she shared their bloodline. After finishing lunch, Gu Jiangyan escorted Gu Xizhi to the Fong family clinic. Wearing a hat and mask, he went unnoticed in the clinic for quite some time. Watching Gu Cyrus skillfully assisting patients with herbal prescriptions filled him with admiration and a touch of concern. When he had dined at school, he had removed his mask, and several students had recognized him, even taking photos that were later posted on the school forum. Zhang Qi and a few others walked toward the school gate alongside Gu Xizhi. Zhang Qi was scrolling through his phone, primarily to see how badly their class was being criticized on the forum. Upon entering, he stumbled upon the freshly posted thread and photos. He turned to Gu Xizhi, asking, "Sister Xi, have you seen your third brother yet?" Gu Xizhi, also engrossed in her phone while replying to Fang Mian's question, casually responded, "Not yet."
Ah.
"I believe that your third brother may no longer be necessary. He spends every day in close proximity to Gu Cyrus, and even during the brief time after school. He insists on coming to the school to dine with her, seemingly neglecting to invite you along. I can't help but wonder if he might not be your biological brother, but rather Gu Cyrus' true sibling." Gu Xizhi responded to Fang Mianji by requesting a few more minutes of patience. Nodding in agreement to Zhang Qi's inquiry, she added, "Indeed. I too sense the possibility." She parted ways with Zhang Qi and the others at the school gate, making her way towards the food street. At the foot of a tea house on the food street, a discreet black car, notable only for its ostentatious license plate number, Jing A00001, was parked at the rear entrance. Inside the tea house, Fang Mianji sat across from a man in his 60s, clad in a zhongshan suit, his partially graying hair meticulously styled, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. The man was not seated in a tea house chair but rather in a wheelchair. A closer inspection would reveal that his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Standing behind him was a young man in a black suit, his expression grave and his gaze piercing, instilling an air of intimidation. After reviewing her phone, Fang Mianji smiled and addressed the man, saying, "That girl mentioned she would arrive in a few minutes. Do not be misled by her youth. Her medical skills far surpass mine. Were it not for her disdain for my age and her refusal to take me on as a disciple, I would have genuinely desired to be her apprentice." The man in the wheelchair, taken aback by Fang Mianji's words, expressed, "My curiosity about her continues to grow." When Gu Xizhi returned home that evening, it was already past 9. Despite her assurance that she had dined out, Lin Manny insisted on having the kitchen prepare a nourishing midnight snack for her. As Gu Xizhi savored her late-night meal, Lin Manny engaged her in conversation about the upcoming midterm exams. "I heard that during the midterms, you solved mathematical problems that even the first and second classes could not tackle. Our Xizhi is truly brilliant." Gu Xizhi, with a piece of fragrant fried chicken in her mouth, looked up at Lin Manny and nodded obediently. In her heart, she thought, "Oh, I've rarely completed my assignments, and I hardly pay attention in class. How can my mother not suspect that I may have cheated? This doesn't align with the novels. If I suddenly performed so well in an exam, she would surely suspect me of cheating and might even deny me food." Lin Manny remarked, "Your mother has seen some comments on the school forum. Those individuals merely accuse you of cheating without presenting evidence. That is slander, defamation, and a form of psychological bullying. Tomorrow, I shall visit your school to seek an explanation from the principal." Gu Xizhi gazed at Lin Manny with innocent eyes. Still nodding obediently, My mother mentioned slander, defamation, and psychological bullying. Should I then act as though I am traumatized by this bullying, suggesting that only withdrawing from school can save me?" Lin Manny replied, "I merely wished to vent your frustrations, not to suggest you put on an act.
Well,
It would be inappropriate for me to be the only one psychologically affected by this bullying, as it would portray me as weaker than others." Lin Manny couldn't help but chuckle, relieved that she recognized the inappropriateness of such thoughts. She offered Gu Xizhi a piece of vegetable, noting her somewhat picky eating habits. She then brought up another matter, saying, "I heard from your grandmother that your uncle fell ill after returning home from work tonight. Please visit him tomorrow afternoon after school if you have the time." With her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish, Gu Xizhi's eyes widened in excitement, exclaiming, "Finally fallen ill?" Chapter 102. My mother arrives wielding a cleaver. Oh, I became overly excited and failed to control my emotions. Surely, my mother wouldn't suspect that I am eagerly anticipating his illness? No, I must salvage the situation. Gu Xizhi's expression shifted dramatically, excitement vanishing as she donned a worried demeanor. "Really? Uncle is truly unwell? That is dreadful. I shall make it a priority to visit him immediately after school tomorrow." Lin Manny pretended to lower her head to serve her vegetables, concealing her amusement. "All right, I shall inform the driver to take you directly back to the old residence tomorrow." After Gu Xizhi finished her midnight snack and headed upstairs to rest, Lin Manny walked to the dining area to call Gu Jiangyan. Regardless of whether you wish to see Xizhi or not, you must come to the old residence tomorrow evening. Bring a gift for her. If you choose not to come, you may as well disavow any recognition of me or your father." With that, Lin Manny hung up, ignoring Gu Jiangyan's response. As the night passed, discussions on the forum concerning Class 18's alleged collective cheating only intensified. If the academically weakest class, with the least capable students, could suddenly rise to first place through dishonest means without facing any repercussions, what incentive would there be for us to continue studying earnestly? The lack of punishment from the school implies that they are shielding them, correct? If so, there is no reason for me to remain here. If only Gu Xizhi, Li Shuangshuang, and Lin Yan performed well, I could begrudgingly accept that they achieved it through their own efforts, considering their impressive scores in the previous math competition. However, it is evident to even the simplest minds that the entire class could not have improved so significantly in such a short time without resorting to cheating. Oh, they demand evidence? The evidence lies in the fact that their average score in the last math exam was the lowest in the grade, and now they have suddenly become the highest. This evidence would hold in a court of law. The discussion was not limited to first-year students. Second- and third-year students joined in as well. A third-year student remarked, "Impressive. I have been studying for 2 additional years. Yet this is the first instance I've encountered where an entire class is cheated together. Surely, you must have stolen the exam papers and memorized the answers." Another third-year student quipped, "Since you managed to stealthily acquire the midterm exam papers, why not try to pilfer the college entrance exam papers for us as well? I believe I am quite clever. If I could score 710, I would guarantee my admission to Jing University without raising suspicion about the legitimacy of my score." A second-year student chimed in, "Haraha, our senior students are astute. If you could truly obtain the college entrance exam papers, please do so during our exams as well. If the school decides to punish you, I would gladly advocate for you." The discussion broadened, with the notion that if they could indeed steal the entrance exam papers, the entire school could come together to advocate on their behalf. If you can elevate the entire class's average score to the top through cheating, then why not aim to collectively secure admission to Jing University? This would mean that we would be classmates, and upon reaching university, we would still be among the same cohort. Contemplating this, it becomes apparent that purchasing train tickets back home during the summer and winter breaks would be exceedingly difficult, given that thousands of students from our school would be clamoring for tickets simultaneously. The members of Class 18 observed the increasingly grandiose comments online, fully aware that they were being mocked. Yet, as they continued to read, Wang Hua sighed deeply. "Chico, how wonderful it would be if we truly possessed the ability to steal exam papers. When the time for the college entrance examination arrives, we could employ our old tricks, gaining prior knowledge of the test questions and memorizing the answers in advance. After completing the exams, our entire class could enroll in Peking University together. Such a skill, the ability to foresee the examination questions, far surpasses any petty cheat sheets one might acquire." His words plunged the students of Class 18 into a reverie. As they approached their senior year, what did they fear most? Was it not the prospect of separating from their fellow classmates with whom they had endured years of hard study? Otherwise, there would not be so many songs lamenting the farewells of senior year. If they could all attend the same university, the issue of parting would cease to exist. They would not only progress through high school together, but also through university, ultimately stepping into society as one. What bliss that would be! Gu Xizhi sat at her desk, savoring a lollipop while organizing her biology notes. Upon hearing their conversation, she paused momentarily. Having already experienced the college entrance examination, attended university, and entered society, she had faced more farewells than they could imagine. When she first entered college, she too had pondered whether it would be better if a few classmates from her high school were present. She glanced at Zhang Qi, Li Shuangshuang, and Wang Hua, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. If her aim to languish during her break from studies were to falter, having them by her side seemed rather appealing. A fleeting dream, however, was soon overshadowed by an anger stemming from slander. Zhang Qi exclaimed, "My dad is on his way to the school right now. After finally passing my math exam, I am falsely accused of cheating, and my father is even angrier than I am." Wang Hua added, "My mother is coming too. If it weren't for my grandmother stopping her, she would have shown up with a butcher's knife." Li Shuangshuang's father had also arrived, along with several other parents who were equally furious and had left their tasks to come to the school. They had witnessed firsthand how hard their children had been studying, only to be met with such baseless accusations. This was no longer merely a challenge to their children's integrity, it was an affront to their own parenting, questioning whether they could raise children capable of achieving good grades. While their children could endure, they could not. In the principal's office during the second period, the principal found himself somewhat bewildered as he faced a dozen parents. Which child had the audacity to cheat and still summon their parents for justice? These are videos of my son Zhangqi diligently studying at home. I rarely see him so focused, so I recorded it all, one parent stated. These are photos of my son Wang Hua working on math problems at home. I may not have recorded a video, but I took pictures. Other parents who had also captured their children's moments of diligence echoed similar sentiments. Zhangqi's father turned to Li Shuangshuang's father, who had neither video nor photos. What about you? Did you capture any footage or photographs? Li Shuangshuang's father shook his head. None at all. Our Shuangshuang has always been diligent. I've seen her studying countless times. Nothing worth recording. The other parents exchanged incredulous glances. Really? At a time like this, you're still seizing the opportunity to boast? Li Shuangshuang's father chuckled. However, I did bring something else. In his hand was a red plastic bag, the kind used for purchasing fruit at roadside stalls. The other parents and the principal looked on in bewilderment as he placed the bag on the principal's desk, then proceeded to extract its contents one by one. There were 3 items in total: a first-year math textbook, the very one Zhangqi and his classmates were currently studying, a corresponding exercise book provided by the school, and a notebook. Upon seeing these items, the other parents instantly felt regret. Why didn't I think to bring something like this? Li Shuangshuang's father scratched the back of his head, his expression still amiable, but a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. The principal needed no further explanation, as the other parents eagerly began to speak with him. Inside the math book were notes summarizing the key exam points from previous midterm exams, meticulously highlighted by Xizhi. And the exercise book contained problems she had selected based on the knowledge points they needed to master thus far, all neatly organized in her notebook. During the third period break, which lasted a full 25 minutes, the students returned from their morning exercises to find a new post on the school forum, published by the Academic Affairs Office. The title read, Clarification Regarding Cheating Allegations Against Class 18. Upon entering the post, they were greeted with images and videos of several Class 18 students burning the midnight oil, diligently studying. Following this were photos of books and notebooks. The text explained everything clearly, demonstrating that Class 18 had not engaged in cheating, especially highlighted by the notes. I sincerely apologize to all the students in Class 18, and I humbly request Xizhi's math notes. I also implore the students of Class 18 to lend me your math books and exercise books to highlight the key points. Oh my goodness. Now I understand why my math scores are so dismal. It's simply because I lacked a classmate like Xizhi. One person being an academic star is commendable, but enabling the entire class to excel is truly remarkable. Suddenly, the presence of Xizhi led them to question the effectiveness of their math teacher. The sentiment on the forum shifted dramatically. In the senior year, Sui looked at Gu Jiangyuan, harboring an utterly unrealistic fantasy. Jiangyuan, do you think I could ask your sister to help me highlight the key points for the college entrance examination? If she can score full marks on competition papers, surely she can handle some senior exam questions, right? Having heard Xizhi's thoughts, Gu Jiangyuan's eyes sparkled with realization. He believed this fantasy might not be so far-fetched after all. Thank you for the reminder, he said, patting Sui on the shoulder. Sui, taken aback, wondered if he was truly daring enough to pursue such a reckless idea. At the entrance of Class 18, Chunwen approached Xizhi as usual to seek her guidance, borrowing books and notes from her classmates to take home. Xizhi had already compiled the study highlights for the upcoming final exams. Miaojuan, seething with anger as she scrutinized the forum post, bit her lip in frustration. She still refused to believe that a student from an ordinary background could genuinely excel in math, let alone summarize past papers to predict this year's exam questions and highlight key points for everyone. She glanced at the math notebook resting on her desk, recalling her previous offer to lend it to her. Without further ado, she decided to take it and peruse its contents. Yesterday, she had confronted Jin Zichao, who had heard her claim that she hadn't copied from her classmates. That student, who had close ties with Wang Hua, informed him. Zhuo Miaojuan had looked down upon Class 18, refusing to join the group chat on her very first day. Wang Hua had relayed this incident in their class group, without her presence. Zhuo Miaojuan's deskmate immediately pressed her hand onto the notebook, saying, Didn't you say you didn't need it? Then you shouldn't look at it now. Zhuo Miaojuan's face darkened as she withdrew her hand. Fine. I want to look. Inside the math teacher's office, a teacher close to Jin Zichao, while filling a cup with water, paused by his desk, leaning against it with a look of envy. Jin, you're fortunate. Your class has Xizhi. Even if you choose to coast through the second half of the semester, Your class might still secure the highest average in math by the end of the term. That's the ultimate dream for any teacher.
He sighed,
His peripheral vision catching Zhang Yang's expression, which seemed unusually grim. Hee, I went to fetch some water. Would you like me to help you? I nearly forgot. The most distressed person in the office right now must be Zhang Yang. He was once the mathematics teacher for class 18, and such an ultimate dream should have landed squarely on his head. It would be one thing if he had never possessed it, but to have once held it in his grasp, only to relinquish it himself, is quite another. TSK. This teacher hastily scooped up Xizhi's cup and made a swift exit. After school, Gu Jianyuan hurried to wait at the entrance of Gu Xizhi's classroom to assist her with her backpack. Su Yi, bouncing eagerly behind him, had just returned from gym class with a cup of milk tea, which he promptly offered to Gu Xizhi, his face adorned with a look of eager affection akin to a puppy begging for treats. Oh, I must say, Su Yi does resemble a devoted admirer in this context. No wonder the novels refer to him as a professional sycophant, having pined after a neighboring sister for over a decade. When she needed to check into a hotel with her boyfriend and forgot her wallet, he cheerfully rushed to cover their bill. When his sister unexpectedly became pregnant with her ex-boyfriend, not wanting her current boyfriend to find out, he even skipped his college entrance exams to accompany her for an abortion. Gu Jianyuan? He stared at Su Yi in shock. Was he truly so devoid of principles and love? The sister had a current boyfriend, yet she became pregnant by her ex, and he willingly disregarded his own future to support such a callous woman? By the way, later on, the sister found a new boyfriend, whom she claimed was her true love. Alas, true love met with a tragic accident and lost both kidneys. When she reached out to him in tears, urging him to get tested for compatibility, it turned out they matched perfectly, and he selflessly donated one of his kidneys to her true love. However, a single kidney proved insufficient for the sister's needs, and she soon set her sights on his other kidney. Fortunately, before she could act on her intentions, she encountered yet another true love, thus sparing his life. Gu Jianyuan? To love her to the extent of offering a kidney to a rival? This is astounding. Is this truly the self-discipline of a sycophant? But to be so devoted, could it be that this sister saved his life in a past life? I must ponder this further. Chapter 104. The First Meeting with Third Brother. When I read the novel, although Su Yi was a mere supporting character among supporting characters, his extraordinary tale of devotion was hard to forget. Gu Jianyuan tilted his body, pressing his ear closer. He too was curious whether that sister had indeed saved Su Yi's life in a previous incarnation, rendering him so foolishly devoted. I'm hungry. Perhaps we should return to the old residence for a meal. Suddenly, Gu Xizhi quickened her pace toward the school gate. Gu Jianyuan was momentarily bewildered. Wait. She spoke halfway and then ran off, as if she had to relieve herself without any toilet paper. Could it be that Su Yi's kidney was worth less than a snack? At this hour, returning meant indulging in snacks first. Indeed. Nothing is more eagerly anticipated than dining at the old residence. I wonder what delicious dishes Uncle Chef will prepare for me today. It seems Su Yi's kidney might truly hold less value in Gu Xizhi's eyes than a mere snack. Gu Jianyuan cast a sympathetic glance at Su Yi, who looked utterly perplexed. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't have a crush on me, do you? Just so you know, I'm straight. I have someone I like. Gu Jianyuan rolled his eyes. I know, it's that neighboring sister, right? She attended a modeling school in college, is fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs and an enviable figure, isn't she? If you were talking about my sister, then we would need to have a serious discussion. Su Yi, who moments ago was wary of being labeled as gay, now casually draped an arm over Gu Jianyuan's shoulder. My sister is truly... The next 1,000 words were omitted. It wasn't until they sat in the Gu family car that Su Yi finally paused, his throat dry from talking so much. Gu Jianyuan suddenly felt that Su Yi's sister might be too conservative. With someone like Su Yi, she might very well have encouraged him to donate both kidneys right off the bat, and if she were to seek out more reckless true loves later, she might just enlist Su Yi again. Gu Jianyuan, having been friends with Su Yi for so many years, began to feel a peculiar sense of rivalry. He asked, if one day I were to encounter some misfortune and needed you to donate a kidney or two, would you do it? If he could part with a kidney for a rival, surely his friend should not receive less. Su Yi replied, what if we just sever ties before you have an accident? Having a friend who wants my organs seems rather perilous. Gu Jianyuan. Gu Xizhi was the first to hop into the car, just as she opened a packet of cookies prepared within. She overheard their conversation. Ha ha ha. What kind of unfortunate fate does Su Yi have that so many people are coveting his organs? However, it seems my fourth brother is rather unfortunate himself, being overshadowed even by a rival. Seeing her fourth brother in such a pitiful state, Xizhi handed a cookie to Gu Jianyuan once they were all seated. Fourth brother, with something sweet in his mouth, wouldn't feel so bitter inside. Little did he know, despite her sweet words, he could tell she was secretly mocking him. Gu Jianyuan, though aware of her thoughts, accepted the cookie with genuine delight. After all, he was indeed his sister's favorite brother. And this brand of cookies was her absolute favorite. The fact that she was willing to share even a piece with him when she was so hungry made him feel cherished. I just remembered. Su Yi's sister truly did save him. After enjoying a cookie, Gu Shiji's mind wandered to other matters. Gu Jianyuan immediately perked up, ready to listen. Here it comes. The unfinished tale was finally resurfacing. When Su Yi was younger, he was quite chubby and no one wanted to play with him. He was bullied every day at school. Once, he was cornered in the restroom by a group of older students, and after being beaten up, he thought he had seen the afterlife. Just then, his sister swooped in like a guardian angel, rescuing him. From that day on, he developed a deep infatuation with her, constantly striving to be a good sycophant, fulfilling her every need and ensuring her happiness. So that's how it was. Gu Jianyuan mused that if he were the one being beaten and a girl came to his rescue, he too would probably regard her as a goddess. Gu Shiji finished a packet of cookies and opened another one. If he became a sycophant out of a sense of gratitude for being saved, then there would be nothing to criticize. Yet, the gratitude seems to be unfounded. She glanced at Su Yi. Her eyes filled with the same pity as Gu Jianyuan's moments ago. Su Yi? Did these siblings have some sort of issue? Gu Jianyuan nearly forgot to swallow the cookie he had bitten into. Unfounded? To be such a sycophant, and yet she claims his gratitude is insincere? Alas. The reason he was bullied back then was entirely due to his sister stealing a pen that a group had brought back from abroad. Fearing discovery, she hid the pen in Su Yi's bag, leading them to believe he was the thief, resulting in him being beaten. At the time, his sister knew he was being wrongly punished and originally intended to feign ignorance and not intervene. However, she was spotted stealing by a classmate named Peng Huanhuan, who threatened her that if she didn't save Su Yi, she would expose her theft. Gu Shiji looked at Su Yi, shaking her head. Such a pity. Gu Jianyuan, indeed, a true pity. To think he believed he was saved by a goddess, when in reality, she was the one who had betrayed him. Perhaps we should warn him while he still has his organs intact. But how should we go about that? Gu Jianyuan fixed his gaze on Su Yi, narrowing his eyes. It is time to rescue this fellow's heart and soul. Su Yi. He had just boarded their vehicle, but was it all too hasty? Gu Shiji consumed 2 packets of small cookies and refrained from eating more, as she intended to save her appetite for the exquisite delicacies prepared by the imperial chef at the ancestral home. She recalled that the kidney donation occurred after the college entrance examination, and that she had missed the exam to accompany her sister for an abortion on the very day it took place. With several months remaining until their own examination, there was no need to rush in reminding him. Opportunities could be seized gradually. She closed her eyes for a brief respite. Gu Jiangyan was engaged in conversation with Su Yi. Su Yi, do you remember Peng Huanhuan? I suddenly thought of her a few days ago and managed to obtain her contact information. Oh? Peng Huanhuan? It seems I am indeed related to Siga, as I just had her on my mind, and Siga mentioned he had been in touch with her. Hearing a familiar name, Gu Shiji made an effort to keep herself from drifting off to sleep too quickly. Gu Jianyuan and Su Yi had attended the same elementary school in their youth, although they were not well acquainted at that time. Su Yi was aware of Peng Huanhuan, who was in the same class as his sister. Yet he was unaware that Gu Jianyuan also knew her. He nodded, I remember. Gu Jiangyan began to recount. I recalled that she mentioned to me a couple of days ago that a girl in their class had stolen a pen brought back by a boy from abroad and placed it in your backpack. Subsequently, she saw the boy, who had been robbed of his pen, gathering a group to confront you and dragging you to the restroom. She was concerned for your safety upon seeing those intimidating figures and hurried to find the girl who had stolen the pen, urging her to confess in the restroom to save you. So Peng Huanhuan had indeed shared this with Siga, which saves me the trouble of explaining it to Iga. However, why was it not mentioned in the novel that Siga was aware of this? The vehicle arrived at the Gu family ancestral home. To Gu Shiji's surprise, she encountered her third brother, Gu Jianyan, at the ancestral home, marking their first formal meeting. Chapter 105. Reluctance to accept gifts reflects poor character. Gu Sairu resumed her job at the Fong family clinic, and Gu Jiangyan had arranged to pick her up after her shift that evening. He thought to arrive at the ancestral home early, so he could leave sooner. At that moment, he was seated in the living room, conversing with the elderly matriarch. Upon learning that Xizhi had returned, the matriarch promptly rose. "Grandma, I'm back." Xizhi greeted the elderly lady sweetly, only to notice Gu Jiangyan seated on the sofa, his expression cold, as if someone owed him millions, looking thoroughly dejected. Sigh. Why is he here? How unfortunate. I was quite pleased to return to the ancestral home today, eager to savor delicious food and check in on Gu Yijing. But seeing him here somehow taints today's joy. Gu Jiangyan had not visited to see his dear sister in quite some time, a behavior that spoke volumes. Xizhi finally felt a hint of familiarity reminiscent of the novels she had read, which lessened her eagerness to see Gu Jiangyan. Gu Jiangyan's eyes widened. Again. That voice. He had heard it that morning when he escorted Sairu to school. Now he heard it again. He scanned the room, recognizing everyone else's voices. Yet Xizhi's was unfamiliar, even though she had not spoken aloud. He regarded her with a puzzled expression. I know I am quite attractive, but does he really need to look at me with such a peculiar gaze? Sigh, well, he is here. This is our first meeting as siblings after all. Surely. He must have prepared a token gift for me, right? It cannot be otherwise. Gu Jiangyan confirmed that he indeed heard Xizhi's voice, or perhaps her thoughts. He discreetly observed the others, noting their expressions showed no signs of abnormality, leading him to wonder if this was something he alone could perceive. Reluctance to accept gifts reflects poor character. After exchanging a few more words with the elderly matriarch, Xizhi approached Gu Jiangyan, standing straight and demure, a sweet smile adorning her face. The strikingly handsome and elegantly poised figure before her must surely be her third brother. Greetings, third brother. I am your sister, and it brings me great joy to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Just moments ago he was lamenting my presence. How hypocritical. Gu Jiangyan lowered his gaze, returning to discussions about work with his agent on his phone, offering only a disinterested Isn't he an actor? Isn't he supposed to excel in the art of performance? Why is he so cold now? As if he has no desire to play the part in front of all these witnesses? Xizhi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. The more aloof he is, the more I must secure this gift. Earlier, when I got off the car, Xiao Huang picked a flower from somewhere and insisted I catch it. It might just come in handy now. She held the flower up before Gu Jiangyan. Third brother, this is a gift for you. I found this lovely flower in the garden and simply could not resist plucking it. Initially, I intended to keep it in my room for my own enjoyment, but upon seeing you, I thought you were as beautiful as this flower. Since it is our first meeting, I thought you would prepare a welcome gift for me. And I could not come empty-handed, so I reluctantly decided to offer you this flower, hoping you will like it. I have already mentioned that you would prepare a welcome gift for me. How can you dare not? Gu Jiangyan scoffed. Truly, she had once been a beggar, resorting to all means to obtain a gift. She paled in comparison to Sairu. You keep the flower, I do not like it. And take this, step away.
Do not bother me.
He handed her a prepared gift. All right, I shall take my leave, she replied, turning to walk away. Having secured the gift, it matters not if we never meet again. It is a tad regrettable. I believe you ought to have simply sent me a generous red envelope. Using money to appease me would be more fitting for your stature. Gu Jiangyan tightened his grip on his phone, his expression darkening.
Get lost. Xizhi was bewildered.
I am already leaving. Why is he acting strangely? Could it be that after being harassed by a man, he has lost his mind? It was merely a brief touch. A fleeting kiss. Is this not part of acting? Such fragility of the mind is quite alarming. Gu Jiangyan froze. How did she know? How could she possibly know about that incident? What had transpired in the haunted house was unknown even to his colleagues and the program staff. He had only stated that he felt unwell and needed a pause. He immediately inquired, who told you? Is he speaking to me? Xizhi halted and turned back. What do you mean, who told me? The other members of the Gu family, who had been quietly observing, found Gu Jiangyan's behavior peculiar. As if he could hear Xizhi's innermost thoughts. The elderly matriarch, sensing something amiss with Gu Jiangyan's demeanor, feared he might bully Xizhi and moved to take her hand. Do not mind your third brother. Let's go to the dining area and have something to eat, or it will be cold and unpalatable. Lin Manny then took a seat beside Gu Jiangyan, reproaching him for his unseemly attitude towards Xizhi. After a moment of hesitation, considering his recent troubling experience on the show, she felt the urge to express her concern as a mother. Dear, have you not considered that this young girl appearing before us might have ulterior motives? Gu Jiangyan interrupted her maternal instincts. I felt something was off when you mentioned she sought us out. How did she come to know of her connection to our family? Previously, we lived harmoniously with Sairu, but her arrival has drastically altered everything. You all used to adore Sairu, yet now, it appears as though you have all been entranced by her. Even during the recording of the program, she seemed to have foreknowledge of the unfortunate events that transpired. He is now increasingly convinced that there are sinister forces at play behind her, and her return to the Gu family surely harbors ulterior motives. He even suspects that the incident of his inappropriate encounter was orchestrated by those acting on her behalf. Lin Manny remarked, Xizhi is correct. His psyche has become troubled because he is inherently fragile. A man of his stature should engage in some self-reflection, and I am disinclined to concern myself with him. Enough. She continued, you have met with Xizhi, exchanged gifts, so you should quickly take your leave. Old Master Gu, who had been silently furrowing his brow, lifted his gaze upon hearing Lin Manny's words. Today, we lack rice for your meal. You must find sustenance elsewhere. Gu Jiangyan? Indeed, Gu Xizhi possesses a certain toxicity. Even his grandfather has succumbed to it, uttering nonsensical statements about lacking rice in a house of such wealth. Emerging from the dining room, Gu Xizhi found that Gu Jiangyan had already departed. Clutching the flowers that Xiao Huang had given her, she wiped away the saliva from them. She also retrieved a plate of fried chicken legs, which the elderly lady had deemed excessive for her consumption, and ascended the stairs to check on Gu Yijing. In Chapter 106, one ponders whether this gesture is one of concern or a dagger to the heart. On Gu Jiangyan's side, he exited the old residence wearing a mask and hat. His assistant, waiting by the vehicle, promptly disembarked to open the door for him. After doing so, he retreated to a significant distance. Recently, Jiang Yan had been acting peculiarly. Each time the assistant approached, he would suddenly shrink away, as though the assistant were a ferocious beast, followed by an outburst of ire directed at him. Learning from experience, the assistant now maintained a prudent distance, keeping himself far from Jiang Yan. As Gu Jiangyan approached the car, he noticed the assistant's retreat, and his expression darkened. Do I have some infectious disease that makes you reluctant to come near me? The assistant was at a loss. He hurried back to assist Gu Jiangyan into the vehicle, shielding his head with his hand to prevent it from colliding with the car. The proximity between them was quite intimate. As Gu Jiangyan lifted his leg to enter the car, his leg brushed against the assistant's. Had this occurred just a few days prior, Gu Jiangyan would have recoiled in alarm, but now, nothing felt amiss. Once the door was secured, the assistant proceeded to the front to drive. Gu Jiangyan in the back reflected on the events that had transpired in the old residence and ultimately decided to message Gu Jiangyu. Brother, the circumstances surrounding Gu Xizhi's return home are exceedingly suspicious. She is merely a child, and her adoptive parents have passed away. They remain oblivious to the fact that she was switched at birth. How could she possibly know? I am convinced that there is someone orchestrating these events behind the scenes. You must investigate this matter properly. He had contemplated revealing his ability to perceive Gu Xizhi's thoughts, but the peculiarity of such a claim made him doubt that his family would believe him. Moreover, he realized that it was prudent to keep his ability a secret. This way, should Gu Xizhi be manipulated by others to harm their family, he could discern her schemes in advance by hearing her thoughts. Gu Jingyu's response came swiftly. I have just secured a commercial for you, which will be filmed abroad. Pack your things and head over immediately. Gu Jiangyan's brow furrowed. Even their most composed and clear-headed elder brother had fallen under Gu Xizhi's spell. It appeared that he must undertake the investigation alone. Jiangyan, where are we headed now? The assistant inquired as the vehicle departed from the old residence. Gu Jiangyan lifted his gaze and pondered for a moment, then replied, back to the Gu household. In recent days, he found himself revolted by the mere sight of the assistant or other men, but now he felt no such aversion. He recognized this shift within himself. He recalled that during their time in the old residence, Gu Xizhi's thoughts had merely expressed a fleeting physical encounter, an innocent touch and a kiss. Wasn't acting a part of their profession? Yet, such trivialities had led to psychological turmoil. He found it absurd that someone could be so fragile. Amused by his own thoughts, he chuckled at the notion of being psychologically troubled. He felt perfectly fine. Leaning against the backrest of the seat, he massaged his temples, processing the fact that he could hear others' thoughts, and glanced at the assistant's profile. Sighing, he said, some events transpired in the old residence, and no one has eaten yet. When I return next time, I will bring you something to eat. He had previously brought delicacies prepared by the royal chef to the set, and after one taste, the assistant had been left yearning for more. Each time he returned to the old residence, the assistant would eagerly await his arrival. At the Gu family estate, Gu Yijing had entertained a foreign client 2 days prior, who was unfortunately afflicted with a flu outbreak in their country. The client, unaware of their symptoms, inadvertently transmitted the illness to him. In recent months, due to the Xizhi incident, Gu Jingyu had not only failed to create trouble for Gu Yijing but had nearly driven his own company into chaos. To rectify the situation, he had been tirelessly shuttling between the Gu Corporation and his own company, exhausting himself to the point of illness. The consequences of his overexertion left him weak and bedridden. When Gu Xizhi entered his room, she found him still working on his computer while seated on the bed. It seems that being a domineering CEO is no easy task. Even in such a state of illness, he remains committed to his work. No wonder he deserves to be the male lead. Gu Jiangyuan, upon learning that Gu Xizhi intended to visit Gu Yijing, believed there was entertainment to be had and dismissed the persistent inquiries of Su Yi, who wished to know if Peng Huanhuan had shared any additional information. Hearing this, he scoffed, believing the author of this tale to be blind. After all, his father, in his youth, worked just as hard as his elder brother does now, and they both possess striking looks. Why should they not be granted the role of the male lead? When Gu Yijing noticed someone entering, he looked up and saw Gu Xizhi. His deep black eyes seemed to glisten with a layer of icy disdain. Before he could utter a word to dismiss her, Gu Xizhi spoke first. "Uncle, I heard from my mother that you are unwell. I am quite worried about you. I am so concerned that I cannot even pay attention to my lessons." Gu Jiangyuan leaned against the doorframe, casting his gaze downward at his shoes, mentally criticizing her. As if you ever listen to what the teacher says. Gu Yijing's expression darkened further. He felt unwell and lacked the energy to engage in her charade. His attempt to dismiss her was interrupted by a fit of coughs. Gu Xizhi reacted swiftly, leaping outside and dragging Gu Jiangyuan with her. Gu Jiangyuan, still processing the sudden exit, asked, "Aren't you going in to check on Uncle? Why are you out here?" "I forgot something very important," Gu Xizhi replied, thrusting the flowers and fried chicken legs into Gu Jingyuan's hands while rummaging through the large pocket of her sweatshirt. "Aha! With this, we will be completely safe." Not only did she don a mask herself, but she also handed one to Gu Jiangyuan. Each wore an N95 mask and donned a pair of medical gloves. Gu Jiangyuan remarked, "You're going to check on him, yet you're so afraid that others will know you disdain the germs on him, fearing you might contract them? If you ever succeed in this endeavor, it will undoubtedly be due to Uncle's self-destructive tendencies." The two, fully equipped, did not immediately enter the room. Gu Jiangyan, puzzled, asked, "Why aren't we going in?" Uncle just coughed. "The air is currently rife with germs. We shall wait a moment before entering," Gu Jianyuan explained. "If it comes to that," he added, "you could always change your approach to accomplish your task. There's no need to concern yourself with him while he is unwell." He sensed that her current behavior was less about genuine concern and more akin to a dagger to the heart. In the room, Gu Yijing took a sip of hot water, stifling a cough. The voices of two individuals conversing at the door drifted clearly into the space. He felt a constriction in his chest, prompting another urge to cough. 5 minutes later, Gu Xizhi finally entered, first taking the flowers from Gu Jingyuan's hands and presenting them to Gu Yijing. "Uncle, do not underestimate these wildflowers, merely plucked from the roadside. They carry profound significance. I hope you can embody the resilience of these wildflowers, flourishing with vigor regardless of the circumstances, even after being picked for so long. May you possess the spirit of these blooms and recover swiftly." Gu Jianyuan remarked, "You certainly have a way with words." Chapter 107. Flowers in Place, Parent-Teacher Meeting. Gu Yijing, feeling both weak and weary, had little desire to engage in conversation. He responded curtly, "Just put them down and leave." Gu Xizhi's eyes scanned the room. "I have seen in dramas that when visitors go to the hospital, they often bring a vase to keep the flowers alive. I must perform the full ritual for my visit, but alas, there is not even a vase in this room." She sighed. "Well, perhaps it is more meaningful this way." Gu Jianyuan, now quite curious about what she meant by this way, soon witnessed Gu Xizhi approach the bedside and place the drool-scented flower atop Gu Yijing's head. An image struck him, akin to a flower set upon dung. The implication was clear. The place adorned by the flower was no more than dung, and his uncle, by extension, represented the same. A sense of inexplicable sympathy began to wash over him. Veins throbbed on Gu Yijing's forehead as he articulated, "What are you doing?" Gu Xizhi sweetly replied, "I wish to plant these wildflowers upon you, dear uncle. Even if more cannot sprout from you, the tenacity and vitality of these flowers will surely inspire a swift recovery." Gu Jianyuan suddenly understood. Setting aside her actions, the sentiment behind her words seemed genuinely caring. Gu Yijing felt increasingly fatigued. Enough, you've finished your planting. Please, hurry and leave. His voice grew weaker and more devoid of irritation. Yet, Gu Xizhi did not depart. She retrieved a fried chicken leg, handing it to Gu Yijing. Uncle, I heard one should consume more protein when one is a cold. This chicken is rich in protein. Eat a bit more, and you will recover more swiftly. Gu Yijing gazed at the golden, tempting fried chicken leg, coughing a few more times. Gu Xizhi hastily tossed the chicken leg at him before darting away. The leg struck his clothing before rolling onto the sheets, leaving a greasy trail behind. The aroma of oily fried chicken wafted toward his nostrils, provoking a sensation of nausea. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Xizhi quickly tugged Gu Jianyuan away, exclaiming as they ran, "Uncle, rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow." Gu Yijing, pale and seated on the bed, dry-heaved, pondering seriously whether he should seek another place for his convalescence. Gu Jianyuan, still processing what had occurred, found himself pulled into the corridor by Gu Xizhi. He turned back, casting a complex gaze at Gu Yijing, and asked Gu Xizhi, "Sister, are you not quite skilled in medicine? Why not directly attend to Uncle's ailment? If you heal him, he might develop a fondness for you. He hasn't even given me medical fees. Why would I treat him?" "We're not particularly close," she retorted, feigning annoyance. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Indeed, caring leads to confusion." Gu Jianyuan mused, "I suspect her commitment to this task is less than genuine." After a day of earnest endeavor, Gu Xizhi descended the stairs to dine, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The meals appeared particularly delectable that day, especially the bowl of chicken tofu that seemed almost ethereal. The chicken tofu was so fresh that a single bite felt as though one had consumed an entire chicken. The broth was as clear as water, and the dish melted in the mouth. Upon finishing, Gu Xizhi quickly summoned the illustrious chef to take his pulse, resolving that such culinary prowess must be preserved for a long, healthy life. The next day was Saturday, a day free from classes, yet it marked the occasion of the parent-teacher meeting for the first-year students at Xizhi. Class 18 students had performed rather average across most subjects, save for math, where they excelled. Their parents entered the meeting with beaming smiles. However, Gu Xizhi diverged from the rest. Her grades in other subjects were mediocre, and she ranked at the bottom of the class in mathematics. Although it was well known that the improvement in their class's math scores stemmed from Gu Xizhi's meticulous notes, her actual performance did not reflect this effort. Before the meeting commenced, a thread on the forum speculated whether Gu Xizhi's mother would attend the meeting for the top student, Gu Sairu, or for the bottom-ranked Gu Xizhi. Have you forgotten the news that broke when Gu Xizhi returned to the Gu family? They have always looked down upon her, even retracting a gift given to her during her ancestral recognition ceremony. She was dismissed before the recognition banquet concluded, given her lack of favor. Why would you think Mrs. Gu would attend her meeting? Indeed, Gu Xizhi was not favored in the Gu household, and her exam results paled in comparison to Gu Sairu's. It was simply inconceivable that Mrs. Gu would attend her meeting. Ah, how pitiful for Gu Xizhi. To have her first parent-teacher meeting in high school without the presence of a parent? Surely someone must come. After all, wealthy families often have servants and butlers. Even if the head of the household could not attend both meetings, a butler could represent them. As others learned of Gu Xizhi's ability to elevate the entire class's math scores, their prejudices began to diminish. Some genuinely felt sympathy for her, fearing no one would attend her meeting. Upon discovering that she had a butler at home, some began to pity themselves. Su Jing lounged on her sofa at home, conversing with Gu Sairu. "Sairu, has your family arranged for a butler to attend Gu Xizhi's meeting today?" Gu Sairu had learned that Fang Mian would be at the clinic to guide several physicians. She had left for the clinic early in the morning and only saw Su Jing's message much later. Currently, she was not particularly concerned about Gu Xizhi's affairs and did not reply. Just as she was about to put her phone away, she recalled that Su Jing would not message her without reason, so she opened the school forum. Ah, so that was the case. These people are so trivial, reveling in speculations about such obvious matters. She finally set her phone aside, no longer interested in the discussion. Meanwhile, within the Gu family group chat, devoid of Gu Xizhi and Gu Sairu, a heated debate erupted over the parent-teacher meeting. The trendiest elder remarked, "For so many years, it has been Manny attending Sairu's meetings. She is well experienced. Let her go again this time." Recently, a chess enthusiast added, "Indeed, Manny should attend Sairu's meeting. You need not concern yourself with Xizhi's." Immediately, a single friend chimed in, "Mother, grandfather, and grandmother are correct. There is no need for you to worry about Xizhi's meeting." Chapter 108. The Importance of Familial Status. Gu Jiangyan lurked in the chat, observing their exchanges. He felt they were not as hopeless as he had initially thought. In their hearts, they are well aware of who holds more significance between Gu Sairu and Gu Xizhi. Until recently, finding an opponent for chess has proven elusive. Thus, it was agreed that Manny would attend the parent-teacher meeting for Sairu, while I would handle matters on Xizhi's side. The most fashionable matriarch interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? Old man? Shouldn't you accompany old Zhang instead?" I assured her that I could manage the meeting for Xizhi. The soon-to-be non-single bachelor remarked, "Grandpa and Grandma are quite advanced in age. They can simply rest at home. I can handle the parent-teacher meeting for Xizhi." The fashionable matriarch replied, "My eldest grandson can't even secure a wife. How dare I age? I am still youthful." She continued, "If you have so much free time, put in the effort to help me retrieve a granddaughter-in-law." The soon-to-be non-single bachelor fell silent, contemplating where his future wife might be. Gu father scrolled through the messages in the group chat, a smug smile gracing his lips. With all this time spent debating who would attend Xizhi's meeting, others had already arrived at the school. He gazed out the window at the swiftly retreating scenery, adjusting his collar. Meanwhile, the elder Gu continued to bicker with the matriarch in the group chat over who would attend the meeting for Gu Xizhi. He glanced at the time and inquired of the driver, "How much longer until we arrive?" The driver replied, "About 10 more minutes." A triumphant smile spread across his face. The matriarch had no idea he was already en route. It seemed she had been a full-time housewife for too long, her mind dulled, easily deceived by the illusions in the chat. At the old residence, several drivers awaited. Upon hearing the driver announce their imminent arrival, the matriarch couldn't help but send a reaction in the chat. The fashionable matriarch sent a sunglasses emoji. Gu father retorted, "Fool. Others have already arrived at the school, while she remains oblivious." Gu Shurchen commented, "Indeed, my mother is getting on in years. This has her feeling quite triumphant." 15 minutes later, at the entrance of Class 18, the trio, Gu matriarch, Gu father, and Gu Shurchen, found themselves in an awkward confrontation. Here, the advantages of seniority became evident. Gu father, far from feeling embarrassed, boldly chastised his son. "What are you doing here instead of working diligently at the company?" The matriarch, equally unfazed, leveraged her familial status to scold both her son and husband. One remains silent, while the other pretends to compete with me in the group, yet here he is, already on the road. "How clever you all are, deceiving this old lady." Her words rang with conviction, as if she had never engaged in similar schemes. "Then who shall enter?" Gu father was reluctant to yield. The first parent-teacher meeting since his granddaughter's return home held great significance. The other two were equally unwilling to concede, yet it was impossible for all to remain. They simultaneously cast their gazes into the classroom, only to collectively abandon the idea. Inside, Lin Manny, impeccably dressed, occupied Gu Xizhi's seat and was already conversing with the teacher. Gu Jiangyan had intended to depart for abroad that day, but he had postponed his journey after consulting with his agent. While remaining a silent observer in the group chat, he messaged Lin Manny, informing her that he was now seated in Class 1's classroom. Parents gathered within the school for the meeting, while students outside scrolled through forums. Shocking. You won't believe who came to Gu Sairu's parent-teacher meeting today. Accompanying this revelation were several photos taken during the meeting.
Ah.
Why can't students attend their own parent-teacher meetings? I wish to join my Yen Ge. I'll go and have my mother step out. Can I enter and conduct my own meeting? Evidence has emerged. Gu Sairu is indeed the darling of the Gu family, even attracting the attention of a major film star for her parent-teacher meeting. When a comment asserting Gu Sairu as the family's darling was posted, another user replied with a link. Clicking the link led to a new post. Guess what I saw at the entrance of Class 18? The post contained a series of candid photographs taken at the entrance. I retract my previous statement. Gu Sairu is not the family darling. It is Gu Xizhi who holds that title. Unfortunately, as they stood at the entrance, I happened to be returning with my mother from the classroom, passing by them. What did I overhear? Ha ha ha, it was hilarious. They were all secretly attending the parent-teacher meeting, and as they stood there vying to enter, they discovered that Madame Gu was already seated in the classroom, leading to their dejected departure. Wow, what a top-tier darling Gu Xizhi is. Just attending a parent-teacher meeting has caused such a stir in her family? Zhang Qi and his friends were also browsing the forum, wearing expressions of knowing amusement. In the Gu family, Xizhi was undoubtedly the cherished little princess. They had come to visit Gu Xizhi again today. A group of children tossing toys for Xiao Huang in the Gu garden. Zhang Qi handed his phone to Gu Xizhi, explaining the forum content. Gu Xizhi paused momentarily. Wait. I recall that the novel depicted my return home and the parent-teacher meeting scenario. At that time, I was utterly pitiful, the neglected child of the Gu family, not cherished by anyone, with even the parent-teacher meeting attended by servants. So now I have truly become the darling? Though I often felt something was amiss. They don't even give me money. Is this how they treat a cherished one? By the way, has the plot of the novel encountered a bug? Gu Jianyuan lounged on a recliner, legs crossed as he basked in the sun, scrolling through the forum with a sense of melancholy. This morning was the parent-teacher meeting for the first-year students, followed by the second-year meetings in the afternoon, and tomorrow would be the third-year meetings. He had informed his family upon returning yesterday, yet they pushed back repeatedly, ultimately leaving only the relatively less influential eldest brother to attend on his behalf. If Xizhi doesn't qualify as the family darling, then what does that make him? However, it seemed that the family had some peculiar views. They did not share the close bond he had with Xizhi, unable to hear her heart's desires, and were unwilling to provide her with money. Did they believe that girls with too much money are easily deceived by boys? Was that why they restricted her allowance? Considering their enthusiasm in attending my parent-teacher meeting, I might as well buy a few sets of acupuncture needles to gift each of them a set for health maintenance. Gu Jianyuan thought. Fortunately, he held less influence than his elder brother and wasn't he qualified to attend Xizhi's meeting. This needle affair should not concern him. I wonder if buying a few extra sets would offer a discount. Perhaps I should sell the necklace my third brother gifted me. Even if it doesn't appear particularly valuable, it should fetch a few thousand. Chapter 109. The martial arts instructor encountered an incident, having forgotten an important matter. Gu Jianyuan was taken aback. How could his third brother be so stingy? For a welcoming gift to his sister, he only presented a necklace worth a few thousand? He recalled that Gu Sairu had posted a moment ago a 9-square photo featuring all the gifts her third brother had brought her this time, each of considerable value. The first-year parent-teacher meeting lasted an hour and a half, and by noon, Lin Manny returned. Gu's father and the others also arrived shortly after. With a phone call, the elder summoned the descendants of the royal chefs, who brought along his treasured knife set to the Gu residence. Upon the elder's return, they settled in the living room, eagerly awaiting Lin Manny's recount of what the teacher had shared at the meeting. Meanwhile, the younger generation continued to play in the courtyard. Gu Xizhi gazed at Gu Jianyan with a puzzled expression. What's his deal? Wasn't he previously reluctant to return home, and didn't he want to see me? Why has he transformed into a different person since last night, trailing me as if he has ulterior motives? Could it be that he regrets giving me that necklace and wants it back? No way, no way. Is he really such a miserly big shot? Gu Jiangyan sat expressionless on a chair very close to Gu Xizhi. He intended to use this time at home to observe her closely and discern any potential schemes she might harbor against the Gu family. Listening to her thoughts, he rolled his eyes internally. Can't you think of something more rational? Who would ever ask for a gift back after giving it away? Seeing Gu Jiangyan following Gu Xizhi, Gu Jianyuan hurried over, his face darkened, and the fraternal bond between them seemed to have diminished significantly. He glared at Gu Jiangyan warily. Third brother, don't even think about bullying Xizhi, or I'll go tell everyone. Gu Jiangyan shot him a disdainful glance, childish. My fourth brother is truly good to me. I've decided to give him a few acupuncture needles for wellness. By the way, isn't he studying sports? I'll target his joints with a few needles. It might hurt a bit, but it'll be worth it. Gu Jianyuan. Gu Jiangyan frowned. What nonsense. This ignorant little girl is actually contemplating giving acupuncture, targeting fourth brother's joints no less. Could this be a task assigned to her by someone behind the scenes, aimed at incapacitating the members of the Gu family one by one? As Gu Xizhi pondered her acupuncture plan for Gu Jianyuan, she casually assessed Gu Jiangyan. Indeed, being a film emperor isn't easy. My third brother's health seems quite frail. He must have been filming in the cold winter, soaking in a lake. And at such a young age, his joints are like those of an old man, aching whenever it rains or snows. If he weren't so unfriendly to me, I'd insist on giving him a few needles and some medicine. Gu Jiangyan chuckled. I should be grateful for your indifference. Or else I might just end up dead from your needles. Gu Jianyuan recalled the days when third brother was at home. If it happened to rain, he would even limp while walking, resembling an old man. He seemed to have mentioned dreaming of curing his rheumatism. For that, he had been pestering second brother for medicine every day. TSK, he surely has no idea what he's missing out on. A small dog named Xiao Huang brought a toy over and dropped it in front of Gu Xizhi. After waiting a long time without her playing with it, it barked in frustration. Gu Xizhi grabbed it, ruffled its head, and tossed the toy away. Xiao Huang dashed after it, returning with the toy for Gu Xizhi, who threw it again. They began to play together. For the time being, Gu Jiangyan could not hear Gu Shiji's thoughts. He took out his phone, chatting with his agent and assistant about work matters, before opening WeChat to message Gu Sairu about the parent-teacher meeting, complimenting her a few times. Gu Shiji sometimes found these little dogs quite bothersome. They couldn't even amuse themselves with toys and always needed someone to throw them. She was already tired from throwing the toy, so she tossed it towards Gu Jiangyuan, prompting him to play with it. She then lay down and began to slack off. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Jiangyan still there and thought about his portrayal in novels. The entertainment industry truly has its share of complexities. No wonder those celebrities seem to lead such vibrant lives. Gu Jiangyuan? There's gossip. He quickly tossed the toy towards Zhang Qi, encouraging him to play with Xiao Huang while he focused on the gossip. My third brother seems rather unfortunate. He was just recently harassed. And now there's trouble on the set. Gu Jiangyan could not afford to ignore Gu Sairu's message any longer. More trouble? Could it be that the forces behind Gu Shiji were plotting against him again? My third brother is currently filming a historical drama with a male lead, featuring ancient martial arts scenes that are the highlights of the show. The crew hired a martial arts instructor skilled in ancient techniques. However, this instructor is a gambler who owes over 10 million. People have come to his house to collect debts, vandalizing it with paint and threatening to chop off his limbs if he doesn't pay. He fled in fear. And it's become a challenge for my third brother's crew to find another instructor skilled in ancient martial arts. Gu Jiangyan's expression darkened. He was directly involved in the shooting of this drama and understood how crucial a martial arts instructor was. If this instructor were in trouble, it could jeopardize the entire production, or even if they managed to complete it, the quality would suffer immensely. He needed to confirm the situation by phone. If the debts were real, he could lend the money to settle them. Other matters could wait until after filming. He went to the pool area to call the director. As soon as the call connected, the director's anxious voice came through. Jiang Yan, I was just about to call you. We might have to postpone your action scenes for a few days. Xiao Hao has gone missing. We've been trying to reach him since last night, but no luck. Xiao Hao was the martial arts instructor for their production. After hanging up, Gu Jiangyan cast a frigid glare at Gu Shiji, his eyes as cold as ice. What's wrong with him? Why is he looking at me like that? Could it be that something has gone wrong after his call? But if something has gone wrong, it has nothing to do with me. Why is he looking at me like that, as if I'm the one who caused the trouble? Gu Jiangyan was indeed beginning to suspect that this incident was orchestrated by those behind Gu Shiji. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she knew about it in advance? Gu Jianyuan noticed that Gu Jiangyan's gaze towards Gu Shiji had grown increasingly perilous. He stepped in front of Gu Shiji protectively, offering her an apple he had peeled while snacking on gossip. Don't keep eating those fiery snacks. You should also have more fruit. Gu Shiji accepted the apple with a hint of disdain, beginning to munch on it. Realizing that Gu Jianyuan was looking out for her, she felt compelled to comfort him. Fourth brother, no one can bully me. I can fight back. As the thought of fighting sparked in her eyes, she suddenly exclaimed, Oh dear, I forgot something. I'm curious, is it fun on the set? Chapter 110. Their door was kicked open. The butler arrived to call them in for dinner. Gu Shiji's eyes were solely fixated on the delectable spread on the table, her mind devoid of anything else. By the time dinner concluded, Gu Jiangyan had not gleaned any further insights into Gu Shiji's potential schemes. Preoccupied with concerns about the martial arts instructor, he left the family home. Zhang Qi and the others had spent half a day at the Gu residence, enjoying their desired meal. However, they feared that lingering any longer would tempt them to indulge in dinner as well. To avoid such shamelessness, they hurriedly followed Gu Jiangyan out. The remaining members of the Gu family moved to the sunroom to drink tea and chat. Speaking of which, I wonder how my elder brother's pursuit of his wife is going. Surely it hasn't reached the point of cremation? Has he figured out his feelings yet? Is he still in the phase of misunderstanding the beautiful sister? Should I remind him of a few things? As the family settled in, the elders easily shifted their focus to the romantic lives of the younger generation. Even someone like Gu Shiji, who wasn't an elder and hadn't reached the marriageable age, couldn't resist taking a gleeful interest in the romantic lives of her peers who were of age. The other members of the Gu family simultaneously turned their gazes toward Gu Jiangyan, with both Grandpa Gu and Gu Shirqing displaying a hint of disdain. Their son was utterly useless, bringing shame to the Gu family's men. How could it take him so long to win over a woman? He was nothing like his father. Grandpa Gu recalled the past when he had only met Grandma twice before marrying her on their third meeting. Now that was efficiency. Gu Shirqing recalled the time he first met Lin Manny. He was the one being pursued back then. His wife adored him fervently. Their eldest son, however, bore none of his former charm. Lin Manny could not help but shake her head. While their eldest son had his merits, his character mirrored his father's too closely, too prideful. Much like his father in the past, it was evident to all that he harbored feelings for her. Every time he saw her, he would stumble, even falling into the pond on several occasions, yet he would stubbornly feign nonchalance in her presence. Unable to bear it any longer, she once reminded him to watch where he was going just as he was about to collide with the wall. Before she could finish her sentence, he blurted out, "All right. I agree to date you." Surrounded by too many onlookers, she felt it inappropriate to clarify that she had no such intention. Fortunately, her moment of weakness was brief. Otherwise, how could his father have possibly married her? Alas, I wonder how my beautiful sister is faring now. If she hasn't lost the child, what will become of it when she returns home to live with her mother? Will that child face abuse at her hands? Her mother, too, is at fault. Why can't she comprehend that my sister's tragic life is not her doing? Gu Jiangyu, upon hearing Gu Xizhi mention his relationship with Ling Wenin, immediately envisioned her exquisite visage. He fixed his gaze upon the teacup in his hands, still uncertain of his true feelings for Ling Wenin. When he heard Gu Xizhi express concern for her, he contemplated sharing updates about Ling Wenin. Informing her that he had signed a new contract with her and arranged new work, she was on set and in no danger. However, upon hearing her subsequent words, he hesitated to speak, fearing he might interrupt her train of thought. Although he had enlisted someone to investigate Ling Wenin's circumstances, he had yet to receive any news. Speaking of which, my beautiful sister is the most innocent in this saga, her mother, enamored and blinded by love, knew full well of her father's gambling addiction and debts before they even became a couple, yet she insisted on marrying him and bore him 3 children, including my sister. Not long after my sister's birth, her father lost more money gambling, drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and tragically fell into a ditch on his way home, bleeding out all night unnoticed, ultimately succumbing to his injuries the next day. With his demise, the gambling debts remained. To repay them, her mother resorted to an unspeakable profession, bringing home various men nightly, many of whom would stay over. One fateful night, a man kicked open my sister's bedroom door. Though she was but 8 years old, she was already strikingly beautiful. How could a mere child resist an adult? At the thought of such horrors, the light-hearted banter among Gu Jiangyu's family turned somber. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury and hatred. When my sister's brother returned from working at a bar and witnessed the scene, he frantically grabbed a brick my sister had used for self-defense and struck the man, killing him instantly. The man belonged to a powerful family, and this act resulted in her brother being sentenced to life imprisonment. With a husband lost and a son incarcerated, her mother transformed, directing her wrath toward my sister, believing her misfortunes were the result of my sister's existence. She developed a drinking problem, frequently abusing my sister when intoxicated. As this weighed heavily on Gu Shiji's heart, she gulped down a large swig of soda in search of solace. Lin Manny blinked rapidly, fighting back tears. The only oblivious creature in the room, a little dog named Xiao Huang, approached Gu Xizhi, wagging its tail energetically as if it were powered by a motor. "All right, go play by yourself. I'm too busy to attend to you," she sighed. Bemused by how these dogs were so enamored with their toys, why not just enjoy some television or scroll through their phones? If it weren't for the need to earn money to hire a lawyer to reduce her brother's sentence, and the emotional manipulation that made her feel responsible for her mother's plight, my beautiful sister might have long since given up on life. Perhaps she believed she was unworthy of her brother, which is why she sought to distance herself from him. When the time came that she could no longer endure the pressure and chose to end her life, my brother would finally grasp his feelings for her and regret knowing the trials she had endured. Alone with a bottle of soda, Gu Xizhi pondered for a long moment before realizing the atmosphere felt off. She scanned the faces around her. What's wrong? Why has everyone been so quiet for so long? Could it be that you're holding a family meeting to confront me? Am I truly that captivating? Should I take a moment to bask in my own glory? The tension dissipated as her light-hearted interjection lightened the mood. Each person felt uniquely connected to Gu Xizhi, believing themselves to be the sole confidant privy to her innermost thoughts. To avoid being discovered, they shifted the conversation to other topics. The elder Mr. Gu turned to Gu Jianyuan. Jianyuan, you'll be taking your college entrance exams next year. How is your revision coming along? Caught off guard after just taking a bite of fruit, Gu Jianyuan glanced at Gu Xizhi before nodding vigorously. I'm studying diligently and feel very confident. The rewards my sister earned me should prove beneficial for my final year, right? Gu Xizhi crossed her legs. resting comfortably against the chair, soaking in the warm winter sunlight, half closing her eyes. I almost forgot. My fourth brother is the one preparing for the college entrance exams next year. How I envy these athletes, even in their final year. They seem to have it easier than I do. But this isn't ideal, if the Gu family ultimately falls to Gu Yijing and Gu Sairu. And my fourth brother struggles in his exams. Wouldn't that add another burden that could disrupt my leisurely existence? No, he must rise to the occasion. Gu Jianyuan. Although he wished for his sister's support, he hadn't anticipated that her motivation for urging him to excel stemmed from her desire to maintain her carefree lifestyle. The elder Mr. Gu's expression grew stern. Quickly head upstairs to study. Don't just talk the talk. Lin Manny nodded in agreement. Yes, Jianyuan. Go on up and study. While you may be an athlete, you must not become complacent. Regardless of how the Gu family fares in the future, having accomplished brothers will provide more security for Xizhi's future. Gu Jianyuan. Not even the post-meal sunshine was allowed to grace him? To ensure that nothing would impede her leisurely lifestyle, Gu Xizhi urged Gu Jianyuan, fourth brother, go study. When I have the time, I'll help you organize some revision notes. Speaking of which, it's been quite some time since I returned home, and Gu Sairu has even moved out. How is it that my fourth brother is still thriving without ever visiting a hospital? Surely Gu Sairu wouldn't go so far as to make him drink milk he is allergic to, would she? Gu Jianyuan beamed. Heh, you wouldn't know this. But I'm quite clever. Not only have I avoided the milk Gu Sairu provided, but I haven't touched anything she has offered, even water. After Gu Jianyuan ascended the stairs, the elder Mrs. Gu turned her gaze toward Gu Jiangyu, seamlessly shifting the topic of conversation. Jiangyu, if you have a girl you fancy, feel free to bring her home. Regardless of her family background, as long as her character is commendable, she will be warmly welcomed in our household. Lin Manny took a sip of tea, gazing at the elderly matriarch in astonishment. How did mother vocalize what she had intended to say? Perhaps living together as a family for so long had fostered a silent understanding between them. After a moment's contemplation, she concurred with grandmother Gu's sentiments. Indeed, our family does not hold to notions of social standing. What truly matters is the goodness of the person and a genuine affection. Mother also hopes you will follow your heart in such matters, not overthink them, nor add unnecessary pressure upon the young lady. Ah, my grandmother and mother are truly admirable. So open-minded, unlike those wealthy matriarchs who merely throw money at issues. As long as my elder brother is supportive, my beautiful sister-in-law will undoubtedly find happiness in our family. Indeed, it is my elder brother after all. Gu Xizhi shook her head at Gu Jiangyu. A look of concern etched on her face. What if one day he truly loses his beloved? He may end up alone for the rest of his days. Gu Jiangyu, amused, offered a peeled crisp persimmon to Gu Xizhi, saying, I will bring a friend home next week. After a moment's reflection, he added for clarity, a female friend. He had previously been uncertain about his feelings for Ling Wenin, but upon hearing Gu Xizhi's thoughts, he felt a surge of anger, wishing he could personally eliminate the man who had caused her distress. In that moment, he experienced a heartache that surpassed even the pain he felt when he visited her in the hospital. Furthermore, her background may not be ideal. Her father is a gambler and her mother is involved in that line of work. If you all have concerns regarding her past, I can take her and move out. He would rather clarify everything from the outset to avoid any disdain or harm that might befall her once they learned of her past. If the family cannot accept her, he would ensure they have no contact with her in the future. So my elder brother was already aware of all this. He truly seems to harbor no disdain, indeed. It is true love. I just wonder if my mother and grandmother's kind words will hold up when they hear about her past. The other members of the Gu family were equally astonished that Gu Jiangyu had uncovered such information. Now, as he openly spoke these words, they could express their anger and sympathy without reservation. Grandmother Gu wiped her eyes, saying, What is there to mind? This is not a fate the girl has chosen for herself. My heart aches for her. Lin Manny, finally able to release her tears, said while wiping her eyes, If you truly care for her, treat her well. Otherwise, I shall disown you as my son. At the Fong family's clinic, following Fong Mion's earlier conversation with Gu Sairu, the entire clinic regarded Fong Mion with newfound importance. Even Fong Ruoqing shared this sentiment. She had invited Gu Sairu to lunch that day. They went to a restaurant adjacent to the clinic, ordered their meals, and as they awaited their dishes, Gu Sairu opened the school forum. Frowning, she read through 2 posts and their comments. Wasn't the Gu family known for looking down upon Gu Xizhi? How could this be? The developments were increasingly diverging from her prior understanding. Sairu, my granduncle will be arriving at the clinic shortly. We must return after our meal. Gu Sairu looked up. While Fong watching picked up some cold dishes from the table and continued, I heard my granduncle is bringing a prominent figure to see a doctor. His status is such that even a mere stomp in the capital would send ripples throughout the city. Currently, only my granduncle possesses the ability to cure his ailments. Gu Sairu momentarily cast aside thoughts of the Gu family. The person Fong Ruoqing spoke of was likely the military magnate from the capital. However, in her previous life, she had failed to establish a relationship with Fong Mian before the military magnate's demise. Later, Gu Yijing, in his attempts to expand his business into the capital, had exerted immense effort to curry favor with the magnate's son, ultimately to no avail. I heard my granduncle came to find someone to accompany him and learn medicine. Chapter 112. You are truly fortunate. Gu Sairu and Fong Ruoqing finished their lunch and, without lingering, returned directly to the Fong family clinic. Just as Fong Ruoqing had predicted, Fong Mian had indeed arrived. I have come today to select 2 individuals to accompany me. I will be staying in the city for a while, during which I will impart as much knowledge as I can to them. Of course, if you wish to continue learning from me when I return to the capital, you may come along. He summoned everyone in the clinic, comprising not only physicians but also apprentices, and inquired, who among you wishes to learn the art of medicine from me? Gu Sairu's eyes lit up at the prospect. Though Fong Mian did not explicitly state he was taking disciples, his intent was nearly equivalent. If she could seize this opportunity, her endeavors in the capital would surely flourish. As others absorbed this good news, she was the first to raise her hand. Grandfather Fong, I wish to learn from you. Upon hearing her voice, Fong Mian glanced her way and quickly recalled who she was. Interrupting her, he said, You are Gu Sairu, correct? Your sister is Gu Xizhi? Just a moment ago, Gu Sairu had felt elated that Fong Mian remembered her name, but now she was perplexed as to how he knew about Gu Xizhi. Suppressing her confusion, she replied, Yes.
Gu Xizhi is my sister.
Then that will do. Please lower your hand. This opportunity should be given to others. That little girl possesses far superior medical skills. I have no right to teach her sister. He did not want to risk leading her astray, nor inciting the younger girl's displeasure. Fong Mian, who was wholly absorbed in medicine, was unaware of the nuanced dynamics between the Gu sisters. Gu Sairu found it hard to believe that she was being passed over simply because she was Gu Xizhi's sister. Gu Xizhi. What had she done to incur Fong Mian's displeasure? Flames of anger surged through her veins as she bit her lip. In the end, Fong Mian chose a physician in his 30s from the Fong family and a young apprentice in his 20s, with no ties to the Fong family. Gu Sairu was not one to yield easily. Once the crowd dispersed, she approached Fong Mian. Fong Mian, hurrying to converse with the 2 he had just selected, had little time to spare for Gu Sairu. He patted her shoulder, offering the care of an elder, saying, Study hard. You are indeed fortunate. With a sister as skilled as Gu Xizhi, should you have any questions during your studies, feel free to ask her at any time. He envied the bond they shared and lamented that he was not the little girl's grandfather. If only he could be like Gu Sairu, he would gladly assume the role of her elder brother. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Gu Sairu was once again left in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, Fong Mian had inquired if she was Gu Xizhi's sister. Yet he had not allowed her to finish speaking before outright rejecting her from studying alongside him. She had initially thought Fong Mian disliked her due to Gu Xizhi, but now he was acting in a manner that suggested otherwise. He even claimed she was fortunate. What exactly was fortunate about her? Sairu, my 3rd uncle is about to begin consultations. Come quickly to see. Fong Ruoqing, who had also assumed that Fong Mian would neglect Gu Sairu, revised her opinion upon witnessing him encourage Gu Sairu to study diligently. Understanding her desire to learn traditional Chinese medicine, she proactively offered her assistance. After Gu Jiangyan left the Gu family, he promptly contacted his agent. I have called all his relatives and friends. No one knows his whereabouts. Furthermore, the production team is currently in search of a new martial arts director. However, there is a scarcity of individuals proficient in traditional martial arts. The series Warrior prominently features ancient martial arts, which captivated the majority of readers who followed the novel. Should the martial arts sequences fail to be executed flawlessly, the consequences would be dire, and Gu Jiangyan, even without the advice of his agent, is acutely aware of the potential backlash. As an esteemed actor, if a subpar director is appointed to guide his martial arts choreography, the criticism directed at him would be not only more abundant, but also more vehement. More importantly, as a fellow admirer of the book, he cherishes the depiction of the ancient martial arts world and refuses to allow any imperfections in its portrayal. Gu Jiangyan pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "You should also assist in the search. Reach out to previous directors we've collaborated with to see if they can recommend a suitable martial arts director. I will also make an effort on my end. Once I finish shooting the advertisement the day after tomorrow, I will come to find you." The advertisement his elder brother secured for him is a one-day shoot, after which he will promptly return to the production team. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jiangyan rubbed his temples. Ever since Gu Xizhi returned to the Gu family, nothing favorable has transpired around him. He hoped she remained oblivious to the link between those events and her presence. Otherwise, even familial bonds would not deter him from acting with righteousness. The time outside of class passes swiftly, and before one realizes it, Sunday has arrived. Today marks the day for the senior high school parents' meeting. Gu Xizhi had made arrangements with Fang Mianji the previous night to rise at 9:30 in the morning for breakfast before heading out to meet him. After assisting a patient with a set of acupuncture treatments and prescribing medication, she returned to the ancestral home of the Gu family, carrying a large bag of snacks gifted by him. Upon her arrival, she found both Gu Jianyuan and Su Yi present. Neither had ventured outside. Gu Jianyuan, engrossed in his video game, glanced at the time and remarked to Gu Xizhi, "I noticed you didn't leave until nearly 10 o'clock. I thought you would have lunch outside before returning." Gu Xizhi placed the bag of snacks on the table and replied, "I only have weekends to accompany Grandpa and Grandma for lunch. I certainly must come to be with them." How virtuous I sound. Surely. My grandparents would be touched to hear this. Might they even increase my allowance? Moreover, can the meals prepared outside compare to the deliciousness of home-cooked food? No wonder people say that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. As long as home-cooked meals are delectable enough to outshine others, that man would surely return home for meals, just as I do. Hearing Gu Xizhi's voice, the elderly couple emerged, one from the tea room and the other from the kitchen. They were pleased by her words, believing that raising a granddaughter is far superior to raising a grandson. A granddaughter is so much more filial. Even when out playing, she remembers to return home to share meals with them, leaving them both bemused yet amused.
Meanwhile,
Grandma Gu pondered a serious question. Chapter 113, let us give it a try. I'll visit the set. Gu Xizhi had just mentioned that as long as the home-cooked meals are delicious enough, one need not worry about a man not returning for meals. She began to consider what to prepare for her future daughter as dowry, and thought of a highly skilled chef. She glanced toward the kitchen, where 2 dishes remained unfinished. Grandma Gu brought a plate of fruit to Gu Xizhi, urging her to sit on the sofa for a moment, while Gu Jianyuan played his game. He chatted with Su Yi. "Didn't your sister return? It's the weekend. Why aren't you spending time with her?" Su Yi sighed. "Don't mention her. Just thinking about her makes me angry. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it's infuriating, having been a devoted admirer for so many years only to realize he was deceived." Su Yi felt that this brotherhood was irreparably damaged. The joy he took in his misfortune was too apparent. Just as the game concluded, he set down the controller and approached Gu Xizhi, speaking ill of Gu Jianyuan. "Sister, look at your 4th brother. He is utterly heartless and wicked. If you ever need anything, just come to your brother Yi. Don't confide in him, lest he revel in your misfortunes as he is now."
hey,
Gu Jianyuan hastily tossed aside his controller and rushed over, pushing Su Yi away. "Xizhi, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just jealous of the bond we share. Besides, if 4th brother mocks him, it's entirely deserved. Who told him to be so foolish as to be deceived for so many years? In fact, 4th brother helped him. If he hadn't informed him, he might have foolishly given away his very heart and soul." Gu Xizhi popped a large strawberry into her mouth and nodded. "My 4th brother indeed did a good deed. It seems Ego has irreparably fallen out with his sister, so he might just save his own skin in the process." Gu Jianyuan beamed with pride, pleased that his sister acknowledged his good deeds. Su Yi, feeling somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "Who says I'm foolish?
I am merely straightforward.
Besides, if I had been a bit tougher in my youth, no one would have dared bully me, and I wouldn't have had to endure all this trouble." Throughout these years of devotion, he had indeed suffered greatly, yet who could blame him when his sister was a savior? Each time, he contemplated rejecting her affection. He was reminded that his very life was saved by her, leading him to feel that one must not be ungrateful, falling into a cycle of self-justification. Gu Xizhi swallowed a strawberry and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's still one's own weakness. If one were strong enough, there would be no need for others to become your savior. If only you could be as capable as I am, you would never have to worry about being someone else's admirer. Eating while boasting felt rather delightful. She began to understand why men often enjoyed bragging during meals. Gu Jungyuan took a strawberry from Gu Shiji's plate and, like her, stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth. He recognized Gu Shiji as prowess, capable of even making former school bullies her subordinates. As a sports student himself, he was also among the more physically adept and thus hoped to enhance his skills further. He chewed on the strawberry, his eyes shining with excitement. It seemed the time had come to put his previous thoughts into action. Xizhi. He swallowed the strawberry and looked at her with bright eyes. Teach fourth brother. I too wish to grow stronger. Otherwise, having known him for so many years, I might have unwittingly absorbed some of his misfortune, and fourth brother must strengthen himself to avoid a fate similar to his. Wait, Sui glared at him. Am I some sort of contagion? You're not catching anything from me. Don't you dare dodge. I'll show you just how contagious this is right now. With that, he lunged towards Gu Jianyuan, affectionately leaning into his face, clearly intent on transmitting this contagion in an intimate manner. Get away, get away. I'm straight. Straight. Don't touch me. Oh, how rare it is to witness a live version of this. I must capture it for posterity. Gu Shiji, with a strawberry in her mouth, pulled out her phone and activated the recording mode. Gu Jianyuan, in a fluster, grabbed a cushion from the sofa and shoved it against Suyi's face to push him away. He adjusted his clothes and tidied his hair, ensuring he presented the most perfect image for Gu Shiji's phone camera. As far as he knew, he would be the first brother to appear on Gu Shiji's phone. Truly her favorite. Ah, it's over already? Then I won't film anymore. Gu Shiji expressed her disappointment as she put her phone away. Gu Jianyuan was taken aback. After Gu Shiji finished the plate of strawberries, she pondered Gu Jianyuan's earlier words and said, since fourth brother wishes to grow stronger, let us give it a try. The reason the canon fodder in the novel is obliterated by the protagonists is precisely due to their weakness. Isn't it? If it were possible to empower the canon fodder comprehensively, then the protagonist group would find it exceedingly challenging to bully them.
Death.
Sister, it seems you, like me, harbor a deep-seated disdain for your fourth brother, to the extent that you wish for his demise? Sui, who was momentarily bewildered by the pillow shoved into his face, was momentarily taken aback. As he leaned in closer, Gu Jianyuan picked up another pillow and pushed it toward him again. After lunch, Gu Shiji first indulged in a nap. Upon awakening, she summoned Gu Jianyuan and Sui to the courtyard. Today's schedule was tight, and the training equipment for martial arts was not yet prepared, so they would begin by learning how to stand in horse stance. They were to squat for 2 hours. To achieve the fastest progress, it was essential to engage in practical combat and endure some beatings, but given that Gu Jianyuan and Sui had no foundational skills, she feared that if they were to be beaten immediately, she would need to devise methods to avoid incapacitating them completely, which would likely exhaust her in the process. After demonstrating the correct horse stance posture and observing them squat with a semblance of proficiency, she took little Huang to the sunroom to play games with Zhang Qi and others. Sister Ji, Li Shuangshuang, was also present. Her game character had just been defeated, and she spoke to Gu Shiji in the team chat. Sister Ji, I heard that next weekend Feng Ruoshan will be filming his new MV in our city. Can we go visit the set? Although Feng Ruoshan's earlier performance had somewhat shattered Li Shuangshuang's illusions about him, his vocal prowess remained, and he was still her idol. Lin Yan, distracted, chimed in, Sister Ji, I want to go too.
Can I?
Her game character had just fallen as well, adding another to the tally of defeated opponents. The previously silent player, I am a superstar, finally spoke up. If you don't play the game properly, none of you can expect to visit my set. This voice startled Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan. Previously, while at the old residence, they had played games with Feng Ruoshan, but at that time, he had used someone else's phone and account. Had they played together again today? Was it on his own account? The news that Feng Ruoshan would be filming a new song MV in the city had exploded across Weibo. Chapter 114, Unbidden Flattery, Breaking the Taboo at Last. The next day, the school buzzed with discussions about Feng Ruoshan's MV recording over the weekend. As Gu Shiji entered the classroom, biting into a carton of milk, she noticed a crowd gathered at the doorway. Some held breakfast purchased from the cafeteria, others carried bags of snacks, while some clutched milk tea and beautifully packaged small bags. Gu Shiji sat down at her desk, perplexed, and asked Li Shuangshuang, are these people here to warm our class with their kindness this early? Li Shuangshuang, the first to arrive at the classroom every day and thus most familiar with the situation, turned around. They're all here looking for Zhuo Miaojuan. Didn't she mention she would be participating in an idol's new MV? Coincidentally, this MV is being filmed in our city, so they want to ingratiate themselves with her, hoping she will take them along to the set. Ah, I see. Gu Shiji opened her milk and began to drink. She was indifferent to the situation. Li Shuangshuang, however, frowned, reluctant to turn back. Gu Shiji lifted her gaze and pushed a half-eaten egg pancake toward her. "Wanna eat? Here, it's yours." Li Shuangshuang shook her head.
No.
"I'm just wondering if the idol will really be filming the MV with her?" When Zhu Miaojuan had still been an unattainable goddess, she had seemed perfect and exceptional in every way. However, after the midterm exam incident, the filter through which Li Shuangshuang viewed her had shattered completely. Gu Shiji, uninterested in the egg pancake, unwrapped the plastic bag to eat it herself. Hearing Li Shuangshuang's words, she replied, "I don't know." "Oh well, never mind. Sister Xi, I can't even understand this problem." Li Shuangshuang turned around and grabbed a workbook, flipping it open to a page. Gu Shiji continued to munch on her pancake, while glancing at the problems. As the bell for morning reading rang, those waiting at the classroom door to curry favor with Zhu Miaojuan left, glancing back as they went. Gu Shiji neither participated in the morning reading nor slept. She languidly lay on her desk, flipping through her math book. Having experienced the delightful relief of not being scolded at the parent-teacher conference post-midterms, Zhang Qi had also become one of the diligent students, earnestly memorizing his texts. Amid a sea of lion heads, cat heads, and orange heads, his eyes inadvertently swept over to Gu Shiji's direction, filled with confusion. "Sister Xi, didn't you compile the key points for our math studies this semester? Why are you still looking at the math book?" After 2 months as Gu Shiji's deskmate, he had come to realize her unwavering dedication to slacking off. Once she had outlined the key points, she was so disinterested that she wouldn't even bother to pick up the book if it fell to the floor. Gu Shiji, with her head resting on the desk, didn't he even lift it, responding lethargically, "I'm working hard for my future endeavors in slacking off. To ensure my fourth brother remains diligent until the college entrance examination, I'm reluctantly sacrificing a few days." As the morning reading concluded, Zhang Qi, having devoted himself to his studies, successfully memorized the key points of the Orange Isle. Gu Shiji stretched and, upon raising her head, was startled.
Oh.
"How did you suddenly appear to scare me?" Zhu Miaojuan stood before her, seemingly having materialized out of thin air. Dressed in a school uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail, she appeared significantly more understated than when she first transferred. Zhu Miaojuan clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to lash out at Gu Shiji, and asked, "I'll be filming an MV with Fong Ruishan this weekend. Do you want to come along?" Her family was already aware that the students in her class had not cheated during the midterms, and they recognized that Gu Shiji was the one behind this success. Previously, they had wondered why Xizhi Chao would teach the worst-performing class in the grade, but now they understood. They intended to find ways to win over Gu Shiji. Others, seeing Zhu Miaojuan approach Gu Shiji, looked on with curiosity. A throng of students from other classes had gathered at the classroom door, rushing in as soon as the bell rang. Upon hearing Zhu Miaojuan's words, both those inside the classroom and those at the door were taken aback. Whispers circulated. "Did I hear that right? Zhu Miaojuan is taking Gu Shiji along to watch her shoot the MV with Fong Ruishan? But didn't they have little to no relationship before? Oh my goodness, Gu Shiji is so lucky. I even came to school early today to buy breakfast for Zhu Miaojuan, and she rejected my breakfast. Yet she actively asks Gu Shiji if she wants to go with her. Such a splendid opportunity doesn't he even need to be asked." Gu Shiji blinked, realizing what Zhu Miaojuan had just said, her expression instantly turning wary. "So, what is it that you wish to gain from me? If it's something trivial, then I'd just give it to you, and there would be no need for all this unnecessary pretense." Zhu Miaojuan. Even her acting skills were nearing a breaking point. Did Gu Shiji truly lack common sense? Who would state their intentions so overtly? I don't want anything," she said, pinching her palm to steady her expression. "I simply thought we're classmates. And this is a casual inquiry to see if you would like to join." Gu Shiji replied, "Oh, will you be bringing others along? It seems everyone wants to go. It would be quite convenient." Zhu Miaojuan. Was Gu Shiji truly this naive? It had taken her a great deal of effort to secure this opportunity to film the MV with Fong Ruishan. And now she was expected to bring a whole class along to visit the set? Was she afraid of being disliked? This left her in a quandary. Gu Shiji sighed, understanding her predicament. "You can't do that. We're all in the same class. It's rather biased to only want to bring me along. If others find out, they'll genuinely suspect you're trying to curry favor with me for personal gain. If jealousy arises and they decide to throw sulfuric acid at me, I would be left utterly ruined because of you. Perhaps it would be best if you kept your distance from me," she declared with a hint of exasperation. The performance was beyond her capabilities. She simply could not continue. Left with no choice, Zhuo Miaojuan retorted. If you don't wish to attend, then so be it, and stormed back to her seat in a huff. Gu Xizhi, meanwhile, resumed her diligent study of the key points for the upcoming college entrance examination. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan approached her, their intention suspect. Indeed, Sister Xi just made a valid point. Her inexplicable desire to ingratiate herself with Sister Xi surely harbors some ulterior motive, they mused. The allure of gossip possesses an irresistible charm. Even Zhang Qi was drawn into their discussion. However, I believe with Sister Xi's skills, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to harm her, he remarked. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan exchanged eye rolls in unison. That is beside the point. The question is, what do you think her intentions are? Lin Yan pressed. Li Shuangshuang's imagination ran wild. Do you think she might be envious of Sister Xi and plotting some misfortune along the way? Or perhaps attempting to orchestrate an incident on set, covertly eliminating Sister Xi? Zhang Qi countered, I doubt that. I suspect she has heard about Sister Xi's family chef and wishes to cultivate a favorable relationship with her to sample the delectable dishes. After all, the pursuit of culinary delights can drive one to abandon all principles. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan once again rolled their eyes in unison. Even Wang Hua, who joined them later, could not suppress his disdainful glance in Zhang Qi's direction. Organizing the key points for the college entrance examination proved far more intricate than consolidating the knowledge from the first year. Gu Xizhi retrieved a packet of potato chips, a tribute from an unknown source, and began to munch while flipping through her books. The chatter around her faded into the background, drowned out by the crunch of her snack, leaving her oblivious to their words. At the classroom door, onlookers regarded Gu Xizhi with incredulity. Was she out of her mind? Zhuo Miaojuan lacked any deficiencies. Why would she covet something from her? Zhuo Miaojuan had even offered to take her to see their music video shoot. Her lack of gratitude was truly appalling, displaying a complete absence of emotional intelligence. Opportunities that others would vie for, Gu Xizhi seemed to take for granted, leading to a growing sense of disapproval among her peers, particularly Zhuo Miaojuan's fans, who felt she was utterly unappreciative. By the end of the day, Gu Xizhi had only managed to compile a third of the mathematics review material. The sheer volume of subjects left her feeling overwhelmed, acutely aware that the path to a carefree existence would be fraught with laborious effort. If she were to eventually succeed in leading a life of leisure, she would have earned it. Sister Xi, let me carry your backpack, called Gu Jiangyuan, who eagerly approached her as the class bell rang. Uncharacteristically, he limped towards her today. Su Yi mirrored his condition, the two supporting each other as they made their way over. Li Shuangshuang pulled Lin Yan to the back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Did Brother Jiangyuan and Brother Yi finally break the taboo? She gushed. Lin Yan, aware of Li Shuangshuang's penchant for novels, was taken aback by the absurdity of her conclusions. Yet, she had to admit that they made a striking pair. Handsome men together were indeed a sight for sore eyes. After all, neither of them could ever be with her, so why let another have the chance? Exactly. Seeing them reminds me of that pair of male singers in the entertainment industry. It's simply too sweet. You must watch their concert videos. There are several classic moments that never fail to elicit a smile. Unlike the two girls lost in their fanciful thoughts, Zhang Qi had more pressing concerns. Jiangyuan, what happened to you two? Are you hurt? He inquired. If someone has been bullying you, I'll gather people to teach them a lesson, he added, placing a hand on Fanjiang, who had blended into their group. Gu Jiangyuan chuckled with pride. No one is bullying us. We've merely been learning martial arts with Sister Xi. This is just the aftermath of our training. The more intense the aftereffects, the greater the effort he had exerted yesterday. He relished the pain, eager to share his martial arts journey with anyone who would listen. At the Gu family's ancestral home, where only two had practiced their stances the day before, for were now engaged in training, Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang had joined them. The courtyard was adorned with plum blossom stakes, wooden dummies, stone pedestals, and sandbags. Each of them had a 1-pound sandbag tied to their limbs. While they squatted in their stances, Gu Xizhi sat comfortably in a warm dining room, indulging in snacks while continuing her review preparations. As winter set in, the sun disappeared by 4 in the afternoon, and the chill began to seep in. At 4:30, old Master Gu bid farewell to his chess companions and returned home. As age diminished his appetite, he observed Gu Xizhi's industriousness from across the table, occasionally assisting her by pouring drinks. Suddenly, Gu Xizhi stood up. Old Master Gu, alarmed, inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing," Gu Xizhi quickly replied, settling back down to retrieve a sheet of draft paper. She lowered her head, scribbling furiously before handing it to old Master Gu. "Grandfather, could you have someone fetch these herbs? After my brothers finish their training today, They will need them for their herbal remedies, or they might struggle to walk tomorrow, delaying their subsequent practice. If they cannot perform at their highest efficiency, my hopes for a leisurely life will remain distant. Old Master Gu nodded, understood. He promptly instructed someone to gather an ample supply of herbs, ensuring they would last at least a year and a half. I never expected my grandfather to be so considerate of my brothers, worrying about them being overworked from training and sending for so many herbs. Who is your brother? I only have one granddaughter, don't I? He mused. By the way, grandfather, how is my uncle doing? This would be a good opportunity to check on my task while taking a break from studying. System. What is my current affection score with Gu Yijing? System. Currently, Gu Yijing's affection level for the host stands at -30. Wait, system. Have you encountered a bug? I checked on him just the other day. How could my score have decreased? Even if he's a robot, he shouldn't be so indifferent. It's as if he's even more averse to me now. Gu Yijing's illness had indeed struck fiercely, and days later, he remained unwell, even worsening. Old Master Gu initially contemplated honesty, but hesitated upon hearing Gu Shiji's thoughts. Would she truly show concern? If she were to express her worries, would that only complicate her task further? His gaze fell upon the prescription in his hand. How foolish of him to worry so. The little one possessed such medical prowess. There was no way she would be incapable of caring for a genuine patient. Your uncle is still bedridden, he eventually admitted. Then I shall go check on him, Gu Shiji declared, scampering up the stairs. Moments later, she dashed back down. Uncle, please don't move. I merely wish to carry you outside for some fresh air. I'm not selling you, she insisted. Even if you are unwell, you cannot remain cooped up in your room all the time. Old Master Gu had just instructed the driver to procure the herbs when he heard the commotion and turned, nearly losing his balance at the sight. Old Master Gu, is this what you call a hug? Gu Shiji carried Gu Yijing past him. Gu Yijing's body seemed to be bent in half at the waist, resting on Gu Shiji's shoulder, his head and feet pointing downward. At merely 15, and having been malnourished for so long, Gu Shiji was not particularly tall, causing Gu Yijing's hair to nearly graze the ground. Were it not for his hands clutching his clothes tightly to prevent any exposure, they would have certainly dragged along the ground. The corners of old Master Gu's mouth twitched. Is your uncle's face turning this red going to result in an explosion? Gu Yijing's face was as crimson as a ripe apple, leaving one to wonder if it was due to his illness or sheer embarrassment. Gu Shiji calmly shook her head. Not at all, uncle is not a balloon. He won't burst so easily. Old Master Gu, you make a rather compelling point. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, darkness enveloped the garden, illuminated only by the soft glow of lights. A sudden chill swept through, and Gu Shiji placed Gu Yijing on a nearby lounge chair, not far from Gu Jiangyuan and the others. Uncle, just sit here and breathe in some fresh air while watching fourth brother practice martial arts. Surely, this will hasten your recovery. She unceremoniously lifted Gu Yijing from his warm cocoon, revealing him in nothing but thin pajamas. The abrupt transition to the garden left him shivering in the cold. A tickle in his throat prompted a series of coughs that persisted for half a minute before subsiding. System. Friendly reminder. Gu Yijing's current favorability towards the host stands at -50. Gu Shiji. System. You must be malfunctioning. I brought him out here to expedite his recovery. Yet in this brief moment, his favorability towards me has decreased by 20. Meanwhile, Gu Jianyuan, who was squatting in a horse stance, thought. He had previously believed that with his sister being a miraculous healer, he could enjoy the freedom of staying up late, confident that she could cure any ailment. However, now he questioned her ability to care for the sick. If this continued, perhaps he should refrain from late nights altogether. Old Master Gu gazed at Gu Yijing with a complex expression. It seemed the lad was not entirely hopeless, having nearly caused his own demise, yet only losing 20 points in favorability. If it were he subjected to such treatment, he would have been tempted to hang Gu Shiji up and give her a good thrashing. As soon as Gu Yijing ceased coughing, he attempted to stand up, yearning to return indoors. A gust of wind swept by, triggering another bout of coughs that left him unsteady on his feet, bent over and clutching his mouth in an effort to suppress the urge to vomit. Ultimately, he resigned himself back to his seat, continuing to cough incessantly. A rather alarming sight. The evening breeze sent a chill through Gu Shiji, finally prompting her to recognize something was amiss. She instructed the servants, drawn by the sound of coughing, fetch uncle's clothes and blanket, and bring him a cup of hot water. Old Master Gu let out a sigh of relief. She was displaying some semblance of reliability. The servants, feeling pity for Gu Yijing, rushed to his aid, bringing his clothes and blanket, helping him dress and cover up, leaving only his head exposed, which occasionally coughed in the cold wind. In an effort to improve her favorability, Xizhi picked up the thermos recently placed on the table, unscrewing the lid and offering it to Xizhi. Uncle, open your mouth. You must drink plenty of hot water to help your cough. The steam rising from the hot water almost solidified in the chilly air. Xizhi, in discomfort from the relentless cough, found his vision blurred by the mist in his eyes and, without thinking much, opened his mouth to sip the water in hopes of relief. As Xizhi tilted the thermos towards his lips, the water flowed gently into his mouth, only to scald him, provoking an even more violent coughing fit than before, as if he might cough up his lungs. Indeed, hot water is not a panacea. Despite drinking it, his coughing has intensified. In the future, should anyone feel unwell, I believe it would be wiser to advise them to see a doctor rather than merely drink hot water. Old Master Gu and Xizhi, is it possible for someone to offer a drink that isn't scalding enough to burn? Xizhi coughed as if he might stop breathing at any moment, while the four who had been straining in their horse stance now held their breath, attentively waiting to see if Xizhi would be all right. Their focus shifted, alleviating their fatigue momentarily. System. Friendly reminder. Xizhi's current favorability towards the host is now -60. Xizhi observed Xizhi in his frail state, resembling a character from a tragic tale, and no longer doubted the system's malfunction. She surmised that the issue lay with the hot water. After contemplating, she placed the hot water back on the table and kindly unscrewed the lid to the side. Uncle, you may continue to cough for now. Once you are done, you can drink the water yourself. Her mind raced with ideas. With a favorability of -60, she needed to act swiftly to turn the tide. She recalled the time she transferred schools when Fan Jiang, that immature boy, had sent her 2 red cards, intending to embarrass her. After enduring a good beating, he had transformed entirely. But, system, do you think that if I were to give Xizhi a good thrashing now, it would improve his favorability towards me? Old Master Gu. If you truly wish to avoid this task, perhaps you should abandon it altogether. Let Grandpa devise another plan. Xizhi widened his eyes. System. Considering Xizhi's current physical condition, this system believes the host's current idea is rather extreme. Fine. Given his frail state, if I were to strike him now, it could inadvertently lead to his demise, which would indeed be quite extreme. Old Master Gu. He retracted his earlier remarks about the system being unreliable. It now seemed that this system was indeed more dependable than their Xizhi. So, no hitting him. Instead, I shall strike someone else, employing a tactic to discipline the others. System. Not particularly inclined to engage in conversation. Old Master Gu. No, aren't you trying to improve his favorability? What do you mean by striking someone else? Uncle, you just sit tight and don't move. I'll go instruct them. Xizhi said to Xizhi before turning to direct the servants and Old Master Gu to watch over him and ensure he didn't go upstairs. After imparting her instructions, she approached Xizhi and the other 3, clapping her hands. Everyone stand straight and refrain from squatting. I will demonstrate for you so that you may visually grasp what you are learning from me. However, I need someone to assist me. Which one of you will step forward? Xizhi swiftly hid behind Sui, unwilling to become the target of her demonstration. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the old residence, Xizhi's manager was on the phone with him. I am en route and will arrive shortly. Chapter 117. This action feels familiar. Xizhi's gaze fell upon Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang, it's your turn. You have more experience in taking hits, so you will complement my demonstration well. Unaware of Xizhi's ulterior motive to make a spectacle, Fan Jiang stepped forward with excitement. Previously, when he was being beaten, he had been too preoccupied with evasion to observe clearly. This time, he would be sure to pay close attention. Once Fan Jiang stood opposite her, Xizhi turned to the other 3. You all watch closely and remember my movements. You will be demonstrating shortly. With that, her expression turned serious, her demeanor radiating intensity. Now I will showcase a set of boxing techniques. With those words, she stepped forward, fists clenched, drawing her left fist to her waist while her right fist spiraled upward, crashing forward with a thunderous strike, the force cutting through the air. The grass beneath her feet and the leaves on the trees rustled in response to her punch. The 3 onlookers felt a gust of wind sweep past them, while Fan Jiang instinctively closed his eyes in fright. For martial artists, rapid advancement necessitates enduring blows, allowing them to genuinely experience their opponent's techniques and recognize their own shortcomings. Xizhi's punch merely retained 90% of its force, yet it struck Fan Jiang with undeniable impact. He sensed an overwhelming force propelling him backward uncontrollably, culminating in him collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The entire sequence, from Gu Shiji's strike to his spitting blood, transpired in less than a second. His expression was one of despair as he gazed at Gu Shiji, yearning for clarity, yet finding nothing discernible. Gu Shiji stared at her fist, suspended in midair, momentarily bewildered. While she intended to showcase a martial arts form, she had inadvertently delivered a single devastating blow instead of the entire set she had planned to demonstrate.
Alas.
With just one strike, the chicken is gone, leaving little room for performance. I wonder if Gu Yijing managed to see it all? System. Check Gu Yijing's level of affection towards me. System. Gu Yijing currently holds a -60 level of affection towards the host. Gu Shiji sighed, casting a mournful glance at the still-lying Fan Jiang. I knew the time was too brief. He hasn't even begun to feel it. Perhaps he thinks Fan Jiang was merely playing along in a charade. No, I must orchestrate a more magnificent and impressive display. Just as Gu Jiangyuan regained his senses, he remarked, "There's no need for that. Your previous punch was already sufficiently impressive." Having just coughed, Gu Yijing glanced over to see Fan Jiang being rushed aside for urgent care, still unaware of the incident's gravity. Gu Shiji called for Gu Jiangyuan. In the event that I inadvertently cause someone to sustain grave injuries, it would be preferable to injure our own rather than an outsider. This is merely the first day of training with me, and it would be difficult to explain to his family if anything untoward occurs. Gu Jiangyuan. This time, Gu Shiji aimed to perform an entire set of martial arts, taking care to restrain her strength to 99% whenever she encountered Gu Jiangyuan. To prevent her partner from being similarly incapacitated by a single strike, her punches flew with remarkable speed, appearing as a blur, sometimes spiraling upward, then downward, undulating with each strike. Each blow swift as lightning and imbued with immense power. The techniques intertwined with swift kicks, sweeping motions, and other leg maneuvers. Under her onslaught, Gu Jiangyuan resembled a pliable lump of dough, easily molded and battered, devoid of any means of resistance. The sheer beauty of her technique was mesmerizing, exquisite to the extreme. Leaving the onlookers exhilarated, old Master Gu watched, astonished. He had not anticipated his dear one's martial prowess to be so formidable. He found himself envious of Gu Jiangyuan and the others for being able to train alongside her. If only he were a few decades younger. Initially indifferent to Gu Shiji's actions, Gu Yijing was captivated by the sound of wind generated by her punches, raising his gaze in curiosity. Thus began his rapt attention, so engrossed that he forgot to cough. As Gu Jiangyuan crumpled like a fragile tofu, Gu Shiji concluded her demonstration of martial arts. She felt she had exerted minimal effort, merely performing ostentatious movements. Throughout the entire display, she had not broken a sweat, leaving her somewhat anxious. System. What is his current level of affection towards me? System. Gu Yijing currently holds a -59 level of affection towards the host. Upon seeing this data, she felt a mixture of disbelief and amusement. This display of intimidation had indeed proven effective? Oh yes, -59. This is far more productive than aimlessly worrying about him. With her task finally showing a hint of progress, Gu Shiji brimmed with confidence. Old Master Gu remarked, "This is quite absurd. Yet it is not entirely incomprehensible. Even I, an old man, have been captivated by her charm." Gu Jiangyuan, though every part of him ached, had a sparkle in his eyes. He believed his uncle was rather stingy. Given Gu Shiji's recent display, her level of affection towards him should have skyrocketed by 1,000 points. Gu Shiji noticed that only 2 chickens remained. If one chicken could yield a point of affection, then by dispatching 2 more, Gu Yijing's feelings could potentially shift to the positive. Yet, such a notion seemed hollow. Too many chickens would dull the senses. She chose instead to indulge in some chicken herself. As she savored her meal, she simultaneously guided the quartet in practicing the set of punches she had just demonstrated. Meanwhile, Gu Jianyan's manager parked outside the old residence, still engaged in a phone call with Gu Jianyan, who instructed him to let the servant guide him to his room, where his belongings lay in the drawer of the vanity. Each child in the Gu family had their own room in the ancestral home, and Gu Jianyan was no exception. During his last visit, he had forgotten a notebook he carried while filming. After a brief exchange with the gatekeeper, he was granted entrance. In the garden, as Fan Jiang lay gravely injured, he finally began to discern Gu Shiji's techniques. After receiving some hands-on instruction from her, he was able to replicate her recent punches with reasonable accuracy. Night had fully descended, yet the garden of the old residence was as bright as day. When the manager approached, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, as he initially thought there was a gathering taking place. However, as he drew closer, he discerned only a few individuals, among them old Master Gu. to whom he hurriedly greeted. Jiangyan sent me to retrieve some items. Mentioning the dim-witted boy Gu, Jiangyan momentarily darkened old Master Gu's expression, who replied with mild annoyance, "Have the servant take you upstairs." The manager, good-naturedly sighing, departed yet remained curious about the activities of the group, casting a glance towards Fan Jiang and the others. Upon witnessing Fan Jiang's movements, he paused in surprise. Feeling a sense of déjà vu. Chapter 118. The princess invites to dinner. He desired to observe longer, but his phone rang. Gu Jiangyan called to inquire if he had obtained the items. Answering the call, he followed the servant upstairs. No longer paying heed to the children practicing martial arts in the yard, he had many tasks ahead. After collecting the items and briefly acknowledging old Master Gu, he hurriedly departed. In the garden, Gu Xizhi had just finished devouring an entire beggar's chicken prepared by the imperial chef's descendants. After the 8th round of coaching Su Yi, whose movements remained uncoordinated, she slumped back in her chair, patting her stomach. "Everyone wash your hands, it's time for dinner." Gu grandmother emerged, calling out to the garden. Gu Xizhi instantly sprang to her feet, revitalized, dashing towards the house ahead of everyone else. "Hey, your sister just devoured an entire chicken and is now rushing in. Does she really have room for more?" Su Yi, limping, queried Gu Jianyuan beside him. With keen hearing, Gu Xizhi, leading the charge, caught his words and eagerly responded. "I only ate a chicken. What does that have to do with dinner?" Su Yi replied, "Your argument holds some merit." Gu Jianyuan, alongside Zhang Qi, supported the severely injured Fan Jiang, casting Su Yi a sidelong glance and shaking his head. He had yet to witness enough of her prowess to comprehend how she embodied the notion that women may possess multiple stomachs. His attention shifted to Fan Jiang. "Alas. Xiao Jiang, you are pushing yourself too hard. I just saw you practicing so well, and I thought your injuries had healed remarkably fast. But now that you've stopped, it seems you've become incapacitated. Is he working so hard to impress Xizhi, hoping to win her affection? You ought to take it easy. Don't be deceived by your youth. If you neglect your injuries, you might have to carry them for the rest of your life. And then you'll be unable to do anything. In my opinion, given your condition, you should rest at home for a few months and not practice with us. In a few months, I'll have distanced myself from you significantly. By then, I will be the most dazzling presence in Xizhi's eyes. And no matter how hard Fan Jiang tries, he won't compare. Xizhi won't even notice him." Gu Xizhi was walking ahead when she remembered something she had forgotten and turned back, just in time to overhear Gu Jianyuan's strategic remarks. With an expression of calmness, she declared, "It's fine. I've prepared some medicine for you all. After dinner, each of you should soak for half an hour, and afterward, you'll feel rejuvenated." Gu Jianyuan remarked, "Sometimes, having a sister with such medical prowess is and a blessing." While he pondered how to thwart Fan Jiang's chances of impressing Gu Xizhi, she brushed past him, her shoulder bearing an awkward burden. As she walked, she exclaimed, "Uncle, don't be sad. Even though the others forgot about you, I haven't tea. Even if I'm starving and want to rush in for dinner, as soon as I thought of you still outside, I dashed back to hug you. Really? You can always trust me." That was close. I actually forgot he was still outside and almost lost favor points again. Gu Jianyuan and the old man exchanged glances. "Is this what you call being trustworthy?" Gu Yijing's face turned a deeper shade of red, and he hoarsely said, "Let go of me. I can walk by myself." He merely had the flu. It wasn't he, as if he was paralyzed. The aroma of food wafting through the house intensified Gu Xizhi's desire to eat, prompting her to accelerate her pace. The wind rushed past her ears, and she couldn't quite hear Gu Yijing's words. She shouted, "What? You said this way is uncomfortable, and you want a Princess Carrie?" Who would have thought the esteemed male lead of the story harbored such a peculiar preference for being carried like a princess? Gu Jianyuan glanced at Gu Yijing, whose head was nearly drooping to the ground, and scoffed. What a wimp. A grown man being carried by a woman and wanting to be treated like a princess. The old man regarded Gu Yijing with a hint of disdain. Could this brat be harboring a little princess inside him? Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Grandma stood at the door, waiting for them to come in for dinner, her brow furrowed as she looked at Gu Yijing. She hadn't expected her youngest son to hold such distasteful thoughts. Fortunately, it seemed Gu Xizhi didn't truly like him. Otherwise, it would be hard to discern whether they were a couple or sisters when they were together. "We're almost home, uncle. Just bear with it a little longer. If you really enjoy being carried like a princess, remind me next time, and I won't carry you like this." Gu Xizhi expressed her willingness to accommodate reasonable requests of the tool. Gu Yijing coughed in frustration, almost choking as he hung upside down, envisioning his great-grandmother. He had no energy left to tell Gu Xizhi he didn't want a princess carry. Once inside, Gu Xizhi tossed Gu Yijing onto the sofa, washed her hands, and promptly sat at the dining table, awaiting the meal. System. Friendly reminder, Gu Yijing's current favorability towards the host is -62. Gu Xizhi paused mid-sip of her water. No way, he asked, truly that petty? I didn't fulfill his request for a princess carry, and it cost me 3 favorability points? The Gu family members all stared at Gu Yijing, who continued to cough on the sofa. Seriously, you're a grown man wanting a girl to carry you princess style. And you're upset about it? No wonder you became that annoying male lead. It must be because your inner princess is unfulfilled, and you want to take it out on the world. Alas, for the sake of this tedious task, I suppose I'll have to endure a little longer. Gu Xizhi sipped her water, careful not to overindulge. She stood and walked over to Gu Yijing, gesturing elegantly. Princess, please come dine. A princess carry is out of the question. You're not a baby, and you've already been relocated. I'd be foolish to pick you up again. But if you wish to be a princess, that's not impossible. Gu Xizhi raised her gaze, winking with pride. Having gone out of my way to accommodate his hidden quirk, he will surely be touched. The old man and Gu Zhangyuan scoffed. Bah, how shameless. A man nearing 2 meters tall still requires a princess to invite him to dinner. Chapter 119. My grandfather is quite particular. Due to the revelation of someone's desire to be a princess, the atmosphere at the dinner table felt somewhat peculiar. After the meal, the medicinal herbs Gu Xizhi had requested had been procured and prepared, and Gu Zhangyuan and the others proceeded to take their medicinal baths. Feeling well fed, Gu Xizhi thought there was no hurry with the task, so she disregarded Gu Yijing. Instead, she sat in the living room chatting with her grandparents. The grandmother peeled an orange for Gu Xizhi and conversed with the grandfather. I heard your third brother returned from country. Why? The grandfather nodded. He arrived yesterday and mentioned he would come by this weekend. With her mouth stuffed with orange, Gu Xizhi idly listened to the 2 elders converse. My grandfather's third brother? So that would be my third granduncle? I need to recall if there's any description of this third granduncle in the novel, primarily to see if he's a generous person. I wonder why, despite being in a wealthy family, my experiences differ from the typical portrayals of affluent individuals throwing money around. I've met so many members of this family, and not one has tried to bribe me with money. The grandfather nearly forgot this matter. His third brother was notorious in the city for being a playboy, known for throwing money around. He needed to give him a heads up to be cautious around this little one. Oh, I remember now. The novel did mention this third granduncle. This third granduncle is indeed a good person. Honestly, if it weren't for Gu Xiro and Gu Yijing, most of the Gu family are quite decent. Proud to be a member of the Gu family, the grandfather beamed at the praise. The little one called him a good person. Gu Xizhi popped another sugary orange into her mouth, sighing. Alas, my third granduncle is quite the unfortunate soul. He.s. rather pitiable. How could the third brother be such an unfortunate soul? What had happened to him? The grandfather felt a pang of worry. He had always been close to his third brother among so many siblings. Hearing Gu Xizhi label him as unfortunate made him uneasy. His gaze bore into her, waiting for more details. His intense gaze was hard to ignore, prompting Gu Xizhi to glance up at him with a puzzled expression before quickly looking away, avoiding his stare. What is up with my grandfather? Is he finally going to start finding fault with me like those novels depict? Contemplating which country to send me off to fend for myself? The grandfather retorted, I have no such thoughts, so don't spread rumors. Grandma shot a fierce glare at the grandfather. If that old man truly harbors such thoughts, he should brace himself for the consequences. Once he has consumed the potion and slips into unconsciousness, she will discreetly arrange for him to be sent to a deserted island, where he can fend for himself. Grandfather, please eat this. I just peeled it for you. In a bid to quell the old man's alarming notions, Gu Xizhi hastily peeled a sugar orange and obediently offered it to him. The old gentleman, delighted, accepted the orange, casting a deliberate glance at the old lady. The little one had not offered the old woman any sugar oranges. A sugar orange that could be consumed in a single bite was being meticulously dissected by him. Each segment savored slowly. Gu Xizhi watched in awe. Truly, the head of a prominent family, even the act of eating a sugar orange is executed with such finesse, at such a leisurely pace. At this rate, the sugar oranges on the table will be devoured by others while he still works on his. The old lady had felt a twinge of envy towards the old gentleman, but now she gazed at him with mild disdain. In front of him, she popped an entire, already peeled sugar orange into her mouth, efficiently and decisively. With his desire to show off extinguished and only half a sugar orange remaining, The old gentleman stuffed it all into his mouth. His thoughts drifted to his third brother, and a sense of urgency enveloped him. He remained uncertain about how to encourage Xizhi to continue her line of thought. Xizhi was momentarily taken aback when she noticed the old man no longer meticulously peeling the sugar orange. Indeed, even he cannot endure eating at such a slow pace. My grandfather has finally succumbed to practicality. Having just peeled a sugar orange for the old gentleman, she, in the spirit of fairness, also peeled one for the old lady. With both elders attended to, she began to indulge herself. My third grandfather is rather sentimental, after divorcing his first wife over 30 years ago. He has not pursued another romance, spending nearly half his life alone. He has endured these decades with a burden of guilt, such a torment. The memory of his third brother's situation resurfaced. The old gentleman perked up his ears to listen. TSK, my third grandfather's ex-wife truly lacks integrity. If she wished for a divorce, she could have simply gone ahead and done so instead of weaving such a deceit. Otherwise, my third grandfather would not have borne this guilt for so long, nor languished in solitude for decades.
What?
That woman concocted a lie when divorcing his third brother, which led to his prolonged guilt and reluctance to seek companionship. What exactly did she deceive his brother about? Gu Jiangyuan and his companions descended from the upper floor after their herbal bath. The four youths, who had previously struggled to walk, now appeared rejuvenated, their spirits lifted, limbs functioning normally. Xizhi, it's getting late. We should head home. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and they had classes the next day. Xizhi finished the last 2 sugar oranges that the old lady had peeled for her, stood up, and said, "All right, let us go home. Goodbye, grandfather and grandmother. See you tomorrow." Watching the departing figures of the youths, the old gentleman felt a pang of sadness. The little one is far too careless. How could she leave her thoughts half-formed without delving deeper? He could only hope that when she returned the next day, he might coax her to continue her musings. The following day, the classroom of Class 18 buzzed with even more excitement than the day before. Zhuo Miaojuan had transformed into the most prominent figure in the class. Students from all grades sought to curry favor with her, hoping for even a signed photo, if not the chance to attend her on-site event. In stark contrast, the corner occupied by Xizhi and her friends appeared notably subdued. Xizhi, chewing on a piece of chocolate, gazed forlornly out the window. When a tall man dressed in a black undershirt and a gray overcoat caught her eye, she raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as the man who had bought her ice cream. He seemed to sense her gaze, turning to meet her eyes and casually flashing a peace sign. Xizhi, puzzled, averted her eyes, hoping he wouldn't approach her again. After wrapping up a commercial shoot, Gu Jiangyan was returning to the country on today's flight. Upon landing, his agent met him, but there was still no news. He had scoured the industry, yet he was the only one with genuine expertise in ancient martial arts. The others only grasped the surface. While he might manage to guide some period dramas, his skills were ill-suited for this particular production. Gu Jiangyan felt a surge of frustration and decided to continue his search. He pinched the bridge of his nose and asked, "Has there been any word from Mr. B?" The agent replied, "I've heard he is back in the country, but no one seems to know his current whereabouts." On Wednesday afternoon, after school, Xizhi did not accompany Gu Jiangyuan and the others back to the old residence. Today was her scheduled day with Fang Mian to perform acupuncture on his patient. Fang Mian, concerned that Xizhi might be distracted by other matters, arrived early at the school gate. Having moved to the city, he was less known here and felt a bit liberated. He wore a garment crafted by his late grandmother decades ago. The workmanship was not particularly fine, and due to his fondness for it, he had worn it excessively. After so many years, the fabric had inevitably aged, faded, and was marked by several patches. Now older, his hair had turned predominantly white. Standing in the crowd, he resembled a pitiful elder, abandoned by his children, relying on a meager pension for sustenance. Xizhi emerged from the school gate and paused in surprise at his appearance. "Has Fang Rushan decided to stop supporting you and thrown you out?" Fang Mian's expression hardened. "Does he dare? Just watch me break his legs." "Then why are you dressed like this?" Fang Mian felt no shame in his attire. Had he not been too old for it, he would have even twirled to showcase his outfit to Xizhi. With a proud expression, he remarked, "Don't you think this outfit is splendid? My wife made it for me. It's as good as any high-end brand." Xizhi could not ascertain if the garment had once rivaled haute couture, but she knew its current state was comparable to that of a beggar's rags. "I think I understand why Fang Rushan has such a peculiar hobby." Fang Mian preferred not to discuss their troublesome offspring. He continued to engage Xizhi in medical discourse. "I followed your new prescription and prepared the medicine." He has indeed shown considerable improvement over the past few days. Most notably, his coughing has diminished, and he has regained his appetite. As for the changes in his legs, they remain less apparent. Xizhi replied, he will need several more acupuncture sessions for his legs. As they delved into the discussion, Xizhi and Feng Mian leaned in closely, nearly touching. Su Jing had not performed well on her midterm exams, prompting her family to hire a tutor. After school, she would forego evening classes to rush home for lessons. Upon exiting the school, she noticed Xizhi ahead. Instinctively, she stole a few glances, spotting her standing with an elderly man who appeared impoverished. From her vantage point, she could only see the old man's back, his tattered clothing, mostly white hair, and somewhat disheveled appearance blown by the wind. She grimaced at the sight of him, contemplating, and then pulled out her phone to snap a picture. Opening her group chat with sisters Gu Sairu and Chen Min, she sent the photo. Jing, I just saw Xizhi with an old man who looks like a beggar. Could this be her grandfather from before? After sending the message, she did not check her phone again, as she needed to hail a taxi to get home. Once she managed to get a cab and settled in, the thought returned to her mind. She recalled the moment when Xizhi had just returned to her family home, as if it were rumored that she had exchanged identities with Gu Sairu. If this old beggar were indeed Xizhi's grandfather from the past, it would imply that she was the true grandfather of Gu Sairu. Had she just insulted Gu Sairu's grandfather by calling him a beggar? Realizing her blunder, she attempted to retract the message, but it was already too late. Over 2 minutes had passed. Gu Sairu walked towards the school gate, glimpsed the message, and briefly opened the photo. She quickly exited the app and replied nonchalantly, he must be someone she knew from her days as a beggar. At this moment, she felt little concern for Xizhi's affairs. Putting her phone away, she focused on her steps, heading to the Fong family clinic as a volunteer. Just like any other day. On Friday afternoon, after school, Xizhi bid farewell to Li Shuangshuang and the others at the classroom door. Li Shuangshuang said, we'll come to your house tomorrow morning. Remember to wake up early. Xizhi responded with an okay gesture, waving goodbye to Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan before boarding the car back to the ancestral home with Gu Jiangyuan and Zhang Qi. Today's training task for Gu Jiangyuan and the others had been made more challenging. They were to squat on plum blossom stakes while carrying sandbags. It was already mid-November, and a recent cold wave had made Gu Laozu and his old friends reluctant to venture outside. He instructed the driver to take him on a round of inspections at the company before returning home to wait for Xizhi and the others. Now, wearing a hat, he sat beside Xizhi, observing Gu Jiangyuan and the others train. When he saw them clumsily tumble off the plum blossom stakes, without needing Xizhi to say a word, he wielded his cane and struck them, quite literally. Enduring several layers of punishment, the young boys found their training efficiency greatly increased. Xizhi, I heard you're going to watch Feng Ruishan shoot a music video with your classmates tomorrow. Make sure to come back early tonight. Your elder brother will be bringing friends home. After administering a lesson to the boys, Gu Laozu promptly returned to Xizhi's side. Having laid the groundwork, he shifted to the main topic. Also, your third grandfather will be visiting tomorrow afternoon. He has been eager to see you since he learned you were back. He has been mentioning your third uncle lately, but that little rascal has been busy with other matters and has yet to uncover what that woman deceived him about. However, tomorrow will be different. I will ensure that the little one has time to contemplate his third uncle's affairs by personally addressing those rascals. Moreover, tomorrow, your third uncle will appear before him, and I have a strong premonition that I will finally learn what I seek from the child's innermost thoughts. As Xizhi sipped the silver ear and pear soup brought by the servant, she replied, all right, I will return early tomorrow. I promise to let my third grandfather see me. The book says my third grandfather, although a bit of a fool, is exceedingly generous. For that reason alone, I will certainly ensure he gets his wish to see me. Gu Laozu expressed his satisfaction. The little one finally seemed to be thinking about her third uncle again, which brought him joy, though his feelings were somewhat complex. My third grandfather is truly a good man. Should I reveal the truth to him when I see him tomorrow? If I do not tell him, he will be deceived even more when his ex-wife returns. But how do I explain how I know about this? Perhaps I should pursue a degree in divination and claim I calculated it? Chapter 121. The Heart of a Man, the Mariana Trench's Needle. Gu Laozu reassured her. It's all right if you cannot find a reason to explain. We will help you think of one. You just need to focus on figuring this out. At that moment, the butler approached with the phone that had been charging in the house, saying, Sir, old Master Zhang is on the line. Gu Laozu, caught at a crucial juncture, was curious about what his former sister-in-law was scheming now. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively. I won't answer. Tell him not to bother me. Gu Shiji lifted her gaze slightly.
Oh?
Did my grandfather and old Master Zhang have a falling out? Gu Laozu nodded. It was true. He and old Zhang were merely fair-weather friends. As for a falling out, that had not occurred previously, but now, with Zhang interfering with his ability to hear thoughts, he felt uncertain. Continue pondering my third grandfather's situation. His mind is so easily deceived because he was overly protected as a child. This lie is riddled with flaws. If someone attempted to deceive my fourth brother with such a tale, he would likely see through it. Gu Jianyuan, wobbling precariously on the plum blossom stake, suddenly fell off. No, someone must be slandering him in front of my sister, causing her to overlook his high intelligence. Gu Laozu approached, striking Gu Jingyuan's leg with his cane. If you can't even stand firm, perhaps you don't need these legs. Gu Jianyuan crawled back onto the plum blossom stake to continue squatting. Years ago, my third grandfather's ex-wife actually had an affair and conceived a child with another man. Fearing my third grandfather would discover the truth and resent her, she concocted a lie, claiming she was terminally ill and did not want to burden him, thus coercing him into a divorce under the threat of suicide. In an effort to calm her and prevent her from taking her own life, my third grandfather reluctantly agreed to her demands and even divided his fortune with her. After taking the money and the divorce certificate, she left him a letter, stating that she intended to find a quiet place to die and urged him not to look for her. Her lover was somewhat capable, managing to keep her whereabouts hidden so well that my third grandfather truly could not find her. Gu Laozu squinted. He had heard of the reasons behind his third uncle's divorce, but the truth of the matter was quite shocking. Gu Shiji shook her head and sighed. My naive third grandfather genuinely believed his ex-wife had found a secluded place to die, carrying guilt for her all these 30 years. During this time, even when several beautiful women showed interest in him and others attempted to seduce him, he remained unmoved. In my opinion, that ex-wife was utterly malicious. She understood my third grandfather's character too well and used such a pretext to elope with her lover while making him feel guilty and waiting indefinitely for her return. Gu Laozu's grip on his cane tightened, the veins on his hand bulging. When his third brother had intended to marry that woman, he had sensed she was not a good person, far inferior to his own wife, and had not supported their union. Little did he expect her to commit such a heinous act. That woman was indeed something, after living with her lover for 30 years. When he discovered the child bore no resemblance to him, he secretly had a paternity test done. Upon learning the child was not his, he immediately expelled both her and her child. At that point, she could no longer remember who the child's father was. And it was then she thought of my third grandfather. This tale was somewhat outrageous. Gu Shiji took another sip of the silver ear and pear soup to steady herself before continuing to eat. Around the time of the new year, this woman will return to seek out my third grandfather. She will tell him that she thought she was dying and hid away. But in the process of waiting for death, she discovered she was pregnant with my third grandfather's child. Out of maternal instinct, she became strong and overcame her illness. The reason she did not return sooner was because she felt guilty for forcing my third grandfather into a divorce, believing she had no face to see him again. As she matured with age, her perspective transformed. She realized the selfishness of depriving her great-uncle of the right to reunite with the child. My naive great-uncle. Oh, how he believed her words without reservation. The old Master Gu ground his teeth in anger, contemplating whether his third brother was indeed as foolish as a pig, gullibly accepting such fallacious claims. Had he known back then that indulging him would render him as oblivious as a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. As for what that woman might do to his third brother upon her return, the old master was indifferent. He was already aware of her deeds and knew she could not deceive his brother again. Gu Shiji ceased pondering the future ramifications and focused instead on the feasibility of her charade as a diviner. While sipping her drink, she realized the bowl was empty. A testament to the superior culinary skills of her royal chef lineage, even a simple snow pear and white fungus soup was rendered infinitely more delightful than others. She looked up to summon a servant for a refill, only to find the old Master Gu with a face as dark as thunder, seemingly ready to unleash his wrath upon someone. Startled, she thought, is it true? Has my grandfather quarreled with Grandpa Zhang to such an extent? All because of a mere phone call? The old Master Gu suppressed his fury and called for the butler, demanding his phone. After obtaining it, he dialed his third brother, urging him to come at once. The mere thought of his brother's foolishness made him impatient. He was eager to expose him to the darker realities of life without delay. Gu Shiji handed her empty bowl to a servant, shaking her head in disbelief. Ah, indeed. The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the ocean, and the heart of an old man even more so. buried in the Mariana Trench. Here I am, sitting peacefully, and suddenly I can't stop thinking about my third uncle. The old Master Gu pondered whether he should have been more stringent in educating his granddaughter. Perhaps a firmer hand would prevent her from constantly critiquing him in her mind. Gu Jing'an resided in Ning City, not far from the ancestral home. Upon receiving the old master's call, he promptly donned his coat, took the gift he had prepared for Gu Xizhi, and drove to the old residence. Upon arrival, he spotted his beloved niece, struggling to resist the urge to shower her with red envelopes. However, before he could present her with the gift, the old master summoned him to the study. The antiquated artwork he had brought for the 15-year-old Gu Xizhi left her perplexed. Just then, the matriarch emerged from the dining room, her expression somewhat grim. "Grandma, what happened?" Gu Xizhi inquired. The old lady replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Your elder brother just called to say he won't be bringing anyone tomorrow." She had anticipated meeting her future granddaughter-in-law, having already boasted to her friends about it. Alas, it was all for naught. "Ah, I see. No matter. I will return early tomorrow to keep you company, Grandma." My elder brother must have acted impulsively, thinking he could bring someone back, only to be denied. A crematorium is still a crematorium. It seems my aspirations to bond with the beautiful sister must be postponed. However, if my elder brother can swiftly bring her back, or provide me with an opportunity to draw closer to her and help her, I would feel much more at ease. After all, the beautiful sister is carrying my future nephew, and given all she has endured, I worry about their well-being. Just as Gu Xizhi's reassurance of returning early had calmed her grandmother, the old lady's frown returned, as she had momentarily forgotten that her granddaughter was also expecting her great-grandchild. She needed to devise a plan to summon the daughter-in-law to the family home. Relying on that scoundrel Gu Jiangyu seemed futile. By the time her great-grandson would be taking college entrance exams, who could say whether he would manage to bring her back? Once the old man finished his business, she would need to discuss matters with him. She believed he was right. Gu Jingyu had clearly been spoiled growing up and needed a good thrashing. Without discipline, one cannot become accomplished, she mused, and he is clearly lacking in fortitude. After a brief discussion in the study, the old Master Gu brought Gu Jing'an out to join the family for dinner. Upon his arrival, he exuded charm and vitality amidst the gathering of middle-aged women. Yet when he returned, he appeared dejected, his eyes slightly red, the picture of a beleaguered elder. Could it be? Is my third uncle truly of such an age that my grandfather would strike him? Has he been brought to tears? Even the elderly are struck. Does my grandfather not fear a misstep might injure him? The old Master Gu pulled out a chair, ready to sit down, when he shot a glare at Gu Xizhi. "What nonsense are you imagining? Though my third brother may be foolish, I would not strike him without cause." Gu Jianyuan, deeply focused on his martial arts training, had not overheard Gu Xizhi's thoughts and was equally bewildered by Gu Jing'an's demeanor. He boldly asked, "Third uncle, did grandfather just hit you? You little rascal. Do you need a lesson?" The old Master Gu retorted, his hand hovering near his cane, prepared to swing it. Gu Jianyuan instinctively stepped behind Gu Xizhi, chuckling awkwardly. He merely wanted to inquire on behalf of Gu Xizhi, assuming they were out of earshot. Gu Xizhi straightened up, positioning herself to shield Gu Jianyuan, sighing internally.
"Oh,
My fourth brother, your intelligence is truly concerning. How could you pose such a question in front of grandfather? That he has grown to this age only speaks to my grandfather's immense patience." The old Master Gu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was a remarkably patient man, emotionally stable in his old age. Setting his cane aside, he stated, "Do not entertain such thoughts. Your third uncle's condition is not due to my actions, but rather his own foolishness. He divorced 30 years ago, duped by that woman for all these years, and still, he remains oblivious to the deception, believing her love to be genuine. His tears are well-deserved." He recounted the information he had learned from Gu Xizhi. Gu Xizhi, biting into her roasted goose, stared at her grandfather in disbelief. "My grandfather is aware of this? How come it was never mentioned in any of the novels? It seems I can temporarily abandon thoughts of pursuing a divination career." The rest of the family, hearing this for the first time, exchanged glances. The old lady offered some comforting words to Gu Jing'an, while Sui leaned towards Gu Jianyuan and remarked, "Don't you think your third uncle resembles my past self a bit?" Both ensnared by a woman's deceit, idolizing her as a beacon of light. There was a sense of camaraderie in his tone. Gu Jianyuan rolled his eyes at him. "Would you care to pledge brotherhood with him?" During the meal, the old lady questioned Gu Jing'an about his future plans. He had already conferred with the old Master Gu and concluded that they could not allow that woman to escape unscathed. First, she must return the money she had swindled from him. Secondly, they would gather evidence of her infidelities and deceit, ensuring she led a scandalous life in her twilight years. As for whether they could further tarnish her reputation, that depended on what they uncovered about her actions over the years. Regardless, nothing could compensate for the 30 years of his third uncle's life lost. As the meal neared its conclusion, Xizhi suddenly realized something important she had overlooked.
Grandma.
Where is my uncle? Why hasn't he come down for dinner? After a couple of days of enduring Xizhi's training, he had developed a more favorable impression of her. Xizhi was now considerably more enthusiastic about her tasks. Seizing the opportunity while he remains unwell is essential. Grandma Gu served her a bowl of soup. He has improved a bit today, returning to the office early, declaring that he would work overtime this weekend to make up for the tasks he had fallen behind on. I had hoped he would rest at home for a few more days before returning, but he dashed off as if being chased, moving with remarkable haste.
Oh.
He has recovered so swiftly. What a pity. I shall have to wait for his next illness to care for him again. Xizhi inadvertently voiced her thoughts. The elder Gu family members showed little reaction. Zhang Qi and the others, having witnessed much in the past few days, also remained indifferent. Only Gu Jing'an was bewildered and astounded. Brother, what does Xizhi mean? Is she concerned for her little uncle or indifferent to him? If she cares, why does she express regret over Gu Yijing's recovery, wishing for his next bout of illness? Conversely, if she is indifferent, why does she contemplate caring for him when he falls ill again? Elder Gu picked a piece of green vegetable for him. Do not use your simple mind to ponder our family's matters. Focus on enjoying your meal. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Xizhi and the others did not return to the Gu residence that night. Even Zhang Qi and his companions chose to stay at the old residence for convenience, preparing to practice in the morning. The next day, as dawn broke, Gu Jianyuan and the others rose early to practice stances on the plum blossom stakes. It was only by 9 o'clock that Xizhi finally awoke and joined them for breakfast. Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, and Wang Hua had already arrived at the old residence. The group split into 2 business vehicles and headed to a commercial villa in the eastern part of the city, where Feng Ruishan was filming an MV on location. Chapter 123. I have discovered a method to prevent my sister from running away from home. The villa was vast, and they had only booked a small area within it. The decor of this section leaned towards a traditional Chinese style, in harmony with Feng Ruishan's new song. Crew members from the production team and villa staff were stationed nearby, preventing outsiders from approaching. Zhuo Miaojuan had just arrived, her agent trailing behind her, carrying milk tea and the shooting script. Having worked with her for over 5 years, and considering Zhuo Miaojuan's young entry into the industry, many matters required her agent to communicate directly with the Zhuo family. Thus, the agent was well acquainted with the family's affairs. She inquired with some confusion, "Aren't you bringing Xizhi to see you shoot the MV? Young people today adore Feng Ruishan. This is a splendid opportunity to foster a good relationship." Zhuo Miaojuan recalled Xizhi's public refusal to accompany her, her expression darkening. Coldly, she replied, "Let's not discuss this." The agent sighed. "Fine, let's drop it." After a while, craving her milk tea, she reached for it as her agent handed it over. "I heard that people from your school are trying to curry favor with you just to see Feng Ruishan. Not bringing them along was a wise choice. You are from the prestigious Zhuo family in Jing City. There is no need to associate too closely with those from smaller places. They can offer you no assistance and will only hinder you." The agent, also from Jing City, carried an inherent sense of superiority over those from Ningshi. Zhuo Miaojuan responded with an impatient hum. Upon reaching the filming location, the security guards recognized her and allowed them entry. Zhuo Miaojuan had few chances to see Feng Ruishan within the industry. Upon entering, she began searching for him, only to be informed by the staff that he had yet to arrive. Thus, she settled into a corner to wait for the makeup artist to touch up her look while reviewing the script. Outside the villa, Xizhi and her companions alighted from the vehicle. Li Shuangshuang stared at the villa's grand entrance, suddenly recalling something significant. "Sister Xi, I forgot. This villa operates on a membership basis. Only members may enter." Coming from a modest background, she was nevertheless quite gossipy and had heard much about various places in Ningshi. Gu Jianyuan, draping his arm over Su Yi's shoulder, strolled to the front and relayed their names to the security guard at the villa's entrance. The gates soon swung open for them. He turned back, raising an eyebrow at Xizhi with a triumphant smile. "No worries, fourth brother is a senior member here. He'll escort you in." The villa sprawled across a vast expanse, featuring mountains, lakes, a golf course, a racetrack, and a shooting range. After entering the villa, vehicles arrived to transport them to the MV filming site. Along the way, they passed the racetrack, where numerous riders gallantly showcased their equestrian skills. Xizhi found herself reflecting on the music resonating in her mind. Let us accompany each other through the mortal realm, living freely and unfettered. And could not help but muse. The lives of the wealthy are indeed astonishing. It seems that my current existence might also be considered that of the affluent, a life I once dared not dream of. Upon further contemplation, it appears that this family is not as unbearable as I once thought. Gu Jingyuan's eyes sparkled. Has Xizhi finally abandoned her thoughts of running away? Indeed, it was only after arriving at this villa that she entertained such thoughts. It seems he must strive to bring her to more places where she can savor the joys of life. It is said that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is challenging. If he can acclimate her to the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy, she will find it hard to return and detach from their family. The vehicle came to a halt, and Xizhi and her group disembarked. The 10 of them, still children, many visiting such a place for the first time, had been chattering excitedly throughout the ride and continued to do so upon exiting. Their exuberance drew the attention of security, who promptly approached to halt them.
Who are you?
What brings you here? Not far away, Zhuo Miaojuan's agent was beside her, discussing upcoming work arrangements when he heard the commotion and glanced over with curiosity. His face twisted with disdain. Just another bunch of starstruck fans. How ridiculous. Zhuo Miaojuan, unable to focus on her script, lifted her gaze. Her brows furrowed suddenly. The agent, noticing her change in demeanor, asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuo Miaojuan's gaze remained fixed on Xizhi and her companions. "They're all my classmates from that school, one of whom is Xizhi." The agent turned abruptly. "What? So they've come here looking for you? Do they have no sense? Bringing a whole crowd like this, do they not realize how it could affect you? This opportunity is already hard to come by, and there are several others eyeing your position. What are they thinking?" The agent was noticeably irritated. "Did you invite them? I just praised you a moment ago." Zhuo Miaojuan shook her head. "No, I only told Xizhi that I could bring her in, but she declined." "Fine. Let me take care of this. I'll go and send them away." The agent, scowling, approached them. People from small towns are always such a hassle. Never understanding the situation, they think they can come and go as they please. Meanwhile, Xizhi and her group were explaining to the security that Feng Ruishan had invited them. Unfortunately, Feng Ruishan had forgotten to inform the security beforehand. The guards did not believe them, treating them instead as overzealous fans and preventing their entry. Xizhi stood behind them, making a phone call. After hanging up, she said, "He'll be here soon. Let us wait here for a bit before going in together." Without Feng Ruishan inside, the group had little desire to enter and instead cheerfully sought a sunny spot nearby to bask in the sun. The agent emerged, locating them, standing before them with an air of superiority. Zhang Qi and the others were left puzzled. The agent did not leave them in suspense for long, promptly stating, "I know why you are all here today. However, I must inform you that I cannot allow you to disrupt today's shoot, nor will I let her come out to bring you in. I hope you will leave quietly, and I may be able to arrange a few signed photos for you." Zhang Qi and her companions were left utterly bewildered.
What was she talking about?
Who was she referring to? Sister Xi? Could she possibly be an idol from the entertainment industry? A reporter, having recognized the manager, hurried over, relieved to find someone to photograph since Feng Ruishan had yet to arrive. "Sister Rome, what is happening?" The manager, with the surname Rome, wore a smile.
"Oh,
"It's nothing much. Just that our Miaoyuan's classmates know she's here filming an MV today and wanted to come take a look. I was merely concerned they might disrupt the shoot, so I asked them to head back." Chapter 120, for she was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. The reporter was live streaming. Most of Feng Ruishan's fans were aware he was filming an MV today, and many had tuned in to watch, eagerly awaiting his appearance. Xizhi and her group unexpectedly appeared on their screens. Considering they were merely children, the reporter refrained from filming their faces, allowing the camera to briefly sweep over them before returning to the manager's countenance. With Feng Ruishan absent, the comments were not particularly lively, yet there was still chatter. Upon hearing the manager's words, the focus of the online discussion shifted. To be fair, while their actions may not have been entirely appropriate, if one of my classmates were a celebrity, I might have acted similarly. If I were Zhuo Miaoyun, I would feel quite uncomfortable with a crowd of admirers intruding upon my workplace. Wasn't that disrupting my work? This behavior is truly hard to assess. After all, they're just children. A little enthusiasm for their idol is understandable, and their actions were not excessively disruptive. After the manager spoke to them, they remained obediently standing aside. Most netizens were relatively rational and maintained a friendly attitude towards the group of children. Students from Ning City number 1 high school were also present in the live stream. Upon hearing the manager's comments, someone spoke up. Zwemyayan's classmates? Aren't they from our school?
Who are they?
Didn't Zwemyayan mention that this filming schedule was quite tight? So she didn't want to be disturbed and wouldn't bring anyone along? How did they end up following her, then? The reporter, seizing the rare opportunity to question a manager, inquired about several aspects related to the MV shoot. Among these inquiries was, there are rumors online suggesting that Zwemyayan and Fong Ruoshan are good friends, which is why Fong Ruoshan cast her as the female lead in this MV. Is there any truth to this? The manager chuckled. Miaoyun and Fong Ruoshan are of similar ages and naturally get along well. It's quite normal for them to be friends. This information had initially spread from her side. Associating Zwemyayan with Fong Ruoshan would greatly benefit her popularity. Moreover, merely being labeled as friends, rather than romantic partners, meant that even if the rumor reached Fong Ruoshan, he would have no reason to deny it, provided he displayed any semblance of decorum. In the live stream, upon hearing that Zwemyayan and Fong Ruoshan were indeed good friends, netizens shed tears of envy. While chatting with the reporter, the manager discreetly glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream, which displayed a count of 100,000. Quite impressive. She recognized this as an excellent opportunity to establish Zwemyayan's public persona while simultaneously aiding her in another endeavor. She lifted her gaze toward Gu Xizhi and her group and called out, "Is Gu Xizhi present? Please step forward." Everyone, including Zhang Qi, turned to look at Gu Xizhi. With her head down, sipping milk, Gu Xizhi was momentarily confused and raised her head in surprise upon hearing her name. The manager quickly identified her and continued, "Miaoyan has mentioned that you are good friends at school. She certainly wouldn't want to disappoint you. Since you're here, why not join me inside?" Gu Xizhi's name appeared in the live stream. Other netizens, still formulating their responses, saw the chat dominated by students from Ning City number 1 high school. Wait, did I hear correctly? The manager just called for Gu Xizhi? They mused. Gu Xizhi is acting so pretentiously. I heard that Zwemyayan had even offered to take her to the filming site, but she turned it down. Now she shows up unannounced? Some expressed their disappointment, realizing that she had rejected such a wonderful opportunity, revealing her true colors as merely performing for others. Uninformed of the full context, some netizens asked for clarification in the comments. Students from Ning City number 1 high school provided explanations. Once clarified, the comments section erupted with exclamations like, "What the heck?" and "No way," directed at Gu Xizhi. The comments flooded in rapidly, despite only a brief half-minute passing. The manager, observing Gu Xizhi's reluctance to step forward, felt her patience waning. She had to maintain composure on camera, fearing that her frustration might compromise her ability to manage her expressions. "Miaoyan is working, not playing. Even bringing you in is a risk. It's impossible for me to take all of you inside. If you still wish to go in, come quickly. I have a busy schedule and cannot linger here." Gu Xizhi finished the last drop of milk from her glass bottle and handed the empty container to Gu Jiangyuan, who had been assisting her. She cast a languid glance at the manager, finding her behavior perplexing, and felt compelled to say something. At that moment, her phone rang. She answered it, and while others couldn't hear the person on the other end, they could catch snippets of Gu Xizhi's responses. "Oh, you're almost here? All right. We'll go in together shortly." Netizens reacted. Does this mean more people are coming? And she agreed to take them inside? What audacity gave her such confidence? The manager had explicitly stated she could only bring Gu Xizhi inside. Why couldn't she comprehend simple instructions? The manager's expression was on the verge of cracking. Maintaining her composure, she reiterated, "I've said it's work, not play. I can only bring you inside. If the others wish to wait outside, I will try to procure a few signed photos for them later." Gu Xizhi hung up the phone, perplexed. "You're a rather strange person. I've already said I'm not going in with you, so why are you still acting this way?" Zhang Qi and the others, who had been silent, began whispering amongst themselves, "What is her deal? We never said we wanted to go in with her. Why is she so anxious? It's truly bizarre. She is so annoying. Her words make it seem like we're here to find her. If we didn't know her, I suspect she was deliberately trying to incite backlash against us." Chapter 125. Suddenly, it struck her where she had seen such behavior before. The manager was so infuriated that she trembled with rage. She recalled the saying, "In impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, cunning folk emerge," and found that this group of children was akin to such cunning individuals. Still on camera, and wishing to avoid losing her composure, she decided not to engage further. Dismissively waving her hand, "Since you do not wish to accompany me inside, you may await here." If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you'll indeed catch a glimpse of Feng Ruishan. Upon hearing Zhang Qi and his companion's remarks, the online community erupted in a myriad of colorful insults. However, as soon as a reporter announced Feng Ruishan's arrival, all derogatory comments vanished without a trace. The barrage of comments was filled with a singular chant of Feng Ruishan. Feng Ruishan. At the scene, a sleek black vehicle came to a halt, with security personnel encircling it to safeguard Feng Ruishan as he disembarked. The agent, momentarily halted in her intent to retreat, approached them instead, admonishing, "You must remain here and refrain from causing any disturbances. Do not trouble our Miaojuan." She needed to stand guard to ensure Feng Ruishan's safe entry. However, apart from Xizhi, who seemed somewhat indifferent towards Feng Ruishan and managed to exchange a few words, the others were oblivious to her utterances. Zhang Qi waved excitedly, calling out, "Feng Ruishan, over here. We are right here." The agent, infuriated, retorted, "Did I not instruct you to stand quietly? What more did they intend to orchestrate?" Zhang Qi shot her a glare. "Why are you still here?" The agent's voice faltered, as if stuck in her throat, and she stared in astonishment as Feng Ruishan brushed past the security guards surrounding him and made his way towards Xizhi and the others. The reporters had been focused on Feng Ruishan since his appearance, capturing every nuance of his actions. The online audience mirrored the agent's unease. What was Feng Ruishan doing? Had someone just called out to him, indicating their presence? Was he truly approaching them? From the outset, the agent had been apprehensive that Xizhi and her companions might create chaos, hence her position in front of them. As Feng Ruishan approached, the first to greet him was the agent. She quickly regained her composure and explained, "Though these individuals are classmates of our Miaojuan, she was unaware of their visit, and their actions are unrelated to her." Uncertain whether the group would incite any trouble, the agent felt compelled to clarify the situation. Feng Ruishan stood before her, his eyes reflecting clear confusion as he turned to his assistant and inquired, "Who is she?" The assistant, glancing at the agent with some awkwardness, replied, "She is Zhuo Miaojuan's agent." Who is Zhuo Miaojuan? Since his throat had healed, his workload had multiplied beyond recognition. Each day felt robotic as he was shuttled through various work engagements, often losing track of the individuals he collaborated with. "She is the female lead in today's MV shoot with you." "Oh," Feng Ruishan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Generally, he was a polite and considerate young man. He smiled at the agent, saying, "I hope we have a pleasant collaboration today." The agent was left dumbfounded. The online audience erupted in disbelief. One could almost sense the agent's embarrassment. She had just acknowledged that Zhuo Miaojuan and Feng Ruishan were good friends. Yet Feng Ruishan seemed entirely unaware of who Zhuo Miaojuan was. Do you all remember when there was a significant online promotion of the close relationship between Zhuo Miaojuan and Feng Ruishan? This moment serves as a definitive rebuttal to that narrative. Feng Ruishan was genuinely perplexed. His expression of bewilderment was simply adorable. The agent still stood in front of Feng Ruishan, and he frowned, pondering how oblivious she was. He chose not to say anything further and maneuvered past her to approach the group behind her. Zhang Qi was the first to greet him, glancing at the surrounding security. "You actually look quite the star." Standing alongside Zhang Qi and the others, Feng Ruishan appeared less restrained, displaying the radiant smile of a bright young man, exuding confidence. Of course, once he had basked in his moment of pride, he raised his hand, drawing attention to the light yellow plastic bag he held. The bag was filled with an assortment of irregular items, bulging prominently. He extended the bag towards Xizhi, saying, "Sister Xi, here, these snacks are for my fans. I tried some, and they taste quite good." Having played alongside Xizhi and her companions several times, he followed the crowd and referred to her as Sister Xi. Xizhi's eyes brightened as she accepted the snacks, thanking Feng Ruishan. Recalling the agent's earlier words, he inquired, "Is the girl filming the MV with me your classmate?" Xizhi replied affirmatively. "All right, during the shoot, I shall look out for her." Despite appearing carefree in front of Xizhi and her group, Feng Ruishan became serious when it came to music, scrutinizing every detail with meticulous precision. The fact that Zhuo Miaojuan was a classmate of Xizhi's inspired him to be somewhat lenient toward her. Feng Ruishan's fans were well aware of this trait. When they witnessed Feng Ruishan presenting snacks to Xizhi, they remained silent. However, they soon could not contain their excitement. "Wow, my idol must be extraordinarily close to her. He brought her snacks and is making exceptions for her. How enviable. Did you just hear him call her Sister Xi? Not only is she a good friend of his, but she is also someone he respects." The irony was palpable. Just moments ago, the agent was fearful of their association with Zhuo Miaojuan, attempting to distance themselves. Yet now it seems Zhuo Miaojuan was the one benefiting from their presence. Upon hearing Feng Ruoshan's comment, Gu Xizhi shook her head. No need. During the shoot, everything will proceed as it should. The group conversed as they made their way towards the filming location, with Feng Ruoshan ushering them all inside. As they entered, Feng Ruoshan and Gu Xizhi walked at the rear, engaged in conversation. Zhuo Miaojuan, upon spotting Zhang Qi and the others, felt her expression turn icy. How did you get in here? Rongjia, is this what you meant by handing it over to you to resolve? The agent, still somewhat dazed, heard the voice and stammered. They're friends of Feng Ruoshan. At the Warrior film crew, Gu Jiangyan's agent sat on a small stool, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the unfolding scene, troubled by the martial arts guidance issue. As he pondered, he overheard nearby staff members quietly discussing something. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer to observe the screen of their phones. It was a live stream capturing the MV shoot of Feng Ruoshan. As the focus was on Feng Ruoshan and he mingled closely with Zhang Qi and the others, it was inevitable that the camera would catch their faces. The agent, upon approaching, immediately recognized the faces of Fan Jiang and Zhang Qi. In that instant, a realization struck him. I remember now. Suddenly, the previously despondent agent was invigorated. No wonder his movements seemed so familiar. It all makes sense now. Leaving the perplexed crew members behind, the agent rushed to find Gu Jiangyan, who was touching up her makeup. Jiangyan, do you know those kids who frequently visit your home to play with your brother? Gu Jiangyan recalled a few instances when she returned home to find several youths present, who she had heard were classmates of Gu Xizhi. Why do you ask? The agent recounted the events she had witnessed during her previous visit to the old residence. Gu Jiangyan pondered, how could her classmates possibly be involved in ancient martial arts? But if you wish to inquire, I can provide you with my brother's contact information. He sent the WeChat contact card of Gu Jiangyuan to the agent, suggesting, you should ask him directly. He should know. However, I advise you not to hold out too much hope. It may be best to reach out to others as well. Upon receiving Gu Jiangyuan's contact details, the agent promptly added him as a friend. Upon his inaugural visit to the filming set, Gu Jiangyuan was captivated by the bustling activity, eager to immerse himself in the process, leaving little time to glance at his phone. It was only after the filming concluded and he returned to the ancestral home that he noticed a message from Gu Jiangyan's agent. Seeing the agent's name, he unhesitatingly pressed reject. Mere rejection did not suffice. He proceeded to click on the agent's profile, navigated to the upper right corner, and ultimately found the option to blacklist the individual. After all, Gu Jiangyan, that foolish pig, was hardly a paragon of virtue, and those who associated with him were unlikely to be any better. At the Gu family's ancestral home, to his surprise, Gu Sairu had returned. Having recovered somewhat from an illness, she rushed to the company to work overtime, informing them in advance that she would not be returning for the weekend, yet here she was at home. The two appeared to have just arrived not long ago. When Gu Xizhi and her companions entered the living room, they overheard Gu Sairu speaking to the matriarch. Grandmother, I have recently begun apprenticing at a medical clinic, learning some medical skills from the physicians there. May I take your pulse for your well-being? Gu Sairu has actually become an apprentice at a medical clinic? This was never mentioned in the novel. Or perhaps her medical skills are mediocre. Thus the author deemed it unnecessary to mention. Upon hearing Gu Sairu's offer to take her pulse, the matriarch felt a sense of reluctance. She had been diligently caring for her health and felt quite sprightly, requiring no one else to check her pulse for peace of mind. Yet, upon sensing Gu Xizhi's thoughts, she reconsidered. She was curious to ascertain whether Gu Sairu's medical skills were indeed as average as rumored. As the saying goes, know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Very well then, I shall trouble you, she said to Gu Sairu, extending her hand. Gu Sairu smiled sweetly, appearing quite obedient as she placed her hand upon the matriarch's wrist. While she took the pulse, her mind was preoccupied with another matter. According to the narrative of her previous life, the matriarch should have already collapsed, leaving her health in a precarious state, with the family attributing all blame to Gu Xizhi. However, in this life, Gu Xizhi had resided in the Gu household for over 2 months without any reports of the matriarch's health issues. She was quite astute, possessing considerable talent. Although she had been learning from ordinary physicians at the clinic, she had indeed acquired some knowledge from the matriarch's strong pulse. She deduced that the matriarch was in excellent health, comparable even to individuals in their 30s. This was simply illogical. In her previous life, even before Gu Xizhi's return, the matriarch's health had not been particularly robust. After all, she was an elderly woman, prone to the ailments typical of her age. As Gu Sairu took her pulse for an extended period, the matriarch's hand grew cold beneath her grip. Have you not finished yet? Taking a pulse for so long must indicate your skills are quite lacking, certainly not on par with our obedient one. Gu Sairu withdrew her hand, replying, "All done, grandmother. Your health is quite robust, far better than many of the elderly I have encountered." The matriarch nodded. "Then could you perhaps prescribe some medicine to enhance my health further?" Gu Sairu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I have only just begun to learn pulse-taking. I do not yet know how to write prescriptions. Without the ability to prescribe even a single remedy, I am certainly no match for our obedient one." Unaware of any discontent in the matriarch's expression, Gu Sairu felt quite confident, believing it remarkable that she could discern some basic pulse patterns after such a brief period of study. After conversing with the matriarch, she turned her attention to Gu Xizhi and the others. "Would you like to have your pulses taken? I can help you as well." Zhang Qi and the others promptly shook their heads. "No. Thank you. We're not interested." Gu Sairu paid little heed to their responses. Her primary intention for returning today was to spend time with the elderly couple and win their favor. Gu Xizhi and her group first went to wash their hands before heading to the dining room for some snacks. When they emerged, only Gu Sairu and Gu Yijing remained in the living room, as the old gentleman had taken the small dog for a walk, and the matriarch had gone to the dining room to prepare refreshments. As Gu Xizhi passed the dining room, she sensed someone watching her with an unfriendly gaze. Puzzled, she turned to look, locking eyes with Gu Sairu. "What is this? Why is she looking at me like that? Could it be that she intends to harm me? Surely not, surely not. Her purpose for returning today cannot genuinely be to attack me, can it?" The tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the dining room distracted Gu Xizhi from pondering Gu Sairu's intentions, as her sole desire was to indulge in the feast. However, the matriarch and Gu Jianyuan were not so composed. Both turned their attention to Gu Sairu. Gu Sairu, eager to bond with the elderly couple, found herself thwarted. As soon as Gu Xizhi and her group left to wash their hands, the matriarch and the old gentleman had found an excuse to depart. She had no opportunity to converse with them further. This was an unprecedented occurrence. She believed it was all Gu Xizhi's doing, undoubtedly spreading rumors in her absence, which led to this treatment. Perhaps she had underestimated her. Gu Yijing, seated beside her, noticed everyone else had left, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed. Gently stroking her hair, he displayed a tenderness unseen when addressing others, suggesting, "Shall we take a stroll outside?" As his hand approached, Gu Sairu instinctively recoiled slightly, her complexion paling momentarily. Gu Yijing stood first and walked toward the living room exit, unaware of her hesitation. Gu Sairu bit her lip, hesitated briefly, then followed him. System. Triggering system task. Gu Sairu intends to harm the host. The host must take preemptive action for self-preservation. Chapter 127. Task completed? Gu Xizhi's movement to place a tart in her mouth abruptly halted. Is the system resurrecting again? I have yet to complete my previous tasks. And it dares to issue new ones? Another new task? Both the matriarch and Gu Jianyuan perked up, their faces betraying an excitement they could hardly contain, making one wonder if they were the ones to undertake the task. System. This system predicts that Gu Sairu will develop a sense of crisis towards the host. Shortly, she will walk past the host and suddenly fall, then subtly imply that the host caused her fall. The host must preemptively fall before Gu Sairu does, and then... What? She intends to use such a crude tactic to frame me, pretending to fall and insinuating that I tripped her? You want me to fall before she does? Do you know what that strategy is called? It's a case of killing 800 enemies while injuring oneself 1,000. Does she think I can withstand the pain of falling? Is she even worthy? I refuse this task. The matriarch nodded. This task should indeed be declined. The ground was too hard, and falling would certainly hurt. The system, it seems, was not only malicious but also rather unwise, issuing such ridiculous tasks. Gu Jianyuan scoffed. If completing the task required merely a fall, he would be willing to accept it, for a fall would yield rewards. Yet, how could such a delicate young lady as Gu Xizhi be so carelessly tossed about? A slight bump would surely cause her considerable pain. System. Task completion criteria. As long as the other members of the Gu family feel sympathy for the host and harbor doubts about Gu Sairu, the task shall be considered complete. Task reward. Maximum level diving skill. The system was a responsible one. Even though Gu Xizhi refused the task, it continued to relay all relevant content. Maximum level diving skill? Are you suggesting that I drop out of school to work as a diver at an aquarium to support myself? Gu Xizhi finished the remaining tart. having confirmed with her eyes that this was yet another reward of little interest to her. After all, as long as no monetary reward was offered, her interest waned. Rewards are but mere incentives. One must still exert oneself to profit from them, which can be quite exhausting. There exists a saying, the greater your capabilities, the heavier your responsibilities. The more skills she acquires, the further she drifts from her dreams of idleness, and the closer she edges toward potential burnout. Gu Jingyuan's eyes sparkled. Mastering advanced diving skills, how splendid that would be. Perhaps Xizhi should take a tumble later. If she is apprehensive of the pain, he could lend her a hand. Gu Yijing led Gu Sairu into the garden, where a gentle breeze stirred. Concerned that the wind might chill her, he guided her toward the heated greenhouse. Inside the glass sanctuary, they found themselves alone, standing face to face. Gu Yijing gazed deeply into Gu Sairu's eyes for a prolonged moment before asking, "How are you faring outside?" Gu Sairu, her emotions tangled, offered a non-committal hum without meeting his gaze. Just moments ago, as they walked outside, a ginkgo leaf had fluttered down, landing atop her head. Gu Yijing reached out to remove it, and after discarding the leaf, his hand inadvertently brushed against her cheek. Bowing his head, his voice husky, he inquired, "Is being an apprentice at the medical hall arduous?" Suppressing the urge to recoil, Gu Sairu shook her head. After several exchanges, Gu Yijing's profound eyes clouded with uncertainty as his fingertip lightly caressed her cheek. Meeting his gaze, she suggested, "Shall we return?" She had come to spend time with her grandparents, not to squander precious moments with Gu Yijing. He nodded slightly, allowing her to lead as he followed closely behind. Within the residence, Gu Xizhi and their companions had transitioned the venue of their activities from the dining room to the living room. After a day of outdoor play and a recent meal, Zhang Qi and the others were momentarily free from martial practice, gathering in the living room to play Do Diju. Little King, Big King,
Bum.
The sounds drew Gu Sairu's attention to the game. Upon witnessing the scene, her agitation resurfaced. Although she had previously played Do Diju with her parents and brothers, her grandmother had never participated, merely watching with a smile from the sidelines.
Now.
However, her grandmother sat beside Gu Xizhi, cards in hand, eagerly learning how to play. Wasn't she supposed to dislike Gu Xizhi? What had transpired in her absence? She could no longer bear the continuous unraveling of familiar circumstances. "Grandmother, I wish to join you," she said, smiling as she approached the sofa. The elderly lady occupied a single armchair, and Gu Xizhi, in her role as teacher, perched on the armrest with one leg stretched out. The events of her return had diverged drastically from Gu Sairu's expectations, leaving her mentally overwhelmed. As her gaze fell upon Gu Xizhi's leg, a foolish thought crossed her mind. System. Friendly reminder, Gu Sairu is about to enact her scheme. Gu Xizhi had just finished advising the elderly lady on her cards when she paused, taken aback.
Wait.
Is she serious? Does she have a penchant for self-sabotage? Why not simply remain still instead of intentionally falling? Gu Jianyuan, having lost a round, could only observe as he turned his gaze toward Gu Sairu, who was indeed approaching their direction, specifically Gu Xizhi. Was she truly preparing to take a tumble? Both he and Gu Xizhi shared the same concern. Was Gu Sairu not well? Why would she choose to fall, as if such an act would reward her?
Well.
Since she wishes to fall and mislead everyone into thinking ill of me, I might as well assist her, sparing her the need for subtle misdirection. I will embrace the role of the villain. Gu old lady, engrossed in the card game, discreetly glanced at Gu Xizhi to see how she would navigate this predicament. Gu Sairu was nearly upon Gu Xizhi, her eyes covertly fixed on her leg, her mind racing with thoughts on how to fall in a manner that would convincingly implicate Gu Xizhi. Simultaneously, she had to ensure she wouldn't injure her face upon impact. "Oh, Gu Sairu, you've arrived," Gu Xizhi suddenly exclaimed, interrupting her thoughts. Had Gu Xizhi uncovered her scheme? Hesitation gripped her as she pondered whether to proceed with her plan, but before she could retract her steps, she saw Gu Xizhi's leg extend toward her, tripping her in full view of everyone. It was indeed Gu Xizhi who had caused her to stumble, right under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. System. If you refuse to complete your task, that is one thing, but why would you willingly assist someone in compromising yourself? The next moment, the system was stunned, questioning if it had encountered a glitch. Its voice was somewhat wooden. Task completed. Chapter 128. Grandmother and the fourth brother fall into the water. Task completed. The system had never doubted itself as much as it did at this moment. As Gu Sairu fell, she nearly landed on Gu Xizhi's leg. Fearing injury, Gu Xizhi kicked her away just before impact. After the kick, upon hearing the system's announcement, she mused, "Ah, it seems you don't have a bug after all." Everything is functioning normally, and I need not engage in such foolishness for the task to be deemed complete. Gu old lady and Gu Jianyuan, witnessing Gu Sairu trip over Gu Shiji's leg, harbored concerns about whether Gu Shiji would be hurt. When they saw Gu Shiji smartly kick Gu Sairu away, they collectively sighed in relief. The task is complete? Gu old lady lamented, my goodness, it's truly not easy. One must play the villain to fulfill a task. Gu Sairu, having collided with the leg of the sofa, cried out in pain as her shoulder and knee struck the furniture and floor. Gu Yijing, who had been trailing her since the beginning, rushed to her side. Sairu, are you alright? Where are you hurt?
Can you stand?
Gu Sairu had only bruised her leg. She had not broken anything, and with Gu Yijing's assistance, she managed to rise. Seeing her able to stand, Gu Yijing breathed a sigh of relief and urged her to sit on the sofa, gently examining her leg and arm. Upon reaching her knee and hearing her hiss in pain, he rolled up her pant leg to reveal a reddened area. He promptly dispatched a servant to fetch the medical kit, urging them to hasten. Curiously, Gu Shiji leaned in to see the extent of Gu Sairu's self-inflicted injuries, wondering how she had managed to elicit such concern from the future domineering CEO. Is he truly worried she might lose a limb? After getting a good look, her expression shifted to one of shock. Is that it? No wonder she requested the servant to hurry. If delayed, that redness might vanish. Gu Jianyuan, equally intrigued, sought to understand the nature of the injury that had provoked such alarm. Upon seeing it, he was left bewildered. Wasn't their medical kit merely stocked with bandages, adhesive plasters, and antiseptics? What use would they be for her soon-to-fade bruise? At her core, Gu old lady was still a kind-hearted matriarch. After nurturing Gu Sairu as her own granddaughter for over a decade, she could not simply disregard her. Concerned about the possibility of a serious injury, she leaned forward to observe. Ultimately, she had already resolved to have Gu Jianglin, that troublesome boy, contact the best surgeon for her, only to find this? Yijing. Her injury seems severe. You should carry her to her room to rest. Let her remain there for today. Having become somewhat engrossed in the game of Do Diju, Gu old lady merely wished to send everyone away. It was understandable. Given the winter season, Gu Sairu was dressed warmly, and the floor was devoid of sand. With a layer of clothing in between, any impact would only result in a minor bruise. Gu Sairu knew she wouldn't sustain any serious injuries, which was why she had devised such a scheme. She has regained her composure, her emotions brewing, tears welling up. Although it deviated from her original plan, Gu Shiji's recent actions surpassed her expectations. She found herself not needing to act, nor to exert effort to entrap her. With a heart full of grievance and disbelief, she addressed her. Xizhi, why did you just trip me? Have I not already moved out? Are you still unsatisfied? What is it that you desire from me to bring you joy? Here it comes, her performance is about to commence. Truly, I owe my earlier intervention for her newfound naturalness in acting. I just remembered my grandmother and fourth brother are here as spectators. I wonder if they will think I am deliberately targeting Gu Sairu? But, Tongzi, you just mentioned they felt pity for me, and suspected Gu Sairu was part of my task, right? So now that I have accomplished my task, does that mean they are indeed concerned for me? Are they so astute as to perceive the kindness within me amidst such irrefutable evidence? Old Lady Gu, indeed, I am quite clever. I have always known that our dear one is the kindest. Gu Jianyuan. You have good discernment and recognize fourth brother's intelligence. In an effort to appear more astute in Gu Shiji's eyes, Gu Jianyuan stepped forward to defend her. Gu Sairu, the things you are saying sound rather peculiar. As if you intentionally fell before Xizhi to accuse her of tripping you, only to then embark on a sob story, casting doubt upon Xizhi? Old Lady Gu gazed at Gu Jianyuan in astonishment, wondering how her grandson had stumbled upon the truth, as if he could hear the innermost thoughts of the dear one. But how could that be? One who could hear such profound thoughts was sufficient with just her. She redirected her focus to Gu Sairu, nodding. Now that you mention it,
It indeed seems that way.
Gu Sairu? Gu Yijing lifted his gaze, coldly regarding Gu Jianyuan. I saw her deliberately lift her foot. You all witnessed it as well, I'm sure. So I hope you won't be deceived by her. Gu Jianyuan, utterly baffled. Xizhi hasn't uttered a word. Which of your ears perceived her deceiving us? Old Lady Gu, unwilling to be outdone. Indeed, Xizhi just had her foot struck. It must still be painful, and she hasn't even had a moment to react. You, as her uncle, unjustly accuse her without fear of breaking her spirit. As an elder, you should at least exhibit some semblance of elderliness. Otherwise, onlookers might mistake you for her nephew. Gu Sairu? All right, her injuries are severe, Let's hurry and carry her up, lest she think Xizhi is preventing us from helping her heal. The old lady waved her hand dismissively, choosing to ignore the matter. Gu Jiangyuan spoke earnestly. Siru, you must walk carefully in the future. You clearly saw Xizhi's leg extended there. Why would you walk right over? You don't think you're some sort of weeble that can collide without falling, do you? The mention of weeble elicited a burst of laughter from the onlookers, who had been silently observing. Gu Siru's face turned ashen, disbelief filling her eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. Uncle, please carry me up. Watching the two depart up the stairs, Gu Xizhi stuffed a chip into her mouth and began to munch. Just moments ago she could stand and walk. Now, despite merely having a bit of redness, she needs to be carried? How exceedingly fragile. Could it be that my inability to be the heroine stems from my lack of fragility? My grandmother and fourth brother truly delivered today. They are indeed sharp-eyed, seeing through Gu Siru's scheme in an instant. If they ever find themselves in peril, I shall be the first to rescue them. Old Lady Gu Jianyuan? Chapter 129. Can you even do it? We truly owe you our gratitude. A group of individuals played Do Diju until 5 in the afternoon. The old man returned from outside with Xiao Huang in tow, while the old lady headed to the kitchen to check on the evening's meal preparations. Gu Jianyuan languidly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, frowning. What on earth is happening today?
Why are so many people adding me on WeChat?
I have rejected one, yet another appears. Li Shuang and Lin Yan sat cross-legged on the carpet, watching videos of Fang Ruishan's previous concert on the television. Upon hearing Gu Jianyuan's words, Lin Yan turned her head to glance over. Could it be that your previous online purchase received a negative review, prompting the seller to post your phone number online? I once had a similar experience. I ordered a piece of clothing for myself, only to receive an item so small that even a child couldn't wear it, and it was riddled with fuzzballs, appearing as if it had been worn. When I contacted the seller for a return, he insisted that the item was perfectly fine, even providing a shipping video, claiming I was attempting to swindle him. Frustrated, I refused to return it and left a negative review. Ever since then, my phone has been bombarded with dozens of calls from unfamiliar foreign numbers. Gu Jianyuan quickly refuted. I never leave reviews for purchases, and all my online orders are under my family servant's name. With her vivid imagination honed from countless novels, Li Shuang diverted her gaze from the screen, contemplating, what if it's a secret admirer trying to confess to you? Perhaps they gathered a group to add you on WeChat, intending for each person to say one word to you. If you piece together what they say, it would form a confession? Gu Jianyuan. If that were the case, they should just remain a secret admirer. With such a convoluted method of confession, don't they worry that those helping them might become rivals? Fortunately, he had no expectations of this crowd coming up with anything substantial. Fang Ruishan must have finished his tasks and sent him a message, inviting them to play a game together. He called out Li Shuang Lin Yan, prompting them to quickly grab their phones from the carpet and open the game. Gu Xizhi remained sprawled on the sofa, eyes closed in a state of repose, utterly unmoving. Gu Jianyuan refrained from calling her, instead inviting Zhang Qi to join them. In the film crew, the manager sat beside Gu Jianyuan, anxiously ruffling his hair into a messy state. What is going on with your brother? He blocked me after I added him. I even borrowed phones from the entire crew to add him, yet he blocked everyone. Recalling previous encounters at Gu Jianyuan's home, the manager was perplexed. He wasn't this aloof before. Now he won't even add a single friend. Gu Jianyuan, who had been filming all afternoon, was taken aback upon learning about the manager's day. You mean to say he blocked you? And everyone else too? The manager, tugging at his hair in frustration, cast a pained glance at the strands he had pulled out, discarding them casually. Exactly. When I added him this morning, I waited for hours without a response. When I finally got one, it was a rejection notice. The next time I tried to add him, I found myself on his blacklist. In my haste, I borrowed other people's phones, and they all received the same treatment. Tell me, do you and your brother have some sort of feud? With a wild imagination, the manager speculated. Or perhaps your family finally realized that you have no blood relation to them, and thus, they no longer wish to acknowledge you as their son. Extending that disdain to me as well? Having accompanied Gu Jianyuan since his debut, the manager was merely 4 years older than him, and over the years, they had developed a brotherly bond, capable of jesting about anything. Gu Jianyuan shot him a disapproving glance. He likely thinks you are a scammer. I'll have a word with him, so he adds you. He extended his hand, and once the manager handed over his phone, he opted not to use WeChat but rather dialed Gu Jianyuan directly. As soon as the call connected, a voice resonated. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. In days gone by, Gu Jiangyan would have patiently waited before redialing, but now he had amassed considerable experience. The moment he heard that voice, he understood the situation. He exited the dial page. His anxious agent, who was closely observing his every move, inquired, "What is the matter? Is the call not going through?" Gu Jiangyan remained silent, instead opening WeChat. He located Gu Jiangyuan's profile and sent a question mark. In response, he received a glaring red exclamation mark. This conspicuous red mark caught the agent's attention immediately. He gaped at Gu Jiangyan before exclaiming, "No way. You can't possibly not be a member of the Gu family, right? What kind of blood relative would block another?" Gu Jiangyan, his face darkened, gritted his teeth. He opened the family group chat and messaged, "Gu Jiangyuan, have you developed a penchant for blocking me? Hurry up and remove me from your blacklist." Soon, he received a reply, "You've been removed from the group chat by not a single dog anymore." Gu Jiangyan was taken aback. Even his elder brother had succumbed to Gu Shiji's influence. They were all going mad. The agent discreetly leaned over to glimpse Gu Jiangyan's screen, witnessing the unfolding drama, and regarded him with a look that questioned his competence. "Forget it. Since there's nothing for me to do on this set, I might as well pay your home a visit and inquire directly with your brother," he decided. Gu Jiangyan had proven unreliable. It would be better for him to tackle the problem himself. Their production team was based domestically, so it was merely a matter of a few hours' flight. At the Gu family's ancestral home, Gu Jiangyuan found himself undisturbed until a game concluded. His phone finally fell silent, coinciding perfectly with the end of the game as he awaited to regroup. Gu Shiji glanced up and Gu Jiangyuan asked, "Would you like to join me for a game?" Gu Shiji paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, joining them. Gu Sairu had lain in her room for over 2 hours. To be honest, she hadn't really been injured. Even if she had bumped herself, as long as there were no fractures or sprains, she had nearly recovered after a couple of hours. She replayed the events of earlier in her mind, still puzzled about what had gone wrong. Choosing not to dwell on it any longer, she washed her face in the bathroom, rubbing her eyes until they turned red, then stepped outside. This time, she headed straight to find old Master Gu. "Grandfather, I am about to participate in a chess competition. Could you play a game with me and offer me some guidance?" As Gu Shiji awaited the game to commence, her gaze inadvertently fell upon her. "Oh, this girl with red eyes is seeking my grandfather, hoping he will inquire about what happened, so she can reveal my misdeeds before him? Does she expect my grandfather to advocate for her?" Old Master Gu shot her a discreet glare, muttering, "Nonsense. Such a well-behaved child like you has no misdeeds." However, he was intrigued. Chapter 130, A Midnight Snack Scare. Old Master Gu had just returned from a chess match with a group of elderly gentlemen and was not inclined to play again. He ignored Gu Sairu's request to join her for a game and instead beckoned her to sit on the living room sofa. If she wanted to eat snacks, she should do so in their home, allowing him to hear her innermost thoughts. Just as he contemplated that Gu Sairu's demeanor suggested she wanted him to ask her what had transpired, he noticed her eyes were red, reminiscent of someone slicing onions directly into their eyes. It was exaggerated and somewhat artificial. Who cries to such an extent without their eyes appearing redder? Pondering this, he expressed concern. "Why are your eyes so red? Did you just cry? What happened? Did someone bully you? Speak to grandfather, and I shall help you seek justice." Since her fall in the afternoon, Gu Sairu had felt uneasy about her family's treatment of her, which felt unfamiliar. Speaking with old Master Gu now, she finally regained a sense of comfort. Her grandfather still loved her, as he always had. Biting her lip, she hesitated, glancing toward Gu Shiji before quickly averting her gaze and shaking her head. "It's nothing. I just wasn't paying attention to the path. I knew my sister's leg was there, yet I tripped over it and fell. It hurt a bit, and I cried for a moment, but I'm fine now." Oh, her pretense is lacking, so blatantly implying something about me. If she weren't the protagonist graced with a halo, no one would be able to ignore her tea-scented aura. Surely my grandfather isn't less astute than my grandmother and fourth brother, believing her words and seeking to avenge her? Old Master Gu remarked. "Am I truly less clever in your eyes than your grandmother and that wretched Gu Jiangyuan?" With a touch of imagination, he pieced together the situation, concluding that she had, as she claimed, intentionally fallen and attempted to sully Gu Shiji's name. He nodded nonchalantly. It appears there is no issue. Just be cautious in the future. Don't walk carelessly into others' legs. You bear the responsibility if you injure someone." In the next moment, concern washed over his face as he turned to Gu Shiji. "Darling, is your leg injured? Does it hurt?" Gu Sairu was taken aback. Why did it feel like she could no longer stay in this house? Gu Shiji had already started gaming, casually moving her leg to show old Master Gu, "I'm fine really. I'm not a fool. I certainly wouldn't let anyone run into me." Old Master Gu examined her closely and concluded she was indeed unharmed. His gaze returned to Gu Shiji, eager to discover if she regarded him as more astute than the old lady and Gu Jiangyuan. Perhaps his stare was too intense, as Gu Shiji, despite being engrossed in her game, could sense it. While battling monsters, she glanced at him. "Grandfather, do you have any questions for me?" "No. Grandfather simply wishes to watch you play." Old Master Gu felt a surge of impatience. Why hadn't Gu Shiji's inner thoughts been vocalized yet? Should he just ask outright? Gu Shiji, believing his words, patted the seat beside her, inviting him to sit closer for a better view. He settled beside her, watching the game unfold, utterly bewildered. He felt an overwhelming urgency and occasionally glanced at Gu Sairu, even wishing for her to act up, providing him with a chance to shine. However, Gu Sairu found no benefit in remaining there, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, and decided to step outside into the garden for a stroll. Meanwhile, Gu Shiji, in her attempt to save Li Shuangshuang, had been led into a trap and perished, leaving her with a brief window before the next match. In that moment, she noticed Gu Sairu leaving. "My grandfather is quite impressive. Not only did he remain unaffected by her antics, but he also made her leave." Old Master Gu perked up. Gu Shiji's voice had finally arrived. She praised him for being clever. He beamed with pride. Even his mustache seemed to lift. Yet, she hadn't commented on whether he was smarter than her grandmother and fourth brother. The old man's competitive spirit wouldn't allow him to overlook this question. He fixed his gaze on Gu Shiji once more, his intensity reigniting. As Gu Shiji's character respawned, she continued her gaming. This time, it proceeded smoothly. And she did not die again until the game concluded. Grandma Gu soon called them to the dining room for dinner. Old Master Gu had yet to receive the answer he desired. Dinner in winter was served early, and they finished just past 7. Having spent a long day at home, the children grew restless and conspired together. Old Master Gu arranged several cars to take them to the pedestrian street in the city. They wandered from one end of the street to the other, chilled to the bone, and spontaneously sought refuge in a nearby establishment to indulge in an early supper. The eatery they chose was a trendy hotspot in the city, bustling with patrons after 6 o'clock, where, during the peak dining hours of 6 to 8, one could expect to wait at least half an hour in line. By the time Gu Shiji and her companions arrived, it was already 8:30. The queue had dwindled, and fortuitously, a large table had just become available. Upon entering the restaurant, they placed their orders, and Zhang Qi pulled out his phone to invite the others to play a game. Gu Shiji, uninterested, leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs, and amused herself by teasing a child at the adjacent table. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the entrance, followed by the sound of frantic footsteps from those near the door. Startled, the other diners turned their gazes toward the entrance. Gu Shiji, lollipop in her mouth, also glanced in that direction. A slender man clad in a brown down jacket burst in, brandishing a knife, swaying erratically as he shouted, "I will kill you all. You all must die." He mumbled incoherently, swinging his blade wildly at the air. With only one exit, once the diners comprehended the unfolding chaos, they scrambled to hide within the restaurant, seeking refuge in the kitchen. The little girl who had just given Gu Shiji the lollipop was scooped up by her father. Terror-stricken, she wailed, clutching Gu Shiji's clothing as her father carried her away. "Sister, run. Sister, run with me. There's a bad uncle. A bad uncle who wants to hurt people." Gu Shiji gently patted her hand and smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. Sister can fight too. Quickly run. Everyone run. Ah. Don't step on me. Get out of the way." The man with the machete, in a frenzied state, caused utter pandemonium in the restaurant. In the midst of the chaos, some patrons stumbled and were trampled underfoot, scrambling back to their feet. Chapter 131. The Agent Comes Knocking. In stark contrast to the frantic crowd, Gu Shiji and her table remained remarkably composed. Zhang Qi and a few others were engrossed in their game, merely casting a fleeting glance before redirecting their attention back to their screens. They even engaged in a light-hearted argument with the table across from them. Curiously, one of the diners asked, "Hey, what is happening over there? It sounds quite thrilling." Zhang Qi replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much. Just having dinner while a lunatic with a machete barges in to attack people." The person across the table fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You're quite the joker." Zhang Qi looked toward Fan Jiang. "Does he not believe me?" Fan Jiang nodded. If he had been the one playing the game and heard such a nonchalant remark, He too would have thought it a jest. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan, the two young girls, were visibly shaken, especially Lin Yan. They clung to Gu Shiji's arms, casting wary glances at the erratic man, who had already shattered numerous plates and overturned several tables on his rampage. Fortunately, everyone had managed to flee in time, and the man's erratic behavior meant he hadn't harmed anyone yet. The restaurant was quite spacious, and Gu Shiji's group, seated near the back against a glass wall, was still at a safe distance from the man. Jie, what is going on? Should we run? Is he going to come over here? Lin Yan, merely 15, trembled in fear, tears brimming in her eyes. Several waitstaff, who had taken refuge in the kitchen, peered out from the service window with knives in hand, urgently calling to the children, "You all come in here. Don't stay over there." Outside the glass wall of the restaurant, passers-by, emboldened, held up their phones to live stream the scene. Guys, guess what is happening over here? I never thought I'd witness such a thing in my lifetime, just out for a stroll and encountering a madman attacking people. As the live stream began, a crowd quickly gathered to watch. Oh my god, is that guy really insane? Where did he find such a long knife?
Wow.
There are so many people in the restaurant. They're all in danger. Is anyone calling the police? Why haven't they arrived yet?
There are so many people in there. They must be terrified.
Suddenly, a group of concerned viewers noticed something amiss. Wait. Why are there still a bunch of kids sitting there? Everyone else has run away. Are they too scared to move? My goodness. How addicted are these kids to their games? If I'm not mistaken, several of them are still playing. Meanwhile, on the highway near the airport, Gu Jiangyan's agent had just landed and hopped into a taxi. Upon opening his phone, he saw a notification for a live stream and clicked in. Just as he was about to inform Gu Jiangyan that he had arrived in the city, familiar faces caught his attention, and he immediately focused on the screen. Inside the restaurant, the man continued to scream about killing everyone while advancing towards Gu Shiji and her friends. Everyone else had hidden away, yet Gu Shiji's group remained seated, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, engrossed in their own activities. This only served to provoke him further. He swung his machete, shouting, "I will kill you all. You are all just like her. You all deserve to die." Viewers online shielded their eyes, exclaiming, "It's over. They're done for. Why aren't they hiding? The man is right in front of them, and they're still sitting there waiting to be attacked? Oh, from now on, I'll never criticize disappearing teammates in games again. They might not be disappearing on purpose, but running for their lives. I just hope they manage to escape." The streamer, emboldened by the glass barrier and the presence of Gu Shiji's group, leaned closer to capture the scene, even managing to film the game on Zhang Qi's phone. While it was uncertain whether Gu Shiji and her friends were truly frightened, the viewers were acutely aware of their own fear. Gu Jiangyan's agent was so absorbed in the unfolding drama that he forgot to breathe, holding his breath in anticipation. The taxi driver, intrigued by the sound coming from the phone, turned to him. "Are you watching a news live stream? Is there a knife attack somewhere?" Kids these days, the agent mused, so engrossed in their games that they lost all sense of danger. Even in the face of a madman, they continued to play. Inside the restaurant, the man overturned several chairs as he approached their table. Zhang Qi and the other boys remained fixated on their game, showing no inclination to move. Gu Shiji, also a gamer, understood the sense of responsibility one holds towards their teammates and opponents alike, and she didn't want to pressure them. Instead, she gently patted Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan's hands in reassurance. In the next moment, her hand suddenly struck the chopsticks on the table. The chopsticks flew upwards, spinning with a speed that was almost imperceptible before ultimately embedding themselves into the man's calf. Stumbling and swaying, he collapsed before them. Gu Shiji sat upon the chair, stealthily lifting her foot, concealed by the tablecloth, to kick a winter jujube that had rolled to the floor during the earlier commotion. The jujube struck the man's wrist with remarkable precision, causing him to wince in agony and relinquish the knife he had been wielding. With a resounding thud, the blade clattered to the ground. Nearby, Gu Jianyuan, whose character had just perished in a game, found himself with ample time to address the unfolding situation. He hastily discarded his phone, scurrying over to retrieve the large cleaver, placing a foot firmly on the man's back to render him immobile. Gu Shiji's swift maneuver had transpired so rapidly and with such subtlety that many witnesses failed to grasp the full extent of the event, let alone record it. The still image now displayed on the screen suggested that Gu Jianyuan had subdued the man. Upon concluding his discussion with the driver, Gu Jianyuan's manager glanced at his phone, suddenly inspired, and promptly captured a screenshot to send to Gu Jiangyan, remarking, "Your brother possesses commendable skills. The screenshot also included an image of the three of them huddled together. Gu Jiangyan cast a sidelong glance at Gu Jiangyuan, his gaze landing on Gu Xizhi with a hint of disdain. How cowardly. Chapter 132. Ever since I got a wife. Gu Jiangyuan had just been standing triumphantly on the man's back when the police arrived. Once they handcuffed the assailant, he came to his senses, spiraling into a frenzied outburst. I will kill you. You all deserve to die, he screamed, thrashing wildly. At that moment, a man who bore a striking resemblance to the assailant, albeit noticeably older, rushed over, panting heavily. Upon learning that no one but the knife-wielding man had been harmed, he exhaled in relief and bowed apologetically to the gathered crowd. The police questioned him and soon discovered he was the assailant's brother. He explained that the man had gone mad because his wife had left their 3 young children, whose combined ages were under 10, alone at home while she went out to play mahjong, locking the door to prevent them from wandering outside. The children had inadvertently set the house ablaze while she was away, and by the time the neighbors noticed the smoke and attempted to intervene, the children were trapped inside and could only cry for help. The fire department arrived too late, and the 3 children perished in the flames. The wife, fearing reprimand upon her return, had not gone back home. The man, who had been delivering takeout, rushed back upon hearing the news and was driven to madness, seeking to harm anyone he encountered. The live stream continued uninterrupted, capturing the words of the assailant's brother. All 3 children perished in an instant. If it were me, I would have gone mad too. Indeed, no one descends into madness without reason. Life's harsh realities often drive one to despair. He lamented the wife's unworthiness as a mother, drawing parallels to a previous case of a person who had boiled their children for the sake of mahjong. It was unfathomable to consider the despair those children must have felt before their tragic demise. At the scene, Gu Jianyuan, who had been so bravely asserting dominance moments ago, now felt a pang of guilt. I should have shown him a bit more kindness. Gu Xizhi, too, was taken aback by the shocking turn of events and informed the police that the man had sustained an injury to his leg, urging them to attend to it first. Now, no one had the heart to indulge in a late-night snack. As the police escorted the man away, Gu Xizhi and her companions decided to leave as well. Tomorrow was Sunday, a day free from classes, allowing for a leisurely sleep-in. Initially, they had planned to linger out late, but now that desire had evaporated. Zhang Qi kicked at the leaves swirling around his feet, declaring with fervor, when I get married, I will certainly install heating in my house. So my wife won't have to rely on charcoal to keep warm with the children during winter. And I'll buy her an oven for roasting sweet potatoes. So she doesn't have to use a charcoal brazier at home. His loyal companion, Wang Hua, echoed his sentiments. Indeed. I must also set up a mahjong room in my house, stocked with a variety of snacks. So my wife can invite others over to play rather than going to their homes. That way, she can be at home with the children. Gu Xizhi interjected. Your plans are quite commendable. Although their focus had veered somewhat, it must be acknowledged that such measures could potentially eliminate similar issues at their roots. It might even prevent them from struggling to find wives in the future. Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, and Wang Hua all decided to head home, while Zhang Qi and Fan Zhang planned to accompany Gu Xizhi for martial arts practice the following day, riding back to the ancestral home in the Gu family's vehicle. Upon their arrival, a taxi pulled up alongside them, and from it emerged a man clad in a black down jacket and a duckbill cap. He scrutinized Gu Xizhi and her group for a moment, primarily fixating on Gu Jianyuan, while Fan Zhang and the others merely glanced at Gu Xizhi's face. In the dimly lit garden of the ancestral home, despite the bright streetlights, visibility was not as clear as during the day. The agent studied the group for several seconds before confirming that these youths were indeed the ones he sought. Judging by the timeline, they must have returned directly after subduing the man at the restaurant. He approached them. With his cap casting a shadow over his face, the agent's features remained obscured, rendering it difficult to discern his identity. Gu Jianyuan and his companions, however, paid little attention to him, merely noting the unusual sight of someone wearing a cap at night approaching them. After witnessing Gu Jianyuan's earlier display, the remaining 3 youths felt compelled to demonstrate their prowess before their master. Aside from Gu Jianyuan, they stepped forward, adopting defensive stances. Zhang Qi firmly believed that striking first was paramount to survival. The series of punches Gu Xizhi had previously demonstrated lingered in his mind, and even after returning home, he had practiced them several times, dragging his father into the role of sparring partner. Now, he was not only capable of watching but genuinely prepared to fight. With a burst of enthusiasm, he lunged forward, clenching his fist, drawing his elbow back to gather strength. In the next instant, the force of his punch surged. His fist connected with the agent's abdomen, causing him to double over, eyes bulging, as he crouched in agony, wishing for death. Why are you staring? You thought us mere children were easy pickings, did you? You even thought of ambushing my sister. I'll make it so your mother won't even recognize you. Zhang Qi shouted, his voice filled with righteous indignation. The agent felt as if his insides had been pulverized, unable to utter a word as he shook his head in desperation. How could he have appeared as if he intended to ambush anyone? And who possessed the audacity to infiltrate the Gu family as garden to attack their young master? Zhang Qi, however, was oblivious to the agent's silent protests. After delivering the blow, he eagerly turned to Gu Xizhi, seeking validation. Sister Xi, how did I do? Was that punch acceptable? If I had angled it just a tad more or added a slight hook, would it have been better? I felt my breathing was off. I didn't unleash my full strength. The agent could only groan in response, so you thought you should have killed me with that punch to be satisfied, did you? Meanwhile, both Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu had witnessed the live stream from the restaurant, realizing the youngsters had not indulged in a late-night snack and had returned home directly. Grandma Gu sent a message to Gu Xizhi, informing her that she had instructed the chef to prepare a late-night meal for them. As the meal was ready, she inquired if they had arrived home. Preoccupied with her own hunger, Gu Xizhi failed to notice the earlier altercation involving Zhang Qi's punch and could not respond to his question. She brushed past her companions, leading the way. Zhang Qi, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly pulled Gu Jianyuan and Fan Jiang into further discussion. The agent, after half a minute, finally came to terms with reality. The group of youths before him seemed to possess little humanity if he did not hasten to clarify matters. It was highly likely they would conclude their discussions and then subject him to experiments. Chapter 133. Avoid discussing her affairs. He pressed his hand against his abdomen to temporarily alleviate the pain and straightened his posture slightly. Removing his hat, he weakly stated, "It is I, your third brother's agent." His words were primarily directed at Gu Jianyuan. He had visited the Gu residence a few times before and had met Gu Jianyuan on several occasions. The glow of the street lamp illuminated his unobscured face, allowing Gu Jianyuan to finally discern his features. He recognized him enough to confirm he was neither a fraud nor a nefarious individual. Consequently, his interest in continuing the discussion about martial arts with Zhang Qi and the others dissipated. "Oh," he exclaimed, catching up with Gu Xizhi. "Xizhi, wait for fourth brother. Sister Xizhi, wait for us." Upon witnessing Gu Jianyuan's indifference towards the agent, Zhang Qi and the others paid him no mind and hurried after them. Sui casually draped his arm over Gu Jianyuan's shoulder as the group of youths walked forward, laughing and joking. The agent rubbed his face in confusion. Did Gu Jianyuan not recognize him? He recalled that during his previous visits, Gu Jianyuan had always treated him warmly. The group moved too swiftly for him to catch even a glimpse of their retreating figures, prompting the agent to jog after them. Upon entering the Gu residence, he reiterated to Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu, "I am Jiangyan's agent." Grandpa Gu remained silent, while Grandma Gu merely acknowledged him with a faint "oh." She then proceeded to invite the children for a late-night snack. For the first time in the Gu residence, the agent felt a sense of awkwardness, despite the family's silence. He could discern their lack of fondness for him. As Gu Jianyuan and the others went to the dining area for supper, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Having only consumed a meager airplane meal since the afternoon, he felt famished and desired to eat, yet no one had invited him to join them. He reluctantly took a seat on the sofa, intending to wait until they finished before approaching Gu Jianyuan to discuss matters. While waiting, he took out his phone and messaged Gu Jiangyan, "Be honest, are you really not a biological child of the Gu family? Have you been expelled from the family tree?" Gu Jiangyan was still filming and took an eternity to respond. The late-night snack prepared by Grandma was beef noodles, accompanied by several side dishes. They chatted and dined, finishing within about 20 minutes. The agent, seated in the living room, continually glanced towards the dining area, and upon seeing Gu Jianyuan put down his chopsticks, he promptly rose. As Gu Jianyuan exited the dining room, he turned back to speak with Su Yi and the others. "I ate too much and can't sleep. Shall we play a few more games?" The food, crafted by a skilled chef, was too delectable. They had even finished all the soup. Who could possibly remain unsated? Everyone readily agreed, gathering on the living room sofa to play games. The agent relinquished his seat on the sofa, standing by as Gu Jianyuan and the others settled down. Fourth young master, Gu Jianyuan, having selected his game character, interrupted the agent. "We have enough players. I can't accommodate you." The agent protested. "This game is hindering me from discussing serious matters. I have no intention of playing." "All right, we are about to play. Please refrain from speaking. It distracts us. After waiting for them to finish their late-night snack, the agent continued to wait as they played games. Gu Jiangyan had yet to reply to him. Frustrated, he sent another message. You must have been expelled from the Gu family tree. After sending the message, he noticed a small space left on the edge of the sofa. He cautiously sat down, crossing his legs to avoid brushing against Gu Jiangyuan and disturbing his game. Although Gu Sairu had been infuriated earlier and contemplated leaving the old residence immediately, she later reconsidered. She realized that her grandparents had altered their attitude towards her because she had moved out, reducing their time together. To prevent Gu Xizhi from speaking ill of her in her absence, she chose to stay overnight in the old residence, thereby increasing their interaction time. When Gu Xizhi and the others returned for a late-night snack, Grandma also sent a servant to call for her. She wished to maintain her figure and did not have a habit of eating late at night, so she had been in her room completing assignments. Feeling thirsty, she refrained from asking the servant for water and decided to fetch it herself. Upon seeing Gu Xizhi and the group noisily gathered in the living room playing games, she frowned. How noisy. They hardly resemble young ladies of refinement. Her gaze fell upon the agent. Having a good relationship with Gu Jiangyan and having previously filmed a variety show with him, she was quite familiar with the agent, who often helped Gu Jiangyan deliver gifts to her. In surprise, she rushed over. Brother Yunfeng, what brings you here? Did my third brother send you to deliver something for me? The agent, having been in the residence for quite some time, was deeply touched to be the first recipient of her warm greeting. He yearned to engage Gu Sairu in conversation for hours, sharing his previous grievances. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, he smiled as he spoke to Gu Sairu. Ah, it is Sister Sairu. You have returned to the old residence this evening. It has been a while since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful, and it seems you have gained a bit of height. Noting that she wasn't joining them to play games, he added, Are you studying diligently in your room? You are truly industrious. You are, thus far, the most disciplined girl I have encountered. Gu Xizhi, multitasking, rolled her eyes at this display. Is the agent lacking in emotional intelligence? Does he not see there is another girl present? To praise Gu Sairu as the most disciplined girl in my presence is clearly suggesting that I am not disciplined at all. Although it is true that I am not disciplined, he appears to be obviously seeking an audience with my fourth brother regarding important matters. Yet he subtly undermines another sister. Does he not fear that my fourth brother will take an even greater dislike to him? No wonder he has brought forth such a foolish artist as my third brother. Gu Jiangyuan, engrossed in the game, nodded slightly. Indeed, this agent, like Gu Jiangyan, possessed little emotional intelligence. His feelings of dislike for him intensified. The agent, overflowing with excitement, spoke at length, only to realize that Gu Sairu had seemingly posed a question to him. After a moment of recollection, he replied, I am here to discuss matters with your fourth brother. I did not bring anything for you. Disappointed, Gu Sairu ascended the stairs. After Gu Jiangyuan and the others finished a couple of rounds of games, having digested their food, he noticed the agent still gazing longingly at him. With a sigh, Gu Jiangyuan urged, If you have something to say, please speak. The agent glanced at Gu Xizhi, hesitating momentarily, clearly wanting her to leave for a while. He did not wish for too many people to be privy to the events that transpired during the filming process, especially those whose reliability was uncertain. Oh? Is there something I am not meant to know? How fortuitous. I feel tired. Yawning, Gu Xizhi made her way upstairs. Any gossip related to Gu Jiangyan was best left untouched. Gu Jiangyuan, initially oblivious to the agent's intentions, suddenly understood upon Gu Xizhi's remark. His expression darkened slightly. Once Gu Xizhi departed, leaving only the group of youths, the agent immediately began. It is like this. I noticed you practicing martial arts in the courtyard the other day and wanted to inquire if you are training in ancient martial arts? Gu Jiangyuan responded coldly, with a brief The agent's excitement was nearly palpable. Can you tell me who is teaching you? Could you introduce that person to me? Chapter 134. The agent witnesses their martial arts practice. Gu Jiangyuan glanced towards the staircase. Gu Xizhi, having reached halfway, returned to the dining room to grab a bottle of milk, then slowly resumed her ascent. The downside of living in a villa is that even going to bed requires a trek up the stairs. Though waiting for the elevator doors to open only takes a few seconds, it is still a nuisance. If I ever successfully run away from home, I shall reside in a spacious flat. I absolutely refuse to live in a villa. Gu Jingyuan's lips twitched violently. How lazy can one be? Unwilling to ascend even a few stairs? Fourth young master? The manager, not receiving a response from Gu Jiangyuan, noticed him gazing intently in the direction of Gu Xizhi and called out to him. Gu Jiangyuan turned to face him, his expression darkening, starkly contrasting the look he wore while observing Gu Xizhi. You ask me who taught us? I raised an eyebrow in jest, feeling playful, recalling how the manager had deliberately diverted Xizhi's attention. If he were to discover that our ancient martial arts were indeed taught by Xizhi, I wonder what his reaction would be? The manager nodded eagerly. Gu Jiangyuan feigned sincerity. The person you just met is my sister, Gu Xizhi. She was just sitting here, adorably disciplined, even more so than Gu Sairu. His statement was entirely accurate. Xizhi was indeed quite disciplined when it came to her aspirations of being a slacker. Fourth young master, I was inquiring about the individual who instructed you in ancient martial arts, not about your sister. Since the afternoon, the manager had abandoned all matters, even neglecting a proper meal, and now, with an empty stomach, his previously affable smile vanished. Even at this juncture, he still wished to jest. Even a saint would lose their temper. Gu Jiangyuan stretched lazily. I am speaking of the one who taught us ancient martial arts, believe it or not. I should retire for the night now. What about you all? Zhang Qi and the others. Upon witnessing the manager's disbelief regarding Gu Xizhi's role as their instructor in ancient martial arts, developed a distaste for him. After exchanging glances, they followed Gu Jiangyuan upstairs. Soon, the living room was left with only the manager. He stared at the retreating figures of Gu Jiangyuan and the others, once more sending a message to Gu Jiangyan. Before the revelation of your lack of blood relation to the Gu family, did you offend them in any way? I feel as though I have been implicated. Their disdain for you has begun to extend towards me. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Gu Jiangyan had just finished work. Noticing the manager's flurry of messages, Gu Jiangyan, while making his way to the van, replied, Have you arrived at the Gu residence? Did you see Gu Jiangyuan? What did he say? The manager relayed the conversation he had with Gu Jiangyuan to Gu Jiangyan, including Gu Jiangyuan's response. He stated that what they are practicing is indeed ancient martial arts, taught by your recently returned sister. Gu Xizhi taught them? No wonder the manager claimed the Gu family was playing tricks on him. Gu Jiangyuan was becoming increasingly outrageous. Rumor had it that he had been spending considerable time with Gu Xizhi lately, even going to her classroom after school to carry her backpack. Surely, the lessons she imparted involved deceit and trickery? He messaged the manager back. I'll make a call to inform them. You can stay at the old residence tonight without having to venture out again. Get some proper rest. It was too late for him to contact the elderly Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu. Instead, he called the butler of the old residence. Understanding the manager's tendency to neglect meals when engrossed in work, he thoughtfully instructed the butler to have a servant prepare a bowl of noodles for him. The household staff remained unaware that Gu Jiangyan had been nearly unilaterally expelled from the family tree. Upon receiving his call, they promptly set about fulfilling his orders. After directing the butler on his duties, Gu Jiangyan pondered for a moment before dialing Gu Jiangyu. Why a phone call, you ask? Perhaps it was because he had intended to send a WeChat message, only to discover he had been blocked again. Every domineering CEO works late into the night, and Gu Jiangyu was no exception. Even as midnight approached, he remained energetically seated at his computer, engaged in a video conference with the overseas branch. As the meeting concluded, he noticed Gu Jiangyan's incoming call and walked to the window to answer. Brother, I think you should speak to Gu Jiangyuan. He is currently in his senior year, the most pivotal time in his life. He should refrain from engaging in frivolous activities with Gu Xizhi. The remnants of Gu Jiangyu's brotherly affection dissipated. His voice cold. He responded, Are you done? Beep, beep, beep. Gu Jiangyan stared at the disconnected call, beginning to contemplate the manager's repeated inquiries. After a long day of running around, the manager finally enjoyed a late-night snack at midnight. Guided by a servant to his room, he lay on the comfortable bed of the Gu residence and fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, he was awakened by the raucous sounds from the garden. The guest room assigned to him by the butler was on the second floor, directly facing the Gu family's garden, offering a splendid view. Dressed in autumn wear, still drowsy, he ambled to the window and, upon witnessing the scene below, instantly became alert, his eyes wide open in astonishment. It turned out that Gu Jiangyuan and the others had already risen and were practicing martial arts in the garden, bound with sandbags. They had begun with a silent stance on plum blossom poles, and now they were engaged in one-on-one sparring. The youths had practiced with Gu Xizhi for a while and, being somewhat gifted, were learning rapidly. The sparring was quite intense. By now, it was already 9:30, and Gu Xizhi, with her tousled hair and bleary eyes, stood nearby, munching on something and occasionally offering instructions. The manager listened for a moment before realizing she was actually guiding their movements. He was taken aback. Immediately, he messaged Gu Jiangyan, Could it be that what your fourth brother said last night is true? On Gu Jiangyan's end, he was getting ready in the morning and understood the manager's implication almost instantaneously, replying in a heartbeat. Did you sleep too long? Just as the message was sent, a staff member came to urge him. The makeup artist made a final check of his appearance, adjusting the hairpin atop his head. He handed his phone to his assistant and stepped out to film. The manager, glancing at the message, resolved to seek further evidence to prove he wasn't mistaken. He hurriedly dressed and dashed downstairs. Passing through the living room, he brushed past Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu, greeting them without pausing, heading straight for the garden. Behind him, Mr. Gu's voice murmured, "Why is he still at our house?" In the garden, a servant, noticing Gu Xizhi had nearly finished her pancake, offered her a cup of hot milk. Fang Jiang, who found her sparring with Zhang Qi unsatisfactory, looked at Gu Xizhi and said, "Sister Xi, I want to spar with you." As she discovered that her agent was still watching her, Gu Xizhi hesitated for a moment, reluctantly handing over the last bun from her plate to him. She regarded him with a look that suggested he was rather inconsiderate, shaking her head. "Next time, you should go to the restaurant yourself for food. It's unbecoming to snatch food like a child." The agent. He had never even contemplated snatching food from a child. Yet, despite his thoughts, his hand instinctively accepted the bun. The moment his fingers touched the soft, plump, and springy bun, he realized it must be handmade. Reminded of the culinary skills of the Gu family's cook, he took a bite. Having been misunderstood, he thought it would be a shame not to savor it a little more. The agent was profoundly impressed as he observed Gu Jianyuan and the others practicing martial arts. Even though they were merely practicing their punches, the distinction between ancient and modern martial arts was unmistakable. He had only seen the previous martial arts instructor practice twice on set, yet the memory lingered vividly. He found himself slowing down the pace at which he devoured the bun. Meanwhile, Gu Xizhi finished one bun in 3 bites. Observing her agent's leisurely pace in eating, she felt a tinge of disdain. Fortunately, at my current age of 15, I can indulge freely. If I were like this uncle, getting older and unable to eat quickly, what meaning would life hold? She was immensely grateful that she had traversed into this age, allowing her to fully enjoy the youth and culinary delights she had missed while studying hard for exams in her previous life. Gu Jianyuan seized Sue's hands, casting a glance at the agent, sharing the same look of disdain as Gu Xizhi. Eating a bun so slowly, he resembled a delicate flower. The agent, momentarily forgetting to bite into his bun, looked towards Gu Jianyuan, feeling as though he was being looked down upon for some peculiar reason. He quickly finished the bun and pulled out his phone to film Gu Jianyuan and the others. Having satisfied her hunger, Gu Xizhi lounged on a deck chair. Grandma Gu emerged with a rubber band and a comb to style her hair. Hair styling was something she had never mastered in her previous life. Thus, she relished the assistance. While styling her hair, Grandma Gu gazed at Gu Xizhi's cheeks for a moment and then at her round, full belly. Once she finished, she walked over to converse with Grandpa Gu, who was practicing Tai Chi nearby, while watching Gu Jianyuan and the others train. Look at how lovely Xizhi has become with some extra weight. She resembles a little piglet. If we nurture her for a few more months, she'll surely surpass that little chubby one from the old Chen family. Then, Chen's wife won't dare to claim we're mistreating our child. Gu Xizhi? Zhang Qi, step aside. I want to spar with him. She abruptly stood up from her chair, determined not to be the Gu family's representative chubby person for the old lady to showcase against the others. She wanted to exercise and maintain her figure. 3 minutes later, feeling she had exercised enough, Gu Xizhi left behind a bruised and battered Fan Jiang and reclined back onto the deck chair. Beside her, the agent gazed at her with an expression akin to that of a deity, coming back to his senses. The agent promptly sent the recently recorded video of Gu Xizhi's one-sided beating of Fan Jiang to Gu Jiangyan. Oh my, it's truly real. Your sister really knows ancient martial arts and is far superior to the previous martial arts instructor. She's incredibly powerful and impressive. After envying your background in the Gu family, I now envy you for having such a formidable sister. With her around, our production has hope. He bombarded Gu Jiangyan with excited messages. After sending the messages, he began to flatter Gu Xizhi. Sister, would you be interested in visiting our film crew? We have many big stars. It'll be so much fun. Gu Xizhi sipped her juice through a straw, tilting her face up for the servant to wipe her sweat. With half-closed eyes, she scrutinized the agent. Oh, has he finally realized I know ancient martial arts and is attempting to lure me to their crew as their martial arts instructor? What? Letting Xizhi go to the third brother's crew to be his martial arts instructor? Why would she help him when he treats her so poorly? Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu had not left, and when Gu Xizhi fought Fan Jiang, both pulled out their phones to record. Upon hearing Gu Xizhi's thoughts, they simultaneously glared at the agent. What a lovely thought. Working as a martial arts instructor in a film crew sounds exhausting. What if it tires our Xizhi out? After finishing her juice and wiping her mouth, Gu Xizhi lazily replied, I'm not going. Although I had considered visiting the crew, Gu Jiangyan is too foolish. What if I can't teach him anything? That would be exhausting for me. The Gu family members nodded in agreement. Indeed, that brat Gu Jiangyan was too foolish. He wouldn't learn anything even if she went. Grandpa Gu finally couldn't hold back anymore and approached. Our little darling still needs to attend school. There's no time for any film crew. I've heard that being an agent involves a lot of work. You should hurry and get back to your business and stop lingering in my house. Upstairs, Gu Xiru had been awake for quite some time. After having breakfast delivered by a servant, she began perusing a comprehensive guide to traditional Chinese medicine. Her complexion was not particularly good. She recalled what Su Jing had said to her last night, that Gu Xizhi seemed to know Feng Ruishan and was quite familiar with him. In her previous life, she had no interaction with Feng Ruishan at all. She pinched her brow. After some thought, she picked up her phone and posted on her moments. Having been tripped, was it truly the fault of the person who fell? Who could have anticipated that a leg would be stretched out there, leaving me no time to evade? Or perhaps I shouldn't have returned. The accompanying image, a selfie of her sitting by the window, staring blankly outside. Visible to third brother. Confirm. Gu Jiangyan smoothly filmed 2 scenes. Just as he sat down, he hadn't yet had the chance to check the messages from his agent when he first saw Gu Xiru's post. He promptly messaged her. Have you returned to the old residence? Did Gu Xizhi trip you? Chapter 136, Shameless, with such despicable thoughts. Gu Xiru did not reply to Gu Jiangyan. After waiting a while, he switched to check the messages from his agent. Upon reading the text, he initially thought the agent had once again been deceived by Gu Jiangyuan and the others, until he clicked on the video that followed. After watching the video, he remained silent for a long time, not replying to the agent. During the subsequent filming, he had several NGs, no good takes. By the time they finished shooting in the afternoon, the agent finally received his reply. I'll finish filming my scenes in the next 2 days. Then return for a visit. The agent sat in a mall. He had been driven out by the Gu family and had been sitting in the largest mall in the city for 2 hours. He was searching for items that young girls currently liked on a small blue book, preparing to buy something nice to appease Gu Xizhi. Upon seeing Gu Jiangyan's message, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He quickly replied, All right, I'll leave this to you. You're her third brother, so she'll definitely listen to you. After hitting send, the agent stared at the message he had just sent, feeling that something was amiss. It must be an illusion. I didn't say anything wrong. He is indeed her third brother. How could she possibly refuse to help her third brother with this minor favor? It should be fine. If it really doesn't work, Jiang Yan can have his parents persuade her. I recall that Jiang Yan's parents seemed to dote on him quite a bit. The agent, who was increasingly annoyed by the gift selection, successfully convinced himself. He seemed to have forgotten the countless times he had speculated about matters in the Gu family's old residence. In the Gu family's old residence, in the morning, Gu Jiangyuan and the others were practicing martial arts. Gu Xizhi, feeling chilly sitting outside, went to the warm room to bask in the sun. The lively youths, brimming with energy, surely could not remain idle at home on a rare, leisurely weekend. Exempting Gu Xizhi, the quintessential slacker. She is fortunate to have a circle of friends eager to whisk her away. Just as she was about to be escorted out by Zhang Qi and Gu Jiangyuan, the matriarch's voice halted their departure. You lot, hold your horses. We have guests arriving shortly, and I need you to stay and engage in conversation. As she spoke, the elderly lady clutched her phone, its screen illuminating the call interface, suggesting she had just concluded a conversation. Relieved to remain indoors, Gu Xizhi gleefully reclined back onto the sofa, savoring the freshly cut watermelon prepared by the maid, while her somewhat reluctant mind stirred. What is this sudden mention of guests returning, and why must we all stay to entertain them? She pondered. Is she perhaps planning to set up my fourth brother with a match, an arrangement befitting a grand novel about the elite? Gu Xizhi mused. Oh, dear. My brother is not yet 20, and they are already so eager to find him a partner. Does my grandmother truly worry that he might remain single for life if left to his own devices? Gu Jiangyuan interjected. Why am I being dragged into this? Yet he couldn't help but consider that if a composed and beautiful older sister were to arrive, he might be somewhat intrigued. The matriarch shot him a disapproving glance. What a useless grandson you are, correlating everything back to yourself, despite my efforts to clarify. It is evident how much you vex your dear sister. Not wishing to elaborate further, she feared Gu Jianyuan might provoke her ire, even though he had done nothing wrong. Addressing Gu Xizhi and the others, she instructed, "You may amuse yourselves for a while. I shall retreat to speak with your grandfather." To her astonishment, the guest had indeed been summoned, albeit in haste, leaving her unprepared with gifts. She needed to consult the old man on what would suffice without alarming the visitor. After finishing their martial arts practice, Gu Jianyuan and the others refreshed themselves with medicinal baths. They gathered around the sofa, feeling that not engaging in games would be a waste of time. Gu Xizhi, contemplating a nap, suddenly dashed upstairs and returned with a pile of physics worksheets, questions she had crafted during her recent spare time, including those for both first and third-year students. "You all seem rather idle. Perfect timing to tackle these." With gaming plans thwarted, the group sprawled across the living room table, diligently working on the worksheets. The once boisterous atmosphere of the room quieted, allowing Gu Xizhi to enjoy a peaceful nap. In the afternoon, Gu Sairu prepared to volunteer at the Fong family clinic. After packing her bag, she greeted the matriarch and patriarch before heading out. Gu Yijing descended the stairs, car keys in hand. "Sairu, wait for me. I'll drive you there." Gu Xizhi merely closed her eyes, not yet asleep, when she caught the sound and lazily lifted her gaze. With Gu Sairu present, she understood it was pointless to undertake any tasks. Just as she intended to drift back into slumber, the system's voice chimed in, warm reminder. Gu Yijing currently holds a negative affinity rating of 65 towards the host. Gu Xizhi jolted upright in disbelief.
What?
Is he unwell? I haven't even spoken to him in days, yet my affinity rating has dropped? She wondered, could it be that he harbors some twisted interest in me, a mere 15-year-old? Is he sulking because I haven't conversed with him?
What?
Gu Yijing, that beast, has feelings for Xizhi? Gu Jianyuan, unable to concentrate on his worksheets, abruptly lifted his head to stare at Gu Yijing. Just then, the matriarch and patriarch emerged from their discussion about gifts, passing by Gu Yijing. The matriarch shot him a piercing glance, stepping back before deliberately stomping on his foot. How shameless of you to harbor such sordid thoughts towards a mere 15-year-old girl. As Gu Laozi, holding a cup of tea, walked past, a mishap caused some of the liquid to splatter onto Gu Yijing. Chapter 137. The fourth brother confronts his idol. Meeting him in person, Gu Yijing's countenance darkened. Wait for me. I need to change. Gu Xizhi found amusement in the scene. My grandparents are truly formidable, ha ha ha. Was their earlier behavior intentional? How could they possibly act so purposefully towards Gu Yijing unless they suspect his ulterior motives? The patriarch and matriarch's gaze remained fixed on Gu Yijing, having discerned his ambitions. Gu Jianyuan felt a pang of regret. While his oblivious grandparents had inadvertently reprimanded Gu Yijing, he, the only one able to hear Xizhi's thoughts and her closest ally, had done nothing. Guilt weighed heavily on him. At that moment, his hand brushed against a tennis ball that had somehow found its way beneath the coffee table. A plan formed. Just as Gu Yijing, slightly limping from his foot injury and dampened by tea, turned, he was struck on the back of the head by a tennis ball. Gu Jianyuan called out, "Uncle, my apologies. My hand simply slipped." Gu Yijing declared that he wanted nothing more than to escape this wretched household.
Oh.
My fourth brother seems rather distracted while working on his worksheets, even playing tennis on the side. I must commend him for his accuracy. Yet, after striking Gu Yijing, he will surely feel disheartened. After all, he has idolized Gu Yijing since childhood. Gu Jianyuan rolled his eyes. Admiring Gu Yijing was a folly of youth. Now, he held nothing but disdain for him. Considering my brother inadvertently assisted me in reprimanding Gu Yijing, I might as well offer him some comfort, lest he be unable to continue his studies. Gu Jianyuan feigned admiration in his sparkling eyes as he looked at Gu Xizhi. The patriarch, observing the dwindling tea in his cup and then glancing at Gu Jianyuan, wore a look of disdain. What an imbecile, with so many better options at home. He chose to idolize Gu Yijing. The little brat even thought to console him? Not a chance. Xizhi, the patriarch, called, retrieving his phone. There's a function on this device that I can't quite grasp. Would you come and teach me? Of course, I'll be right there. Gu Xizhi exclaimed, springing from the sofa, completely forgetting her intention to comfort Gu Jianyuan. Xizhi, I too have an app one can't figure out how to download. Come help me with that as well. Gu Jianyuan thought the foolish creature, unworthy of Gu Xizhi's concern, did not deserve her sympathy. Wasn't it promised that someone would comfort him? Gu Sairu stood at the entrance, waiting for Gu Yijing to come down. Observing the affectionate interactions between the old master and the old lady with Xizhi, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Merely reassuring herself that the elderly were only seeking assistance from this idle person in navigating the complexities of technology. She needn't dwell on it too much. The system's voice echoed again. Host, Xizhi is about to embark on an overseas business trip, which will last for half a month. It is advisable for you to diligently complete your task progress before his departure. Otherwise, you will have to wait another half-month to resume. The old master casually opened a video application, claiming ignorance of its usage. Xizhi demonstrated how to play a video within, showcasing a comedic clip of a dog persuading its owner to enter a cage and sleep alongside it. She couldn't help but smile with amusement.
Oh.
He's going on a business trip, just for half a month? That's fine. I can complete my tasks when he returns. Perhaps during his time away. He might process his negative emotions towards me, and by the time he comes back, his fondness for me may have turned positive. Although the old master had retired, Xizhi occasionally discussed company matters with him. He recalled that Xizhi had mentioned arranging Xizhi's trip abroad for a small project, expected to last about half a month. He thought about how the young lad had done nothing these past few days. He could lower his affections. He believed the young one's notion of self-processing negative emotions was merely an optimistic fantasy. Who knows, after being away for half a month without seeing him, could that negative sentiment reach its zenith? If that were the case, perhaps this trip should indeed be cancelled. Xizhi descended the stairs dressed for his departure. And as he passed by the old master, he was called to a halt. Xizhi, in a couple of days, there will be some matters at home requiring your presence. I will inform the company that you need not go on this trip. My grandfather and I truly share a telepathic connection. I was just contemplating Xizhi's business trip, and he brought it up. Since he has said so, does that mean Xizhi will not be going after all?
System. You heard that, right?
Xizhi isn't going on the trip, so does that mean I needn't rush with the tasks? The system replied, "You're free to decide." It was clearly experiencing a malfunction. According to its database, Xizhi was indeed supposed to go abroad, and during the trip, he would recruit 2 of his future most capable assistants. How could the trip be cancelled now? It needed to conduct a thorough self-diagnosis. Xizhi was not one to be so indifferent. She possessed a hint of competitiveness. Especially since Xizhi inexplicably lowered his fondness for her, she felt compelled to assert, "Young man, you have garnered my attention." Thus, she casually engaged in a task and approached Xizhi with her phone, inviting him to watch a video together. "Uncle, look. This video is hilarious." Xizhi, in a hurry to leave, glanced at Xizhi, who was blocking his path with her phone, her eyes clearly expressing disbelief. What kind-hearted individual would obstruct another's exit just to watch a video of a dog urging its owner to sleep in a cage? Xizhi had a habit of wearing perfume before heading out. When Xizhi approached, the strong scent enveloped her, causing her nose to itch, and she rubbed it. The next moment, she sneezed. Xizhi retreated upstairs to change his clothes again. The system noted, Xizhi's current fondness for the host is at -70. Xizhi thought, let this task perish. The Gu family members remarked, it must have lowered his fondness again. After instructing the 2 elders on using their phones, Xizhi resumed her unfinished afternoon nap. After half an hour on the sofa, the old lady gently shook her awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked, "Has the young lady arrived?" The old lady nodded. "She will be here shortly. Hurry and wash your face." Xizhi obediently went to freshen up. Gu Jiangyuan and the others also gathered their papers. Upon finishing her face wash and hearing from the servant that the guest had arrived in the living room, Xizhi curiously made her way there, her excitement palpable. "Finally, I get to see the real person. My grandmother is truly formidable." Chapter 138. Grandma is truly extraordinary. Gazing at the breathtaking beauty before her, Xizhi finally recognized the guest, the stunning Ling Wenyin, who seemed to have gathered all the luck of her lifetime in her visage. Even her elder brother could not invite her. But she had been brought by the old lady. Ling Wenin's beauty was striking, and Li Shuangshuang and the others were well aware of her. However, in person, she was far more captivating than on screen. The impact of her beauty left not just Xizhi in awe. Li Shuangshuang excitedly clasped her hand. This is Ling Wenin, right? She's even more beautiful in person. With a face like that, even if she possesses no skills, I would still gladly be her fan. Lin Yun's enthusiasm matched that of Li Shuangshuang. Oh my, how can there be such an exquisite person in this world? What kind of genetics produces such beauty? If I had even a third of her looks, I would have no regrets in this life. Speaking of which, My grandmother is not arranging a blind date for my fourth brother. It seems she isn't overly concerned about him. Perhaps she thinks my fourth brother is beyond saving? Similarly struck by the beauty, Gu Jianyuan pondered whether to compete with his brother for a chance at a sibling romance. How do we end up here again? Ling Wenin noticed the many children and felt a bit flustered. She steadied herself and smiled at everyone. Eventually, her gaze landed on the old lady. Grandma Gu, the company mentioned you wanted to discuss work-related matters with me. I wonder what specifics you wish to address? Ling Wenin had just renewed her contract with Gu's entertainment company. She was indeed a member of the Gu family. The old lady's invitation under the pretense of work left her with no reason to decline. Gu Xizhi, having pieced everything together, could only commend her grandmother. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier. My grandmother is impressive, unlike my elder brother, who, as Ling Wenin's superior, couldn't even invite her. The old lady beamed with joy at the praise, her smile deepening as she pulled Ling Wenin to sit on the sofa. We'll discuss work matters later. You've worked hard coming here. Please, take a seat first. Furthermore, look at these children in the living room. They all admire you. Why don't you chat with them for a bit? You're close in age, so you should find common ground. Ling Wenin, due to her beauty, often faced rumors within the industry. She had been invited by many wealthy women, all of whom looked down on her, inviting her to belittle her. Before arriving, she had anticipated that the old lady might have heard some rumors and summoned her not for business, but to humiliate her, ensuring she kept her distance from Gu Jiangyu. Yet, the old lady's demeanor surprised her. She did not come across as a haughty wealthy matriarch but rather as a kind-hearted grandmother from an ordinary family. The old lady gently patted her hand. Relax. We are not here to harm you. Afraid that Ling Wenin might feel awkward, the old lady soon found an excuse to excuse herself. The group of children immediately surrounded Ling Wenin, shyly exchanging WeChat contacts. Zhang Qi and the others, who were less verbal, boldly invited Ling Wenin to play games with them. As they played, Ling Wenin gradually relaxed, engaging in conversation and learning that they were all high school students, ranging from first to third year. Gu Xizhi found herself enjoying the conversation with Ling Wenin the most. As they engaged in conversation, she discreetly grasped Ling Wenin's wrist, taking her pulse. Ling Wenin, oblivious to the true intent, naively believed Gu Xizhi was merely captivated by her beauty and sought to grow closer. Gradually, Gu Xizhi's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, my future sister-in-law is suffering from severe physical depletion. Even adults are malnourished, let alone my dear nephew. If she does not take proper care of her health, I fear my nephew may not endure. Although Grandma Gu had departed, she had not truly left. She remained, seated in the tea room alongside Grandpa, close enough to the living room to overhear Gu Xizhi's thoughts. Upon hearing this, both Grandpa Gu and Grandma were filled with apprehension. Could they really lose their great-grandson? This was unacceptable. If only I could arrange for my future sister-in-law to come over for dinner every day. I could procure some medicinal herbs and have the chef prepare nourishing dishes for her. After about 20 days of such care, her health would surpass even my elder brother's, ensuring my future nephew's safety. Grandma Gu sighed in relief. If 20 days of medicinal cuisine could restore her health, then it must be arranged. However, my elder brother is so ineffectual that he cannot even invite my future sister-in-law over for a meal. How can I ensure she comes regularly? If I directly mention my expertise in traditional medicine and suggest she might need to stabilize her pregnancy, would she panic and terminate her contract with the company, vanishing from the city forever? Grandma Gu's gaze was resolute. Such matters would be taken care of by her. Stepping out of the tea room, she made her way to the kitchen, bringing forth a plate of freshly prepared pastries. Placing them on the tea table, she approached Ling Wenin, her face radiating warmth and kindness. Wenin, my dear, I have heard that you excelled in your studies during high school. As you can see, with so many children in our family, particularly my little grandson who is in his final year, his grades leave much to be desired. I was wondering if you might spare some time each day to tutor him. You need not worry about your commitments at work. I will speak with your company and ensure they do not schedule you during this period. It will only be for a month, and I will not ask you to work for free. For each child, I shall offer you 1,000 yuan per lesson. This will be yours alone, with no deductions from your company. Though Ling Wenin's life had been fraught with hardship, it was precisely this adversity that had driven her to become a diligent student and a renowned scholar in high school. Grandma Gu, having spoken without allowing Ling Wenin a moment to refuse, patted her hand and declared, "Thus, it is settled." Ling Wenin was taken aback. "What do you mean it is settled, Grandma?" Grandma Gu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Surely you do not look down upon my grandchildren and wish to reject my request?" They are so pitiable, having faced rejection 23 times already. If you were to refuse me, where would I find another tutor for them? Ling Wenin sighed. All right, Grandma. I accept. I will come tomorrow evening to help them. Grandma Gu wiped her eyes and beamed once more. No need to wait until evening. Come tomorrow afternoon. We can start as soon as they return from school, and you can stay for dinner afterward. Ling Wenin, unable to oppose Grandma Gu, nodded in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Gu Jianyuan, feeling slighted in front of his future sister-in-law, thought, Chapter 139. Are you trying to send me away? Had he not heard Xizhi's thoughts indicating her desire to keep him around, he would have protested. Wow, is my grandmother somehow a worm in my belly? I didn't even need to concoct an excuse. My grandmother simply kept her here. She is truly amazing. Today is yet another day of adoration for her. The others, upon hearing that they too were included in the tutoring arrangement, eagerly expressed their gratitude to Grandma Gu, declaring they would return home with Gu Xizhi and the others after school each day. Though there was no time for Ling Wenin to enjoy medicinal cuisine today, they could at least treat her to a hearty meal to replenish her strength. Grandma Gu insisted that she stay for dinner. After the meal, she presented Ling Wenin with a carefully prepared gift. Since a family heirloom bracelet could not be given and cash was inappropriate, she offered her a golden bowl. Technically, it was a golden rice bowl, as a dining bowl would not be so grand. Shimmering with golden light, it bore a meaningful message. The Gu family was her benefactor, symbolizing that if she wished, the Gu family would be her golden bowl, steadfast and unbreakable for a lifetime. As she handed it over, Gu Xizhi felt a pang of jealousy. It seems my previous feelings were indeed misguided. It appears my family does not love me. They are bestowing a golden bowl as a gift to my future sister-in-law on her first visit, while I, upon first meeting them, realized how little regard I am held in. Rather than remain here unloved, I would prefer to leave home early. Grandma Gu pondered, should I take back this bowl? The others chimed in, it's perplexing. You want to leave home for money, yet refuse to go without it. Once Ling Wenin departed, Grandma Gu approached Gu Xizhi. My dear, I noticed that your sister Wenin does not seem in good health. Could you perhaps prescribe some medicine to help her regain her strength? Though my grandmother has once again voiced my own desires, freeing me from the need to concoct excuses to provide my future sister-in-law with herbs. Yet I still feel somewhat disheartened. Indeed, beautiful individuals are often favored. My grandmother, upon meeting her for the first time, immediately sought to restore her health. I must retreat to a corner and indulge in my sorrow for a while. Once her sadness subsided, Gu Xizhi nodded, concealing her emotions behind a facade of obedience. Very well, I shall write a prescription for my sister now. The chef can prepare the medicinal dish for her tomorrow. Grandma Gu, determined not to allow her precious one to feel neglected, added, Sweetheart, you do not appear well either. Are you unwell? How about you write yourself a prescription as well? Tomorrow, I will personally gather the herbs and brew the medicine, ensuring you have it ready upon your return from school. Then, will you bring the medicine to my bedside and say, Dear one, please take your medicine? Gu Xizhi, in Grandma Gu's presence, took her own pulse and replied, I am quite healthy, no need for any medicine. Grandma Gu mused. Has she grown too old to keep up with the thoughts of the young? You are merely a young girl. Why would I call you dear one? The next day, upon entering the classroom, Gu Xizhi sensed something amiss. All eyes were fixated upon her, their gazes burning with intensity as if they wished to devour her whole. Why is everyone staring at me? Have rumors of my flesh being more precious than Tang Seng's finally surfaced? Li Shuangshuang chuckled, explaining. Remember when we went to see Feng Ruishan filming her MV over the weekend? There were reporters live streaming. Although our faces weren't shown, someone shouted your name. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Miaojuan's agent mentioned we were her classmates, everyone deduced it was you. They even witnessed how familiar you were with Feng Ruishan, and now they're here to inquire about your relationship with her. Gu Xizhi understood. Those who idolize stars often sought to connect with those who were close to them, like her. The students of Class 18 had long grown accustomed to throngs of people surrounding their classroom and were now largely indifferent, their focus remaining undisturbed. Li Shuangshuang turned around again to continue gossiping with Gu Xizhi. I heard that Zhu Miaojuan took a leave today. She must feel too embarrassed to face everyone after that day. Gu Xizhi nodded in agreement. She tapped the Chinese textbook on the table, and Li Shuangshuang instantly understood her intent, promptly turning back to recite the text. With the midterm exams behind them, how far could the final exams be? During this period, under Gu Xizhi's supervision, the students in class dared not slack off. Li Shuangshuang turned back, having read only 2 lines, before pivoting again. By the way, Jia, Have you heard about the semi-final of the math competition? The date is set for December 15th. Semi-final? Does that mean there will be a final afterward? This prize money is certainly not easy to obtain. With more than half a month left until December 15th, Xizhi felt no urgency. Observing her classmates engrossed in reading and memorizing, she happily laid down for a nap. Just as she settled in, Zhang Qi woke her up. Get up. The math teacher is looking for you.
Huh?
Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, Xizhi groggily looked up to see Xizhi standing outside the corridor. No way. Just after Li Shuang informed her of the math competition's final date, Xizhi had come to find her. Surely. He wasn't here to give her last-minute tutoring to ensure she performed well in the competition. If he were indeed offering tutoring, she would have to refuse. Tutoring seemed utterly unnecessary. Xizhi looked down at the dried leaves at his feet, and upon hearing footsteps, he raised his gaze. When he saw Xizhi approaching, a charming smile broke across his cherubic face. Classmate Xizhi, would you like to take a stroll with the teacher? Xizhi found herself utterly defenseless against attractive things, and Xizhi's face certainly fell within that category. She could not resist and followed him. Classmate Xizhi, do you enjoy mathematics? He walked ahead, not turning back as he spoke. Xizhi stepped on the cobblestones, lifted her head, and pondered for a moment. I suppose I do. In her previous life, she had initially been a science student, and throughout her years, mathematics had always been her favorite subject. She found it the most romantic of all. Setting aside thoughts of slacking off, she genuinely liked math. Xizhi paused, turned back, and with his round doe-like eyes gazing at Xizhi, he asked, Then would you like to learn hacking techniques with me? Xizhi? Is this how math teachers think? One moment discussing math, the next hacking? Teacher, are you trying to lead me astray? Chapter 140 System Plagiarism? Generally, being a hacker is illegal. Xizhi awkwardly rubbed his nose and rephrased. Then, how about we learn programming together? Xizhi stood atop a particularly sharp cobblestone, shaking her head with unusual firmness. No, I'm not interested. I'm afraid of getting caught. And you just exposed your intentions. Xizhi. The revelation of Xizhi's intentions marked the formal end of their first conversation. Xizhi returned to the classroom to continue her nap. In the depths of winter, it was already miserable enough to not be able to lie in bed. To be denied sleep even in the classroom was utterly unbearable. Xizhi remained standing in the garden when Jinbai emerged from behind a pillar, a teasing expression on his face. I told you to give up early. Look, you've finally been rejected, haven't you? Xizhi frowned at him. Uncle, why are you still at school? Aren't you going back? Don't you have a studio to run? Jinbai placed his hands behind his back, proudly lifting his chin. I can go back whenever I please. They can only wait. Everyone at home calls Uncle the most willful one. He was beginning to see that for himself. Xizhi awoke from her nap due to a pressing need to use the restroom, and upon returning, Li Shuang was back with fresh gossip to share. Did you hear? Tomorrow is the National Youth Chess Competition, and Xizhi has signed up. Everyone is betting on whether she can win first place in the youth category. The National Youth Chess Competition is far less complicated than the math contest. There are no semi-finals, not even preliminaries. They go straight to the finals, determining all rankings in a single match. Upon learning of this competition format, Xizhi felt it was the very competition she had longed for. If the prize money were higher, she would overcome any obstacle to participate, including skipping classes. How much is the first place prize? This was Xizhi's sole concern. Li Shuang provided a fairly comprehensive update, replying, There is no cash prize, but if you can win first place, you might become a disciple of Master Qi. The chess master. Master Qi? Li Shuang nodded vigorously. Yes, he is said to be the best chess player in the country, even sought after by high-ranking officials in the capital for a game. Becoming his disciple would mean playing chess alongside the prominent figures often seen on the news. Such an honor could make one's ancestors proud. The exact extent of his prowess was something an ordinary child like Li Shuang couldn't elucidate. However, what she relayed was indeed impressive enough that if their ancestors were to know, they might joyfully appear in dreams to commend them. Yet, Xizhi responded with a disappointed, Oh, what good is honor if it can't be turned into food?
Where's the practicality in that?
As for turning honor into money, isn't that also earned through hard work later on? How can one simply win a prize by playing a game? Xizhi had been learning chess since childhood, and everyone believed she would surely win first place this time, becoming Master Qi's disciple. I see you have a jade chess set at home. Your grandfather seems to love chess too. If Xizhi truly becomes Master Qi's disciple, do you think your grandfather will start to favor her over you? This was the crux of Li Shuangshuang's gossip with Gu Xizhi. She glanced around, noting that others were studying and few were paying attention to them. She leaned closer to Gu Xizhi and whispered, "Aren't you skilled in traditional medicine? Can you prescribe something for Gu Sairu to make her have an upset stomach or feel unwell tomorrow, preventing her from competing? That way, she certainly won't be able to become Master Qi's disciple." Gu Xizhi looked at Li Shuangshuang in shock. "I didn't expect you to be like this, Li Shuangshuang." Li Shuangshuang smiled awkwardly. She was merely worried that Gu Xizhi might lose favor in the Gu family and face difficulties. After suggesting the idea, she quickly added, "I've seen similar plots in novels. Those cruel female antagonists often do this. You mustn't take it seriously. In the stories, those female antagonists usually meet a grim fate."
Gu Xizhi.
Unfortunately, she currently resembled the villainess in those very novels. "System, are you serious? You want me to drug Gu Sairu to prevent her from participating in the competition for this task? Is it so casual for you to issue tasks now? Just taking what someone nearby says and passing it off as your own?" Just as Li Shuangshuang spoke, the system's voice rang out. The task it assigned her bore an uncanny resemblance to what Li Shuangshuang had just said. "System, please do not slander me. This is not plagiarism. Merely a common tactic of the cruel female antagonist. The age-old adage, to win hearts with schemes, stands true. Please complete the task earnestly, and you will be rewarded with a beauty pill." "A beauty pill? Will it make me look even more beautiful than my future sister-in-law?" Previously, the system had rewarded her with various skills. This was the first time it offered such a potion. This is truly a coveted panacea for those plagued by appearance anxiety. They would likely spare no effort to accomplish this task. For her, however, it is quite different. Tongzi, the age-old adage of winning hearts does not apply here. The very scheme you propose will only drive them away. Did you not hear what Li Shuangshuang just said? In novels, the malicious female antagonist who resorts to such treachery invariably meets a grim fate. As for the minor tasks I undertook previously, I merely did them without much thought. However, to administer poison is an entirely different matter. Even if I were the protagonist, engaging in such malevolence would undoubtedly tarnish my halo of virtue. Readers of the novel might even start to harbor suspicions about my character. Gu Jianyuan and his classmates had just concluded their training session in physical education when he decided to purchase some beverages and snacks from the supermarket, intending to bring them to Gu Xizhi. He paused at the entrance, listening for a moment, and sighed. "My kind-hearted and lovable sister. How unfortunate it is that she is bound to such a nefarious system, relentlessly coercing her into wrongdoing. Given that his sister is such a benevolent person, perhaps it would be fitting for him, as her elder brother, to undertake this task on her behalf? Yet, the system remains unyielding, attempting to instigate Gu Xizhi towards wickedness. The final instructions for the task state, as long as she successfully prevents Gu Sairu from becoming Master Qi's disciple, the task will be deemed complete." Gu Jianyuan began searching on his phone for substances that could induce diarrhea without being fatal. After an exhaustive search, he identified a suitable option: senna leaves. "Tomorrow morning, I shall brew this into tea and present it to Sairu, who will undoubtedly not suspect a thing." Chapter 141. Fourth Brother. What do you intend to do? The school bell rang, prompting Li Shuangshuang to return to class. Gu Xizhi tucked away the snacks and beverages Gu Jianyuan had given her into her drawer. After sleeping through 3 consecutive classes, her back ached, and she found it impossible to sleep any longer. This lesson was history, and the teacher was recounting historical tales, stories she had heard numerous times before, rendering them rather tedious. She began to daydream, contemplating her earlier conversation with Li Shuangshuang and Tongzi. If Gu Sairu truly were to become Master Qi's disciple, it would undoubtedly be a significant event, one that would be heavily publicized in the novel, complete with ample foreshadowing, culminating in a dramatic revelation. Reflecting on previously read narratives, she recalled that such occurrences indeed transpired. The novel depicted Gu Sairu becoming Master Qi's disciple following a chess competition, and gradually, her platform shifted from the city of Ning to the capital. It was no wonder Tongzi encouraged her to act maliciously. In class 1 of the first year, Gu Sairu placed great importance on the upcoming chess competition. As long as she could participate smoothly, she would, like in her past life, become Master Qi's disciple. And everything would once again fall into place. At noon, having just finished lunch, Gu Xizhi was walking towards the classroom with Li Shuangshuang and others when she received a phone call. Turning a corner towards the school gate, she found Fong Mianji messaging her about a patient who had developed sudden complications he could not manage alone. Since they happened to be near the school, he requested her assistance. Gu Xizhi arrived to administer acupuncture and a massage, revitalizing the previously pallid patient's complexion. I shall return in 3 days for another treatment. As she made her way here, she noticed the usually bustling date cake shop was devoid of patrons. Upon inquiring, she learned they had just sold out and were yet to prepare a new batch. She prepaid and arranged to return in half an hour to collect her order. As she approached the shop, she was fortunate to find freshly made cakes, still steaming and aromatic. It was only a little past 1, with afternoon classes set to commence at 2:10. Having spent much of the morning sleeping, she felt no need for a midday break. Additionally, there exists a peculiar psychology among students. When everyone is on break, wandering outside feels mundane, but when classes are in session, being the sole person outside instills a sense of exhilaration absent during typical outings. Xizhi experienced this very sensation, prompting her to linger outside school. With the date cake in hand, she strolled leisurely. "Oh, you old man, are you not bullying us? I shall not play any longer. This is my 4th loss. And it has become exceedingly dull." As she passed a pavilion, she heard a lamenting voice from an elderly gentleman.
Curious.
She peered inside to see a gathering of a dozen elderly men, with one, whose hair was less gray than the others, standing with a woeful expression. "Do you really possess the skills to compete with us old men?" He appeared genuinely aggrieved. Xizhi recalled her grandfather's first chess games, during which he too had endured a series of losses, looking equally as disheartened. Eventually, however, her grandfather's skills had dramatically improved, likely spurred by that initial setback, leading him to diligently study and excel in the game. With no particular destination in mind, and despite it being winter, the afternoon sun still shone. She approached the pavilion, eager to witness the extent of the defeats that had rendered such a figure so disheartened. The elderly men were taken aback by the appearance of a girl of similar age to their grandchildren watching them play Go. "Little girl, do you understand the game?" they inquired, moving aside to make space for her. It was rare for children of such an age to display interest in chess, as none of their own grandchildren did. The unexpected interest from a child brought them joy. Xizhi nodded, "I understand." While nibbling on her date cake, she focused intently on the board, awaiting the next match. The previously despondent elder, noticing the young girl's presence, turned to his opponent and declared, "Let us have another round. This time, I shall surely win." His opponent, appearing slightly older, with completely white hair but a spirited demeanor, donned a pristine Zhongshan suit, suggesting a well-to-do background, exuding a refined elegance. He smiled in reply, "I look forward to it." The new game commenced. The opening was not particularly intense, and the spectators were not fully engaged. They occasionally glanced in Xizhi's direction, drawn in by the delightful aroma of the freshly baked date cakes, a treat beloved by many elderly individuals. 2 of the men were unable to suppress their saliva in anticipation. Amidst the surrounding chatter and the sounds of pedestrians and passing vehicles, the sound of swallowing was not particularly conspicuous. However, Xizhi was no ordinary observer. She distinctly heard it and could even identify who was swallowing. The date cake shop offered a promotion. Buy £1, receive half a pound free. With classes resuming later that afternoon, Xizhi decided to purchase some for Li Shuangshuang and her friends, buying £2, resulting in a total of 3 pounds of date cakes, all packed in a large, transparent plastic bag. She widened the opening of the plastic bag and extended it towards the other elderly individuals, saying, "I cannot finish this alone. Please, partake in a little." They all claimed to be helping her consume it, and among them was a particularly benevolent elder, who was the first to reach in. Once the first elder tasted the date cake, others followed suit, 2, then 3, 4, until the entire bag of treats was devoured. The 2 elders engrossed in their chess game abstained from eating. The one who had initially appeared woeful became even more disheartened. "This is unfair. You, old man, must be a professional player. This is akin to a university student crushing kindergartners. I'm not playing anymore, not playing anymore." The elder, who had aspired to impress the young lady, was on the verge of a breakdown. He abruptly forfeited the game, folding his arms defiantly and turning his back, refusing to even glance at the chessboard. After finishing her date cake and observing the game, Xizhi felt an odd kinship with the elderly man, reminiscent of her grandfather, and her heart softened. "Grandpa, you still have a chance to turn the tables." The woeful elder dismissed the words of the young girl with skepticism. However, the elder across from him looked at Xizhi with keen interest, suggesting, "Why don't you help him finish the game?" The next day, as Xizhi prepared to leave with her breakfast, she noticed Gu Jianyuan still in the dining room brewing tea. Passing by him, she inquired with a puzzled expression, "Fourth brother, are you plotting something sinister?" Chapter 142, A Year of Astonishment. Gu Jiangyuan affectionately ruffled her hair, his face adorned with a tender smile. Fear not. Everything is taken care of by your fourth brother. The task you find too daunting, I shall undertake for you. Gu Xizhi was taken aback. Though I cannot comprehend your words, I have no desire to indulge you. With the amount you've brewed, not only could you send someone to the hospital, but you might also find yourself there. She then seized the thermos containing senna tea and poured its contents away. Gu Jiangyuan, momentarily stunned, quickly retrieved his phone and began to search. Will consuming 200 grams of senna leaves steeped in water send someone to the hospital? It seemed no one had ever documented such an extreme case. He found no direct answers. However, he did discover that under normal circumstances, the dosage of senna leaves should not exceed 5 grams at a time, as overconsumption could lead to nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. He wondered if an excess of 40 times the normal dosage would be tolerable for a typical person. Without hesitation, he abandoned the idea of administering poison to Gu Sairu. Following Gu Xizhi outside with his breakfast, he feared she might perceive him as a madman. He hastily explained, I thought this was merely ordinary tea. Recently, I've felt rather lethargic during classes. I thought brewing it stronger might invigorate me. Gu Xizhi took a bite of her sandwich, mumbling in agreement.
Ah.
My fourth brother's intellect. If he were to poison others, I might commend him for his audacity. Who would have imagined he would be the one to poison himself? No wonder Gu Sairu has changed her mind about harming him. With his foolishness, even without someone plotting against him, he could bring ruin upon himself. When I return from school this afternoon, I must inquire with the steward to see if we have any rat poison, and ensure it is hidden away, lest my fourth brother mistakenly thinks it is candy and consumes it. Gu Jiangyuan had indeed intended to poison Gu Sairu. He had not made an error. It was deliberate. He was not at all foolish. Furthermore, even a person with mental afflictions would not confuse rat poison for candy. Grandma Gu came out to see Gu Xizhi and the others off, her worry evident. Though her grandson was a bit dim-witted, he was still her grandchild, and she needed to ensure the household remained vigilant. She hoped he wouldn't truly mix up poison with candy, inadvertently harming himself. If Gu Jiangyuan refrained from poisoning Gu Sairu, she could participate normally in the chess competition. The National Youth Chess Tournament was being streamed online, and during class, students at Yizhong were glued to their phones, engrossed in the match. Over 95% of the students could hardly grasp the intricacies of the game, yet it did not detract from their enjoyment. Class 18 was also watching the competition. When it was Gu Sairu's turn to compete, they observed her opponent sweating profusely, clearly anxious. Is this guy competent? The match has barely begun, and he is already in such a state. He can't possibly not know how to play chess, right? Wow, his mental fortitude is lacking. His hand trembles holding the pieces. Could Gu Sairu actually win? The students of Class 18, influenced by Li Shuangshuang, did not wish to see Gu Sairu obtain an overly favorable ranking. If possible, they would have eagerly assisted her opponent in cheating, ensuring a swift victory over Gu Sairu. This is bad. Is he about to concede? Wait, the match has only just begun, and he is already surrendering? Does he even know how to play chess? In the 6th minute of the match, Gu Sairu emerged victorious. Gu Xizhi had little interest in the match, yet the persistent voice in her mind urged her to undertake her task, which annoyed her enough to steal a few glances at Li Shuangshuang's phone screen. This was her first time witnessing Gu Sairu play chess, and truth be told, she was quite impressed. Among the children, she truly stood out. No wonder. In the original storyline, she managed to become the disciple of the chess master Qi Lao due to her exceptional skills. Li Shuangshuang, who had no understanding of chess, could only observe the expressions of those around her. The camera would occasionally shift to the panel of judges who were visibly pleased as they watched Gu Sairu's gameplay. She turned to speak with Gu Xizhi, saying, Xizhi, this is bad. I feel Gu Sairu is truly about to soar. She is going to flaunt it in front of you again. Alas, had I known, I should have been more resolute yesterday and prevented her from participating in today's match. Gu Xizhi twitched her lips. She pulled a chocolate from the drawer and handed it to Li Shuangshuang to quell her anxiety. Although the chess tournament only lasted one day, unlike her mathematics competition which spanned several days with preliminaries, semifinals, and finals, this single day still involved multiple matches until a victor was determined. Gu Sairu had just completed a match, and since it was relatively brief, she could enjoy nearly an hour of rest before the next round. Since no one understood the match, they merely awaited the outcome of Gu Sairu's performance, and during her break, the audience turned their attention away from the live stream. The next class was mathematics, and Jin Zichao arrived just 2 minutes before class began. Upon entering, He set down his belongings while glancing toward Xizhi. His round face bore a look of despondency, his eyes drooping, and his lips slightly pursed, projecting an air of grievance. Li Shuangshuang happened to glance up and noticed, alternating her gaze between him and Xizhi. Xizhi, why do I feel like the teacher is looking at you as if you've betrayed him and left him heartbroken? Xizhi was engrossed in her phone, where Fong Mian was seeking her input on a medical matter. At the remark, she lifted her head and locked eyes with Xizhi. His expression grew more sorrowful, his brows knitting together, seemingly on the verge of tears, yet with a stubborn resolve, as if to convey that he felt hurt but would not cry. Even the boisterous Zhang Qi took notice. Xizhi, just confess, what exactly did you do to the teacher? Indeed, Xizhi, despite your youth, you cannot act irresponsibly. Look at how innocent and youthful the math teacher appears. If you let him down, I can imagine he would be in tears for years. Wang Hua chimed in as well. Xizhi cast a glance at Xizhi before lowering her head to reply to Fong Mian. She briefly recalled whether she had truly committed any unforgivable acts against Xizhi. After a moment's reflection, she casually remarked, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely rejected him yesterday."
What?
The crowd gasped in shock. They initially jested, unaware that such a shocking revelation lay beneath the surface. Is this a manifestation of moral decay or a degradation of humanity? A high school mathematics teacher daring to confess his feelings to a student and, after being rejected, exhibiting such despair? This truly astonished me for an entire year. Chapter 143. Let's wrap her up. Having secured first place, it almost feels as if she hasn't. I never anticipated the teacher would be such a person. Nor did I expect Xizhi to be like this. The commotion over here was so loud that it resembled a gathering of shock enthusiasts from a certain website, drawing the curious glances of others. Soon, several more joined the ranks of the astonished. After replying to messages, Xizhi interrupted their chatter. You're overthinking it. My rejection merely pertains to declining to learn from him. The crowd responded with confusion. They had all plotted to report Xizhi, only to be informed that they had misinterpreted the situation. As the class bell rang, Xizhi tucked away his emotions and commenced the lesson. He likely remained oblivious to how close he had come to being sent away. After the morning class, on the way to the cafeteria, discussions about the chess competition filled the air. Did you see? Xizhi is incredible. At just 15, she plays better than 18-year-old competitors. I saw comments suggesting she would surely rank well even in the youth group. That comment is rather ordinary. I just saw a professional remark that although she is only 15, she plays as if she has been mastering chess for 30 years. So impressive. It's no wonder that everyone who faces her breaks into a sweat shortly after the game begins. She completely overwhelms them. Li Shuangshuang quickly opened the live streaming app for the match and, after watching for a moment, expressed her frustration to Xizhi. She's already made it to the top 16. A journalist interviewed the judges present, many of whom believed she was a strong contender for winning the competition.
Oh.
Xizhi remained somewhat disinterested.
System.
Although you are not human, how should I express this? This harmful act truly violates the law. While I wish to lay low and do nothing, I certainly do not wish to languish in confinement. Laying low outside is one thing, but within, it becomes dire. System. I have finally come to believe that you are a malicious supporting character system. You are indeed quite wicked. Gu Jianyuan recalled nearly being caught earlier that morning and wholeheartedly agreed with Xizhi's sentiments. Such a system is indeed malicious. In a society governed by law, how could one dare to poison another? Yet, Xizhi genuinely performed remarkably well. Perhaps it would be best to poison her now. Would 200 grams take effect too slowly? Maybe I should increase it to a kilogram? It was lunchtime, and the competitors at the venue were also taking a break to eat. If he hurried over now, he might still make it in time. Fourth brother, hurry up. If you dawdle, there won't be any dishes left. While Gu Jianyuan pondered these matters, he slowed his pace, creating distance from Xizhi and the others. Xizhi called back to him, and he quickly responded and caught up. System. Perhaps I should change my approach. On a dark and stormy night, I could enlist someone to disable the cameras in a certain alley. Then wrap Xizhi in a sack and break her hands. Even if she successfully becomes Qi Lao's disciple today, with broken hands, she would struggle to play chess and have little future. Gu Jingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could enjoy his meal, and after eating, he would find time to practice the martial arts that Xizhi had taught them. He could ensnare Xizhi before Xizhi arrived, ensuring he wouldn't soil Xizhi's hands. System. I don't perceive you as being significantly more virtuous than I. After school, the chess competition reached its final match. The classmates were in no rush to leave, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Although still perplexed, it was evident that Gu Xiao's opponent was already sweating profusely. Was defeat imminent? Among the competitors, it seemed there were only two types of players, Gu Xiao and the others. Drenched in perspiration. If this event were not so grand, one might suspect these individuals were merely hired by Gu Xiao to play a role for her amusement. As they appeared too feeble, continuously sweating, one might think they were suffering from kidney deficiency. Li Shuangshuang solemnly remarked to Gu Xizhi. It seems that kidney deficiency prevents one from playing chess. I'm quite curious how you reached that conclusion. Gu Jianyuan came to fetch her, but Gu Xizhi, eager to depart, was held back by Li Shuangshuang until the final results were announced. Gu Jianyuan, wanting to see the outcome, did not rush Gu Xizhi and leaned against Wang Hua's desk, pulling out his phone to check. Gu Xiao's matches rarely exceeded 15 minutes. This match, however, saw a slightly stronger opponent who managed to last 20 minutes before the victor was determined. Undoubtedly, Gu Xiao triumphed, claiming the championship in the youth category. Having secured the championship, Qi Lao would surely announce her as his disciple on the spot, right? Speaking of which, Qi Lao is quite handsome. Among older men, he is undeniably one of the more attractive. He could easily make a debut based on looks alone. The novel described that after the results were announced, Qi Lao expressed his satisfaction with Gu Xiao and indeed declared his intention to take her as a disciple. Gu Xiao, being quite astute, immediately knelt before Qi Lao, bowing multiple times and calling him master, solidifying the arrangement. Gu Xizhi felt a surge of curiosity about how exceptionally handsome Qi Lao must be to elicit such admiration from someone like Li Shuangshuang, a known beauty enthusiast. She glanced at Li Shuangshuang's phone screen and was taken aback. Oh, isn't this one of the elderly gentlemen I encountered yesterday? So, he is Qi Lao. Yet, this man is rather unscrupulous. When he played chess with those old men yesterday, it was not merely a university student dominating kindergarten children. It was akin to a PhD student overpowering toddlers. Oh, my sister is acquainted with Qi Lao? Gu Jianyuan felt a wave of relief, realizing he likely wouldn't need to buy a sack with Su Yi after all. This was a remarkably efficient competition. As soon as the results were in, the award ceremony commenced. Gu Xiao's Youth Championship trophy was presented to her by Qi Lao himself. According to the original plot, during the award presentation, Qi Lao would ask Gu Xiao in front of the cameras whether she wished to become his disciple. Gu Xiao was fully prepared for Qi Lao's inquiry. However, as the awards continued to be presented, Qi Lao did not spare Gu Xiao another glance, let alone propose taking her as a disciple. As the live broadcast neared its conclusion and the audience began to disperse, Gu Xiao felt a rising anxiety, as if something was about to go awry. She promptly raised a composed smile and called out, Qi Lao, since I began learning chess, I have always admired you. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to become your disciple and learn by your side. Chapter 144. Is it not a matter of raising a pig? Who else would they bury if not him? Qi Lao remained his usual gentle and cultured self. I apologize. Prior to yesterday, I indeed contemplated taking on a disciple. However, certain events that transpired yesterday made me realize my shortcomings. I believe I am not suited to take on a disciple at this time. Gu Xiao was rejected. Li Shuangshuang cheered. This is wonderful. Now she won T soar quite so high, she can't flaunt in front of Xizhi. Gu Jianyuan wore an expression of knowing this would be the outcome. Having seen their Xizhi, who would dare accept Gu Xiao as a disciple? Have you finished reading?
Can we leave now?
Gu Xizhi flung her backpack over her shoulder, unaware of when she had arrived at the classroom door. Leaning against the doorframe, she gazed at her classmates. Li Shuangshuang, Zhang Qi, and others eagerly flocked to her side. The competition venue had concluded and the live broadcast had ended. Elder Qi was conversing with several judges as they exited the competition hall. A few young competitors approached Gu Xiao to extend their congratulations. You were phenomenal. Playing chess against you had me on edge. The pressure was palpable, far surpassing that of my training instructor. Honestly, I wouldn't be satisfied if the championship were awarded to anyone else, but for you, I wholeheartedly accept it. You are the most formidable chess player I have ever encountered. Where did you learn this skill? I'll ask my mother to transfer me to your class. Perhaps by the time I finish, I might be 1/3 as skilled as you. Yet, Gu Xiao did not absorb a single word they uttered. Her mind was preoccupied, replaying the moment when she had boldly requested to apprentice under Elder Qi, only to be met with his rejection. Having lived 2 lifetimes, She was acutely aware that her current chess prowess far surpassed that of her previous self at this same juncture. In her past life, Elder Qi had been eager to take her as his disciple. Why had he turned her down in this lifetime? Once again, events had spiraled out of control. At the ancestral home of the Gu family, the company had not assigned Ling Wenin any tasks in recent days. After her afternoon nap, the matriarch called her, instructing her to wait at the old residence. With nothing else to occupy her time and unable to refuse the elderly lady, Ling Wenin arrived early. Upon her arrival, the matriarch ordered the kitchen to prepare an array of nourishing stews and healthful snacks such as yam cakes, red date cakes, and poria cakes. She urged Ling Wenin to accompany her in watching a variety show while indulging in the delicacies. By the time Gu Xizhi and her companions returned home, Ling Wenin was already feeling quite bloated. Supporting her waist, she stood by the sofa, gazing at Gu Xizhi and the others. "You're back. Will you rest a while before resuming your studies, or shall we commence right away?" The matriarch had lavished her with such an abundance of food that Ling Wenin felt an overwhelming desire to impart everything she knew to Gu Xizhi and her friends. Gu Xizhi glanced at the empty bowls strewn across the coffee table and the plates with only remnants of the snacks. "Let us take a break first. Goodness. After consuming so much, if you don't rest a bit before lecturing us, I fear you might be sick. Indeed, my grandmother is quite fond of beautiful things, but she cannot simply stuff us with food like this. Before she turns us into pigs, her stomach may very well burst." The matriarch cast a somewhat guilty glance at her own toes. She had merely intended to nourish her granddaughter-in-law, fearing that she might be undernourished due to her previous hardships. "I promise, starting tomorrow, I will exercise restraint, even with my own cravings, to ensure she doesn't overindulge." Although inviting Ling Wenin over for tutoring was a mere pretext, when she truly began teaching, the group of children listened with rapt attention, except for Gu Xizhi. While she was inattentive to the lesson, she was utterly absorbed in observing the beauty beside her, so much so that she noticed the blemish on Ling Wenin's face. Indeed, they say that carrying a son can make a mother less attractive. My future sister-in-law, pregnant with a son, is already showing signs of it. They studied in the old gentleman's study, adjacent to the tea room, where the matriarch brewed a pot of tea, leaning against the wall. Through the partition, she strained to hear Gu Xizhi's thoughts and sighed. Previously, when Gu Xizhi had been calling her big cousin, she had assumed it was a gender-neutral term for cousins. Little did she know it was indeed her big grandson she was carrying. This implied that her sweet, soft great-granddaughter was no longer in the picture.
Oh.
My future sister-in-law has dined at our home several times, yet where is my big brother? Why hasn't he returned home at all? The realization struck Gu Xizhi, and she sat up. Did her brother not cherish such a splendid opportunity? The matriarch scoffed at the thought of Gu Jiangyu, who had been given such a golden chance yet had chosen to go on a business trip instead. He even had the audacity to change his WeChat name to Not a Single Dog anymore. She mused that he would remain a single dog not only in this life but in the next and the one after that. She made a trip to the kitchen to bring them some freshly baked pastries. As she placed the treats on the table, she feigned casualness, saying, "Your big brother has gone on a business trip and won't be back for a month. If there's a gift you would like, he can bring it back for you." While the others were engrossed in the lesson, Gu Xizhi immediately began to enjoy the freshly served, steaming pastries. "So my big brother is away for an entire month? Just in time to miss my beautiful sister-in-law visiting for dinner. No wonder they say chasing after a wife is like a funeral. With my brother's unfortunate circumstances, who else would be buried?" The matriarch brought over more pastries, intending to sit in the room to listen more conveniently to their thoughts. However, a servant entered to inform her of a guest's arrival, compelling her to step out to receive them. The newly baked pastries were flaky and made a significant noise when consumed, causing Gu Xizhi to worry about disrupting the lesson. After a moment's thought, she followed the matriarch outside, carrying the pastries. The servant led the guest into the living room. A weathered woman, her age appearing to surpass that of the matriarch, wore a thick maroon down jacket, her hair styled in the favored curls of the village elderlies. With a diamond-shaped face, a notably high forehead, pronounced cheekbones, and small, somewhat sharp eyes, she seemed rather unkind. Beside her sat a younger woman, around 25, slightly plump, with an acceptable appearance, but an air of modesty about her. She sat up straight, deliberately protruding her belly, making it impossible for anyone to overlook.
"Ah,
My sister-in-law has come. Xizhi, come here and greet your aunt, and this is your cousin's wife. You should call her cousin-in-law." The matriarch's expression soured as she pulled Gu Xizhi closer to introduce her. Given that the visitors had brought someone along, She felt the need to bolster her family's presence. Gu Xizhi obediently greeted both the aunt and cousin-in-law, then, placing the pastry plate on the coffee table, invited them to partake. The woman referred to as Aunt Tian Mei was the matriarch's sister-in-law, having grown up in the same region. With a petty demeanor, she often compared herself to the matriarch. The matriarch, who shared a close bond with her elder brother, typically avoided interacting with his sister-in-law to preserve family harmony. Yet, she could not escape her visits, as evidenced by this encounter. Tian Mei, brimming with self-satisfaction, hardly acknowledged Gu Xizhi. Upon seeing the matriarch, her words flowed like a machine gun. You see, this granddaughter-in-law of mine is utterly thoughtless. She is carrying our family's first grandson, and upon learning of my visit, she insisted on accompanying me, fearing I might have an accident on the way. You may not know, but she is already 4 months along. Just yesterday, she went to the hospital for a checkup, and it's confirmed a boy. I simply had to come personally to share this delightful news with you.
So,
After wrapping up my matters at home, I rushed over here to find you. Tian Mei, increasingly elated, boldly approached and nudged Gu Xizhi aside, taking a seat beside the elderly matriarch. As soon as we returned from the hospital yesterday, I lit incense and informed my parents about the joyous news. Can you imagine their delight? They visited me in my dreams last night, holding my hands and sharing so much with me. I know you, as the esteemed grandaunt, must be equally thrilled. When the child is born, I shall be the first to allow you to hold him, so that you may share in our family's joy. Who knows, perhaps you will soon embrace your great-grandson as well. Gu Xizhi, momentarily taken aback as she found herself pushed to the side, paused while holding a delicacy. She glanced at her cousin-in-law seated across on the sofa and recalled that the elder Zhao had just mentioned that she was expecting the first great-grandson of the Zhao family. A significant honor indeed. As the beloved granddaughter of the matriarch, was it not entirely reasonable for her to check the pulse of a distinguished member of the Zhao family? She moved over, extending a piece of confectionery towards her cousin-in-law, exclaiming, "Cousin-in-law, do have a treat." Just as Yi Lan'er raised her wrist to accept the offering, Gu Xizhi swiftly popped the sweet into her own mouth, grasping Yi Lan'er's wrist and mumbling, "Cousin-in-law, your hands are truly exquisite." When Yi Lan'er first met Zhao Jiancheng, she had insisted he bring her to the Gu family residence, knowing that not only were they affluent, but their delicacies were delightful. Today, upon hearing that her mother-in-law intended to visit the elderly matriarch to boast about the child she was carrying, she concocted various excuses to delay her arrival until nearly dinner time. Upon seeing Gu Xizhi presenting the treats, she had been eager to sample them, only to find that Gu Xizhi had consumed most of them herself. Feeling somewhat bewildered, she smiled at Gu Xizhi's compliment about her hands. After all, who does not enjoy flattery? She humbly responded, "Oh, not at all, cousin. Your hands are even more beautiful." After completing the pulse check, Gu Xizhi released her grip, swiftly concluding her examination while still chewing the delicacy. Meanwhile, Tian Mei continued her rapid-fire commentary. "You ought to have a word with your brother Jiangyu. He is of a similar age to our Cheng, who is soon to become a father, yet Jiangyu has yet to even find a girlfriend. What good is all that wealth if they do not marry and have children? Without any little ones around, the house feels utterly devoid of life. Our Cheng is truly commendable, achieving this so swiftly, and with a son no less. Should you wish to hold a child, simply give me a call, and I shall ensure Cheng and his wife bring him over for you to embrace." "Thank you," replied the elderly matriarch, who had just been internally lamenting Jiangyu's perpetual singlehood, now deciding to treat him somewhat more kindly upon his next return, for he still held some potential. Furthermore, she found herself less disdainful of the prospect of a great-grandson, as Tian Mei's grandson was about to be the first great-grandson of the Zhao family. Soon, her own family would also welcome their first great-grandson, and she thought, if she wished to hold a great-grandchild, she could simply do so at home. Tomorrow, she resolved, she would instruct the kitchen to prepare additional nourishment for Neen, ensuring she would be plump and rosy. Gu Xizhi listened intently to Tian Mei's words, slowly coming to a realization. Oh, so she is not here merely to share good news, but to flaunt her own triumphs. She emphasized repeatedly that her cousin-in-law is expecting a son. Could she possibly be one of those who favor sons over daughters? But wait. Although I have yet to bear a child, aren't hospitals nowadays prohibited from revealing the gender of the baby? How could she be so certain it is a son? Indeed, it was perplexing. How did this sister-in-law know that Yi Lan'er was carrying a boy? The elderly matriarch interrupted Tian Mei's incessant chatter. "Sister-in-law, where did you ascertain the gender of the child?" I obtained the information from the classmate of my brother's son. He happens to be the head of obstetrics at their hospital. After I presented him with a generous red envelope, he revealed the secret to me. Though he insisted I keep it confidential, having given him such a substantial gift, why should I not share the news?
Goodness.
Rather than giving that generous red envelope to someone else, you ought to have bestowed it upon me instead. At least I would speak the truth, the elderly matriarch mused.
Deceive me?
Oh, how amusing. The elderly lady perked up, seeing her so jubilant and boasting about the impending arrival of a great-grandson. I wonder how she will react when the child turns out to be a girl. Will she dare to show her face then? Xizhi. It turned out that the first great-grandson of the Zhao family was, in fact, a great-granddaughter. She pondered how her sister-in-law would feel upon witnessing the birth of the great-granddaughter, followed by the birth of their family's great-grandson. Would her expression be one of sheer delight or utter shock? Should she drop a hint to temper her sister-in-law's exuberance, lest she suffer undue stress when the child arrives? Tianmei, having completed her bragging, finally redirected her gaze elsewhere, noticing Xizhi for the first time. Is this the granddaughter you just retrieved? She has been here for quite a while, yet all she has done is eat. One might wonder if she was a famished spirit in her past life. Observing the platter of pastries meant for guests, she noted that while they had barely touched them, Xizhi had consumed a significant portion. Her expression turned slightly disdainful as she regarded Xizhi. Let me tell you, this granddaughter holds little value. She will inevitably marry, and whether she is biologically related or not is inconsequential. It would be far better to dote on Xizhi, who truly seems to be a superior choice. Chapter 146. Remarkable individuals often possess peculiar quirks. The elderly matriarch interjected. A hint? What nonsense! Whatever humiliation she faces later will be entirely deserved. Not only shall I refrain from offering hints, but I shall also summon Xizhi over. Interrupting Tianmei's tirade. Xizhi, your medical skills are commendable. Please check your auntie's pulse and help her with her health. I intend to ensure Tianmei remains in good health until the birth of her great-granddaughter and until our great-grandson arrives. At which point I shall relish her embarrassment. Does she truly possess medical skills?
How could that be?
Tianmei attempted to withdraw her hand, utterly skeptical that Xizhi, who had endured hardships outside, could possess any medical knowledge. Although Xizhi was puzzled as to why the elderly matriarch would request her to check the pulse of such an insufferable aunt, she dutifully approached, grasping Tianmei's wrist with a firm grip, leaving her no opportunity to escape. After checking her pulse and assuring the matriarch that Tianmei was in good health, she blinked her bright, sparkling eyes at Tianmei. Auntie, it appears you have not prepared a welcome gift for me. I am open to accepting a monetary gift via direct transfer. Do you prefer WeChat or another method? To openly disdain me in front of my face and not send a red envelope would be quite unjust, she thought. The elderly matriarch wholeheartedly concurred. Their darling must not be so casually dismissed. Some form of compensation was surely in order. Sister-in-law, as the esteemed aunt, it is customary to present a red envelope during our first meeting. I am aware of your family's situation, and since Xizhi is still a child, a modest gift will suffice. Perhaps a red envelope of 10,000 would be appropriate. The elderly matriarch's marriage was not entirely well matched, as the Zhao family was quite ordinary. Asking Tianmei for a 10,000 yuan red envelope would feel as if it were demanding her very life, leaving her distressed for a considerable time. Upon hearing the elderly matriarch's words, Tianmei's expression shifted dramatically. 10,000? For a mere child's welcoming gift, you expect that much? Why not just rob a bank? When Gu Jiangyu and the others were born, the elderly patriarch insisted on giving her a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan, which nearly broke her heart. Now, Xizhi is merely a trivial girl, so why should she be expected to present a red envelope of 10,000 yuan? Xizhi wholeheartedly disagreed with her assertion. Aunt, your reasoning is flawed. Nowadays, people hardly carry cash. If we were to venture out to rob someone, it would be impossible to procure even 10,000. Of course, if we were a bit reckless and swiped someone else's phone to scan their face, it might not be entirely out of the question. Tianmei's face quivered with rage. Are you admitting that you truly wish to rob me? Enough, Grandma Gu, said Xizhi, as her grandmother pulled her to sit beside her. Do not jest with your aunt. As her junior, it is entirely reasonable for her to provide you with a red envelope of 10,000. If you stir trouble, what if others genuinely believe your aunt is so miserly that she refuses to give even a red envelope to her own kin? If this were to spread, how would your aunt uphold her dignity in the future? Sister-in-law, don't you agree? Your words imply that you couldn't possibly part with 10,000. Yet you are on the verge of becoming a great-grandmother. How could you not afford it? Moreover, with your granddaughter and her unborn child still around, you cannot allow yourself to be looked down upon in their presence. Tianmei handed Gu Xizhi a red envelope. One complete 10,000 yuan. To the elder. This sum felt utterly insufficient. She thought it hardly enough to consider running away, so she did not confiscate Gu Xizhi's gift. I never anticipated that the first substantial red envelope I could freely use would be for my aunt. Upon reevaluation, she no longer seemed so disagreeable. When she next visits, I shall prepare some nourishing medicinal food for her, ensuring she remains healthy enough to witness her granddaughter's birth. Halfway through her thoughts, Grandma Gu shook her head, realizing how easily her foolish granddaughter's heart could soften. Just moments ago, her aunt had expressed disdain, yet here she was, finding her acceptable. Upon hearing the latter words, she felt inclined to give her a thumbs up. Truly, she is her dear granddaughter, sharing an unspoken bond. Having lived for several decades and known Tianmei for just as long, how could she not discern their intent to come over for dinner at the Gu household? Given the red envelope she bestowed upon Gu Xizhi, she permitted them to stay for a meal. The following day, Gu Sairu returned to school. Once again, she became the center of attention. While Gu Xizhi was sipping water at her desk, Li Shuangshuang forcibly fed her seeds. I find Gu Sairu quite resilient. Each time her popularity wanes, circumstances swiftly arise to rekindle her fame. You must not have been aware, but this morning, as she entered the school gates, numerous people surrounded her asking for autographs, as though she were a celebrity. I saw her fail to secure a mentor yesterday. I thought the competition would be meaningless for her, yet I had underestimated her. Upon mentioning Gu Sairu's successful mentorship, Gu Xizhi was momentarily taken aback. System. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, you are awarded with a beauty pill. Gu Xizhi mused. I didn't even attempt to poison Gu Sairu. Is this truly considered task completion? She had forgotten her backpack in the car, and the driver, unable to reach her, called Gu Jianyuan instead. Gu Jianyuan brought her backpack to her. Relieved upon hearing the task was completed. It seemed her sister was too endearing. Even the system indulged her, permitting her to complete the task without resorting to poison. Beauty pill, huh? I believe I possess an inherent beauty. Such a pill holds little value for me. Oh, I shall gift it to my mother. She would surely appreciate it. Gu Jingyuan felt a twinge of envy. He too desired the system's rewards and wished to enhance his own attractiveness. Why do you think old Qi suddenly changed his mind? Wasn't he previously intent on selecting a disciple from the competition's winners? Had Li Shuangshuang posed this question 2 minutes earlier, Gu Xizhi would have been at a loss for an answer. Yet now, she glanced down at the WeChat message from old Qi. After playing chess with him 2 days prior, he had added her on WeChat. The chess-loving elder messaged, "Young friend, I am at the pedestrian street. Do you have time to come over today? I wish to engage in a few more matches and learn from you." She replied briefly, "No time, I have class." Lifting her gaze to respond to Li Shuangshuang's inquiry, she quipped, "Perhaps he's become enamored with bullying other elders at the pedestrian street again, just as he seemed to be doing now." Li Shuangshuang remarked, "Indeed, exceptional individuals often possess peculiar hobbies." That evening, during dinner, an unwelcome guest arrived. Chapter 147. Do you seek something from me? Why has my third brother returned from filming again? The visitor was none other than Gu Jiangyan. At the dining table, everyone except Gu Xizhi in the Gu family regarded him with disdain. Gu Xizhi observed their expressions, perplexed. How peculiar. Shouldn't my third brother be quite favored at home? Why does it seem as though everyone dislikes him? Gu Jiangyan glared at Gu Xizhi, feeling a wave of hypocrisy wash over him. Had she not said something in their presence, would they treat him this way? Even now, she feigned ignorance, prompting a sense of disgust. The others in the Gu family muttered disparagingly, this pig doesn't deserve any favor. What merit does he possess to be indulged? The elder patriarch spoke first. Haven't you been busy with the production team lately? It would be wise to return home less frequently to avoid accusations of arrogance. I have some matters to attend to, Gu Jiangyan replied, pulling out a chair to join the meal. As an artist, he needed to manage his weight. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks and turned to Gu Xizhi, straightforwardly asking, I've heard you practice ancient martial arts? Is this why you returned? Are you at your wit's end, seeking my assistance as a martial arts instructor for your production? Gu Xizhi remained engrossed in her meal, not bothering to raise her head. Gu Xizhi. He was taken aback. She knew he had come to seek her out as a martial arts instructor. Could it be that the previous instructor's disappearance was indeed her doing? Otherwise, how could she have anticipated this? Despite having gleaned her thoughts, he was reluctant for her to realize her secret was out, so he pretended not to hear. Xizhi, I am inquiring about something. Please respond, he pressed. Xizhi looked up, feigning surprise.
Oh,
Were you asking me? But I don't know who this Tingshuoni is. How could I know if he practices ancient martial arts? Third brother, your question strikes me as rather odd. Who do you think you are? Just because you ask me a question does not mean I must answer. But I shall deliberately not answer, just to frustrate you. Feigning innocence and confusion, Xizhi continued to eat. Distracted during her meal, she risked incurring the displeasure of her food. The elder patriarch regarded Xizhi approvingly, proud of his granddaughter for refusing to answer the impolite boy. Grandma Gu placed a chicken leg on Xizhi's plate. Eat well and disregard your third brother. As for Gu Jianyuan, he erupted in laughter, spraying Su-yi with morsels of rice. Xizhi's words had amused them, though their laughter was less exaggerated than Gu Jianyuan's.
Yi, visibly disgusted,
Rushed out to wash his face. Gu Jiangyan, the illustrious actor, felt that the award for Best Actor should rightfully belong to Xizhi, and his expression darkened in fury. Xizhi, I am not jesting. I shall ask you once more, do you practice ancient martial arts? Truly, those who attain the status of Best Actor often possess a poor temper. I can only imagine how they treat their staff during work. The personas displayed on the big screen must be mere facades. Gu Jiangyan clenched his fists, feeling that his temper was rather commendable. After all, he had managed to endure for so long. It was outrageous that she dared to insinuate that his path as an acclaimed actor would be short-lived. Could it be that she and her associates harbored ulterior motives to undermine him and jeopardize his career? Old Master Gu cast a disapproving glance at Gu Jiangyan, questioning how he could be so inept as to communicate effectively. With such a demeanor, what was he even doing in the entertainment industry? He might as well stay home to avoid embarrassing himself in public. Indeed, my grandfather possesses great wisdom. With a brother like mine, who behaves like a fool, it is best to keep him confined at home to avoid any further disgrace. Xizhi raised her gaze, feigning innocence. So, my brother was inquiring whether I possess skills in ancient martial arts? Had he been clearer from the start, I would not have misunderstood. Gu Jiangyan retorted. Now that you've comprehended, can you not simply provide an honest answer? Xizhi, at her core still a kind-hearted child, feared that Gu Jiangyan's irritation might escalate further, affecting her appetite. Thus, she answered truthfully, yes, I do have knowledge of ancient martial arts. However, brother, I am in a growth phase and require ample nourishment. If you have more questions, please wait until I finish my meal. It is rather selfish to maintain one's physique as an actor at the expense of another's meal, he mused, pondering whether his fans would abandon him upon discovering his self-serving nature. Gu Jiangyan was incensed at the accusation of selfishness. He was in no mood to entertain her sentiments, as they posed a significant challenge to his acting prowess. To avoid being perceived as selfish, he stood up and, with a scowl, retreated to the living room to await the conclusion of her meal. With the unpleasant presence gone, Xizhi became increasingly chatty, munching on chicken legs while lavishly praising linguine. Sister, even your manner of eating is exceptionally graceful. Do finish your soup. Watching you drink it makes my appetite soar. By the time they returned in the afternoon, the elderly matriarch had undoubtedly fed linguine an abundance of food, leaving her dinner scant. She had not even finished the medicinal broth prepared for her in the kitchen. After complimenting her until she finished, Xizhi placed her greasy hand on linguine's wrist to check her pulse, feeling satisfied enough to devour another 2 chicken wings. On this winter night, with the wind howling outside, their planned post-dinner walk was temporarily scrapped. The group gathered in the living room, sharing fruit while watching the 8 o'clock drama. Gu Jiangyan seized the moment to speak up. Xizhi, I require your assistance. Having learned from the earlier dinner table encounter, he specified her name this time. Xizhi blinked, her cherubic face radiating innocence. Brother, do you mean you have a request for me? Gu Jiangyan clenched his fists again. How could he, Gu Jiangyan, possibly plead with such an irritating girl to do his bidding? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed unwaveringly at him. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Manny, standing out as the most beautiful among their siblings, outshining Gu Sairu by a considerable margin. Her adorable demeanor, with rosy, plump cheeks, made one want to pinch her. Staring at her face rendered Gu Jiangyan speechless, his usual sharp retorts failing him. Annoyed, he muttered, whatever you say goes. I need you to join the production as the martial arts instructor for my role. He laid out his request in one breath to spare himself from further vexation at the hands of this duplicitous girl. Honestly, my brother is utterly hopeless. He approaches requests without a hint of humility. Only I would entertain him as his sister. Anyone else would likely disregard him. Now the question arises, should I accept or decline? She pondered seriously, while munching on a large piece of watermelon. Gu Jiangyan was taken aback. She was mulling over whether to accept his plea after he had already requested her assistance. Chapter 148. Immersed in the production. How much does a martial arts instructor earn? Gu Xizhi swallowed another piece of watermelon, continuing her contemplative gaze toward Gu Jiangyan. Staying in the production until the filming concluded would take approximately a month, with a remuneration of 1 million. Typically, a good martial arts instructor's salary ranged from 50 to 200,000, with those skilled in ancient martial arts commanding higher fees. As the filming progressed, Gu Xizhi, not yet a renowned martial artist, was offered a salary of 300,000 by the investors. Gu Jiangyan recognized the significance of a martial arts instructor in the production. His previous instructor had received 2 million per film. After negotiating with the investors, he managed to elevate Gu Xizhi's pay to 800,000, contributing the remaining 200,000 himself. He understood that such an offer reflected his reputation. A lower bid would tarnish his image, making him appear miserly. Despite not knowing why, he was determined that Gu Xizhi should not perceive him as stingy. Is there truly a million? Earning that much in a month? I must be extraordinary. Now I understand why so many flock to the entertainment industry. The money is simply too easy to earn. Wait, with this million could I run away from home? Old Master Gu, Old Lady Gu, and Gu Jianyuan expressed similar sentiments just moments before Gu Xizhi. Their beloved Xizhi was indeed remarkable, earning 1 million at such a young age. However, the next moment, they questioned, was the money in the entertainment industry simply blowing in the wind? Why would they offer such exorbitant salaries? Were they not concerned that employees would take such high wages and resign, leaving them bereft of valuable staff? They simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Gu Jiangyan. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the subject of scrutiny from the entire family. He was still reeling from Gu Xizhi's remarks. Run away from home? Had she not gone to great lengths to return to the Gu family to enjoy its wealth and luxury? How could she contemplate leaving? Gu Xizhi calmly munched on another piece of watermelon, gazing at Gu Jiangyan. 1 million for a month? You specifically returned to plead with me. Are you doubting your own judgment or my abilities, believing I am only worth 1 million? While 1 million is indeed substantial if you can offer me that much, is it so far-fetched to consider a 10 million offer? Gu Jiangyan replied, to speak candidly, it is quite far-fetched. Offering 1 million to an unknown, underage martial artist is a stretch. However, had I not heard your sentiments, I might have assumed you found the offer inadequate and would negotiate for more.
Now,
with an impassive expression, he stated, the price set by the production team is final. If you find it unsatisfactory, we will have no choice but to seek another martial arts instructor. With that, he stood up, ready to leave as if the negotiation had collapsed. Wait, how can you be so stingy? Is it customary to haggle like this? She exclaimed, I merely suggested it was low. And you're ready to walk away? Could you not adjust a little more, even a few thousand? I am quite agreeable if you present your case nicely. If you cannot negotiate, let your agent handle it. You're driving me to exasperation. Gu Jianyuan could no longer contain himself, wondering if his sister intended to make him laugh until he cried. Gu Jiangyan, who had merely feigned his departure, suddenly took a genuine step toward the exit. Gu Xizhi. Fine, 1 million it is. You are my brother, so I shall grant you some leeway. 1 million is begrudgingly acceptable. She feigned a look of being at a disadvantage. Ah, how outrageous. He might actually leave. This is too excessive. I almost lost 1 million. Gu Jiangyan was equally reluctant to squander time on this matter. After reaching an agreement, he promptly produced the contract he had prepared earlier and handed it to Gu Xizhi for her signature. Following a brief moment of mirth, Gu Jianyuan stood beside Gu Xizhi, indignantly voicing his discontent. Third brother, you are utterly unworthy of the title of brother. Why can you not persuade the production team to offer your sister a higher remuneration? You receive tens of millions for a single film, and yet, after all the exhausting work as a martial arts director, she deserves at least 10 million. The elderly Mr. Gu wore a pained expression, lamenting, Xizhi is far more delightful than you. She earns even less than you in the production. Don't you find that unjust? Does your conscience not ache? Mrs. Gu, too, felt that, setting aside the matter of running away from home, the compensation of 1 million was indeed insufficient. Your production is already offering 1 million. Is 10 million such a distant goal? Why not negotiate further with the investors? Upon hearing Mrs. Gu's words, Gu Jiangyan cast a few more glances her way. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of hearing inner thoughts, which he believed could only be experienced by one person, he might have doubted whether she could truly perceive them. As for the matter of attending school, Gu Shiji's absence was not particularly concerning. She requested a month's leave from school, and no one, from the esteemed Mr. Gu to the family dog, Xiao Huang, opposed her decision. In the production, Gu Jiangyan still had several scenes without martial arts action to reshoot. He instructed his agent, Zhang Yanfeng, to help Gu Shiji acclimate to the crew. Upon learning that Gu Shiji was Gu Jiangyan's younger sister and merely 15 years of age, the crew members were intrigued by her role as their martial arts director and gathered around her. Sister, do you attend a martial arts school? Is it because children from wealthy families are more susceptible to abduction that your family enrolled you in martial arts to ensure you can protect yourself? The 32nd-tier actress, Li Luo, who had minimal screen time, seized the opportunity to position herself closest to Gu Shiji, inquiring about matters she had only read in novels. Before Gu Shiji could respond, another actress with a similarly sparse role eagerly chimed in, of course. Otherwise, how could the child of a wealthy family, under such scrutiny, remain unprotected? If she doesn't learn some martial arts, how perilous would that be? Yet, why did Yan Ge not practice martial arts himself and had to rely on his sister as a martial arts director? Did he not attend the same martial arts school as her? Yan Ge and his sister are certainly different. He is a boy, and besides, he is not as attractive as his sister. If I were a villain, I would undoubtedly abduct her instead of him, so he has no need to learn. The cacophony of voices surrounding Gu Jiangyan rendered it difficult for him to discern their conversation. However, he clearly heard Gu Shiji's inner musings and could not suppress a roll of his eyes. What on earth were they discussing? Was being prioritized by a kidnapper something to take pride in? Among those gathered, many had inquiries for Gu Shiji, while others brought her snacks. Among them was Li Luo, a self-proclaimed foodie who had been in the industry for 3 years but remained at the 32nd tier, her agent having long since abandoned any hope for her physique. She presented a plethora of snacks to Gu Shiji, exclaiming, "Sister, I'm Li Luo, but you can call me Luo Luo. All of these are for you." Li Luo? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Chapter 149, he had no desire to hear her thoughts. Oh right. She the unfortunate little actress who was caught up in a scandal while filming the bow scene? Once that incident was exposed, the entire show was pulled. How unfortunate that she is so adorable. After this production, the trauma she endured led to her mental breakdown, ruining her acting career. The novel contained extensive descriptions of the drama warrior, and even though they managed to film it without a martial arts director, numerous other issues persisted. Gu Shiji felt a surge of anger upon reading that segment about Li Luo. Gu Jiangyan, momentarily lost in thought, called for a pause in filming. He reclined in a chair and summoned his assistant. "Bring me Li Luo's script for review." The assistant, puzzled, sought out the script. It consisted of just a page or two, with minimal dialogue, yet Gu Jiangyan immediately recognized the scene Gu Shiji had mentioned. They were filming under strict confidentiality. Prior to the show's release, no one outside the production team should know the plot. How did she know? Did someone behind her divulge the details? Who could possibly be behind her, knowing the inner workings of their production? Now was not the time for such musings. He turned to his assistant. "When is this scene scheduled to be filmed?" He pointed to the scene that would lead to trouble. The assistant glanced at the schedule. "After you finish these few shots." Very well. If what that young girl claimed was true, he had to prevent such events from transpiring. Having accepted Li Luo as snacks, I must assist her. I cannot allow such a sweet and kind young lady to suffer from a mental breakdown. Perhaps I should first give that wicked man a couple of injections to incapacitate him, rendering him powerless to commit misdeeds. Gu Shiji's eyes darted around as she sought out Fan Jinqiang. Gu Jiangyan furrowed his brow. Was her intention to assist Li Luo, implying that this situation was not concocted by her and her mysterious benefactor? Did she truly wish to incapacitate that man, rendering him unable to act? How could a mere child comprehend such matters? Did she not feel a tinge of embarrassment? He called his assistant again. "Keep a close watch on Gu Shiji. Do not allow her to act recklessly. With my presence, how could I possibly fail to protect a mere young actress? There is no need for her to meddle." The man who had taken things too far with Li Luo was named Wang Sheng, a 42-year-old veteran in the industry, having garnered a modicum of fame, recognizable by most. Gu Shiji inquired of the crew members and, upon locating him, found herself at a standoff with Gu Jiangyan's assistant. "I am not a toddler. You need not shadow me so closely. The assistant, who typically accompanied Gu Jiangyan, was currently in Country F, awaiting an audience with MRB. The present assistant, having followed Gu Jiangyan for a short time and being relatively young, felt somewhat uneasy upon hearing Gu Shiji's direct remarks. Yan Gu instructed me to look after you. Caring for someone does not entail surveillance. This is akin to monitoring me. Gu Shiji spoke bluntly, her gaze fixated on Wang Sheng. Fine, let him monitor me. He is merely doing his job, after all. As long as I act swiftly, he can only watch without intervening. Gu Jiangyan was filming a scene where he was negotiating, his expression one of casual indifference. Upon hearing this, his demeanor shifted to one of cold severity. The young girl seemed to have aspirations beyond her reach. He had assigned someone to keep an eye on her, yet she remained undeterred in her plans. Did she not realize the limitations of a child? The young assistant followed Gu Shiji while the agent approached Gu Jiangyan. He dismissed the agent with a wave. Bring Gu Shiji to me. That headstrong girl was restless. Merely assigning someone to follow her would not suffice. He needed her close to ensure she stayed away from Wang Sheng. When Gu Shiji was brought over, her face was slightly puffed up with indignation. Is he some kind of narcissist needing to summon me while he is filming? Does he expect me to watch him act? Forget it. I have no interest in him whatsoever. Sigh. What abysmal acting. Surely the director must be blind to greenlight such a performance. My goodness. That dialogue is utterly ridiculous, and it sounds even more foolish coming from his mouth. How could anyone fall for that? It's as if they're intentionally trying to diminish our intelligence. Wait a moment. What is he doing? If I understand correctly, this is meant to be a suave move, but why does it seem as though he is about to dig for boogers instead? After being brought over, Gu Shiji stood quietly to the side, appearing calm on the surface. Gu Jiangyan frequently flubbed his lines, regretting that he had allowed this chatty little girl to be brought along. Should he have let her come at all? His acting was not lacking. Wasn't he about to dig for boogers? Could she please stop overthinking? At this moment, he wished to hear not a single word from her. He wanted to relinquish this peculiar ability to someone else, as he no longer desired it. Teacher Gu, perhaps you should take a break, someone suggested. With so many takes gone awry, they could hardly catch up on a few additional shots. It seems that my third brother's title of Best Actor is rather inflated. Could it have been bought with money? Honestly, I could probably perform those scenes just as well as he did. He is simply awful. Gu Jiangyan gritted his teeth in frustration. He had a premonition that if Gu Shiji continued to watch him film, they would still be shooting until midnight for just a few scenes. Director, I'm not in the best state right now. Let us shoot something else. He needed to resolve the issue with Li Luo first, and then ensure that this girl was kept far from him. She could do as she pleased, as long as she didn't watch him act. The next scene involved Wang Sheng and Li Luo. Oh no, I haven't even begun to act. And they're about to start filming. Looks like I'll have to intervene while he is shooting. Gu Jiangyan remarked, You're quite persistent, aren't you? Even now, you're not willing to give up. As the filming was about to commence, the actors and crew took their positions. They were filming a period drama, which typically invoked imagery of long robes and trousers, enveloping the actors completely. Because of the coverage of these garments, it would be quite easy to conceal any unsavory actions during the shoot. When the director called for action, the filming officially began. Wang Sheng dragged Li Luo into a dilapidated thatched hut. He approached her with a sinister grin, inching closer while she recoiled in fear. Backing into a corner with no escape, Wang Sheng tightened his belt, resembling a maddened beast as he advanced. Help! Help! No, please don't touch me. Stay away. Li Luo's voice was filled with terror, her face streaked with tears. She struck out at Wang Sheng, but as a frail woman, she was no match for him and was quickly subdued. As he leaned in to kiss her, she desperately turned her head, refusing to let him succeed. Please. I beg you, let me go. Her voice trembled, wretched and heart-wrenching. Behind Gu Shiji, crew members whispered amongst themselves. I didn't expect Li Luo to be such a talented actress. She plays her part so convincingly. If I didn't know it was acting, I'd feel compelled to rush in and save her. This is too realistic. Gu Jiangyan replied. You're just realizing how hard it is for actors to earn their keep? I must act quickly to stop them. It's going to be too late if I don't. After watching for a moment, Gu Shiji felt that the situation could not be delayed any longer. She had some unfinished chocolate on her, and if controlled properly, it could be effective. Just as she was about to spring into action, Gu Jiangyan suddenly shouted, Quick! Go grab Wang Sheng. His eyes had been fixated on Wang Sheng. Had he not heard Gu Shiji's thoughts and realized Wang Sheng's intentions, he might have, like others, assumed their performance was merely an act. However, having heard her, he sensed something was amiss. While others were still processing the scene, his agent and assistant knew Gu Jiangyan well enough to understand that he would not interrupt filming without a grave reason. They rushed in and pulled Wang Xing away. In that instant, Wang Xing's trousers fell to the ground, revealing all that should not have been exposed. The crew included many women, and upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, some screamed and turned away, while others were quick to whip out their phones to capture the moment. Xizhi was taken aback. What just happened? I hadn't even made my move, and my third brother had Wang Xing apprehended already? Could it be that my brother is truly that perceptive, able to discern Wang Xing's illicit actions under the guise of filming? She quickly glanced at Li Luo. The crew had taken measures to protect her, but it was evident that she had been violently tugged, her pants torn. Had they delayed even a moment longer, it might have been worse. Her upper body remained partially concealed, as Wang Xing did not dare to be too overt, merely following the script with a shoulder exposed. Soon, the entire crew grasped the gravity of the situation. It became clear that what had just transpired was not acting at all. Wang Xing had indeed overstepped. Teacher Wang, who usually appeared quite honest, was revealed to be a beast in disguise. Thankfully, our illustrious Gu Jiangyan had the foresight. Otherwise, Li Luo might have suffered greatly. This time, it was fortunate that Gu Jiangyan had noticed. One could only wonder how many similar incidents had gone unnoticed before. For a moment, the crew lost their enthusiasm for filming. Gu Jiangyan insisted on keeping Gu Xizhi by his side. His agent approached him, saying, everyone was distracted by clothing, and nobody noticed anything was amiss. How did you know? Gu Jiangyan glanced at Gu Xizhi and replied earnestly, I overheard him discussing this while I was in the restroom. I could have revealed it and stopped him. But doing so beforehand wouldn't have had the same impact as catching him in the act. I pretended not to notice and kept a close watch on him. So my third brother was aware of this all along. Well, Wang Xing was caught with his pants down, and the evidence is irrefutable. Not only will he struggle to continue in the industry, but he may also face criminal charges for his failed attempt at misconduct. Had I acted sooner to thwart him, it would have prevented this incident from affecting his career. In hindsight, I was actually helping him. Perhaps my brother's method was indeed the most prudent. Gu Jiangyan raised an eyebrow. You're starting to understand. Yet it seems rather heartless for my brother to have allowed this to unfold, fully aware of the potential consequences. What if Li Luo were to suffer psychological trauma? Wouldn't that be a disservice? I must go comfort her, Gu Jiangyan said. He called his agent over, instructing, go console Li Luo. Also, I'm working on my next project. See if you can arrange a role for her. Around them, directors, producers, and screenwriters were present. Upon hearing Gu Jiangyan's words, they all turned to look at Li Luo. To land a role as a victim in the story, one must meet certain criteria. With her pure and sweet appearance, her lack of notoriety, and absence of scandals, it was entirely plausible for Gu Jiangyan to have taken an interest in her. Thus, the sentiment among everyone was unanimous. Gu Jiangyan favored Li Luo and sought to elevate her career. The director approached Gu Jiangyan, saying, I have a role for a supporting female character in my next film. The original actress has been sidelined due to health issues. You might consider having Li Luo audition for it. The director of Warrior is an illustrious filmmaker, adorned with countless accolades. To secure a role in his production, even as a minor character, guarantees a rise to fame, let alone a role as the third female lead. Gu Jiangyan surmised that the director, much like himself, harbored a sense of guilt and sought to make amends with Li Luo. However, he found this perplexing. If he intended to compensate Li Luo, why not communicate that directly to her? She would surely appreciate his gesture if he approached her now. A glance revealed Gu Xizhi conversing with Li Luo in a corner, prompting him to discreetly point them out to the director. Observing this, others noted that Gu Jiangyan genuinely harbored feelings for Li Luo, fearing that she might be disheartened by the recent events, and thus suggested they come for her. There's nothing suitable for Li Luo at your end, they whispered among the producers and screenwriters. Her versatility is quite remarkable. She can embody numerous roles and is sufficiently diligent, so she should have no issues. Given Gu Jiangyan's status in the entertainment industry and the influential Gu family backing him, they were more than willing to extend such a favor. The crew exchanged hushed remarks. It was no wonder Gu Yingdi had noticed Wang Sheng's misdeeds. His gaze was undoubtedly fixated on Li Luo. Ah, how sweet it is, the love story between a grand actor and a budding starlet. Gu Yingdi truly dotes on her. In the corner, Gu Xizhi was indeed not one to offer comfort. Shall I summon my third brother to reenact Wang Sheng's earlier actions? Perhaps seeing his ugly demeanor in contrast would alleviate her discomfort? Li Luo responded. On that note, where's the promised back injury? This method of mine seems rather clever. Although my third brother isn't the most virtuous and lacks my good looks, he certainly has garnered attention online for those wishing to bear his children. If he were to mimic Wang Xing's actions before Li Luo, she would be left with only my brother's visage in her memory. Could that not spare her from psychological trauma? Gu Jiangyan. How can you deem such a plan clever? What sort of imbecile would seek assistance from such an absurd character? He began to question whether Gu Xizhi was truly backed by someone influential. Li Luo, I appreciate your goodwill. At that moment, the director and producers approached, interrupting their conversation, which was inflating Gu Xizhi's ego and leaving Li Luo bewildered. Li Luo, we wish to discuss something with you. 2 minutes later, Li Luo received audition invitations for 3 films, and Warrior immediately expanded her role. In a production primarily centered around a male lead, the addition of her scenes elevated her to a near-leading position. Busyness proved the most effective remedy for emotional turmoil. With such an influx of work, Li Luo scarcely had the mental space to harbor shadows of doubt, especially in the presence of Gu Xizhi. She instantly transformed into a lively and resilient spirit. From this perspective, it appears my third brother has lost his relevance, which is rather fortunate. Otherwise, if he were to assist, dealing with such a foolish individual might leave Li Luo with new psychological scars. Gu Jiangyan. He recalled that throughout his life, aside from receiving compliments on his looks, many had praised his intelligence. He consistently achieved full marks in mathematics and English during elementary school. Why should this unfamiliar girl, just returned home, repeatedly label him foolish? Li Luo's sudden elevation and Wang Xing's capture marked a conclusion to the matter. Filming resumed. But Li Luo's scene with Wang Xing was cut, and she was instead given a scene opposite Gu Jiangyan. With matters settled, Gu Jiangyan did not assign anyone to follow Gu Xizhi. She roamed freely around the set. The weather today was rather dismal. A heavy rain had fallen early in the morning. Despite the rain's cessation, the clouds lingered, casting a gray pallor over the sky, and the air remained quite humid. The scene being filmed involved several seasoned actors. Although their turn would come a bit later, they had arrived at the set early. 2 elderly gentlemen sat together, frowning. One occasionally massaged his legs while the other pressed his lower back. This weather is most vexing. I could hardly rise this morning due to leg pain, one lamented. The other, not in a much better mood, replied, Indeed, with this rain, my back aches. I still have to perform wire work later. I'm uncertain if I can endure it. Alas, during such weather, one might as well wish for death. Every part of me aches. And living this life is truly unbearable. The 2 men, despite their complaints, appeared kind-hearted. When Gu Xizhi had arrived at the set earlier that day, they had offered her some snacks and advised her to be cautious while playing, warning her against touching certain props for fear they might fall. Upon overhearing their lamentations, Gu Xizhi fetched a small stool and seated herself between them, resting her chin on her hands, her large eyes fixed upon them. The 2 elders naturally began to converse with her. I hear you're here to serve as a martial arts instructor? Take care. I've known several young instructors during my acting days who often suffered injuries. Always something here or there, and in this weather, they fare no better than us. You're still a student. If you can thrive doing something else, it's best not to linger in our industry. Outwardly, it may seem glamorous, but the reality is far from it, especially concerning our health. We often film summer scenes in the dead of winter, shivering in short sleeves. Sometimes, we're submerged in frigid water for hours on end. Our bodies either freeze or become waterlogged. Many of us suffer from rheumatism, and when that flares up, it's akin to living hell. Even if rheumatism doesn't claim us, the demands of acting often force us into cycles of binge eating or starvation to meet physical requirements. Few stomachs can endure such strain. Just the other day, I was too busy filming to eat on schedule, and my stomach issues flared up. My grandson, whenever he sees me on screen, dreams of becoming an actor himself. And I scold him. Why pursue such a path? It's far too detrimental to one's health. Both men, now of grandfatherly age, reminisced, recalling the snacks their grandsons had packed for them before leaving home. They pulled out the treats and offered them to Gu Xizhi. You've worked hard, young lady. Your brother has brought you here to assist. Come, have some snacks to replenish your strength. My eldest grandson is about your age, yet he is much heftier. You're far too thin. During your growth years, avoid the folly of dieting, eat well. Having never interacted with industry veterans before, Gu Xizhi was unaware of their struggles. Accepting their offered snacks, she munched while observing their faces for signs of health. Let me see your hands. The elderly gentleman, puzzled by the request, complied, extending their hands without refusal. Gu Xizhi took their pulses and requested one to roll up his pant leg and the other to lift his shirt, allowing her to inspect their legs. Afterward, she chewed on her snacks and dashed away. The filming location was situated within a vast film and television city on the outskirts, divided into numerous distinct areas. Each day, various crews arrived to shoot, alongside designated areas open for public tours, resulting in a substantial daily influx of visitors. Gradually, the surrounding area developed into a thriving commercial district offering an array of amenities, including pharmacies. As lunchtime concluded, it was the elderly gentleman's turn to film. In their scene, they portrayed two retired martial arts masters, devoid of combat, requiring only the demonstration of their lightness of foot. They were preparing to attend the martial arts conference, during which one elderly gentleman intended to showcase his lightness of foot. The assistant director, having collaborated with him on numerous occasions, was quite familiar with him and harbored some concerns. You have an injury in your waist, and with the weather being what it is today, it could trigger your condition. Are you certain you can manage? If not, we can postpone the shoot for a couple of days. The elderly gentleman promptly demonstrated a backbend. Having come from a youthful artistic troupe and trained in dance, his flexibility was commendable. However, since injuring his waist, he had refrained from performing such movements. Yet, he executed it effortlessly now, hardly resembling someone nearing 60. I feel splendid. Not a hint of discomfort. Let's proceed with the filming. The assistant director was taken aback. Wait a moment. Are you telling me that last time you were in pain and had to lean against the wall was all an act? The elderly gentleman had a substantial role in the production. In their city, as winter set in, rain became increasingly frequent. Previously, while filming, the old man's back pain had flared up several times, and the crew had witnessed firsthand the severity of his condition. Others now shared the assistant director's sentiments. So you've been deceiving us all along? Another elderly gentleman, afflicted with rheumatism, would experience leg pain, even before the assistant director could inquire. They noticed him energetically kicking his legs, exhibiting no signs of discomfort whatsoever, his legs appearing healthier than those of the younger cast members. What's the story with your legs? You actors don't have a peculiar habit of pretending to be ill, do you? During a previous shoot where rain and a typhoon lashed the set, the old man had been in such pain that he needed assistance, even to use the restroom. The person aiding him had been utterly astonished. Both elderly gentlemen simultaneously turned their grateful gazes towards Gu Xizhi. We owe our thanks to Xizhi. She just returned from purchasing acupuncture needles and offered to give us a few treatments. We couldn't refuse her kindness, albeit skeptically, and after a few pricks, miraculously, the pain subsided. When she mentioned it, I was doubtful, but once the needles were removed, I felt like I had regained my youthful vigor. I had forgotten how delightful it was to be pain-free. In the past, I truly took it for granted. Gu Xizhi, while fetching acupuncture needles, had also brought back a variety of snacks from the food street. Now, she was happily munching on a box of crispy potatoes. Noticing others staring at her, she pondered, turning away from them. Why is everyone watching me? Surely they aren't planning to snatch my food? If too many come forward, there won't be any left for anyone. No way, even Gu Jiangyan is eyeing my snacks. I knew it. He must be starving to maintain his figure and has been coveting my treats. Now he's after the snacks I just bought. Gu Jiangyan, originally resting, had overheard the assistant director conversing with the two elderly gentlemen and grew concerned about their ability to endure the upcoming shoot. Thus, he paid them closer attention. Upon hearing that Gu Xizhi had helped alleviate their discomfort, he, like the others, instinctively glanced in her direction. Now, was he losing his mind? Why would he compete with a child for food? With a scowl, he turned to his manager, stating, "The smell of her food is overwhelming. My nose is sensitive to it. Tell her to move it further away." He needed her to understand that he was not only disinterested in her snacks but found the scent repulsive, wishing to avoid it entirely. TSK. Sour grapes from someone who can't have the grapes. He must be too embarrassed to admit he wants to share. Sigh, how childish for an adult. Gu Jiangyan. His face darkened. Get lost. Let her move further away. Whatever she wanted to say was of no concern to him. He had reached his limit. What's his problem? I'm just sitting here eating, not causing any trouble. Why the sudden outburst? So, he is this emotionally unstable? Lucky for him, he doesn't have a girlfriend. If he did, I wonder if he would resort to domestic violence? Domestic violence? Right now, he wished to unleash his frustrations on him. If he were guilty, the law could punish him. Why must he endure the torment of hearing Gu Xizhi's thoughts? Gu Jiangyan chose silence, no longer fixated on whether to have his manager send her away. Whether she moved or stayed was irrelevant. He would simply remove himself from the situation. Gu Xizhi finished her box of crispy potatoes, turned to seek a tissue from a crew member to wipe her mouth. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Jiangyan shaking his hand as he walked away. What's going on? He's not chasing me away anymore? Is he leaving on his own? This should have happened ages ago. He's a big star, yet he keeps targeting me, a delicate young lady. It's downright laughable. After all, he is my brother. If he faces ridicule, I also bear the embarrassment, don't I? Gu Jiangyan, holding his phone, opened an app under a pseudonym and posted a question. How can I make someone stop thinking about anything?
Urgent.
He could no longer bear the incessant thoughts. Someone replied almost instantaneously. Engage in activities that genuinely interest you and immerse yourself in them, leaving no room for other thoughts. He beckoned his manager back.
Go.
Gather all the snacks my fans have sent me and give them all to her, quickly. This girl always turns to food when she has a moment of free time. Her passion must lie in food. Let her eat. Let her gorge herself. Not only would it occupy her mind, but it would also keep her mouth busy, preventing her from saying anything else. Just a moment ago, he was angry and wanted me to move away. And now he is asking his manager to bring me snacks? This back and forth is just bizarre. What a pity, although my third brother is a bit twisted. I have no remedy for that. However, I might be able to help him find a decent psychiatric hospital.
Gu Jiangyan.
Get her the snacks immediately. If this drags on, I fear a bloodbath will erupt on set. With that, he quickened his pace to depart, his retreating figure resembling a hasty escape. Chapter 153, The Little Darling of the Film Crew. The rest of the crew gathered around the two elderly gentlemen, engaging them in conversation. Although they had both attributed their improved conditions to Gu Xizhi's acupuncture, skepticism lingered. Isn't she just a child? Does she truly possess medical skills? Even if she truly possesses medical skills, one must acknowledge that rheumatism is an ailment that cannot be cured. How could she possibly alleviate your suffering with merely a single injection? Anyone with a modicum of understanding knows that while rheumatism may not be life-threatening, it is a chronic affliction that relentlessly torments its victims. The director and assistant director were not always the esteemed figures they are today. They too began as novices, having undergone every form of arduous labor, traversing mountains and rivers with the crew. To perfect a single shot, they endured long hours in water and lay in the snow, all while bearing heavy photographic equipment. Both men suffer from rheumatism as well, yet their ability to sit comfortably in chairs during filming belies their discomfort. Witnessing the apparent recovery of their old friend from rheumatism ignites a fervent hope within them, momentarily eclipsing their professional duties. Even the cinematographers and prop masters, who are not immune to the affliction, are drawn into this extraordinary spectacle. Filming halts, and the two elderly gentlemen, surrounded by a throng, wear beaming smiles. Look at us, they seem to say. Doesn't it demonstrate her medical prowess? As for the notion of a single treatment being sufficient, that is undoubtedly implausible. Gu Xizhi has stated that for conditions such as ours, a month of continuous acupuncture and a month of tailored herbal remedies are necessary for true healing. However, following her inaugural treatment, she assures us that we will be free from symptoms for 12 hours, and with subsequent sessions and diligent adherence to the prescribed medicine, this duration will gradually extend until complete recovery is achieved. Fearing disbelief, the elderly man with back pain begins to twist his torso vigorously, while the one with leg discomfort repeatedly squats and stands. Their movements are surprisingly nimble. Gu Xizhi accepts a plethora of snacks handed to her by Gu Jiangyan's agent. She finds a sun-drenched spot, intending to bask in the warmth while indulging in her treats. With no suitable place for a midday nap in the crew area, she knows that a little nourishment will stave off drowsiness. She soon discovers a large tree, its trunk marred by a gaping wound, adorned with artistic renderings. A squirrel, clutching a pine cone, reveals two tiny white teeth as sunlight filters through, creating a scene of serene beauty. Gu Xizhi finds solace in this haven and sits cross-legged beneath the tree. Before long, a group of crew members congregates nearby. While they discuss the miraculous improvement of the two elderly gentlemen's rheumatism, she continues to snack, oblivious to her burgeoning reputation as a savior in their eyes. Sister, look at me. Could you give me a few needles? I can pay for the treatment. Sister, I'm here. My skin is tough. Please go ahead. With a crunch, a chip crumbles between her teeth as Gu Xizhi listens, bemused, to the cacophony of voices. She nods nonchalantly. The director and assistant director, struggling to contain their impatience for treatment, resume filming with the rest of the crew. Xizhi, meanwhile, casually pulses her fingers to take pulses and administer acupuncture while munching on snacks. Initially, onlookers regard her with skepticism, but their doubts dissipate as they witness her deftness. Gu Jiangyan retreats to his dressing room, seeking refuge for an hour's respite. Upon waking, he finds both his agent and assistant absent. Puzzled, he steps outside, only to find the area deserted. The stillness is pervasive, save for distant exclamations echoing from afar. Straining to eavesdrop, he catches glimpses of his agent and assistant in the distance. Curiosity piqued, he approaches, the words becoming clearer. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's truly miraculous. I often find myself hunched over writing scripts, and the neck pain has left me dizzy. After just a few needles, I can turn my neck freely again. Incredible. I spend hours applying makeup, sometimes for 10 hours a day, and my hands were nearing their limits. I was contemplating surgery to save them, yet now they feel revitalized. Gu Jiangyan reaches his agent and inquires, "What is going on?" While understanding their words is one thing, he cannot fathom the implications of their statements, which sound almost like a sales pitch. As a prominent actor and Gu Zhiji's elder brother, his presence commands immediate attention, and the crowd parts to allow him passage. Is the esteemed Gu actor well rested? Would you like something to drink? I can fetch it for you. Or perhaps, Gu teacher, is there something you desire to eat? I can bring that too. You must be tired after your walk, Gu teacher. Would you like to sit and rest? Given Gu Jiangyan's current stature, he is met with a level of respect from the crew that borders on excessive flattery. He raises an eyebrow, dismissively waving them off, and focuses on the sight of Gu Xizhi in the crowd. With a lollipop in her mouth, she instructs someone to roll up their sleeve. With a casual glance, she selects a needle and swiftly administers it. One after another, she works with astonishing speed, raising doubts about whether she truly comprehends the acupoints she targets. Gu Jiangyan furrows his brow. What on earth is she doing? Is she not concerned about the potential consequences? His frown deepens as he realizes she is not merely treating one patient at a time. She is simultaneously attending to another individual beside her, both receiving treatment with equal alacrity. He recalls overhearing the two elderly gentlemen praising Gu Zhiji's acupuncture and its miraculous effects. However, he remains skeptical. Unlike the others, he understands that this young girl did not enjoy the privilege of a comfortable upbringing. Faced with dire circumstances, it is improbable that she had the opportunity to study medicine. Furthermore, if she possessed such extraordinary skills, her life would not have been so arduous. Stop this nonsense. These are people, not playthings. If something goes awry, I cannot protect you, even if you're my sister. Gu Xizhi, administering acupuncture to two patients while savoring her lollipop, remains focused and indifferent to Gu Jiangyan's admonitions. The others, hearing his voice, exchange glances filled with uncertainty. Finally, the assistant director grits his teeth. Chapter 154. Is it brother's favor or sister's worth? Allow me to clarify. Fine, if you wish to go first, I shall yield. I will return after shooting a scene. Fresh from a recent break, he had come over after finishing a scene. A staff member, recognizing his role as assistant director, kindly allowed him to cut in line. Just as he was about to take his turn, Gu Jiangyan barged in. Being Gu Zhiji's elder brother, he felt compelled to step aside. Gu Jiangyan? What is he doing here? Why should he take precedence? Observing the unfolding scene, the others eagerly chimed in. Indeed, Gu teacher, if you wish to see teacher Xizhi for acupuncture, let the assistant director relinquish his spot for you. The crew's address of Gu Xizhi has already shifted from sister Xizhi to teacher. In order to distinguish between the two, Gu Xizhi is now referred to as teacher Xizhi. Others concurred. Yes, yes. The assistant director still has work to finish. Let him attend to that. Gu teacher, please go ahead. I will wait for you to finish before taking my turn. The assistant director, glancing back multiple times, walked away with a sardonic smile. It seems that the ones yielding their places were not them, yet they all excelled in appeasing Gu Jiangyan. Over the years, Gu Jiangyan has indeed faced health challenges while filming. Whenever he experiences pain in his legs, he seeks the expertise of traditional Chinese medicine, often resorting to acupuncture. This is hardly a secret within the industry. He realizes that others assume he has come to seek treatment from Gu Xizhi. Mr. Gu, please don't be modest with the assistant director. As Xizhi's elder brother, it is only fitting that you go first. Please come this way. Some staff members, who have already experienced the soothing effects of Gu Xizhi's acupuncture, spontaneously maintain order, pulling Gu Jiangyan along before he can voice his objections. Gu Xizhi, multitasking with precision, finishes administering the last needle to two individuals and instructs them to wait aside for the removal of the needles later. She raises her gaze, her eyes meeting Gu Jiangyan's, and a few question marks seem to float above her head. How could it be you? She had initially chosen to ignore Gu Jiangyan, but had still caught snippets of their conversation. It dawns on her quickly, stretching her limbs. She stands up with no intention of examining Gu Jiangyan, stating, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Although he is indeed my third brother, he doesn't particularly favor me. She crunches down on her lollipop, glancing at the astonished faces around her. Wasn't he quite obvious on Weibo? Has everyone forgotten? Her mention jogs the memory of those present, recalling how Gu Jiangyan had flaunted his affection for Gu Sairu on social media, clearly expressing his disdain for Gu Xizhi. His attitude had incited a wave of negative comments directed at her. Among the crew, several were fans of Gu Jiangyan, who had, under pseudonyms, joined the chorus of disparagement. The assistant director, reluctant to leave, suddenly perks up and rushes back, nudging Gu Jiangyan aside with his shoulder.
She just said we should wait our turn.
We are all older than her. We must set a good example and maintain order. No one should think of cutting in line. It's my turn now. The others quickly align behind the assistant director, echoing his sentiments. Yes, even children know to cue properly. We are adults. We should not be outdone by a child. Everyone must cue. We are all equal. A staff member who had just returned from fetching refreshments and snacks for Gu Jiangyan approaches the line, saying, I just remembered the tasks the director assigned me. I haven't finished them yet. Same here, I still need to check the props. As the atmosphere shifts to one of flattery towards Gu Jiangyan, he suddenly feels like an outsider in his own crew. Even his manager approaches him, suggesting that if he wishes to seek treatment from Gu Xizhi, he should queue up like everyone else. After disinfecting the needles, Gu Xizhi begins her session with the assistant director while Gu Jiangyan observes from the sidelines. By evening, nearly half the crew has sought her services.
Gu Jiangyan,
even wanting to ask Gu Xizhi for guidance on his fight choreography, is pulled back by other staff members. His manager, suffering from cervical discomfort, appears revitalized as he stands beside Gu Jiangyan. What's the rush? Your sister is still a child. It's her first day on set. Let her acclimate and relax. You can teach her in a few days. If you have time these next couple of days, practice on your own. After receiving acupuncture, the director, whose legs and hands were previously ailing, finds his efficiency remarkably improved. Having completed 2 scenes, he holds a thermos with a contented smile, affectionately gazing in Gu Xizhi's direction. I'll finish filming everyone else's scenes first, and then focus on yours. You need not rush. Take your time, and don't overwork, Xizhi. Gu Jiangyan feels a sense of unimportance creeping in for the first time since becoming an award-winning actor. It isn't until dinner concludes that Gu Xizhi finally takes a break. The set is permeated with the aroma of simmering herbal medicine, and Gu Xizhi drifts into a deep slumber amidst the fragrant haze. Currently, she rests in Gu Jiangyan's luxurious dressing room, brought there by his manager.
Gu Jiangyan,
also taking a moment to recuperate, reclines in a lounge chair, casting glances toward Gu Xizhi. His brow furrows as he recalls how he had initially perceived her medical practice as mere folly. Yet, those she treated express heartfelt gratitude, seemingly restored to health. Could it be she possesses genuine medical skills? He sends a message to Gu Jianyuan. Ever since she agreed to join him on set, those who had previously blocked him have suddenly reconnected. Does Gu Xizhi know medicine? Gu Jianyuan replies promptly. Has Xizhi had dinner? Is she adjusting well to dining with you all? Surely, you wouldn't be so callous as to make her eat takeout on set, would you? She's still growing. Don't mistreat her. Is Xizhi there? Let her video call me so I can see how she's faring with you. In an instant, the chat window fills with messages from Gu Jianyuan. Gu Jiangyan scrolls back to his earlier question, takes a screenshot highlighting it, and sends it back. Chapter 155. Wanna lay flat with Pei?
Dream on.
Gu Jianyuan responds swiftly. Are you avoiding my question because you're guilty? You aren't actually mistreating Xizhi, are you? I can't believe you'd stoop so low as to mistreat your own sister. I always said she shouldn't be alone with you. Just wait. I'm coming to the set. With me around, you won't dare bully her. More messages flood in, and Gu Jiangyan feels a headache coming on. He mutes notifications from Gu Jianyuan and turns to his eldest brother. Elder brother, does Gu Xizhi know medicine? Gu Jiangyu, busy with his own tasks, takes a bit longer to respond but does so within half an hour. I heard Xizhi is joining you on set? I know you aren't fond of her, but don't think you can take advantage of her while we're not around. I've already arranged for 2 assistants to help her. They'll be there tomorrow. Gu Jiangyan is taken aback. Assigning assistants to a martial arts director and two at that? How absurd. He silently grumbles, but refrains from engaging further on the matter. He reiterates his earlier question. Does Gu Xizhi know medicine? Gu Jiangyu, genuinely occupied, responds succinctly and, after glancing at Gu Jiangyan's messages, opts not to reply. Returning to his meeting. After waiting without a reply, Gu Jiangyan decides against seeking opinions from others. He fears the response will only lead to another barrage of concern for Gu Xizhi. The following day, Gu Xizhi arrives from the hotel at 10 o'clock. By this time, the crew has been bustling for quite a while. Seeing her yawn and stretch, those without tasks rush to greet her. Teacher Xizhi, you're awake. Come lie down and rest for a bit. Teacher Xizhi, have you had breakfast? I'll go get you something right away. Gu Jiangyan has already completed the reshoots he needed yesterday, with the martial arts scenes scheduled for later, leaving him with no scenes to film today. He has been reviewing the script and now finds a quiet spot to practice the moves the martial arts instructor taught him. Observing Gu Xizhi being treated like a superstar, he watches with a furrowed brow. Gu Xizhi waved her hand dismissively. No need, no need. I already had breakfast on my way here. I'll just sit here and watch. You all go about your work. It was working hours, and the staff dared not slack off for too long. Upon hearing her words, they could only remind her that she could call on them any time if she needed anything before returning to their tasks. After they moved away, several staff members began to quietly discuss among themselves while working. I think Teacher Xi is quite wonderful. Although she is Gu Laosher's sister, born into a wealthy family, she has no airs about her. She speaks plainly and is very straightforward. She is truly remarkable. At just 15 years old, she surpasses even seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners with 50 years of experience. I was almost considering surgery to remove my fatty lump, but after just one acupuncture session with her, it's significantly reduced. Her personality is genuinely lovely. We all want to help her. Unlike others, she doesn't boss us around, acting as if she were just another ordinary person, playing on her phone while lying there. Much better than Gu Laosher's other sister. Are you referring to Gu Sairu? I interacted with her on another set before, and she is quite arrogant. She hardly speaks to anyone other than actors of high status, and likes to issue commands to us. Since Gu Laosher brought Teacher Xi to the set yesterday, the two of them have hardly spoken to each other. It seems that Gu Laosher indeed does not favor Teacher Xi. Could it be that there is something wrong with his vision? How could he not like someone as wonderful as Teacher Xi? Neither Gu Jiangyan nor Gu Xizhi were aware that the crew was discussing them. Gu Xizhi's reclining chair faced the area where Gu Jiangyan was practicing martial arts. She had just woken up not long ago, and wasn't he feeling particularly sleepy at the moment. Others were either in class or working, leaving no one to chat with her. She wanted to play games but couldn't find any teammates. Bored, she stared ahead and happened to catch sight of Gu Jiangyan's movements. I seem to have forgotten that I came to the set to be his martial arts instructor. But never mind, if I forget, I forget. If I can lie down all day, then I will. The money earned through hard work indeed brings joy, but money earned without effort is even more exhilarating. Gu Jiangyan's movements faltered, and his expression darkened. Here it comes again, her inner thoughts. It seemed that the one who paid her salary was quite the fool. Coincidentally, out of the 1 million she received, 200,000 was contributed by him, making him one of the fools, which was not very pleasant. He looked at Gu Xizhi and waved her over. Come here and work.
Huh?
Why do I have to work now? Didn't he, the director, and the agent say he could practice on his own and that there was no rush? I was hoping to lie down a bit longer. Humph. Still wanting to lay around?
Dream on.
Hurry over here. Gu Xizhi obediently ran over. All right, I'm coming. For the sake of the million, I'll give it my all. Thus, the martial arts instructor Gu Xizhi officially took her position. Lower your legs a bit. Raise your arms higher. We're brothers. How can you be so far behind my fourth brother? You can't even get this one move right after practicing for so long. The agent, seeing them practicing, hurriedly brought over some water and handed it to Gu Xizhi, asking, how is Jiangyan doing? Does he have talent? Gu Xizhi took a big gulp of water, then replied with a muffled sound, he has some acting talent, but this is martial arts practice, not acting. His posture is just for show. There's no strength behind it at all. He can only pray that the audience for his performance consists of laypersons. Otherwise, his martial arts would be laughable. Gu Jiangyan. He truly did not want to hear her inner thoughts. His expression was serious, practicing with utmost focus, not daring to slack off, as he would never resort to flashy moves. After an hour, Gu Jiangyan was drenched in sweat, his face flushed. The agent, feeling sorry for him, suggested, Take a break for a while. You can practice later. Gu Xizhi, munching on an apple just washed by the agent, nodded, okay. After only an hour of practice. And he looks like he is about to faint. I demonstrated for him for an hour, yet I'm perfectly fine. How weak. He can't even compare to my fourth brother. Gu Jiangyan. No need for a break. I can keep going. Chapter 156. Gu Jiangyu is shot. Good job. Gu Jiangyan stood firmly in place, struggling to maintain his stance, swaying as if he might topple over any moment, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. Even when the agent brought him water, he refused to drink. My third brother looks like he is about to drop dead, yet he still refuses to give up. It's quite touching. Gu Jiangyan felt a surge of energy at that moment, thinking that this girl indeed had some discernment. She was finally praising him. But the next moment, however, does he lack awareness of his own body? With a body already drained by work, enduring for an hour is his limit. Yet he stubbornly insists on continuing. Isn't he afraid of collapsing? Our bodies are given to us by our parents. Even if he doesn't cherish his own health, he should think of our grandparents, our parents. If anything were to happen to him, the 4 elderly members of our family would be heartbroken. And his millions of fans would be devastated. If I ever have such an ungrateful son, I would hang him up and give him a good beating, to prevent having to send a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one. Gu Jiangyan. What on earth must he do to stop hearing her inner thoughts? At this moment, he had no desire to listen to her musings, nor did he wish to see if she was plotting something bad. He simply pleaded for her to stop her incessant complaints. Please, stop tormenting him. I need a break. Just half a minute ago, he had declared he would continue. But now, wiping the sweat from his brow, he unsteadily walked toward the recliner. Men's thoughts, like the weather in June, change in an instant. In the future, if I'm looking for a partner, I must avoid men with such fickle thoughts. Clearly, the people around him haven't said anything, yet his thoughts have changed multiple times. Being with such a person must be incredibly exhausting. Gu Jiangyan. His inner voice hadn't paused for even a moment. How could he claim that he hadn't said anything? His own thoughts were as changeable as hers because of her. While persevering, he gritted his teeth, thinking that perhaps he could truly endure, but once he stopped, his body completely fell apart, rendering him utterly incapable of repeating the previous movements. At this moment, he could no longer change his mind. Lying on the recliner, sipping on a chilled cola, he finally felt as if he had come back to life. In country A. At 8:30 in the evening, Gu Jingyu had just finished overtime and was on his way back to the hotel. The security situation in this country was not particularly good. Civilians could carry firearms, and it was common to see news reports about shootings. Suddenly hearing gunfire while walking down the street was not unusual. He instructed someone to contact the opposing lawyer while on the phone with his assistant back home, busy with the multinational acquisition deal. The car suddenly braked hard. A barrage of gunfire erupted, growing louder and closer, sounding as if it were happening right beside him. What was going on? Steadying himself against the inertia of his forward momentum, Gu Jiangyu finished his last sentence with the assistant before inquiring of the driver. From the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 youths of Eastern descent, bent over and supporting each other as they ran toward their vehicle. An accident had occurred ahead. Bang! Before the driver could even finish his sentence, a bullet struck the car. Meanwhile, in the crew, Gu Xizhi, who had been resting in her reclining chair with her eyes closed, suddenly sat up. Teacher Xi, did we make too much noise while moving things and disturb you? 2 crew members were transporting a large box past her. Gu Xizhi shook her head. No, I just had a nightmare and scared myself awake. As she spoke, her phone vibrated. It was already 12:15. The morning classes at school had ended, and Zhang Qi and the others were looking for her to play games. The crew would break for lunch at 12:30, leaving her with 15 minutes, so Gu Xizhi decided not to sleep any further. She replied with a brief acknowledgement and opened the game, activating the team voice chat. Li Shuangshuang asked, is it fun shooting in the crew? Are there many stars? Not fun, it's too exhausting, and there aren't many stars, I suppose. Gu Xizhi selected her hero in the game while chewing gum. She had spent almost the entire day before taking pulses and administering acupuncture, which was far more tiring than attending classes at school. As for the stars, apart from knowing that Gu Jiangyan was a renowned actor, she did not recognize anyone else and had no idea if they were famous. Li Shuangshuang and a few others had dined and played games with Feng Ruishan and were more worldly. Upon hearing Gu Xizhi's comments, they merely responded with "oh" and shifted the conversation to school matters. Starting yesterday, Teacher Jean has taken a leave of absence for a month. Do you know who will teach us in his absence? The game began, and Gu Xizhi swiftly secured a kill. No idea. It's Zhang Yang. Didn't he previously only teach our class and class 1? After he stopped teaching our class, he only taught class 1. So now he is the most idle math teacher in the grade. Li Shuangshuang, who was not doing well in the game, found a bush to hide in, clearly intending to lay low with them. He's the most idle, she continued gossiping. When he walked into our classroom yesterday, he was all high and mighty, looking down on us as usual. But do you know what happened next? Zhang Qi's hero was left with low health, and Gu Xizhi teleported to help him. She inquired, what happened next? His first class yesterday was a public lesson. Lin Yan, in front of the whole class, said she had a question she wanted to ask him. Since there were other teachers present, he couldn't refuse. Lin Yan copied a problem from your notes onto the blackboard. He thought for a long time but couldn't answer it, even claiming the question was fundamentally flawed and had no solution. Zhang Qi returned to base with low health and took the chance to chat with Li Shuangshuang. It's such a pity you weren't there yesterday. You should have seen how awful Zhang Yang's expression was. If it weren't for the rule of law in society, I think he would have wanted to eliminate all of us to prevent such an embarrassing incident from spreading. Wang Hua did exceptionally well yesterday, too. He recorded the whole thing and posted it on the school forum. Today, everyone is still discussing it. Some even speculate whether Zhang Yang secured his position as the head of math through improper means. Gu Xizhi exclaimed, well done. She hadn't worn headphones, so her conversation with Zhang Qi and the others was audible to those in the vicinity. Gu Jiangyan was lying not far from her and had heard everything. Chapter 157. Something happened on set. He cast a disdainful glance at Gu Xizhi. As expected, she was a student from a poor class, not studying earnestly, but rather plotting to tease the teacher. The group of youths laughed heartily while gaming. By the way, Xizhi, do you want to know what Teacher Jean is doing on his leave? Li Shuangshuang tossed another question her way. Gu Xizhi executed a powerful move, eliminating the opposing hero, and replied, no idea. I heard he's going back home for blind dates. Upon hearing the mention of blind dates, the surrounding crew members subtly slowed down their pace, straining to hear more. People seemed inherently drawn to such romantic gossip, regardless of their acquaintance with the person being gossiped about. Some expressed their feelings, even venting to those nearby. Speaking of blind dates, it annoys me. I'm only 25 this year, and I still feel like a child. But since I turned 20, my family has forced me into countless blind dates. Every time I go, I feel like a piece of meat at the market being picked apart. Last month, I met a really bizarre man during a blind date. He was 20 years older than me, looking like he could be my grandfather, with drooping eyelids. He immediately asked if I had ever cohabited with someone else, saying he was conservative and couldn't accept that his wife had been with other men. Then he said he wanted to live together right away and hoped I would be pregnant within 3 months. If the baby was a boy, we would get married immediately. What if it's a girl? Would she not be married? I asked him that on the spot, and do you know what his response was? He confidently asserted that if it was a girl, we would just hold off on the marriage, but I could still get pregnant again. And whenever I gave birth to his son, then we would marry. The crew members nearby were engaged in discussion, and Gu Xizhi could hear their words. Her eyes sparkled with interest. What they were discussing was far more intriguing than any high school gossip. She sat up, determined to gather more juicy details, holding her phone while playing the game, and crouched among the crew members, urging them, go on, go on. The crew, recognizing her shared enthusiasm, became even more animated. I, too, was once pushed into a blind date and encountered a peculiar man, a 39-year-old who brought his 16-year-old son along. He ordered a mountain of the most expensive dishes, filling the table to the brim. At that time, I didn't think much of it and just went along with the flow. After ordering for his son, he began asking me about my annual income, explaining that he was older and currently unemployed, not keen on finding a job. He needed to know if my income could support a household and that his parents lived in the countryside without any social security. He hoped my parents had social security, as he didn't want my income to have to support my parents in the future. I outright expressed my disinterest and wanted to leave, but he insisted I pay the bill first, saying he hadn't brought money with him. Gu Xizhi had not muted her microphone, so Zhang Qi and the others could hear everything. The group of youths were left in shock. Wow. I once thought Zhang Yang was the most bizarre person I had met, but I didn't expect there to be even stranger characters. Keep going. I want to hear more. These stories are too entertaining. One young man eagerly interjected. I once encountered a woman on a blind date who left a deep impression on me. She had just divorced her husband, yet she still lived with him. Her reason was that her ex-husband had suffered an accident at work, his leg caught in a machine, rendering him disabled. She couldn't let go of him. She hoped that after we married, I would help care for her ex-husband, as he needed a substantial amount of money for his ongoing treatment. If I became her husband, I would be responsible for that treatment cost. Her ex-husband loved her dearly, but was quite possessive, unable to accept her being intimate with other men. Even after marrying me, she intended to continue sleeping with her ex-husband, hoping I wouldn't mind. As soon as the story was told, there was a moment of silence. After a while, Xizhi remarked, "What a monumental mess. Is she looking for a husband for herself or a sugar daddy for her ex-husband?" Li Shuangxuang added, "I'm curious. How thick-skinned do you have to be to make such demands during a blind date?" On that particular afternoon, the melons consumed were enough to satiate them, yet left a lingering desire for more. It was not until the crew announced mealtime that Xizhi fetched a lunchbox and joined them once again, continuing with the unfinished melons. After they finished their meal, after they concluded their repast, two assistants, arranged remotely by Gu Jiangyu, approached Xizhi to report in. Not only did they arrive themselves, but they also brought desserts and fruits for her after the meal. Xizhi's treatment far exceeded that of the acclaimed actor Gu Jiangyan, her co-star. Following the sharing of melons, the bond among the crew deepened as they gathered beneath a grand tree, enjoying their invisible melon after the meal. "Isn't Teacher Xi and Teacher Gu siblings?" one staff member inquired. "I heard these two assistants were personally arranged by the CEO, yet they brought nothing for Teacher Gu. Did you forget?" "Yesterday, Teacher Xi confirmed her discord with Teacher Gu," another replied. "With Teacher Xi's amiable nature and striking beauty, surely all her other brothers must be quite fond of her. Of course, the brothers who admire her and those who do not would likely not share a close relationship." Came the reasoning. Friends' enemies are indeed one's enemies. Perhaps they all wish to sever ties with Teacher Gu. After a restful noon, Gu Jiangyan's body had begun to recuperate. He gazed at Xizhi in the distance, who was indulging in the snacks brought back by her two assistants. He recalled her remarks about taking paid leave and grumbled darkly, "Get over here and work." "Very well," came the reply. No wonder wealthy individuals now prefer to have several assistants by their side. Having an assistant is indeed delightful, sparing one from doing anything themselves. However, after eating, one still must grow the flesh oneself, which is rather unfortunate. "Perhaps I should guide Gu Jiangyan and get some exercise while I'm at it." Gu Jiangyan retorted, "Listening to you, it seems you don't even wish to grow your own flesh. Perhaps laziness is your true calling." After practicing for a while in the morning, Gu Jiangyan had become somewhat familiar with the movements, and he expected that the afternoon practice would flow more smoothly. With fewer of Xizhi's jests, the mental strain he endured was also alleviated. In the distance, the crew was filming another scene when suddenly, everyone dashed toward that direction. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. "Teacher Xi, come quickly and help take a look." A staff member rushed over, tugging Xizhi toward the filming area. Gu Jiangyan furrowed his brow. What good would it do for Xizhi to see what had happened during filming? He followed behind, puzzled. "Teacher Xi, come quickly. She just fell from a rock and is bleeding profusely. We don't know her condition." The staff member ushered Xizhi to the front of the crowd. There lay a young actress in a white costume, her eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Behind her loomed a fabricated mountain, its stones oddly shaped and layered, some stained with crimson. The blood trickled down her pant leg, rapidly spreading. The surrounding crew stood helplessly, fearing that any movement might worsen her injuries. They dared not touch her. Only a few actresses frantically tore at sanitary napkins in a corner, intending to apply makeshift pressure on her wounds. One of the crew explained to Xizhi, "We've already sent someone to notify the medical personnel. They're on their way." Furrowing her brow, Xizhi stepped forward. The actresses hurriedly made way. "Do you have scissors?" she inquired. Someone hurried off to fetch them. Too slow. Without waiting, she reached for the young actress's pant leg, gripping one side. With a swift rip, the fabric was torn open, revealing a deep, bloodied wound at her knee. While not grotesque, the depth of the injury was alarming against her pale skin. Some actresses gasped in horror and immediately turned away, unable to bear the sight. Blood continued to ooze from the wound. Xizhi had brought back a considerable number of acupuncture needles the previous day. After treating everyone, she had kept some on her person, fearing someone might seek her acupuncture skills again. She also carried a small bottle of alcohol spray. She retrieved a needle, disinfected it with alcohol, and swiftly administered a few punctures around the wound. The bleeding, which had been profuse, suddenly ceased. The priority was to halt the blood flow to mitigate the risk of excessive blood loss. After ensuring this, Xizhi refrained from moving her body. Instead, She grasped the young actress's wrist to check her pulse. Apart from the bleeding wound on her leg, there was no visible blood elsewhere, leaving other potential injuries uncertain. Xizhi pressed at various points on her body, realizing that only a hospital examination would provide clarity. I can administer a few needles here to ensure her brain and heart are not in any mortal danger, she concluded. The medical team had yet to arrive, and the ambulance was still on its way. Meanwhile, others around them were chattering about the recent events. The injured actress played Gu Jiangyan's sister in the film. Unlike Gu Jiangyan's character, who started from humble beginnings and rose to prominence, the sister was a prodigy. Discovered at the tender age of 3 for her innate martial talent, she was deemed destined for the practice of ancient martial arts. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, despite her youth, her status was extraordinary. She drew attention wherever she went. Famed at a young age, she remained humble and unpretentious, possessing a straightforward nature and a heart that loathed injustice. The scene she had just filmed involved her coming to the aid of a young beggar, confronting those who bullied him. She had chased the perpetrator into a backyard, climbing the artificial mountain. Although the scene had been filmed previously, there was a need to reshoot a problematic shot of her standing atop the mountain, which required no fighting and thus lacked safety wires. Unexpectedly, shortly after she had taken her position atop the mountain, she fainted and fell. Medical personnel soon arrived, carefully lifting the actress onto a stretcher and into the awaiting ambulance. Xizhi did not accompany them. Such injuries were typically manageable at the hospital, and her presence would not significantly alter the outcome. Before departing, the medical staff commended her for her swift first aid measures. Once the ambulance had left, many gathered around Xizhi. "Teacher Xi, you were incredible just now. You merely administered a few needles on her leg, and her bleeding stopped. I felt as if I were reading a martial arts novel. Indeed, Teacher Xi is amazing. I was so worried that she might perish from blood loss before reaching the hospital. I was tearing things in sheer panic." To which Gu Jiangyan's agent, standing beside him, gazed in admiration at Xizhi. "Jiangyan, your sister is truly remarkable. I envy you for having such a skilled sister. It's like you have an added layer of protection for when you fall ill. Let us make a pact. Even if one day you decide to retire from the industry, you must remain my friend. We need to be lifelong companions. Wait, we're practically brothers now. Rounding it off, I'm essentially Teacher Xizhi's elder brother. She'll surely take good care of my ailments in the future." Gu Jiangyan replied. "Could you not wish for ailments?" He gazed intently at Xizhi. From yesterday to today, her actions had clearly demonstrated her medical prowess. Yet, where had she acquired such skills? Her previous living conditions had hardly afforded her the opportunity, had they? Could it be that the person behind her sent her to learn? Who exactly is this person behind her? What are their intentions? He pressed his lips together. Regardless of who they are or what their objectives may be, he would thwart them, ensuring that no harm befell his family. But what should he do now? She still had numerous scenes to shoot, and with her injury, could filming continue? She was the actress who had just fallen from the rockery. In the grand male-centric drama Warrior, her role was substantial, effectively making her the female lead. The director was troubled. Earlier, in order to free up Gu Jiangyan's time, allowing him to focus on martial arts practice after finding a fight choreographer, they had concentrated on filming scenes that did not require him to showcase martial skills. Consequently, the other cast members had minimal screen time, and Shi's scenes were also few. Given her current condition, it remained uncertain whether she could return to the set anytime soon. They would wait for news from the hospital, tidy up this area, and proceed to shoot other segments. The crew began bustling about once more. Gu Jiangyan pondered for a moment before approaching Xizhi. His expression was icy. "How is it that you possess medical skills?" He did not require a verbal response from Xizhi. Words could be misleading. What he sought to hear was the truth from her heart. Chapter 159. Two Youngsters' Concussion. "Are you out of your mind? What kind of tone is that? It's as if you're implying I couldn't possibly know medicine? I've even mastered ancient martial arts. Why would I not be able to learn medicine?" She straightened her face, her expression colder than his. "I'm exceptionally intelligent. If I wish to learn something, I simply do. If it weren't for the fact that you've been my benefactor during this time, I wouldn't even bother answering your question. Next time you speak to me in such a tone, with that expression, I might just jab you with a few needles, leaving you unable to speak or even make a face." Gu Jiangyan. He no longer doubted Xizhi's abilities. She could indeed render him speechless and expressionless. However, he did not receive the answer he desired. This little girl was full of unnecessary chatter, even in her heart. He changed his approach, asking, "Did you specifically seek out a master to learn from? Do you not comprehend human language? I told you, I am exceptionally clever. If I want to learn, I will. Why would I need a master? Are you going to ask me who my master is next? If I were to fabricate a master, would you then question why they would agree to teach me medicine? Do you think I had the leisure to learn medicine in a household where even meals were a struggle?" Gu Jiangyan felt somewhat awkward. Gu Shiji's thoughts reflected precisely what he wished to inquire. She kicked at a small stone on the ground, avoiding looking at Gu Jiangyan's face, stating no. "Is that satisfactory? I've answered you quite decisively, so please let it go and stop dwelling on this matter. I have no interest in discussing anything unrelated to my earnings. Let me go quickly. After being dragged along, I am exhausted. I urgently need to lie down, rest, and replenish my energy with some food." Even in her heart, she expressed disdain towards him. Gu Jiangyan's mood soured further. She wanted to rest and eat. In her dreams, "Come over and continue teaching me ancient martial arts." Gu Shiji? This person is truly fickle. One moment they're concerned about my medical knowledge, and the next, they look at me as if I owe them millions. Demanding I teach them martial arts? No, I must accelerate my savings, not only for the sake of fleeing to ensure my safety, but also to expedite my retirement. Firmly resolving to never be a wage slave again, free from the whims of a boss. Just like now, for this $1 million reward. Is it easy for me? This was the first time Gu Jiangyan had encountered someone so young, at merely 15, contemplating retirement. He looked at her with disdain. If it weren't for her striking resemblance to his mother, he would truly question whether she belonged to the Gu family. As for fleeing for safety? Why would she need to escape for her safety? Who would wish her harm? She was just a child, who would have the idle time to do her harm. Furthermore, the people in her family seemed to be brainwashed, treating her with utmost kindness, as if they would willingly give their lives for her. Who would dare to harm her? In the ensuing hours, Gu Shiji found herself bending for the sake of 1 million. However, Gu Jiangyan was not experiencing much joy himself. The manager, having nothing else to do, remained by their side, and when bringing water to Gu Jiangyan, could not help but praise Gu Shiji. "Jiangyan, your sister is truly remarkable. So young yet so earnest and composed. It's quite rare. I have a cousin around her age, and every time I see her, she chatters incessantly, making me dread returning home." Quiet? Ha! If you could hear her thoughts, you would not hold such an opinion. Her internal monologue was unrelenting and far more cutting than her spoken words. With her attitude, she certainly cannot be as charming as your cousin. He lamented once more why he had to hear her thoughts. He truly wished to hear none of it. Go find some snacks for her along with some novels or games. Quickly. Find something to divert her attention and silence her inner voice. In Country, within a private hospital. Awake? Gu Jiangyu, just returning from a meeting, inquired of the bodyguard stationed at the door of the ward. Just woke up. Upon receiving the answer, he pushed the door open. Inside the ward were the two boys who had previously hidden behind his car. His vehicle was constructed from bulletproof materials, impervious to gunfire. The two boys outside the car, however, were not so fortunate. After taking refuge, they had sustained injuries. Having hidden behind the vehicle for a while, they eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. The assailants, witnessing their collapse, likely assumed them dead and, fearing repercussions, hastily departed. Gu Jiangyu sat coldly in the car, instructing the driver to depart. The two boys lay collapsed next to the vehicle. They would need to exit the car to move them, lest the vehicle inadvertently roll over them. A gunshot might not be fatal, but if the car rolled over, it would surely be lethal. The driver exited the car to move the boys. While Gu Jiangyu waited, he glanced over. Initially, he had only noticed that both boys shared an East Asian appearance like his own, but upon closer inspection, he realized they appeared quite young. Likely around the same age as Gu Shiji, around 15 or 16. Gu Jiangyu's thoughts drifted to Gu Shiji's face. If one day Xizhi were to be injured like them. No, that would not happen. He would surely protect her. He decided to take them into the car and transport them to the hospital. Gu Jiangyu changed his mind, arranging for the two boys to share a room. When he entered, one boy had already sat up. Despite the wounds on his face, the boy exuded an aura of refined elegance. "I am Yan Beijua. Thank you for saving us." The other boy, lying on a separate bed, had been shot in the abdomen and was more severely injured and unable to rise. However, he too had awakened, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Jiangyu. Unlike Yan Beijua, this boy bore a rebellious visage, possessing a starkly different temperament. yet equally strikingly handsome. If handsome men could bring calamity upon nations, their looks would likely leave many in despair. Yan Beijing, thank you. The following day, within the film crew, the assistant director had also gone to the hospital the day prior, returning to inform the director of Lan Shi's condition. Lan Shi suffered a concussion due to a head injury. Although her condition has stabilized, she remains unconscious, and even when she awakens, she will require at least a week of observation in the hospital. Additionally, her leg injury is severe, necessitating a minimum of 3 months without vigorous activity. This unfortunate situation implies that she will be unable to participate in the upcoming filming. Chapter 160. Have you four just finished playing mahjong? Do you all adore me? The incident involving Lan Shi signifies the urgent need to replace her with another actress. Despite the director's ailments, including rheumatoid arthritis, cervical spondylosis, and shoulder periarthritis, which have somewhat alleviated in recent days, his anxiety remains unabated. The sorrows and joys of individuals are seldom shared. While the director and his team are fraught with worry, Xizhi is welcoming her first vacation. Regardless of her impressive monthly salary of 1 million, she is fundamentally a person deserving of rights, including the right to enjoy weekends. As the weekend arrives, Gu Jianyu has arranged for 2 assistants to accompany her home, 1 on each side. Moreover, Gu Jianyuan personally comes to the set to escort her back. Unable to take a position beside her, he follows closely behind, assisting her with her luggage. Though having someone come to pick me up for the holidays sounds quite heartwarming at first glance, I can't shake the feeling that with both flanking me and another behind, I resemble a prisoner being escorted to the gallows. It feels as though they are guarding me so meticulously because they fear I might make an escape. As a senior high school student, Gu Jianyuan had his reservations about leaving home to fetch Xizhi, worried that it would hinder his studies. However, to his astonishment, upon expressing his desire to bring Xizhi home, the adults in the household not only refrained from discouraging him but also contributed funds for her plane ticket and arranged transportation, taking care of all logistics. As he departed, the elder patriarch patted his shoulder with pride, as if he had accomplished something truly remarkable. Currently, he is engrossed in his phone, responding to messages from family members inquiring whether he has picked up Xizhi. He replies to each one, nodding vigorously in his heart as he hears their long-awaited voices. Wasn't he precisely concerned that she might abscond with the money she earned from the set? Thus, he must personally ensure her safe return home. After finishing his replies, he lifts his gaze to see Gu Jiangyan watching them from a distance. Naturally, he averts his eyes, as if he had not seen him at all. Gu Jiangyan. It appears he has indeed been brainwashed, as he does not even approach to greet his third brother upon seeing him. Jiangyan, the director is looking for you. Fuming, Gu Jiangyan takes a step forward, intending to speak to Gu Jianyuan, but his manager calls him away. He casts a dark glance in Gu Shiji's direction before following his manager to find the director. At the Gu family residence, when Gu Shiji and the others arrive home, it is already past 10 o'clock at night. The normally early-to-bed grandfather Gu and grandmother Gu are still awake. Lin Manny and Gu Shicheng have also returned. Even the little dog, Xiao Huang, is joyfully wagging its tail in the living room, barking at Gu Shiji, eager for her to pick it up. Oh, why are they all still awake? 1, 2, 3, 4 people in total. Could it be they just finished playing mahjong and are waiting for a late-night snack? Surely, they can't all be waiting for my return? I can't be that self-absorbed. They can't possibly be that fond of me, can they? Though I am quite lovable and adored by many in the novels, they don't love me at all. No self-absorption. No self-absorption. The Gu family, has no one informed you that your novel is quite popular? We currently love you very much, exceedingly so. Gu Shiji obediently calls out to them, washes her hands, and enjoys the late-night meal prepared by the chef under the watchful eyes of her elders. A bowl of beef noodles brimming with meat and an array of 5 or 6 side dishes await her. This late-night feast is consumed under the affectionate gaze of her elders. As she eats alone, for individuals sit across from her. Gu Jianyuan wishes to join but is promptly sent upstairs by grandfather Gu, who admonishes him, "You've already spent so much time fetching Guai Guai. Don't you think you should hurry back upstairs to study? Does this behavior honor the effort Guai Guai put into organizing your study materials? Are you worthy of being her brother?" Reluctantly, Gu Jianyuan retreats upstairs. He harbors a noble aspiration to be the best brother to Gu Shiji. With Gu Jianyuan absent, the 4 elders begin to inquire after Gu Shiji's well-being. Guai Guai, while at the set, has your third brother bullied you? With her cheeks stuffed with food, Gu Shiji's face resembles that of a pufferfish as she shakes her head. He is far too busy, flitting from one idea to another like a madman. He hardly has the time to bully me. Grandfather Gu, Has that fellow Jiangyan gone daft from acting, flitting from one idea to another? Well, if he is foolish, it's better than him bullying Guai Guai. Grandmother Gu. Guai Guai, look at your cheeks, you've lost weight. You haven't been eating properly at the set, have you? Such a pity. Next time, bring your Uncle Wang along. Uncle Wang is the descendant of the royal chef who cooks for the family. Gu Xizhi nods vigorously. My grandmother is indeed the best grandmother in the world. I work a job, and she still arranges for me to have a chef. I truly adore her. Grandmother Gu beams with pride, knowing she is Guai Guai's favorite. Grandfather Gu. Had I known, I would have said that first. He quickly adds, Guai Guai. Your skin looks dry. You haven't been eating enough fruit at the set, have you? No worries, when you return to the set, I'll have someone deliver fresh fruit daily. With her mouth full, Gu Xizhi cannot respond but smiles brightly, nodding enthusiastically. My grandfather is undoubtedly the best grandfather in the world. I work a job, and he sends me fruit. I truly adore him. Grandfather Gu feels a sense of satisfaction, yet is not entirely content. He recalls that her earlier praise of Grandmother Gu was quite similar, merely substituting grandmother for grandfather. He must surpass her. At your age, merely eating well and consuming fruit is insufficient. Thus, I shall arrange for a beverage truck to deliver daily. You can request any drink you desire. Wow, what kind of extraordinary grandfather am I blessed with? Sending me an entire beverage truck and granting me the freedom to drink what I wish? I declare, my grandfather is my favorite person. Finally swallowing her food, Gu Xizhi expresses her thoughts aloud. Grandfather, I love you the most. Grandfather Gu beams with childlike delight, responding, I love our Guai Guai the most as well. Hadn't the little one doubted his affection for her? Now that he has articulated it, she must believe him, right? He awaits her response with eager anticipation. Are today's elders so unabashed in their affections? Especially my grandfather, an old tyrant, so openly professing his love. This hardly possesses any tyrannical flair. Meanwhile, at the same table, another tyrant feels compelled not to be outdone by Grandfather Gu. When the elder declares his affection for Gu Xizhi, he realizes he must not fall behind and is about to speak when he is grateful that he hesitated. Otherwise, his beloved daughter might resent him for lacking the charisma of a true tyrant. The next moment. Chapter 161. Who is this person? Can one encounter such individuals on the street? Though my grandfather may lack the aura of a tyrant, he has declared his love for me, hasn't he? Have I finally succeeded in winning over my grandfather through my excellence? We are now on the same wavelength. I adore him immensely. Before Grandfather Gu could feel disappointed by Gu Xizhi's earlier remarks, he is now elated, his spirits soaring as the little one expresses her love for him. He and the little one made a reciprocal journey. Gu Shirching remarked, the aura of a domineering CEO is not absolutely essential. He picked up the public chopsticks and served Gu Xizhi a generous chicken leg, saying, Xizhi, Daddy loves you the most. So, upon your return to the filming crew, I shall have someone deliver several trucks of snacks to you. You are still a child, and there may be a generational gap with the people in the crew, making it difficult to converse. If you find yourself alone, it could become quite dull. Hence, you can indulge in some snacks to pass the time. Several trucks of snacks? Is this the happiness of being cherished by a domineering CEO? How delightful. I think my dad is incredibly handsome right now. How can anyone look this good after becoming a father? I must be truly exceptional to have captivated even such a domineering CEO as my father. She gnawed on the chicken leg, mumbling her gratitude incoherently. Gu Shirching became even more enthusiastic in serving the dishes, casting a raised eyebrow at old Master Gu. His obedient daughter praised his handsomeness, while she had never once complimented the old man. Although the old man was oblivious to his darling daughter's sentiments, he felt quite proud nonetheless. The other three elders expressed their sentiments as well, with Lin Manny appearing somewhat anxious. She poured a glass of juice for Gu Xizhi and gazed at her tenderly. Xizhi, you are my only daughter, and I love you dearly. You have just returned home and haven't had the chance to spend quality time with me. Yet you must accompany your third brother to the filming crew for such an extended period. I think of you every day. My heart aches for you. You must be working very hard in the crew, right? Look at your skin, it's become dry. When you return to the crew in a couple of days, I will arrange for some skincare products to be sent over along with a few beauticians to take good care of your skin. A girl should always look beautiful, and they can give you massages daily to help you relax. Daily massages? My mother is so considerate. I love my mom so much, more than anything. Gu Xizhi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Manny. She was indifferent to skincare. At just 15, her skin was at its prime, naturally beautiful. and she felt no need for skincare. However, massages were something she genuinely craved. Whether at home, school, or on set, she was either slacking off or working diligently, and she was utterly exhausted, thus needing someone to provide her with massages. Mom, I love you the most. After swallowing the last morsel of chicken, Xizhi gazed earnestly at Lin Manny. Lin Manny beamed with joy. Xizhi finished an entire bowl of beef noodles, and the dishes on the table were nearly wiped clean. The four elders watched her with unwavering attention. This doesn't seem like a mere illusion. They truly love me. Could it be that I have successfully turned the tides, transforming from a wicked supporting character into the beloved protagonist? System, come forth. Am I now the protagonist? Basking in the protagonist's aura? Transformed into the protagonist? The four elders stared at Xizhi, equally curious for an answer. System, you are overthinking it. Are you implying that I remain a supporting character? I haven't succeeded in my transformation? Xizhi felt disheartened. The four elders shared her disappointment. Never mind. They love me so much now. Perhaps in the future, I want to be affected by the protagonist's aura and want to be harmed. The four elders nodded vigorously. Yes, we all love you so much now. We would never harm you. After each nodded, they exchanged glances, pondering one question. He cannot hear the dear child's heart. Why is he nodding along? But something feels off. Doesn't he loving someone mean providing them with spending money? They are all quite wealthy. Yet not one of them has increased my allowance. Could their love be somewhat insincere? The four elders, you want to receive any extra pocket money until you abandon the notion of running away from home. Xizhi had taken several days off, and upon Zhang Qi and the others learning of her return, they arrived at the old residence early the next day to see her. Shall we go out? To that amusement park we visited last time? The haunted house is even more popular now. Many visitors from out of town are going there to check it out. So let us go too. I heard they've made improvements to the haunted house. It's even scarier than before. Xizhi found her days in the crew quite dull after a few days. She nodded. After finishing breakfast, the group boarded the vehicle arranged for them and set off for the amusement park. Once Xizhi left, Shirchen could no longer stay at the old residence and went to the company to work overtime. Lin Manny scheduled a visit to the beauty salon with friends. Old Master Gu took the little dog out for a stroll and to find someone to play chess. The old lady went to the kitchen to learn cooking from the chef. The once lively old residence fell silent in an instant. On the way to the company, Shirchen received a phone call. As he listened to the person on the other end, he frowned. Understood. No need to worry about him. He's not a child anymore. He won't die. After hanging up, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Why has this brat returned so soon? There are already enough people at home vying for his favor. I have no desire for another. In the chauffeur-driven car with Xizhi and the others, Gu Jiangyuan was left at home to do his homework and did not join them. Zhang Qi and the others chattered incessantly. Xizhi. Aside from the gossip we talked about while playing games that day, is there any other gossip in the crew? For instance, is it true that so-and-so is getting a divorce? And what about the reason behind so-and-so's divorce? Is it really as the internet suggests, that the wife cheated and the child isn't the husband's? I heard both of them are being supported by the same big shot, and the child belongs to the big shot? Xizhi interrupted them. I rarely follow gossip, so could you please just name the people involved? Otherwise, how would I know who you're talking about? She added, I'm there to work, not to be a paparazzi. How would I know so much? Li Shuangshuang named a few individuals, confirming that Xizhi indeed wasn't there to serve as a paparazzi. Regarding those individuals, she hadn't heard anything at all. Upon arriving at the amusement park, the group disembarked. Zhang Qi and the others went to buy tickets, while Li Shuangshuang and her friends went to purchase snacks and drinks. Xizhi found a chair and sat down, lazily watching the clouds drift across the sky. Suddenly, a series of distinct footsteps approached, clearly the sound of polished shoes. Then, someone sat down beside her. Xizhi instinctively turned to look. Wow, to encounter such a handsome man on the street. Chapter 162. I wonder if he minds having a minor girlfriend. The man sitting beside her was clad in a deep gray suit, matching trousers, and an overcoat. He had long legs, and even while seated, his height, clearly above 180 centimeters, was apparent. He appeared quite youthful, around 23 or 24. His features were exquisite, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled, a high-bridged nose, and lips that made one yearn to taste them, looking almost ethereal. His skin was so flawless that even a 15-year-old girl like her felt a twinge of envy. His demeanor was cool, truly stunning. He is even more handsome than my brother, who is in the entertainment industry, and my domineering CEO brother as well. He surpasses the originally cast male lead in looks. With such a strikingly handsome and outstanding man available, wouldn't it be better to cast him as the male lead? If I could win him over, I would never feel tired again. As the man settled on the bench, intending to rest for a moment, he overheard the sounds of admiration. He was already accustomed to it. Being handsome. He often encountered such compliments when he was out. However, as he listened, hearing her mention the male lead was rather peculiar. His curiosity piqued. He glanced over. The voice echoed once more. Goodness, how strikingly handsome he is. I wonder if this dashing gentleman would mind having a not-yet-of-age girlfriend. If I were to boldly introduce myself, what are the odds of success? His eyes were wide with astonishment. He had clearly heard the voice. Yet the person's lips had remained motionless. From where did this sound emanate? The tickets are ready. Let us queue and enter, Zhangqi announced. Approaching with several tickets in hand, Xizhi stood up, somewhat regretfully, to follow them out. When the man glanced back, he could no longer discern who had sat beside him on the bench moments ago. Xizhi encountered the infamous haunted house, rumored to be even more terrifying than before. Observing the newly emerged NPCs, her lips twitched slightly at the familiar makeup. No wonder Li Shuang and the others had been so horrified previously. Time flies during joyful moments. And after teaching Gu Jianyuan and the others their new techniques, Xizhi prepared to return to the set. Accompanying her back, besides the two assistants arranged by Gu Jiangyu, were also the chef from the old residence and two beauticians sent from Lin Manny's newly opened salon. On this Monday at the production site, Gu Jiangyan, in pursuit of perfecting the ancient martial arts portrayal, requested Xizhi to train him in the same manner as she did with Gu Jianyuan. Consequently, he bound 1-pound sandbags to his wrists and ankles while squatting in a horse stance. Lower your hips slightly, keep your back straight, do not lower your head. Hold this position for an hour. Should you wobble, an additional 10 minutes will be added. After instructing Gu Jianyan, Xizhi dashed over to inspect the beverage cart that the old master had arranged for her. It was essentially a mobile tea shop, boasting a diverse array of beverages on its menu. Not only could Xizhi indulge, but everyone on the set could enjoy free drinks as well. Upon her arrival, many staff members were already queuing. Seeing her approach, they hurriedly made way. One staff member, cradling a cup of hot milk tea and wearing a blissful expression, remarked, "This is marvelous. It's been so cold at work lately. I've been craving a cup of hot milk tea." However, our crew is situated at the far end of the film city, and going out for tea entails a long trek. There's simply no time to buy it. Who would have thought that teacher Xi's family would arrange a milk tea cart for our crew? This is the most comfortable production team I've ever been part of. Not only does teacher Xi treat my ailments, alleviating my cervical spondylosis for days, but I can also enjoy free hot milk tea during work hours. Teacher Xi, I declare, from this day forth, you are my goddess. Gu Jiangyan's agent, a fervent milk tea enthusiast, immediately ordered a cup of brown sugar bubble tea as soon as the cart arrived, standing next to Gu Jiangyan with his drink in hand. Jiangyan. It seems my previous speculation was indeed correct. You've been in the industry for quite some time, yet there has been no support vehicle arranged for you while filming. Yet your sister comes in as a martial arts director, and a milk tea cart appears. Gu Jiangyan, already weary from squatting, had to watch everyone enjoy their milk tea. And the remark from the side was a painful reminder. His expression darkened. Get lost. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xizhi had just finished a cup of milk tea when a car pulled up nearby. People disembarked, unloading box after box from the vehicle. Miss, these are sent by the master. Where should we place these fruits? Xizhi casually pointed to a spot for them to set down the bounty. The crew members quickly gathered around. Each box was filled with high-end imported fruits: black cherries, yellow cherries, strawberries, durians, kiwis, longans, mangosteens, and more. Xizhi knew she could never consume such an abundance alone, so she invited the crew to help her indulge. I was too short-sighted earlier. I thought merely sipping milk tea while working was bliss, yet I never anticipated this greater happiness. These fruits are something I usually only dare to admire from afar. Far beyond my budget, yet here I am, with so many at my disposal. The yellow cherries, which I've often heard are superior to the black ones, truly live up to their reputation. They are absolutely delightful. Teacher Xi, last week I thought I loved you enough, but today I realize my adoration has only deepened. Do you have Weibo? Quickly tell me your handle. I shall follow you at once. From today onwards, I am your most devoted fan. With an abundance of fruits they usually could not afford now available for their enjoyment, they could eat to their heart's content. The crew members who typically dreaded work were now relishing their jobs. Xizhi opened a durian and sat in front of Gu Jiangyan, happily indulging while tossing small pieces toward him, hitting his moving limbs. Gu Jiangyan frowned deeply. He despised durians and could not bear their scent. "Stay away from me. Has today's madness begun to manifest? Just moments ago. He insisted I train him rigorously, and now he wants me to keep my distance. How predictably fickle he is. If he continues like this, I shall doubt every word he utters, even the punctuation. Gu Jiangyan. I cannot endure the stench of durian. If he does not clarify soon, I cannot imagine how I shall critique him. Oh, so he cannot tolerate the scent of durian. Why not say so earlier? I am not so unreasonable. Had he informed me sooner, I would have eaten at a distance. And yet, he uses such a tone to send me away. His emotional intelligence is truly lacking. How on earth did he become an esteemed actor?" Chapter 163. Is this celestial production team still hiring? His fans must be exceptionally stable in their emotions. Otherwise, how could they accept an idol like him? He is not unattractive, it is merely his personality that is off-putting. Gu Jiangyan. Why must a good person possess a brain? Why does she have so many words swirling in her head? He had no desire to hear her inner thoughts. After venting internally, considering that Gu Jiangyan was her superior, Xizhi sweetly smiled at him, clutching the durian, and retreated to a distance of 50 or 60 meters. Ensuring he would not catch a whiff of the fruit, the agent approached, holding a bowl of cleaned yellow cherries to accompany Gu Jiangyan. "Your sister is truly the most obedient child I've seen. When the crew members seek her treatment, she dutifully attends to them without a single complaint. You asked her to step away to eat, and she showed no signs of discontent, merely taking her durian far away. If I had such a well-behaved sister, I would spoil her to no end. Even if she wished for the stars, I would pluck them for her." Gu Jiangyan scoffed. He truly wished to hear her heart's musings. As the staff members enjoyed the fruits and sipped milk tea, their work efficiency noticeably improved. When mealtime arrived, they felt no hunger pangs. However, the crew's mealtimes were fixed, and missing one meant waiting until dinner. A staff member went to find the colleague who usually arranged their box meals, but upon arrival, there was not a single box in sight. "Brother Chen, where are the box meals?" The middle-aged man, addressed as Brother Chen, had already explained multiple times. Teacher Xi brought her chef. He said today's lunch is his responsibility. Once it's ready, he will send someone to notify us. The crew was astonished. Teacher Xi's family even provides a chef? Their chef is cooking for the entire crew? Wealthy families truly know how to indulge. With over 100 people in the crew today, could their chef manage? Shall we lend a hand with something? No need. Their chef has everything arranged. We simply await a delightful meal. This staff member is like a loudspeaker on set. Once he learns of any news, the entire crew is quickly informed. Soon, everyone in the crew knew that Xizhi's family had provided not only milk tea and fruit but also lunch. Many began to look forward to it. With a large crew and insufficient preparation today, the arrangements could not be overly elaborate. The royal chef from the Gu family had only arranged 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The meal was prepared in the grand kitchen of the film city, employing chefs from there at a premium to assist him. Once ready, the food was portioned into boxes and uniformly delivered to the crew. Upon hearing that the food had arrived, many staff members rushed over. The milk tea provided by the Gu family was from the most expensive tea shop in the area, and the fruits were high-end varieties they normally wouldn't splurge on. Could the food arranged by the Gu family also be dishes they usually couldn't afford? When they saw the lunch boxes, some were disappointed. Just lunch boxes? But soon they realized this was no ordinary meal. Despite the simplicity of the dishes, braised beef with carrots, red braised pork, garlic sautéed lettuce, and spicy sour shredded potatoes, the flavors were anything but simple. Oh my, the braised beef with carrots I usually eat must be a sham. This taste is worlds apart. Is this really lettuce? It tastes even better than the meat. The spicy sour potatoes are so refreshing. I'm starting to question my previous meals. Were they just pig food? If every lunchbox were like this, I'd gladly eat lunchboxes for a lifetime. What a divine meal this is. This chef must be a first-class master. The flavor is extraordinary. I used to think the dishes in Chinese master chef were exaggerated, but now I feel these dishes are truly radiant. After experiencing such deliciousness, how can I ever eat those bland meals again? Gu Jiangyan had the same lunchbox as the staff. The moment he tasted the food, He recognized the chef as handiwork, and his expression darkened slightly. Uncle Wang usually only cooked for the elders at the family estate. Now he is working with Gu Xizhi on set? Has the family spoiled this girl to such an extent? Gu Xizhi's meal was more refined, consisting of 6 dishes and a soup. Gu Jiangyan's manager, having grown familiar with Gu Xizhi, shamelessly approached to snag a chicken wing. After glancing back at Gu Jiangyan's meal, he shook his head.
Jiangyan,
Does your sister have any interest in entering the entertainment industry? Do I have the honor to be her manager? Managing Gu Xizhi would be a dream job. Milk tea support trucks, high-end fruits, and meals prepared by a master chef. Gu Jiangyan. It wasn't he just the manager who wished to work for Gu Xizhi. Other crew members, having savored today as divine treatment, were eager for her to remain in the industry. Wherever Gu Xizhi went, they would go through any hardship to follow. Some staff members posted on social media, sharing photos of the milk tea support truck, various fruits, and the exquisite meals. They enthusiastically praised how delicious the food was, claiming it rivaled the flavors from Chinese master chef. Among the staff as social media friends were many industry colleagues, some of whom were in the same film city. During the lunch break, after confirming his location, one of them hopped on a shared bicycle and rushed over, unceremoniously finishing off the last 2 bites of food that even he was reluctant to leave behind. Does this divine crew still need extra hands? I can come over immediately, he quickly posted on social media. Throughout that afternoon, the crew's phones buzzed incessantly with inquiries about whether they were hiring. Later, when a truckload of snacks and skincare products arrived at the set, more posts flooded social media. The neighboring crew members were left envious. Why such a disparity between the crews? Glancing at the film emperor and empress on set, they couldn't help but think of their esteemed Gu Xizhi. The manager looked at Gu Jiangyan and shook his head. People are indeed incomparable. Gu Shicheng, after finishing a meeting, received the phone from his assistant. Peering intently, he asked, "Have you found him?" "Yes, we have. Bring him back to the hospital directly. Send more people to accompany him. Don't let him go out alone again, lest he wanders home and competes for affection." On the set, after indulging in 2 days of luxurious living, the staff felt increasingly that their previous crews were uninhabitable. The meals they had eaten before now seemed unworthy of human consumption. A producer approached Gu Xizhi. "Teacher Xizhi, do you want to act? I believe I have a role in my next project that is tailor-made for you." The moment I saw you, I felt that no one else could embody that character. His financial situation was decent enough. He could purchase the fruits and skincare products provided by the Gu family himself. However, he would not offer Gu Xizhi a role merely for meal. He genuinely found the food delectable. Children could be forgiven for eating 3 meals a day, but adults in their crew should be eating 6 or 7 meals. Gu Xizhi directly declined, not interested. "I'm afraid of rheumatism." Having witnessed too many individuals with rheumatism in the crew these past few days, she refused to join their ranks. The producer, behind them, a director who believed he had a suitable role for Gu Xizhi, also approached. "Teacher Xizhi, I've heard your math skills are exceptional. My next project is a campus drama that will involve some math problems. If you're free, you could come on board as a consultant. Rest assured, the consultant position will be well compensated." Prior to this, he had inquired with Gu Jiangyan's manager about Gu Xizhi's reasons for being on set. As long as she could enjoy such exquisite meals daily, he could negotiate a handsome salary for her with the investors. Gu Jiangyan was nearby practicing martial arts, with his manager holding milk tea in one hand and a handful of cherries in the other, squatting beside him without a care for appearance. "So your sister doesn't intend to become an artist? I guess my hopes of signing her are dashed."
sigh.
Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Gu Xizhi's 2 assistants squatting under a tree, snacking. An idea sparked. Even if I can't be her manager, I could be her assistant. Being her assistant would mean enjoying meals made by your Uncle Wang daily. Yes, he would become her assistant. After all, she was still a student. And it was only right she had several assistants to help alleviate her workload, even if it was just carrying her backpack. Gu Jiangyan shot him a glance. "Do you want me to ask my brother if you can switch to a different manager?" How ambitious. For a meal, he was willing to abandon his managerial aspirations and become a mere assistant, carrying someone else's bag. Gu Xizhi rejected the director's offer to consult for the next project. This was the 4th person from the crew to approach her with such a proposition. It is abundantly clear that their intentions are far from pure. Guiding Gu Jiangyan in martial arts is rather effortless. He is exceptionally intelligent and possesses a high level of comprehension. With just a brief explanation, he is able to execute the movements remarkably well on his own. Gu Xizhi, therefore, finds herself at leisure, reclining on a chaise lounge under the sun. Suddenly, A female artist approaches her. Teacher Xi, do you have a moment? Gu Xizhi blinks in surprise. She recognizes this artist, who plays a minor maid role in the production, alongside another actress, who is also new to the industry. Both are rather shy and unfamiliar with the crew, often remaining inseparable in each other's company. Do you have time? Is there something you need? The artist shyly nods. Could you come and take a look at her? Gu Xizhi rises and follows her. The girl leads her to the shade of a large tree. Unlike Gu Xizhi, who enjoys the privilege of lounging, these lesser-known artists must find corners to huddle in during their breaks. Beneath the tree, the other girl, who has been inseparable from her, squats on the ground, hugging her knees, appearing pale and on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing footsteps, she lifts her head, her face ashen, swaying unsteadily. Gu Xizhi furrows her brow. Teacher Xi, could you please help her? She always appears like this when it comes time for her performance, in agony as if afflicted by a grave illness. Indeed, it does seem as if she is suffering from a serious ailment. I thought she might be on the brink of collapse, just now. Upon realizing that the situation is not as dire as it seemed, Gu Xizhi exhales in relief. Their location is near where Gu Jiangyan is practicing martial arts, and upon hearing this exchange, he instinctively glances in their direction. It seems someone has come to seek your sister's assistance again. I dare say this production could scarcely function without her. What, I wonder, was your sister doing before she returned to your family? She is quite young. Yet her medical skills are remarkable. If there were ever a role for a miraculous healer, she could certainly play it. Gu Jiangyan furrows his brow, equally curious about Gu Xizhi's past before her return to the Gu household. The girl in agony on the ground is Li Qiao. True to her name, she is exceptionally lovely, possessing a charm that stands out even among a group of other attractive young women. Her doe-like eyes, capable of conveying emotion, add a playful touch to her appearance. Yet now, those eyes lack their usual sparkle, appearing on the verge of tears, pitiful and forlorn. Gu Xizhi kneels to check her pulse. The artist who brought Gu Xizhi over is Meng Xian. She stands by, anxious. Teacher Xi, with Li Qiao in this state, will she be able to perform? I just told her I could speak to the director to let her rest, but she is adamant about continuing, and it's driving me frantic. After taking Li Qiao's pulse, Gu Xizhi raises her head to look at her. Do you wish to rest?
Li Qiao,
Gritting her teeth against the pain, resolutely shakes her head. I don't want to. Even though I only have 2 shots and a single line, I want to perform well. For aspiring artists like them, securing a speaking role in a production is a rare opportunity, and she is unwilling to relinquish it. A wave of sharp pain grips her abdomen, causing her to wince and break out in a cold sweat. She discreetly pinches her palm to distract from the pain, using the other hand to lean against the tree as she attempts to rise. Thank you, Teacher Xi, for coming to check on me. But really, it's fine. I can endure it. I'm quite used to it. Li Qiao, how can you endure this? Are you willing to risk your life? Teacher Xi, please persuade her. Meng Xian implores, her urgency mirroring that of the suffering girl. Gu Jiangyan glances at his agent, his expression one of disdain. I must have been blind to choose you as my agent. The agent looks bewildered. He was merely praising Meng Xian, so why the sudden personal attack? Meng Xian supports Li Qiao. It's just a minor role. Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard? Even if you don't perform, it won't affect anything.
you should rest.
Li Qiao's complexion pales further. Gu Xizhi rises, brushing off her clothing. If you don't wish to rest, then so be it.
Now.
It is Meng Xian who appears visibly shaken. Teacher Xi, how can she not rest in this condition? She has already spoken to the director, stating that if Li Qiao is unable to perform, their scene would not be rescheduled. After all, Li Qiao only has a couple of shots and a mere 5-word line, which could be delivered by Meng Xian as well. In truth, for lesser-known actors with minimal screen time, they're essentially extras. It is common for scenes to be trimmed or altered on set. Gu Xizhi, unfazed, replies, "It's all right. You called for me, after all. If I've come all this way only to let her suffer and rest, it would be a disservice to your calling me Teacher Xi.
Hand it to me."
Without further ado, Gu Xizhi retrieves acupuncture needles and begins her work. Meng Xian, anxious, interjects, "Teacher Xi, are you really going to give her acupuncture? What if something goes wrong?" Jiang Yan, are you implying that there is an issue with Meng Xian? The agent, finally catching on to the underlying tension, observes that while Meng Xian seems genuinely concerned for Li Qiao, her demeanor has crossed a line. Especially when Gu Xizhi suggested that if Li Qiao did not want to rest, she need not. Meng Xian's expression shifted dramatically. In truth, Meng Xian was feeling quite uneasy. Having just entered the industry, she had yet to encounter the various ailments that come with the profession. During the past few days, while others queued for Gu Xizhi's diagnosis, she merely observed from the sidelines. Having never experienced it herself, she thought the others were exaggerating, merely flattering Gu Jiangyan. It was for this reason that she felt comfortable calling Gu Xizhi over, believing it would help her perform better, allowing everyone to see her genuine concern for Li Qiao. She never anticipated Gu Xizhi would confidently proceed with the acupuncture. Gu Jiangyan shot a disapproving glance at his agent, unwilling to engage further in conversation. The agent, wide-eyed in shock, mused, "You mean your sister might have already sensed something amiss with Meng Xian? How did she notice? Even I, with years in the industry, did not perceive it. How could such a young girl see through what he had failed to notice?" It seemed implausible. Gu Jiangyan's gaze darkened. How could she uncover something that even Zhang Yunfeng had missed? Was there someone behind her who had informed her? Yet, both Meng Xian and Li Qiao were relatively unnoticed. Who would take the time to investigate their affairs? Once Gu Xizhi finished the acupuncture, she regarded Li Qiao's menstrual pain as a mere trifling matter. After the treatment, it was evident that Li Qiao's complexion improved significantly. Once feeling better, Li Qiao hesitated, wanting to express something to Gu Xizhi. Gu Xizhi preemptively voiced her thoughts. "All right, hurry to the restroom. After all, you just took a laxative." "A laxative?" Li Qiao, with no time for confusion, dashed toward the restroom, invigorated. The agent exclaimed, "A laxative? Wasn't she in pain because of her menstrual cramps? Is it possible that at her age, she cannot discern between menstrual pain and the need to defecate?" The agent had heard Gu Xizhi's remarks, and it was clear that Gu Xizhi could hear him as well. She gazed at Meng Xian with a smile, pondering, if someone were to discover her dysmenorrhea and deliberately add a laxative to her milk tea, would she genuinely believe that her abdominal pain was solely due to her menstrual discomfort? Meng Xian was drenched in cold sweat. The manager suddenly grasped the situation. "So that's how it is, dear sister. You are quite remarkable," able to discern from the pulse that she had just consumed milk tea laced with something extra. "But how did you ascertain that? It could have been a substance added to coffee or something else, couldn't it?" Gu Jiangyan turned his gaze towards Gu Xizhi. Equally intrigued, Gu Xizhi smirked, her expression brimming with pride. "There is indeed that possibility, but I distinctly saw her adding it to the milk tea. When I went to fetch the milk tea from the cart, I saw her lurking behind a tree, adding something to it. It seems my earlier decision to avoid entering the circle was indeed wise. It is perilously treacherous. Those within this industry not only suffer from occupational hazards, but also live each day as if performing on stage. If I were to become a part of the entertainment world in the future, who knows if one day I find myself pregnant? Would it be akin to a palace intrigue where countless individuals conspire against me, wishing for my miscarriage?" Gu Jiangyan interjected, "You are overthinking it. If you were to become pregnant, the child would not be the emperor's, and there would be no concubines vying for your favor. In all likelihood, no one would be foolish enough to conspire against you." He wore a somewhat dark expression. "And why, at the tender age of 15, are you contemplating such matters?" The revelation of Meng Xian's act of adding laxatives to Li Qiao's milk tea came to light. The motive was her jealousy over Li Qiao's superior looks and amiable personality. She feared that sharing the screen with Li Qiao would eclipse her own presence. Upon hearing this rationale, Gu Xizhi reclined on her chair, snacking. Li Qiao had returned after finishing her scene, and as a consequence of Meng Xian's actions, the director had unexpectedly cut her scenes and assigned them to Li Qiao instead. Li Qiao approached Gu Xizhi to express her gratitude. Coming from a financially struggling family, with her father ill, she was eager to make a name for herself and earn money for her father's treatment. "However, I cannot condone her methods, and I shall not associate with her in the future." Gu Xizhi handed her a pack of chips, stating, "That's fair. No need to play the saint." At just 19, Li Qiao was only slightly older than Gu Xizhi, possessing a straightforward demeanor. She accepted the chips and promptly sat beside Gu Xizhi, munching away while watching Gu Jiangyan practice martial arts. "I can do a bit of what he's practicing," Li Qiao remarked. Gu Xizhi regarded her. "My grandfather was said to have run a martial arts school in his youth, though the number of students dwindled over time. In Ning City, at the Gu family ancestral residence, old Master Gu looked on in shock and confusion as the butler ushered in an unexpected visitor. Chapter 166. Old Master Qi seeks him out, searching for him amidst thousands. Most chess enthusiasts are familiar with Old Master Qi, and Old Master Gu was no exception. Upon seeing Old Master Qi at the Gu family's doorstep, he was somewhat taken aback. Old Master Qi wasted no time, greeting him directly. Hello. You must be Gu Shiji's grandfather, correct? I heard she has been absent from school recently, so I thought I would come by to see if she is here, hoping to play a game of chess and have a chat. For someone who has devoted a lifetime to chess, the urge to play can be overwhelming. Although it was impossible for old Master Qi to play chess with Gu Shiji, old Master Gu could certainly introduce him to others for a match. He made a call to old Master Zhang and his companions. I'll be bringing a friend over to play chess with you all. Be sure to bring some emergency heart medicine, or I fear you may faint from the excitement. The group of elder gentlemen had already gathered, their expressions filled with disdain. Old Gu is getting on in years, yet still likes to boast, telling us to bring heart medicine as if we were unaware of whom he associates with. There's no one among his acquaintances who could astonish us. They dismissed the notion that anyone outside of their circle could impress them, unless old Gu managed to bring along old Master Qi. Old Master Qi is my idol. If he were to appear before me, I might be genuinely startled. Among the many chess masters, only old Master Qi commanded their respect. If old Master Gu actually brought him, they feared they might faint from excitement. But was that even possible?
Ha ha ha.
Everyone found this a rather amusing joke. After hanging up the phone, old Master Gu pondered for a moment and decided to bring a bottle of emergency heart medicine for himself. Those old codgers surely hadn't he taken his words to heart. Old Master Qi was usually a down-to-earth gentleman, and since old Master Gu was Gu Shiji's grandfather, he was even more approachable. Upon arriving at the gathering spot, the two had already struck up a conversation as if they were long-lost friends, laughing and chatting in front of the group of elder gentlemen. Old Gu, is this your esteemed friend? One elderly gentleman exclaimed, nearly fainting with excitement. Old Master Gu quickly produced the heart medicine he had brought. Old Gu, you've kept this hidden too well. You know old Master Qi and never mentioned it to us. Had you told us you were acquainted with old Master Qi, I could have boasted about it and garnered some admiration. Old Master Qi, please come sit over here. Li Xiao had to wait until the final scene to make her next appearance, leaving her with little to do in the meantime. The other extras, driven by the need to make a living, had already departed for other productions, leaving her behind. Teacher Xizhi, may I practice alongside you? Fearing Gu Shiji might resent her for joining in for free lessons, she quickly added, I promise to keep quiet and not disturb you. Gu Shiji nodded, sure. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A single sheep may be herded, but two are easily managed. It was a simple task. There was no denying that Gu Jiangyan was handsome, and Li Qiao was equally striking. Watching a pair of attractive individuals practice martial arts was indeed a visual delight. Gu Shiji nibbled on her chips, sipping her milk tea, thoroughly engrossed. Initially, she assumed Li Qiao was merely indulging in some playful practice, but as she observed, Gu Shiji straightened her posture. Oh, is my third brother truly this weak? It's one thing if he can't match up to my fourth brother, but now he can't even hold his own against Li Qiao? The move Li Qiao executed was learned from him. Yet if they were to engage in the same technique, my third brother would undoubtedly falter against Li Qiao. Li Qiao's control of strength far surpasses that of my third brother. Now I truly believe she hails from a martial arts family. Gu Jiangyan remarked. If you wish to praise Li Qiao, why not focus solely on her? Why must you compare her to me? Having been subjected to such criticism, he instinctively glanced towards Li Qiao. Upon doing so, did my third brother also realize that Li Qiao is better than him? It seems he is not as weak as I thought. Even if his skills aren't great, he can still discern who excels and who falters. I suppose all that practice hasn't been in vain. At first glance, this could be construed as a compliment, yet Gu Jiangyan felt no joy. The director had just wrapped up a scene and approached with a cup of milk tea. Standing before Gu Jiangyan, he did not interrupt his training but engaged him in conversation. Jiangyan, among the actresses you know, is there anyone who could replace the role of Lan Shi? Given her current situation, it's unlikely she will return to filming for at least 6 months, yet we cannot afford to wait that long. We must find someone. However, in such a hurried search, it is challenging to find someone who possesses both charisma and martial art skills. Where might such a person be found? The character portrayed by Lan Shi is a prodigious martial artist. Although she is not the protagonist like Gu Jiangyan, who engages in numerous fight scenes. Her moments are merely superficial displays. However, such displays are not a talent everyone possesses. Lan Shi has previously starred in several martial arts films, honing her skills to the point where her portrayal appears convincing. Finding a young actor of her caliber among the current generation is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Gu Jiangyan gazed intently at Li Qiao, comparing her to the others, completely disregarding the director's instructions. Meanwhile, Gu Xizhi attentively absorbed the director's words. Recently, the crew had been frequently discussing Lan Shi, and Gu Xizhi had gained a deeper understanding of the character she played. Observing the director's exasperated sigh, she glanced toward Li Qiao and inquired, "Director,
What are your thoughts on Li Qiao? Li Qiao.
with so many extras in the troupe, the director usually struggles to recall their names. However, given the recent incident involving Li Qiao and Meng Xian, he had retained some memory of her. Not only did he remember her name, but he could also associate it with her face, realizing that she was practicing martial arts alongside Gu Jiangyan. Li Qiao was diligently immersed in her training, showing even more commitment than Gu Jiangyan, completely oblivious to the ongoing discussion about her. The director's eyes brightened as he watched her, reminiscent of the feeling of searching tirelessly for someone, only to find them unexpectedly in a place illuminated by soft lights. Adjusting Li Qiao's role on short notice would be relatively manageable, as she had only filmed a single scene comprising 2 shots and 2 lines of dialogue. It would suffice to have a background actor reshoot that scene. The director also noted that Li Qiao's martial prowess far surpassed that of Lan Shi. While Lan Shi's movements in the film were merely for show, this did not satisfy a director who was meticulous about perfection. He believed there was room for improvement with Li Qiao, raising the bar for expectations. Now, Li Qiao could train alongside Gu Xizhi without any reservations. In Chapter 167, the future star maker, the elderly group arrives to vie for talent. After finishing her scenes, Li Luo sought out Gu Xizhi. She felt that her increased role was largely due to Gu Xizhi's assistance. Now that she finally had some free time, she wanted to express her gratitude. Additionally, she needed to thank Gu Xizhi for another matter. "I heard about my sister's situation. Thank you. If it weren't for you, her role might have been cut." "Your sister? Li Qiao?" Gu Xizhi was taken aback, realizing that their names bore a resemblance, but she had not anticipated that they were sisters. Wait a moment. Li Luo's sister? She recalled reading in a novel about Li Luo's storyline, which mentioned that years later, when Li Luo faced difficulties in the film industry, her sister returned to seek vengeance on her behalf. However, to achieve that revenge, her sister had strived to become a leading actress, sacrificing much, including becoming entangled with powerful figures for resources. After avenging her sister, she could not bear the tainted version of herself and tragically jumped from the rooftop of her agency. She glanced toward Li Qiao. Now that Li Qiao no longer has to play minor roles and can partner with Gu Jiangyan as the female lead. As long as Gu Jiangyan does not have a history of misfortune with his female co-stars, her path in the entertainment industry should be relatively smooth, and she ought to refrain from foolish actions in the future. Gu Jiangyan. He would not bring misfortune to others. Moreover, Li Luo's fate has also shifted. Li Qiao need no longer concern herself with vengeance. Everything should be fine now. Gu Jiangyan? Li Qiao is seeking vengeance for Li Luo? What vendetta? How did she come to know all this? Both Li Qiao and Li Luo had added Gu Xizhi on WeChat, feeling that their current success was entirely due to her support. They were both immensely grateful to Gu Xizhi. In Ning City, since old Qi approached and befriended old Gu, the latter has been thriving among his circle of old friends. Whenever he has time, he takes old Qi to meet various acquaintances and engage in chess matches. During this period, Fang Mianji also visited the old residence. With Gu Xizhi absent, Fang Mianji had no one to consult regarding medical skills and thus had to join old Gu and old Qi in their chess games. Initially, the group of elderly gentlemen had met Fang Mianji only a few times and were unaware of his background. However, upon learning more about him, they now observed old Gu with Fang Mianji on his left and old Qi on his right, feeling quite dismayed. They were aware that these connections were all due to Gu Xizhi's influence, which further aggravated their frustration. "Old Gu, when will your granddaughter return? Tomorrow is the weekend. Perhaps I should stay over at your place tonight. You have plenty of rooms, and it wouldn't hurt to have one more person. Leave a room for me as well. I realize that after all these years of friendship, I have never stayed at your home or shared a heartfelt conversation with you. This is truly unacceptable." The group of elderly gentlemen began to entertain thoughts of competing for his granddaughter's affection. "Old Gu, my grandson has been visiting your home frequently. You should know he is a fine young man. Don't you think he and Xizhi make quite the pair? What do you say? Wait. I have a grandson too. Why not take a look at mine first? Although he is a bit younger, he knows how to care for others. That is not to say I don't have grandsons. We have 3. Xizhi can choose freely, and if she doesn't like them, she can tell us her preferences, and we'll ensure they meet her standards." Old Gu felt a headache coming on. "Enough. My precious granddaughter is still young. She shouldn't be involved in early romance. Though their hopes of matchmaking Gu Xizhi with their grandsons had been dashed, there was still a glimmer of hope in having her as their adopted granddaughter. The group of elderly gentlemen had only played chess for 2 hours before urging old Gu to take them home. These gentlemen were prominent figures in Ning City, and establishing a good rapport with them would be beneficial for Gu Xizhi. Moreover, old Gu was eager to showcase his wonderful granddaughter. Returning home early after a successful day of filming, Gu Xizhi found herself unable to meet Gu Jiangyuan, who had intended to pick her up. As she entered the house with 2 eager assistants and a chef, she was greeted by the sight of several elderly gentlemen in the living room, prompting her to instinctively step outside to confirm her location. I suspect I have wandered into the wrong place. This must not be my home but rather a retirement home. So many elderly individuals? Even Zhang Qi's grandfather is here. Could it be that my grandfather has invited him for a vegetarian feast? That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't he divorced? So could it be another grandfather? No way. My grandfather's circle of friends can't all be this unfortunate, can they? At their age, being consistently cuckolded is quite tragic. Old Gu discreetly observed the expressions of his old friends, relieved that they could not hear the musings of the young girl, fearing they might suffer a stroke from her comments. To prevent Gu Xizhi from spiraling into further wild conjecture, he quickly called her over to explain. Your Zhang grandfather is free today, so he invited a few friends over to have some fun. Hello, grandpas, Gu Xizhi greeted the group of elderly gentlemen sweetly. After acknowledging them, she realized that old Qi and Fang Mianji were also present. Fang Mianji frequently visited the Gu family, so Gu Xizhi was accustomed to his presence. But old Qi was a pleasant surprise. No wonder the house feels like a retirement home. It appears that old Qi is the reason they all gathered. They must have come to play chess with him. Fortunately, I am merely here to play chess with old Qi. Upon witnessing their enthusiastic gazes directed at me, I almost surmised that they had come seeking my company. This considerable gathering of elderly gentlemen must be here either for a consultation or perhaps to extol the virtues of their grandchildren, which would be quite exhausting indeed. Old Master Gu, my dear child is astute. She has deduced correctly. Gu Jiangyuan awaited Zhang Qi and his companions at the school gate. He had just been engaged in conversation with Gu Xizhi, inquiring whether she had returned home, when she divulged the news of their residence transforming into a nursing home. Gu Xiru had heard from the clinic staff that Fang Mianji had visited in the afternoon, and she dashed out as soon as class concluded. She hoped to reach the clinic before Fang Mianji departed, seizing the opportunity to pose her inquiries and enhance her presence before him. Upon arriving at the school gate and spotting Gu Jiangyuan alongside the Gu family vehicle, she refrained from approaching him for a greeting. Last week, when Gu Xizhi returned, Gu Jiangyuan had discreetly bribed her 2 assistants. He instructed them to capture numerous photographs of Gu Xizhi and send them to him. Opening one particular image, he found Gu Xizhi standing beneath a tree, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation, her radiant smile dazzlingly beautiful. He yearned to showcase his exquisite sister to someone. Contemplating this, he opened a long-neglected WeChat conversation with his second brother and forwarded the photograph. Chapter 168. Gu Zhonglin, the domineering CEO, does not behave this way. Upon completing a surgical procedure, Gu Zhonglin glanced at the photograph sent by Gu Jiangyuan. He merely skimmed it without a response, tucking his phone back into his pocket. He turned to his left and addressed, Tanjian, could you present Mr. Li's medical case to me? The man addressed as Tanjian looked exasperated. Dr. Gu? I am not Tanjian, he is on your other side. Gu Zhonglin then shifted his gaze to the 3 individuals before him, appearing somewhat bewildered. Opting not to call anyone again, he extended his hand. Mr. Li's medical case. The individual closest to his right placed a medical record into his grasp. He perused the case briefly before closing it. Let us visit his ward. Tan Jian promptly advanced ahead of him. Gu Zhonglin followed him towards Mr. Li's ward. Midway, Tan Jian paused to inquire about a familiar patient, prompting Gu Zhonglin to halt as well. Once Tan Jian concluded his conversation and resumed walking, Gu Zhonglin followed suit. At the Gu family ancestral home, Gu Xizhi, who had yet to experience the sensation of being encircled by a throng of male models, was prematurely acquainted with the feeling of being surrounded by a multitude of elderly men. Initially, the gentlemen exhibited some restraint, but as time progressed, they unabashedly endeavored to win Gu Xizhi's favor. Xizhi, you see, you're not only classmates but also desk mates with our little rascal. Now you are his mentor. What a serendipitous connection. Therefore, why not follow suit and become my granddaughter? I shall be your god-grandfather, and although it is merely a title, I promise to be more benevolent than your biological grandfather. I will even have Zhang Qi as your younger brother, allowing you to command him at your leisure. Xizhi, Do not heed his words. You are Zhang Qi's mentor, a figure of elder status. If you were to recognize him as your god-grandfather, you would be on equal footing with Zhang Qi, and that would be to your detriment. As for directing Zhang Qi, it is entirely normal for a teacher to assign tasks to their disciple. Just accept me as your god-grandfather. I have 3 grandsons. Once you become my granddaughter, they will be your brothers, thus granting you 3 additional attendants. Xizhi, ignore those 2. Come and be my god-granddaughter. Not only will I have my grandson as your brother, but I will also have my son assume that role. Gu Xizhi, do I appear to be in such desperate need of brothers? Why does everyone wish to inundate me with a multitude of brothers, even offering me a son as a brother? That son, even if he is the youngest, must be over 30. I do not harbor any peculiar preferences. Why would I acknowledge a man in his 30s as my brother? Old Master Gu was taken aback by the lengths to which these elderly gentlemen would go to vie for his granddaughter's affection, prompting him to interject. My dear child has but one grandfather, and none shall contest that claim. Should she desire brothers, I shall instruct my sons to hasten the arrival of a few. As for those elder siblings of hers, kindly refrain from presenting them to her. Upon hearing of the gathering of old men at the ancestral home, Gu Shircheng assumed there was a matter of urgency and hurried back after his meeting. Just as he stepped through the doorway, old Master Gu's words reached his ears. Does my dear daughter desire a brother? But her mother is of an age where having another child could be detrimental to her health. Perhaps it would be prudent for his younger brother and sister-in-law to procreate. They are still young enough. Gu Xizhi vehemently shook her head. I do not want a brother. Please, do not arrange for me to have one. I fear that if I remain silent, in 10 months, I will genuinely have several brothers. I had thought my grandfather would possess a semblance of normalcy, but it seems he too is consumed by thoughts of brothers. Could it be that older men harbor some animosity towards younger men and wish to thrust all those younger than them upon me, merely to have me refine them? Old Master Gu, I do not speak such nonsense. Despite my advanced age, I am blessed with the world's finest granddaughter, and I harbor no resentment towards younger brothers. Old Qi observed the scene with mounting interest. However, upon witnessing the retreat of the others, he wisely refrained from interjecting. Instead, he suggested that Gu Xizhi engage him in a game of chess. Fang Mianji, exhibiting considerable self-awareness, chose not to compete for attention. Seeing that others, who were both classmates and disciples, had failed to establish connections, he contemplated his grandson, who had recently developed peculiar inclinations, and decided it best to forego embarrassment and abandon the pursuit. After Old Qi and Gu Xizhi concluded their game, he seized the opportunity to solicit her guidance in medical matters. It could be said that on this evening, amidst the rivalry of elderly men, both Old Qi and Fang Mianji emerged as the greatest victors, having fulfilled their respective purposes for visiting Gu Xizhi. The following day marked yet another family gathering at the ancestral home. Gu Yijing was also summoned by the old master. Gu Xizhi had spent the last half-month at the film set, and this was the first time she had seen Gu Yijing in quite some time. After a period of absence, why does Gu Yijing seem to embody the very essence of a domineering CEO? As he approaches, I cannot help but suspect he has concealed a refrigerator upon his person, for he radiates such a chill. He has transformed into a veritable block of ice. Has my task now become even more challenging? Perhaps I should complete my task before he becomes as frigid as a frozen lake. Old Master Gu shot a piercing glance at Gu Yijing, his brow furrowed in disdain. Was this glum expression, as if the world owed him something, truly the demeanor of a domineering CEO? It may sound incredulous, yet those of them who genuinely fit that mold did not resemble this at all. One could only wonder who perpetuated such narratives to tarnish their image. Gu Shircheng, present at home, also bore the title of a current domineering CEO. He regarded Gu Yijing with a similarly furrowed brow, deeming this icy exterior unworthy of the true essence of a domineering CEO. One must ponder, how could one conduct business with a perpetually sour disposition? And with such coldness, it caused his dear daughter to fret over her task. He contemplated representing their elite CEO community in expelling him. Uncle, you appear as though you have just emerged from an open refrigerator, exuding such chill. You must be freezing. Come, warm yourself by the fire. Gu Jianyuan had yet to ascend to the status of a domineering CEO and was unaware of what that truly entailed. He was aware that his sister had a mission to accomplish, and thus, Gu Yijing could not retreat to his room like an iceberg, otherwise it would impede the progress of her task. Was he not cold? Let him come over to warm himself by the fire, melting the ice that clung to him, and see how he could continue to embody that frigid demeanor. Gu Jianyuan's words were certainly lost on Gu Yijing, who couldn't even muster the energy to pretend otherwise. He strode directly into the house. Old Master Gu wore a stern expression. Your nephew cares for you so much, urging you to come warm yourself, yet you disregard him. Are you intent on inciting familial discord? Chapter 169. Cooking for him, the final examination. The burden of familial strife was cast squarely upon him. Gu Yijing had no choice but to maintain a cold facade as he settled among the group. Gu Xizhi propped her chin on her hand, scrutinizing Gu Yijing. What must I do to win him over? After all my previous failures, I need to ponder what else I have yet to do for him. It was a family gathering at the ancestral home, once more with a barbecue in the courtyard. Uncle Wang, alongside the household servants, had prepared numerous skewers. In the past, during barbecues, Gu Xizhi was always the one indulging in the feast, never lifting a hand to grill herself. However, as she gazed at the marinated meat skewers on the plate, an idea struck her. I shall cook for him myself. Surely, he will be touched. Yes, that is the plan. Grilling skewers myself is akin to cooking for him. Gu Jianyuan gazed at Gu Yijing with an air of resentment. He felt envious. Why was Xizhi's target not him? He had never tasted the meat grilled by her own hands. He wanted to partake as well. Old Master Gu and the others shared in this sentiment. What sort of flawed system was this, allowing them all to remain unpursued while favoring Gu Yijing? Gu Xizhi took the skewers to grill. In her past life, she had never been so lethargic. When dining out for a barbecue, she would have taken the initiative to grill, especially when out with colleagues from work, where competition ran high, akin to a palace intrigue. During barbecues, not only did she wish to snag a few extra skewers to curry favor with her superiors, but asking them to assist her in grilling was merely a pipe dream. She had always taken matters into her own hands, occasionally even helping her superior grill a bit, honing her quite commendable grilling skills. She grasped a handful of lamb skewers and placed them on the grill. Once one side changed color and began to sizzle with oil, she promptly flipped them over. As they reached the desired level of doneness, she sprinkled cumin and chili powder atop them. The aroma of the grilled meat wafted enticingly. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gu Xizhi brimmed with confidence, believing she was closer than ever to fulfilling her mission. Old Master Gu, Gu Shirchen, and Gu Jianyuan all fixated on the skewers in Gu Xizhi's hands. As the skewers finished grilling, they instinctively moved closer. Xizhi, these lamb skewers look absolutely delicious. And they must taste divine. Just in time, Grandpa has always adored lamb skewers. Thank you, my dear. This was the first batch of skewers grilled by their little one. With the seniority of his position, Old Master Gu seized the entire batch. Gu Shircheng and Gu Jianyuan, too slow to react, could only stand by, lamenting their misfortune. Gu Xizhi stared blankly at her now empty hands. What just happened? Where had the skewers she intended to use for her mission vanished to? Observing Old Master Gu relishing the skewers, she resigned herself to grilling more meat. Soon another batch was ready. Old Master Gu, being elderly, ate slowly, and he had yet to finish the first batch. When the next batch was ready, he glanced at it, hesitated, and ultimately refrained from taking action. Gu Shircheng and Gu Jianyuan had not left either. With the experience of having been outpaced previously, Gu Shircheng shot a warning glare at Gu Jianyuan.
Gu Jianyuan.
He watched helplessly as his father snatched away the freshly grilled skewers from his sister, leaving none for him.
Gu Xizhi?
What could she do if her father desired to eat skewers? She had no choice but to indulge him. She once again grabbed a handful of skewers to grill. Gu Yijing remained by the fire, and she still had a chance. Moments later, the enticing aroma of grilled skewers permeated the air, signaling that yet another batch was ready. Gu Shircheng sought out his wife to share in the delight of their daughter-esque grilled lamb skewers, leaving only Gu Jianyuan gazing longingly at Gu Xizhi.
Xizhi.
Fourth brother is growing, and he is hungry. Gu Xizhi? Indulge him, she thought. She resumed grilling the skewers. What is wrong with them? Isn't Uncle Wang also grilling over there? Why do they all come to snatch my grilled skewers? I've grilled so many. I'm quite exhausted. The smoke keeps wafting up, irritating my eyes. Will I ever get to complete this task? Gu Xizhi muttered to herself in frustration while grilling her fourth batch. Gu Jianyuan felt guilty as he glanced at Gu Xizhi. He had inadvertently hindered her mission, which was not the behavior of a good brother.
No.
He needed to find a way to make amends. He hastily finished the skewers he had just snatched and approached Gu Xizhi. Xizhi, you've been grilling for so long. You must be tired. Let fourth brother help you. Without hesitation, a somewhat irritable Gu Xizhi nodded in agreement.
All right.
She solemnly handed the skewers over to Gu Jianyuan. The initial portion was hers. Rounding off, it could be said that she had grilled them all, and once they were ready, they could be used to complete her task. Gu Jianyuan's grilling skills were quite decent, having been raised in a family where barbecues were a common affair. Most people enjoyed grilling their food themselves during such gatherings. This time, he intended to perform admirably. However, while grilling, he inadvertently engaged Gu Xizhi in conversation, forgetting to flip the skewers and allowing one side to burn. Upon detecting the charred aroma, he quickly flipped them over and continued grilling the other side. This time, he focused on chatting with Gu Xizhi about matters in the crew, inquiring if anyone had bullied her. He became so engrossed in the conversation that he neglected the remaining side of the skewers, which ended up burning as well. Fortunately, it was not excessively charred. He proceeded to sprinkle various barbecue seasonings over them, grilling a bit longer to let the flavors seep in. What had initially been only slightly burnt skewers now became thoroughly charred. Gu Jianyuan glanced at the skewers and then at Gu Xizhi. In the next moment, he concealed all the skewers behind his back. Xizhi had entrusted him with the skewers because she believed in him. He could not let her down. Xizhi, all the skewers you just grilled have been devoured by us. Only uncle hasn't he had any yet. Fourth brother will deliver this to him. I will assure him that these were grilled by you and will not claim any credit for your work. Unaware of how the skewers had turned out, Gu Xizhi thought that having someone deliver them would allow her to take a little break, which was quite agreeable. She nodded, permitting Gu Jianyuan to take them. He dashed off quickly and soon delivered them. A minute later, the system chimed. Upon evaluation, Gu Yijing's current affinity for the host stands at -75. Wait, what? Is he truly unwell? Last time it was -70, and now that I personally grilled meat for him, how could it decrease further, and by 5 points at that? Gu Jianyuan calculated. -70 minus 5 points equaled -75. Goodness, Gu Yijing must indeed be unwell. Is he truly that sensitive? It was merely a bit charred. The days spent working at the production crew concluded amid the staff's reluctant farewells. Gu Xizhi received her first substantial paycheck in life. Before she could even warm it, it was put away. The school year came to a close, ushering in the final examinations. Chapter 170. The final examination turmoil. I shall finally meet my second brother. More than a month had passed since she last returned to school, and as Gu Xizhi found herself seated once more in the classroom, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Perhaps it was akin to the sentiment shared by every office worker who has graduated years ago. After grappling with the harsh realities of society, one inevitably yearns for the days when the only concerns revolved around academics, a far simpler and more enviable existence. Having spent an extensive period within the production crew, she had witnessed the relentless dedication of both the staff and actors in pursuit of their craft, stirring memories of her previous life as a mere cog in the corporate machine. If I can't laze about at home, perhaps remaining a student isn't such a bad option after all. Upon reflection, it seems I need not resort to running away from home. Staying at home merely entails attending classes daily, merely altering my sleeping arrangements. Now that Gu Sairu has moved out, it appears the rest of my family still cares for me. Even if Gu Sairu possesses the halo of a protagonist, surely they wouldn't harbor such animosity towards me as to wish me harm without any provocation? Gu Jianyuan assisted Gu Xizhi with her backpack and escorted her to the classroom. He lingered nearby, conversing with Zhang Qi and the others, yet had not taken his leave. Upon hearing Gu Xizhi's musings, he looked at her with surprise. Had she finally realized their affection for her, relinquishing thoughts of fleeing home? Moreover, if I successfully complete the task of winning over Gu Yijing, wouldn't he that serve as a talisman against misfortune? If Gu Sairu, due to her protagonist's halo, were to threaten me, I could surely turn calamity into fortune as well. Rather than obsessing over the idea of running away, it would be wiser to embrace my current situation. The effort put into earning money for that purpose only to have it swiftly safeguarded by others seems futile. I might as well abandon the idea of making money altogether. Gu Xizhi found herself in a state of inertia. Gu Jianyuan, typically blessed with ample pocket money, thanks to his parents and occasional generous red envelopes from grandparents or his brothers, glanced at his savings, which amounted to an impressive 8 figures. In contrast, his sister, as a daughter of the Gu family, found herself in a rather dismal financial state, with her funds scarcely exceeding 4 digits. Since she had no intention of running away, perhaps he could fulfill his duty as an older brother and send her a red envelope. Having risen just over half an hour ago, Gu Xizhi was not yet inclined to sleep. Propped up on her arms, she idly twirled a pen, her gaze unfocused as it drifted ahead. If I succeed in completing the task, the rewards would be worthwhile. Yet this task seems insurmountable. This notion of running away from home. Gu Jianyuan, contemplating sending Gu Xizhi a red envelope, discreetly tucked away his phone. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qi and the others, he exited class 18. With the final exams approaching, Zhang Qi immediately bent over his test paper upon Gu Jianyuan's departure. The other students in the classroom followed suit, heads bowed, either engrossed in their assignments or memorizing notes. Outside the classroom, students from other classes passed by. Upon returning to their own classroom, they too quickly retrieved their papers to work. Even those who usually indulged in gossip and idle chatter upon entering the classroom had altered their habits. Seeing this transformation, their classmates were bewildered. Have you been possessed? Why are you suddenly so diligent? You're not usually like this. Without lifting his head, he replied, I just passed by class 18, and none of their students were slacking off. I fear being outdone by them. You must be joking. How could class 18 possibly surpass us? Even if they have Gu Xizhi, her only strength lies in mathematics, doesn't he it? Besides, it's only been a short while since she returned. They aren't geniuses. No matter how hard they try now, they still rank at the bottom of the grade. Other classes engaged in similar discussions. During the midterm exams, the collective improvement of Class 18's mathematics scores had indeed caused quite a stir. However, with time passing and Gu Xizhi having taken a month-long leave, most felt that her presence would not significantly alter the outcome. Especially among the students of the key classes, confidence soared that they would surely emerge as the top performers after the final exams. Following the finals, winter break would commence, and discussions about potential plans were already underway. Su Jing and Chen Min had exchanged ideas, one holding an English book and the other a Chinese textbook, and approached Gu Xiru. What are your plans for winter break? If you have none, why not join us for a skiing trip in the Northeast? Yes. My parents have already arranged to take me there with Su Jing's family for a couple of days. There are even private skiing instructors. And we can learn together and enjoy hot springs in the snow. Gu Xiru shook her head. No, during winter break, I'll be traveling to the South Sea with my family. The South Sea, being the southernmost island of Huagua, was a traditional winter retreat for the Gu family when not traveling abroad. This year, with Gu Xizhi returning to the Gu household for her first winter, plans had been made well in advance, even ensuring that her second and third brothers would set aside their work to join. As the beloved sister of her elder brothers, how could such an event occur without her? The Gu family intended to surprise Gu Xizhi, keeping their plans for the trip to the South Sea a closely guarded secret. It wasn't until lunchtime at the cafeteria that the plan was revealed. Gu Jianyuan and Su Yi, both seniors, took seats beside Gu Xizhi's group of first-year students, chopsticks in hand. Su Yi set down his chopsticks and spoke first. I've told my parents that when winter break arrives, I'll be going to the South Sea with you all. Gu Xizhi looked up. The South Sea? Ultimately, it was not just Su Yi who would join, but also Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang. During winter break, training in martial arts must not cease. Gu Jianyuan added, my second brother will also be joining us. Gu Xizhi bit into a piece of green vegetable and raised her gaze once more. Goodness, I had forgotten about my second brother until he was mentioned. Let me recall who my second brother is. Ah, right. In the novels, he is described as strikingly handsome, almost ethereal in appearance. If my second brother had lived during the era of Wu Zetian, he would undoubtedly have been a bewitching figure, capable of causing chaos in the realm. Speaking of enchanting figures, I can't help but remember the man I saw at the amusement park entrance. I wonder who is more captivating compared to my second brother. Chapter 171. Has Xizhi found someone she likes? Gu Jianyuan paused mid-bite. Alarm bells ringing in his mind.
What?
She met some man at the amusement park entrance and remembered him for so long? Surely this man isn't so depraved as to pursue a mere 15-year-old girl? A sense of brotherly protectiveness surged within him. If only Zhang Qi and the others had arrived a moment later, I might have been able to obtain that little fairy's contact information.
Alas.
He even wished to acquire her contact information. If he were to discover who this rogue was, he would undoubtedly confront him, ensuring his face would be so deformed that he could never deceive innocent girls again. He placed a chicken leg from his plate onto Gu Xizhi's, earnestly advising her. Xizhi, you are still young. You must not rush into romance, understand? The world is fraught with malice, and those wicked men delight in deceiving innocent girls like you. Even as you grow older, discussions of romantic entanglements should be reserved until after the age of 30. In truth, I believe there is nothing inherently wrong with remaining unromantic. Love, marriage, and parenthood are not obligatory milestones in life. You have us, your brothers, particularly the fourth brother, who will undoubtedly accompany and care for you throughout your life. There's no need for you to engage in romantic pursuits. Initially, my intention was merely to prevent Xizhi from falling into early romance, fearing she might be deceived. The more I elaborated, the more I felt justified in my reasoning. It's preferable to avoid romance. That way, no one will vie for my sister's affection. Xizhi, truly, you should abstain from love in the future. It is trifling, and men can be untrustworthy. Engaging in romance or marriage may leave you with nothing of value. You should follow the fourth brother. He will provide for you for a lifetime. The other young men at the table glared at Gu Jiangyuan, who, in his fervor to keep his sister close, chastised them all, including himself. Xizhi nodded in agreement. Yes, I will not pursue romance. Today, the chicken leg at the cafeteria seemed to surpass its usual deliciousness, becoming even more delectable than normal. Xizhi savored the chicken leg, uninterested in pondering Gu Jianyuan's peculiar comments. Gu Jianyuan, after a moment of silence without receiving her thoughts, assumed her response was sincere and relaxed slightly. As the end-of-term examinations arrived as scheduled, the atmosphere on campus grew noticeably tense over the 2 days of testing. Zhang Qi and Su Yi no longer accompanied Xizhi back to the family home after school, remaining absent until the exams concluded. The group then made their way towards the Gu family vehicle. Upon learning that Zhang Qi and the others would be joining them, Grandmother Gu instructed the butler to arrange for 2 additional vehicles. Xizhi also returned with them. During the winter vacation, aside from traveling to Nanhai with the Gu family, she would move back in with them until the vacation concluded before relocating once more. Xizhi chose not to ride in any other vehicle but instead joined Xizhi and Gu Jianyuan in theirs. Fourth brother, how did your exams go? I know a few seniors in their final year whose grades are quite commendable. If you need assistance, I can inquire if they would lend you their notes. On the vehicle, Xizhi seemed to ignore Xizhi entirely, directing her conversation solely towards Gu Jianyuan. He casually shook his head. No need. I have better notes. After saying that, he retrieved a snack from his backpack for Xizhi. Xizhi, try these garlic-flavored chips. Everyone in our class claims they are delicious. And I can attest that they truly are. He handed her a large bag of blue garlic-flavored chips, which, upon being extracted, caused his previously bulging backpack to sag noticeably. Xizhi glanced at it and took a photo. She no longer wished to converse with Gu Jianyuan, feeling he had become a stranger. No longer the caring fourth brother she once knew. She messaged Gu Jianyan. Third brother, when will you return? I miss you. Without you here, I feel out of place with them. Fourth brother said those chips are really good. I want to try some.
Yet.
She could understand her sister's position as her true sibling. Following that, she sent the photo as well. The play Warrior was nearing its conclusion, with only 2 scenes remaining. Gu Jiangyan reclined in a lounge chair, listening to his manager lamenting that the absence of Xizhi had drained all joy from the production team. The milk tea cart was gone, the high-end imported fruits had vanished, and most crucially, the delicious meals that could make neighboring children weep with desire were no longer available. His expression soured as he contemplated whether to change managers. His phone vibrated, revealing a message from Xizhi. During this time, Xizhi had contributed significantly to the crew, treating staff ailments and averting several major issues. Aside from her increased teasing, which was somewhat difficult for him to accept, he had heard nothing from her that would harm the Gu family. In fact, she was quite well liked among the crew. Even the manager, who had been incessantly mentioning her since her departure, indicated her popularity within the team. Honestly, he began to question whether he had misjudged Xizhi, perhaps harboring unwarranted biases. Now, as he stared at Xizhi's message, his expression darkened again. Zhang Yanfeng, go buy those chips immediately, procure a whole truckload and deliver them to Sairu. The manager, having only seen the image and not the text, did not inquire further and immediately placed the order with great efficiency. Upon arriving outside the old manor, they found it under renovation, obstructing their entry. Xizhi, clutching a half-eaten bag of chips, exited the vehicle, followed closely by Sairu. She scrutinized a keychain dangling from Xizhi's backpack for a moment. It was not particularly attractive but possessed a unique charm, resembling an oddly cute smiley-faced doll. She recalled that every time she had seen Xizhi, this trinket had adorned her backpack. Now, gazing at the doll's smile, she felt as if it mocked her. Seizing a moment when Xizhi was preoccupied with her chips, she deliberately bumped into her as they both disembarked, tugging at the keychain and carelessly tossing it to the ground. Gu Jianyuan and Zhang Qi had already exited the vehicle and walked ahead, waving for Xizhi to catch up. Xizhi quickened her pace. The group had already entered the garden. Oh, Xizhi, where's the charm from your backpack? Lin Yan was the first to notice the missing keychain. Xizhi turned her bag around and indeed discovered something was amiss. Recalling that her backpack had been nudged upon exiting the vehicle, she speculated it might have fallen out. Perhaps it dropped when I got out. Let me go look for it. You all go inside first. With that, she dashed towards the entrance. At the doorstep, the others remained oblivious and did not follow. Xizhi ran swiftly and soon reached the spot where she had just disembarked. A man, resembling a fairy, approached from a distance, a look of bewilderment on his face. Xizhi. Indeed, Li Shuangshuang did not deceive me. This doll she crafted is truly bringing me good fortune. I cannot believe I have encountered my little fairy once more. Chapter 172. Your home is certainly not my home. Early romance can ruin a life. The small charm on her backpack had been handcrafted by Li Shuangshuang, containing a talisman she had obtained from a temple, said to bring good luck. As a character who could be easily discarded in a story, Xizhi felt the need for good fortune and thus kept the charm attached to her bag. Seeing the familiar face of the man, Xizhi approached him with delight. Hi, handsome, we meet again. Do you live around here as well? Gu Zhonglin turned at the sound of her voice. He saw a school uniform-clad figure gradually approach him. Incredible, simply incredible. Seeing her up close is even more stunning. My goodness, how can someone be so flawlessly attractive? Just like last time, the young girl's lips did not move, yet he still heard her voice. We meet again. We saw each other at the amusement park? He queried Xizhi. She nodded vigorously. Yes, we met at the amusement park entrance. It seems the little fairy has made quite an impression on me. Just a brief encounter at the amusement park, and I am still recalling it. Surely, we are fated to cross paths. Gu Zhonglin stared at her as she finished speaking, his mouth closing in realization. He began to accept the truth. He could hear this little girl's innermost thoughts. Did she just refer to him as little fairy? The third and fourth brothers often gazed at his face, exclaiming that he was as beautiful as a fairy, but he remained indifferent. To him, all appearances seemed quite alike. Distinctions only became apparent in the absence of eyes, noses, or mouths. It felt rather peculiar for a grown man to be referred to as a little fairy by a young girl. He wished to leave this place and inquired once more of Xizhi. Do you know where this is? Xizhi turned her head to glance at the Gu family's grand entrance, not far off, and nodded. Yes, this is my home. Realizing he had taken a wrong turn, he replied, I see. I must take my leave.
Farewell.
After a week of grueling shifts performing numerous surgeries, the hospital director, concerned for his well-being, compelled him to take a vacation. His assistant drove him back, but as they entered their neighborhood, the car broke down, forcing the assistant to wait for a tow truck. Convinced he could walk home from there, he informed the assistant he would make his own way. The assistant, already spotting the Gu residence about 200 meters ahead, received a call from the tow company announcing their impending arrival. Unable to leave, he allowed Gu Zhonglin to walk by himself. In those 200 meters, Gu Zhonglin wandered for nearly half an hour, having strayed into unknown corners. When the assistant finished his tasks and turned around, he noticed Gu Zhonglin's absence and assumed he had returned home. Gu Zhonglin eventually found himself outside the Gu family's entrance. Recognizing it to be similar, yet slightly unfamiliar due to the ongoing garden renovations. Unsure, he became increasingly convinced he had indeed lost his way upon hearing Xizhi's confirmation. The Gu family had only one daughter, Xizhi, with whom he had spent considerable time but had never truly understood her feelings. Therefore, this young girl could not possibly be Xizhi, and her home was certainly not his own. Xizhi waved goodbye to his retreating figure. Goodbye then. What a pity, after finally encountering him, the little fairy has departed. She dashed inside to retrieve her pendant, scampering through the doorway. Upon returning home, Xizhi had already retreated to her room. The others congregated in the living room. Some seated on the sofa, while others sat cross-legged on the carpet. Upon seeing Xizhi return, they beckoned her over. Gu Zhongyuan handed her a bottle of warm beverage. Why did it take you so long to pick up something? I encountered someone asking for directions, and I pointed the way, she replied. The little fairy asked me where this was. I suppose that qualifies as asking for directions, right? The mention of a little fairy rekindled Gu Zhongyuan's sense of unease. Was it that same man she had seen at the amusement park, the one so brazen as to not spare even underage girls? Had he found their home? You all continue playing, Su-yi, come with me. He intended to confront that shameless little fairy and warn him not to entertain any thoughts about Xizhi. Meanwhile, Grandma Gu had instructed the kitchen to prepare an abundance of food for the children who had just finished their final exams, even baking several pizzas. She and the maid brought the dishes to the coffee table in the living room. The butler approached her. "Madam, the hospital just called to inform that young Master Jianglin has been granted an early vacation, and his assistant has returned him." Grandma Gu replied, "Understood. Please inform the kitchen to prepare some of his favorite dishes. That child has been so busy at the hospital that he likely hasn't eaten properly. Since he is finally home, he should indulge a bit." Grandma Gu treated her grandchildren with equal affection. Gu Xizhi bit into a slice of durian pizza and inquired, "Grandma, is my second brother returning? I just saw my little fairy at the door. Am I soon to see my fairy brother as well? It seems my luck is quite fortuitous today, to encounter two fairy-like men in such a short span. My little fairy? A fairy-like man?" Grandma Gu found herself momentarily stunned. Is her little fairy a boy? Her thoughts raced. Had they allowed their child to nurture a little fairy? Was this early romance? Given the tone of her words, it seemed she harbored quite an affection for this little fairy. If only she could meet him in person to ascertain his character and family background, it might not be a bad idea. A little fairy should be young. Nurturing him beforehand would allow them to impart their values, ensuring peace of mind in knowing his origins. Grandpa Gu's expression darkened. That child is far too young. Absolutely no early romance. This so-called little fairy must be dismissed. Clearing his throat, he walked past with his hands clasped behind his back, successfully capturing the attention of the gathering. "I have a story to share with you." The old man's demeanor was grave. A group of youths exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Qi, seated cross-legged before Gu Xizhi, leaned in to whisper, "What is going on with your grandfather? Why would he want to tell us a story all of a sudden? Is he planning to hold a reminiscence session now that exams are over?" Grandpa Gu shot him a glare and cleared his throat again. The old man's grandson was just as whimsical as he was. What did exams have to do with reminiscing about hardship and sweetness? He began slowly. "I wish to tell you a tale about early romance. A true story that unfolded nearby several years ago. There was a remarkably beautiful girl with excellent grades, with a bright future ahead. However, upon turning 15, she fell into the throes of early romance. Once enamored, she became love-struck, neglecting her studies, leading to a tragic downfall. At a tender age, she bore a child, unable to continue her education, and eventually losing her family's support, ultimately spiraling into madness." Grandpa Gu's tale stretched on for an eternity, long enough for Gu Jiangyuan and Su Yi to return before he concluded. "Children, especially young girls, must avoid early romance at all costs. It can ruin a life." His gaze was fixed intently on Gu Xizhi, making it abundantly clear that his words were directed at her. Gu Xizhi was taken aback. "Why is everyone lecturing me about early romance? Have I done something to give them the impression that I am in a romantic relationship? But I haven tea. I merely attend school, take exams, and enjoy my holidays. I even completed my exam papers. Surely I am behaving like a proper student." Grandpa Gu regarded her with a sense of melancholy, recognizing she had not done anything, but perhaps she was inclined to do so. Fortunately, their bond was strong, allowing him to hear her heart and provide early warnings. Otherwise, if one day she were to return with a child, it would indeed be too late. Gu Jiangyuan also glanced over, having just searched for the little fairy without success. Clearly, he could not afford to let his guard down. He must remain vigilant, attuned to her thoughts. Should there be any hint of early romance, he would extinguish it at once. The children indulged in food and merriment, the hours slipping by swiftly. Before long, it was past 8 in the evening. Gu Xizhi and her friends were engrossed in a game in the living room, tossing cushions at each other in excitement. "Wang Hua, you're such a loser. I told you to hide, yet you didn't. I seriously suspect you've been bribed by the opposing team. Lin Yan, step back. Don't steal my blue." Grandma Gu emerged from her room after finishing her bath, making her way to the living room. She instructed the maid to bring out freshly cut fruits and replenish their snacks. An unsettling feeling lingered in her mind, as if she had forgotten something important. After a considerable time of contemplation, she still couldn't recall. It wasn't he, until Grandpa Gu approached her, that she was jolted from her thoughts. Wasn't Jianglin supposed to be back? Why has he not yet arrived? It suddenly dawned on her that her great-grandson had yet to return. Surely, he hasn't gotten lost again, has he? Old Master Gu rolled his eyes. How could that be? He has always had someone accompanying him. If he hasn't come back yet, it might simply be that he received an unexpected call from the hospital and had to return. The old lady pondered this and found it quite reasonable. That child, Jianglin, prioritized the surgery above all else. He had practically turned the hospital into his second home, scarcely spending a few days at home throughout the year. Now that he was almost home, one would think he might at least check in on his little sister, but he showed no semblance of a brotherly figure. The fewer people around to vie for his affection, the better. Grandma Gu nodded, agreeing that this was indeed quite remiss. Wow, Xizhi, you are incredible. From now on, you'll be my idol. Xizhi, don't forget me. You're my idol too. You're the best gamer I've ever seen. I thought we were destined to lose. But suddenly, we won. In the living room, a group of people was showering compliments upon Gu Xizhi. Both Grandma and Grandpa Gu wore expressions of pride, as if the praise were directed at them. Consequently, no one remembered Zhang Lin. In the community, Zhang Lin had circled countless times. Once again, he found himself outside the Gu residence, staring at the familiar yet foreign garden, furrowing his brow. How did he end up at that peculiar little girl's house again? Perhaps he should just call Gu Jianyuan and ask him to come out and fetch him. He was exhausted, hungry, and cold from wandering outside, and no longer cared about his pride. Meanwhile, in the Gu family's living room, Gu Jianyuan was engrossed in a game. Upon seeing a call from his second brother, he unhesitatingly hung up. During the time Zhang Lin had been circling outside, he had also received numerous calls from the hospital. Being an adult now, he didn't want to admit to those calling him that he was lost in his own neighborhood. He merely answered their inquiries. His phone battery was now critically low. After some contemplation, he sent a message in the family group chat. I've entered the community. Please send someone to pick me up. Compared to maintaining his dignity, it seemed that his safety was of greater importance. To free up his pre-New Year's holiday to spend time with his family in Nanhai, Gu Jianyu was still at the company working overtime. Although he wasn't physically present at home, his thoughts were. He had not set the family group chat to do not disturb, and when his phone chimed, he picked it up immediately, replying, "Send me your location." Just as Zhang Lin was about to send his location, his phone screen blacked out due to low battery. In such a wealthy neighborhood, sometimes it was not all that convenient. There were too few residents, and after circling for ages, he had hardly seen anyone. The affluent preferred tranquility. Even the property management conducted patrols using drones, and various robots handled cleaning duties. Old Master Gu and Grandma Gu were of advanced age. Typically, when Gu Xizhi was home, they refrained from using their phones. Just like now, neither was looking at their devices. Gu Jianyuan, having finished a gaming session, emerged 20 minutes later. Upon switching screens, he noticed the group messages. His second brother mentioned he had arrived at the community and requested someone come to fetch him. Old Master Gu, sitting nearby, took a sip of water while gazing at them with a beaming smile. He arrived so soon? Where is he? Send the servant to get him. Gu Jianyuan scrolled through the messages again. His older brother asked him to send his location, but he remained silent. His elder brother sent several more messages, wondering if he had received an urgent call back to the hospital. Old Master Gu's expression turned serious. Is that even a question? He must have just arrived at the community when the hospital called him back with a case they couldn't handle. Let him stay at the hospital from now on. Gu Jianyuan found this reasoning quite sensible. Casually glancing over, he noticed Gu Xizhi looking at him with a puzzled expression and explained. This is just my second brother's usual routine. Sometimes, even when he is home the moment we exchange a word, he bolt upon receiving a call from the hospital. It's always a challenge to have a complete conversation with him. I have a vague impression of this. My second brother is exceptionally skilled in medicine, the top surgeon at their hospital. He has his quirks, treating medicine as his sole passion, with no call from the hospital deemed less significant than anything else. It's a pity I won't see my enchanting second brother today. I wonder who is more handsome, him or my little fairy. That evening, everyone stayed over at the Gu residence. The following morning, Gu Jianyuan and the others rose early to train. Gu Xizhi was awakened several times by the sounds of their training and finally dragged herself out of bed around 9. Sporting a tousled mane, she shuffled downstairs in her slippers. Suddenly, the system jolted to life. Mission activated. Please proceed immediately to the entrance of the Gu residence to rescue someone. Mission reward. Fulfill the hostess' wish to win the heart of the little fairy. Gu Xizhi was taken aback. Chapter 174. He is actually my second brother?
How mortifying.
Are you certain this is a legitimate reward? Circumstances are urgent. Please act swiftly. Gu Xizhi, not one to dawdle when the situation called for prompt action, bit into a piece of bread and informed Grandma Gu and the others that she was going out for a morning run, donning her slippers as she exited. Grandma Gu remarked, "This child must have been stimulated. Does she aspire to a life of discipline now? Morning runs already?" Old Master Gu beamed with pride. She truly is my granddaughter, so disciplined at such a young age. The butler, attending to them, glanced at Xizhi's slippers, then at the two contented elders, and silently continued his work. 5 minutes later, Xizhi returned, cradling someone in her arms. Handsome, this is our third meeting. Don't you think we have a special connection? Let us add each other on WeChat later. The man in her arms retained his exquisite features, though his complexion was pale, as if he might close his eyes and depart this world at any moment. Jianglin had hidden behind a large tree, hugging his legs throughout the night. He was so cold that he had nearly seen his great-grandmother. Now, he had no strength left to respond to Xizhi's words. Handsome, did I forget to mention that you bear a striking resemblance to my future boyfriend? Look at me. Don't I resemble your future girlfriend? If you think I don't quite fit the bill now, just wait 3 years until I'm of age. Then, I'll surely match up. The system had promised to fulfill her wish to win the heart of the little fairy, suggesting that the little fairy was indeed her destined match. Although her desire for romance wasn't particularly strong, the little fairy's appealing visage made her think, if she had to be in a relationship, he would suffice. Jianglin, still dazed, could hardly comprehend Xizhi's words. However, once she finished speaking and fell silent, her thoughts echoed clearly in his mind. It's her again? What is she saying about a system? Who is this system? And what does she mean by destined match? She wants to date me? He furrowed his brow. She must still be quite young. How could a girl her age be preoccupied with thoughts of romance? No way. He exerted all his remaining strength to utter 2 words. Xizhi lowered her head, and from this angle, he appeared even more handsome, so much so that even at such close proximity, she couldn't discern any pores on his skin. His complexion was so refined that even she, as a woman, felt a twinge of envy. She blinked and asked him, Not possible? Is 3 years too long to wait? But I'm only 15. That idea seems a bit extreme. At this moment, Jianglin comprehended a bit more. Her words made his already pale face grow even paler. What on earth was this girl thinking? Xizhi, with her considerable strength, walked quickly, soon appearing in the Gu family's living room with the man in her arms. Gu Jianyuan and the others ceased their training and rushed over. Madame Gu no longer occupied herself with crafting dolls for Xizhi on the sofa. Instead, she approached her. Mr. Gu, who had been engrossed in reading the newspaper in the tea room, set it aside and stepped out. Xizhi, weren't you supposed to be out for a run? Why have you brought someone back? Who is this person? Put him down at once. It is quite improper for a young lady like you to carry such a large man. Gu Jianyuan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and assist, Mr. Gu cast a stern glare at Gu Jianyuan. Realizing the urgency, Gu Jianyuan quickly stepped forward to take the man from Xizhi's arms. After training together for an extended period, his strength had significantly increased. Lifting a grown man was now a trivial task for him. Once he cradled the man and caught a glimpse of his features, he gasped in astonishment. Second brother? What? He is your second brother? What on earth is happening? Why did you let Xizhi carry him back? Xizhi's face was a canvas of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? How did this little sprite transform into my second brother? I had just teased him, asking if he would be my future boyfriend. How thrilling is this?
Damn.
I should have realized it from the start. There can't be so many extraordinarily handsome men in the world. Encountering 2 in a single day is simply impossible. Gu Jianyuan gazed down at Gu Jianglin's face, finally understanding who the little sprite was. How shameless. A brother relying on his looks to attract admirers. Someone so brazen deserves to fall. With that thought, he casually released his hold. With a thud, Gu Jianglin tumbled onto the brilliantly polished floor of the Gu household. Mr. Gu's expression darkened. Someone help him up and call Dr. Zhou to examine him. Although the Gu family boasted Dr. Gu Jianglin, a leading surgeon, and Xizhi, a gifted traditional healer, they, like most affluent families, also retained a family doctor. It was a considerable concession to their familial bond to summon the doctor for someone who had shown such disregard even for his sister. Xizhi had already assessed Gu Jianglin on the way over. He was merely famished and had caught a slight cold after spending a night outdoors. The situation was not dire. In fact, her own predicament appeared more grave. System, did you already know he was my second brother? The reward you mentioned refers to him being my biological brother, correct? Does that count as what you call gaining? The system remained silent, seated cross-legged on the sofa. Xizhi pondered how to navigate this social embarrassment. The other men in the Gu family were contemplating how to render Gu Jianglin less attractive without compromising his well-being. Others discussed Gu Jianglin's striking appearance and why he had been so weak to have been carried back by Gu Xizhi. Eureka! The previously despondent Gu Xizhi's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. I need not worry excessively. The book states that aside from his exceptional looks, Gu Jianglin has quite a few issues. Not only is he hopelessly directionally challenged, but he also often struggles to locate the restroom even within his own home. Furthermore, he is severely face-blind. He cannot recognize anyone around him by sight, which means he won't even know who I am. As long as I act as though it's our first encounter once he recovers, he will remain oblivious to my previous flirtations. He won't know, and I shan't tell. This will become an eternal secret, never to be revealed. The other members of the Gu family were left speechless. No, I am aware. Gu Xizhi found comfort in Gu Jianglin's face blindness. After finishing her breakfast, Gu Xiru departed for the Fong family clinic to continue her apprenticeship. With the cold weather, many elderly and young children had fallen ill, filling the clinic with incessant coughing and a cloud of discomfort, not to mention the snotty faces of the children, which were quite unpleasant to behold. Upon learning that Fong Mianji would not be at the clinic that day, she decided to leave and return to the ancestral home. Hearing from the servants that Gu Jianglin had returned, she hurried upstairs to find him. Chapter 175. No, has he recognized me? Is this the power of blood ties? Having eaten and taken a nap, Gu Jianglin had already regained much of his strength. Just as he finished changing his clothes, preparing to head downstairs, he opened the door to find Gu Xiru standing outside, her face a mixture of confusion and familiarity. He did not speak first. Second brother, you're finally back. I've missed you dearly, Gu Xiru exclaimed, her tone affectionate as she linked her arm with Gu Jianglin's, descending the stairs together. Seeing him return brought her some peace of mind. Even if others seemed somewhat different from their past lives, potentially out of control, she was certain that Gu Jianglin would not falter. His severe face blindness meant he wouldn't recognize anyone, including her. In their previous life, after Gu Xizhi returned home, Gu Jianglin had hardly interacted with her. He would only step in to defend her when others reproached her for bullying. On the first day after the final exams, the previously studious children took a rare moment to relax and did not venture out to play. After finishing their morning exercises, they had gathered to play games. Upon hearing footsteps, Gu Jiangyuan glanced toward the staircase, seeing Gu Xiru walking with Gu Jianglin, and he disdainfully scoffed. Gu Xizhi noted the scene as well. Gu Xiru truly is a captivating heroine. Even my second brother, who cannot recognize faces, can identify her and treats her well. Alas, it is somewhat disheartening to think that the little sprite who should have been mine cannot recognize me. Gu Jianglin, upon awakening, realized he was home. Yet, why could he still hear that voice? The little girl had returned with him? She was calling him second brother? Gu Jianglin recalled a message from a few months prior stating that his sister was returning home. Recently, Gu Jiangyuan had also sent him a photo, mentioning Xizhi. Gu Jiangyuan raised his hand, recalling how Xizhi had referred to him as a little sprite, and felt irked, his expression stern. I'm here. Speak quickly. And don't disturb me while I'm gaming. Gu Jianglin turned towards a voice. What is this about the sister you mentioned in the message? Gu Jiangyuan rolled his eyes dramatically. You can't be serious? We've discussed this matter extensively, and you still don't know? My second brother truly is a workaholic. I've been home for so long, and he remains oblivious to the news. But it's somewhat understandable, with his severe directional and face blindness. He can't venture out alone or pursue a romantic relationship. What else could he possibly do but work? Indeed, fate seems fair, granting him a visage far surpassing others, only to strip him of other gifts. Gu Jiangyuan had previously harbored grievances, feeling that his second brother was excessively absorbed in work and indifferent to family matters. However, his resentment had lessened somewhat. Truly, his second brother was rather pitiable. Not only could he not go out or engage in romantic pursuits, but he had also lived a life without friends due to his inability to recognize people. Fortunately, he still has work as a passion. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for the meaning of his existence. With rare patience, he explained the situation regarding Gu Xizhi and the family matters to him. Gu Jianglin grasped the situation. He called out, Xizhi, and took out his phone, intending to add her on WeChat and send her a red envelope as a token of their first meeting. A way to make amends for not having visited her during this time. Just as he called her name, Gu Xiu's voice chimed in. Second brother, I have a question I can't solve. Could you help me? During his school years, Gu Jianglin was an academic prodigy, and Gu Xiu frequently sought his guidance on various problems. He was accustomed to explaining things to her. Nodding in response, he was led away by Gu Xiu. At lunch, Both Gu Xiao and Gu Zhonglin settled down together, while Gu Xizhi sat beside the elder. My second brother hasn't glanced my way at all. It seems he truly doesn't recognize me. How delightful. No one has discovered my playful teasing of him. Gu Zhonglin's hand motion to pick up food suddenly halted. When Gu Xizhi had carried him back that morning, he hadn't been completely unconscious. He had heard everything she said, and now all of it came rushing back. Did she still want to be his girlfriend? He frowned. Young girls truly should not engage in early romantic pursuits. Moreover, one should not whimsically desire a relationship simply upon encountering an attractive man. He thought this and voiced his concern. If a girl were to act in such a manner, she would easily fall victim to deceit. Even if she wished to date, it would be prudent to wait until she was older, preferably past 30. By then, she would have encountered enough experiences to gain a deeper understanding of human nature. Gu Xizhi? Is this what they mean by not being from the same family means not entering the same door? So my second brother, upon returning, can indeed engage in conversation about my grandfather and my fourth brother? But why did he suddenly bring this up? Could it be that he has recognized me? Surely not. Isn't he face blind? Could it be that I possess a face so recognizable even to the face blind? She felt a twinge of panic. If that were the case, her playful teasing of her second brother would be difficult to conceal. Gu Zhonglin felt a bit embarrassed at the thought of being teased by his own sister. He intended to keep this matter from others. Scanning the room filled with people, he inquired, "Which one is Xizhi?" A sigh of relief escaped him. Evidently, he had not recognized me. His mention of this topic was merely a manifestation of familial instinct. Gu Xizhi raised her hand. "I'm here." Gu Zhonglin's gaze met her face and he spoke. "Let us add each other on WeChat. I wasn't prepared before returning, but I'll send you a red envelope. You can buy whatever you want." Upon hearing about the red envelope, Gu Xizhi eagerly pulled out her phone. "Second brother, let me scan you." The book states that though my second brother is merely a doctor, he is exceptionally skilled. His patients being prominent figures, which means he is quite wealthy. He is generous, transferring substantial amounts to Gu Xiao each time. I wonder how much he intends to send me this time? Gu Zhonglin smirked slightly. This peculiar sister had praised him for his generosity. Perhaps he would send her $1 million to play with? Who knows, after this red envelope, I might just have enough funds to run away from home. Gu Zhonglin frowned. Half a minute later, Gu Xizhi began to question her life. Chapter 176. Second brother discovers everyone's secret. 8888? Did he mistakenly add an extra decimal? The novel claimed he was very generous, but that must have been exaggerated, although the amount was modest. Gu Xizhi accepted it without hesitation. The book? The novel? This was not the first time Gu Zhonglin had encountered such phrases from her thoughts. What did it mean? Could someone have written a biography about him? It must be from a patient he had treated before. He just wondered how he could get his hands on this biography. He was quite curious about how others would portray him, especially the part where they praised him for his generosity, even knowing how much he transferred to Gu Xiao. He pondered for a moment and sent a message to his assistant. "Has a patient written a biography about me? Please procure a copy." While Gu Zhonglin was sending the red envelope to Gu Xizhi, Gu Xiao watched closely. Upon seeing the amount Gu Zhonglin sent to Gu Xizhi, she glanced over at her and smirked disdainfully. After lunch, no one ventured outside. The real-time temperature outside was -3 degrees, and it had just rained mixed with snow. The old house was equipped with underfloor heating, making it warm enough inside to walk around in short sleeves. A group of children sat on the carpet, continuing their games. Gu Zhonglin initially intended to go upstairs. He couldn't recognize anyone's faces, and if it did not pertain to work, he typically chose to distance himself from the crowd. However, at this moment, he felt that as a brother, now that his sister had finally found her way back home and they had just recognized each other, he should strive to be a good brother and spend more time with her. He remained in the living room, sitting at the edge of the sofa with a notebook on his lap, simultaneously writing a medical paper. It's such a pity about my second brother's looks. He certainly cannot become my little demon. Who knows which fortunate soul will benefit in the future. Gu Zhonyuan's enthusiasm for the game waned. His second brother's face became increasingly displeasing. How could such a handsome man not feel embarrassed? Given his appearance, he should be eating more to gain weight and make himself less attractive. Gu Zhonglin furrowed his brow. Why was this young girl still preoccupied with such matters? Moreover, isn't being a brother far superior to being a little demon? He hears daily at the hospital about many couples divorcing, indicating that even after marriage and having children, when the time comes, they still part ways. But being a brother is different. No matter the circumstances, the blood bond remains unbroken. From birth, he was a brother, and that would last a lifetime. Perhaps he, as a brother, had not done enough to instill a sense of security in her? He lifted his gaze, scanning the group of young people, and his eyes landed squarely on Xizhi's face. When I was in school, my grades were quite good. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to ask me. If I'm not home, you can always message me on WeChat. After saying what a brother should say, he lowered his head and resumed writing his medical paper. Xizhi? She replied foolishly, okay. Then, what is going on? With so many people here, why does he only look at me? From what he said, could he have recognized me? Then, he must know about my teasing him. No, he might just recognize the clothes I'm wearing. After all, he is face blind, not clothing blind. Surely, he can identify people by their attire? Gu Zhonglin glanced at her clothing, then at the outfits of several other young people who were close to her. He usually could recognize people by their clothing. But Zhang Qi believed that since they practiced martial arts together daily, they should have a uniform training outfit, so he arranged for a few identical t-shirts to be custom-made. They had just received the delivery a few days ago, and he distributed the shirts yesterday. Today, they were all wearing the same t-shirt. Gu Zhongyuan also noticed this detail. He contemplated for a moment, noting the stark difference in hairstyles between Gu Xizhi and Li Shuangshuang. He concluded that they must be distinguished by their hairstyles. Whatever the case may be. Second brother, you surely haven't been eating well at the hospital. Here's a plate of durian for you. Eat more. You look too thin. Gaining some weight would make you appear healthier. Gu Zhongyuan handed the nearest plate of durian to Gu Zhonglin. Gu Zhonglin turned his gaze, meeting his brother's eyes. He felt as though Gu Zhongyuan was intently scrutinizing his face, a flicker of latent animosity glimmering in his gaze. Just moments ago, a young girl had silently praised his looks in her heart, though she had not voiced her admiration aloud. It was peculiar that Gu Zhongyuan, who typically paid little heed to his appearance, was now so fixated on it. He waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the durian, and lowered his head to continue writing his thesis. His fingers paused momentarily over the keyboard. Could it be? Xizhi. He raised his head and looked at Gu Xizhi. I too wish to play games. Would you teach me? He spoke while playfully blinking his eyes at her, his gaze brimming with anticipation, bordering on the adorable. He set aside the notebook resting on his thigh, picked up his phone, and stood to sit beside Gu Xizhi. My goodness, my charming second brother is capable of being cute. Just with that look, I would gladly grant him anything he desires, be it teaching him to play games, or even my very life. Is it possible that my second brother is not actually my biological brother? I have no resistance against such charm. If I were a ruler of ancient times, having a concubine like my second brother would make me forsake morning court altogether. And I wouldn't even stay up late to review memorials. Gu Zhonglin felt a wave of exasperation. He longed to crack open the young girl's head and perform a surgical procedure to cleanse her mind of the absurd thoughts that plagued her. He quietly observed Gu Zhongyuan. And indeed, Gu Zhongyuan's expression had darkened. He continued to stare at Gu Zhonglin's face, his eyes conveying an intensity that seemed capable of tearing his visage apart. Gu Zhonglin was momentarily taken aback. Evidently, his suspicions had not been unfounded. Such bizarre occurrences were not confined to him alone. He discreetly scanned the others, noticing that everyone was engrossed in their own affairs, utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. A sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, it was not excessively outrageous. Yet in the next instant, his own expression soured. He glared fiercely at Gu Zhongyuan. Could it be that Gu Zhongyuan was aware of his sister's teasing? His hands itched again, yearning to perform a mental cleanse for Gu Zhongyuan. During his 4-day stay at home, he discovered that it seemed anyone related by blood to Gu Xizhi could hear her thoughts. He refrained from disclosing this information. He also discerned that there were no patients writing biographies about him. Rather, they were characters from a novel. Chapter 177. Class 18 hits the jackpot. As for Gu Xizhi's mention of the novel, he too was among the devoted admirers of Gu Sairu, always treating her with utmost kindness. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. With 3 brothers and a single sister, distinguishing between the brothers was a challenge for him, especially given his inability to discern physical appearances. However, recognizing his soul sister was considerably easier. Thus, during his time at home, he interacted more frequently with Gu Sairu, a fact that had no bearing on his status as a devoted admirer. On the 5th day following the end of the final exams, an emergency patient arrived at the hospital, specifically requesting Gu Zhonglin for surgery. He cut his vacation short to return to the hospital. Gu Xizhi and the others were also heading back to school, as today marked the day to collect their grades and attend the closing ceremony. The results were finally in, and it was certain that Gu Sairu would secure the top spot in the grade, having achieved first place in the two major assessments preceding the final exam. He envied her. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic prowess was commendable as well. What window had God closed on her? The school buzzed with discussions about the grades. However, Class 18 was more preoccupied with plans for after the closing ceremony. There was no trace of the anxious anticipation typically associated with the impending results. Wang Hua suggested, "Let us go karaoke. There are fewer people in the afternoon, and we'll get a discount. In the afternoon, we can sing for 6 hours for just over 100 yuan, and they even provide refreshments." Zhang Qi turned to Gu Xizhi. "Are you going?" Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, and the others looked at her expectantly. She glanced at her WeChat messages, pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Let us go." After speaking, she returned to her messages after school. "Our class will go to KTV together." A quick response came back. "Send me the location when the time comes, and I'll find you." This event was agreed upon by the entire class. No one raised any objections. And Lin Yan went to ask Zhuo Miaojuan. Zhuo Miaojuan also returned to attend the closing ceremony. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, she coldly declined the invitation. Amidst the noisy chatter of classmates, the homeroom teacher arrived. Standing at the podium, he called out each student's name, allowing them to step forward to collect their report cards. Whispers began to circulate among the students. "Chico, what score did you get?" Li Shuangshuang, "What is your total score?" Lin Yan, "How did you do?" Nearly every student was queried, except for Gu Xizhi, who received no inquiries. Everyone assumed she had been so careless that her exam paper was likely only half finished, barely passing. In Class 1, the report cards were distributed. Su Jing and Chunmin rushed over to find Gu Sairu. "Sairu, what score did you get?" Gu Sairu unfurled the report card in her hands, revealing a total score of 686. 686? Such a high score. "Sairu, you must be the top of the grade." 686? That's a full 60 points higher than mine. "Sairu, you're incredible. If I could be half as good as you, I'd be over the moon." The other classmates were drawn to Gu Sairu's impressive score of 686. The report cards only displayed individual scores, devoid of rankings. After a brief inquiry, they confirmed that Gu Sairu's score was indeed the highest in the class. "How on earth did you achieve 686 on such a difficult exam? That is simply beyond comprehension." Some even rushed to the neighboring class to verify. They returned, elated, having confirmed that Chunwen scored 676, 10 points lower than Sairu's score, solidifying her position as the top student. The excitement echoed loudly, nearly audible on the floor below. "My goodness, is Gu Sairu even human?" To score 686 on such a challenging paper is astonishing. Chunwen must be the second in the grade. She has a full 10 points behind Sairu. Truly a testament to her academic prowess. Once all the report cards were distributed, the next event was the grade closing ceremony. The ceremony took place in the auditorium, and as a group made their way there, they continued discussing the exam results. The news of Gu Sairu scoring 686 and Chunwen scoring 676 spread to Class 18. Yet the students remained silent, offering no commentary. The ceremony began with speeches from the principal and the grade director, causing many students to drift into a stupor. Following this, awards were given to the top 10 students of the final exams. This segment was of utmost interest to the students, representing the pinnacle of their academic aspirations. Being publicly recognized by school authorities in front of their peers during the ceremony was something they could boast about for a long time. The vice principal held a list in hand, starting with the 10th grade position. Class 1, Huang, 10th place. As the name was called, a wave of applause erupted. Many from Class 1 were bewildered, some even confused. "Wait, didn't T. Huang perform well? He scored 666, which is third in our class. How did he end up in 10th place?" 9th place, Class 1, Zhang Chu. The confusion among Class 1 only deepened. Zhang Chu achieved a remarkable score of 671, securing the second position in our class. However, how is it that he only ranks 9th in the entire grade? This seems to be a mistake. According to their unofficial tally, the top position belongs to Gu Siro, followed by Chunwen, with Zhang Chu rightfully positioned as third in the grade. Even if a few students from other classes performed exceptionally well, the results shouldn't deviate significantly. The vice principal's voice resonated again. 8th place, Class 18, Zhang Qi. The applause diminished considerably, Upon closer inspection, it became evident that only those from class 18 were clapping, while others stood in shock. Did I mishear? Zhang Qi is actually 8th in the grade? Wasn't he admitted with one of the lowest ranks? This is simply too implausible. 7th place, class 2, Chen won.
Now,
Even more people were visibly unsettled. What is going on? With such a high score, shouldn't Chen Wen have confidently secured 2nd place in the grade? How is it that he has only managed 7th? 6th place, class 18, Zhuo Miao Jun. 5th place, class 18, Li Qi. With both 5th and 6th places claimed by class 18, a sense of numbness enveloped everyone. What on earth is happening with class 18? Are their entrance exam scores merely a facade? Goodness, if it turns out that the top scorer is also from class 18, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Has this class, typically at the bottom, suddenly turned the tables? This is a plot twist even a novel wouldn't dare to write. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, listened to the vice principal announce the top 10, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Su Jing and Chen Min observed Gu Xiro's increasingly somber expression and attempted to console her. With such a high score, you must be the top of the grade. No one could surpass you. 4th place, class 18, Lin Yan. 3rd place, class 18, Li Shuang. Chapter 178. Once again, the entire class was astounded, while the students from the adjacent room were on the verge of tears from envy. The names of the top 2 had yet to be revealed. Everyone became unusually attentive, as if the next name called would belong to them. Numerous students whispered amongst themselves. I'm certain the top place must be Gu Xiro. Given the difficulty of this exam and her high score, no one could possibly surpass her. Although class 18 has revealed several dark horses, I know the few high-scoring students from their class, and the remaining scores surely cannot exceed Gu Xiro's. Some had even inquired about class 18's scores in advance. Aside from the unpredictability of class 18, the other classes surely lacked any competition for Gu Xiro. But who, then, is the student in 2nd place? This individual must be exceptionally talented to have surpassed so many, especially considering Chen Wen's score of 676 only placed him 7th. The 2nd place student must have scored in the 680s. It seems there are indeed hidden talents in the other classes. Even the students from class 18 were discussing this matter. Who would have thought that besides the top 2 classes, other students performed better than us? This individual must have concealed their abilities quite well. Could it be Fan Jiang? He usually studies alongside us, yet he didn't appear in the rankings earlier. Could he have secured 2nd or even 1st place? That would be astonishing. Zhang Qi shook his head. It's not him. I bumped into him in the restroom and asked about his scores. His Chinese and English results were quite poor, even lower than ours. He leaned closer to Gu Xizhi. Sister Xi, do you think this mysterious student scored higher than Gu Xiro? Gu Xizhi, engrossed in her novel, replied, You'll find out shortly. Just as she finished speaking, the vice principal's voice rang out. The 2nd place in the grade is class 1, Gu Xiro. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. No way. This mysterious student actually outperformed Gu Xiro? Could it be that they scored over 700? Who is this individual? They must be incredibly low-key. The students from class 18 erupted in cheers. Zhang Qi exclaimed, Incredible. If I find out who this person is, I'm going to befriend them. They've outdone Gu Xiro. And now she can't even claim the top overall score in the grade. I wonder how she'll handle this. Li Shuang, beaming with admiration, remarked, This person must read a lot of novels. They've deliberately played it down, waiting for this moment to shine. Lin Yan nodded. They've achieved great success. Now, the entire grade will remember them, and over the winter break, their name might be mentioned repeatedly. If they had made a bet before the exam, they're surely reaping the rewards now. Wang Hua excitedly chimed in, I bet this person knows their own strength. The reason they're no longer hiding it is that they must have bet with someone. Gu Xizhi interjected. No, are you all overthinking this? The moment Gu Xizhi expressed her skepticism, everyone turned to her. Could it be that you know this individual? Did you help them organize their revision materials? If that is the case, then perhaps we've truly misjudged. Maybe they weren't intentionally hiding their abilities, but genuinely struggled before, relying solely on your materials to succeed in the final exams. Then there's no further discussion needed. They're merely someone who, like the rest, relied on your organized notes to make a comeback. The entire class 18 unanimously decided to cease their focus on this individual. 1st place, class 18, Gu Xizhi. In the next instant, the entire grade was in shock. Gu Xizhi? The top scorer in the grade is actually Gu Xizhi? It seems she excels not only in mathematics but in all subjects as well. Gu Xizhi scored 686 and is only second. Just how much did Gu Xizhi score? As the semester concluded, the entire grade continued to discuss Gu Xizhi's results. Soon, everyone learned her score, 690. At first glance, it appeared she only surpassed Gu Xizhi by 4 points. However, when they discovered she hadn't even written the essay, the significance of that score shifted entirely. With the winter break officially commencing, the students of Class 18 exited the school together. When I learned Sister Xizhi had claimed the top spot, I was taken aback, pondering how she suddenly became so diligent. But upon finding out she hadn't written the essay, that familiar feeling returned. Indeed, this was something only she could accomplish. Lin Shuang expressed a hint of regret. Imagine if we were in our third year now, and Sister Xizhi, once dismissed as a poor student, suddenly scored the highest in the National College entrance examination, stunning everyone. Wouldn't that feel even more satisfying? As it stands, this is merely a term-end exam. Even if we successfully turn the tables, it still feels slightly lacking. They had already planned where to go for karaoke, even asking the class leader to arrange a group purchase in advance. Gu Xizhi's WeChat was buzzing with requests for the location,
And she had just sent the address.
hearing this, she looked up at Li Shuang. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. That's a nice thought. But don't think like that again. In the afternoon, most of those heading to the karaoke were students from nearby schools. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Zhang Qi and Wang Hua encountered several old classmates from middle school, some coincidentally in the adjacent room. Sister Xizhi, the reason we did so well this time is entirely thanks to you. You should pick the first song. The first song selection privilege was granted to Gu Xizhi. Soon, her voice filled the room. Everyone wanted to cover their ears but hesitated, exchanging glances. Gu Xizhi had chosen an old song, which was quite pleasant in its original rendition. However, have you ever heard Sister Xizhi sing before? Zhang Qi asked the others. Li Shuang and Lin Yan both shook their heads. Perhaps we should refrain from KTV for future gatherings? They simply could not fathom how such a delightful voice belonged to a girl who sang such an unmelodious tune. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Xizhi remained oblivious to their discussion. She was lost in her exuberance, reveling in her singing, yet thankfully, she was not a microphone hog. Upon finishing a song, she graciously passed the microphone to others. Instead, she focused on savoring the complimentary fruit platter. Her phone vibrated again. Just come in when you arrive. Aside from Zhuo Miaojuan, all members of Class 18 were present. When someone abruptly pushed open the door to the private room, they momentarily froze in surprise. Is there anyone else coming? No one responded. But when they caught sight of the newcomer, the collective gasp was palpable. If the patrons in the adjacent room knew who was in their private chamber, they would likely weep with envy. Chapter 179. Is it the same to call him Uncle or Dad? Not only would the people in the neighboring room be envious to tears, but some of the girls in their own room were already in tears of excitement. It was Feng Ruishan. Feng Ruishan had actually come to sing with them. The rumors online about Xizhi being close to Feng Ruishan were indeed true. When Feng Ruishan's voice echoed from the private room, the occupants next door rushed over, pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Nearly everyone inside was capturing the moment on their phones, posting photos to their social media accounts. In an instant, their posts garnered a flurry of likes, establishing them as the most envied individuals in their social circles. Queries about their location soon followed. After singing 2 songs, Feng Ruishan ceased and took a seat beside Gu Xizhi. I haven't arranged any work for the past month, and I'm preparing to return to the capital with my grandfather. So, I wanted to let you know. Feng Ruishan's family resided in the capital, and it was certain she would return there for the new year. Gu Xizhi acknowledged her with a thoughtful hum. Would you like to join us for some fun in the capital? No, thank you. Undeterred, Feng Ruishan pressed on. My grandfather is quite eager for you to come, and during the new year, the capital is bustling with activity. This year, it's rumored to be even more lively than usual, with significant events planned. Are you truly not interested in joining the festivities? The complimentary fruit platter was rather scant, and after consuming a few pieces, Gu Xizhi found it empty. Firmly holding a toothpick, she shook her head resolutely. I won't go. With the winter vacation officially commencing, Gu Shicheng and Gu Jiangyu organized their work and set off for Nanhai with the entire family. This time, the matriarch invited Ling Wenin to join them. They traveled on a private jet. Gu Xizhi sat alongside Ling Wenin. Is my elder brother competent? My future sister-in-law's belly is nearly showing, yet he still hasn't made her his own. If this drags on, will my future sister-in-law have to find a place to hide to ensure a smooth delivery? My elder brother seems intent on complicating matters for himself. Gu Zhonglin was also on the plane, and he discerned Gu Jiangyu by his attire and hairstyle. Glancing in his direction, he then shifted his gaze to the woman next to Gu Xizhi. Could it be that his elder brother had engaged in such irresponsible behavior? Memories flooded back of his childhood, when he suffered from face blindness and a poor sense of direction, overwhelmed by fear of the world. He had wished only to hide away in his room, avoiding the outside. It was his elder brother who had patiently accompanied him, helping him distinguish people's clothing and appearances, allowing him to gradually interact with others. Now, he sighed. His elder brother excelled in the role of an elder sibling, yet faltered in other aspects. Gu Jiangyu was preoccupied with company matters, requiring a tranquil environment, so he occupied an entire row alone. There was an empty seat beside him. Gu Zhonglin unbuckled his seatbelt, stood, and moved to sit beside him. Elder brother, does Miss Ling have a boyfriend? Gu Jiangyu looked up, puzzled. Why do you ask? Gu Xizhi and Ling Wenin were seated just behind them, and she was straining to listen. Indeed, my enchanting second brother is quite ethereal. Why the sudden inquiry? Gu Zhonglin feigned ignorance of the term enchanting, responding to Gu Jiangyu's question. If she doesn't have a boyfriend, do you think I could be her suitor? What? Is my second brother harboring feelings for my future sister-in-law? Yet, he doesn't even know what she looks like. To my knowledge, he hasn't even spoken to her. Thus, any attraction based on appearance or character seems implausible. How then did he come to like my future sister-in-law? Gu Jiangyu snapped his notebook shut with a thud. His captivating peach blossom eyes narrowed dangerously. What did you just say? Undaunted, Gu Zhonglin repeated. I said if Miss Ling has no boyfriend, I would like to pursue her. My second brother is indeed bold. I can feel my elder brother's ire from here, and yet he dares to speak such words in front of him. However, if my elder brother is this enraged, has he already realized his feelings for my future sister-in-law? But knowing he likes her, why is he still so slow to act? Doesn't he fear she might be taken by someone else? Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of anticipation for my future sister-in-law to become my future second sister-in-law? Gu Zhonglin, there is no need for such anticipation. The other members of the Gu family, unable to overhear their conversation, could clearly discern Gu Xizhi's inner thoughts. Oh my, how thrilling! Is it really happening that two brothers are vying for the same woman in our family? Gu Jiangyu's countenance darkened at hearing Gu Xizhi express her anticipation for Ling Wenin to become her future second sister-in-law. No way, he asserted with unwavering conviction. Gu Zhonglin, bewildered, asked why not? Shall we summon Xizhi to inquire about her opinion? As he spoke, he genuinely turned to call Gu Xizhi forward. A few individuals conspired just in front of Ling Wenin, debating whether they could pursue her. You want to ask my opinion? If you're asking me, I suppose it would be acceptable. One is my ethereal second brother, and the other is my beautiful sister. These two would make a perfect pair at first glance. Although this would mean my second brother might unexpectedly become a father, it's not a significant issue. After all, the child in my beautiful sister's womb would be one of our own. Whether calling my second brother uncle or dad, the distinction isn't substantial. Compared to my elder brother, my second brother's proactive approach is far more appealing. Should I not express my support for him? Gu Xizhi feigned innocence, saying, I'm still young. I don't understand these matters. Gu Zhonglin patted her head. It's all right. Just use your youthful perspective to ponder and share your thoughts with us. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Gu Jiangyu. If a young girl is suggesting that her child might call another man dad, how can he endure this? Noticing Gu Jiangyu's barely contained frustration, he decided to stoke the flames further. Xizhi, do you think your sister Ling would be attracted to someone with my second brother's looks? If he confessed now, would she accept him immediately? Gu Xizhi shook her head, perplexed. I'm not sure. Inside, she screamed in fervent protest. She must accept. My second brother is so handsome. Any woman of sound mind would be tempted to accept such an attractive man's confession, right? After all, even I, being related to my second brother, fantasize about dating him. Gu Jiangyu, this is something you should never even contemplate. With that, he tossed aside his notebook, stood up, and moved to occupy Gu Xizhi's previous seat. As he settled in, his arm inadvertently brushed against Ling Wenin's. Chapter 180. Is my elder brother finally going to confess? Gu Xizhi naturally moved to sit with Gu Zhonglin. The two of them, in perfect harmony, leaned back against their chairs, ears pressed to the cushions. Gu Xizhi raised her gaze upon encountering Gu Zhonglin, whose features mirrored her own, and her heart skipped a beat. Why is my second brother so concerned about my eldest brother and his future sister-in-law? Could his earlier words possibly be true? What should I do? Is it too late for me to intervene with my eldest brother? My second brother is so handsome. If he were to witness my eldest brother marrying his future sister-in-law and ended up in tears, I would be utterly heartbroken. Gu Jianglin, there is no need for such concern. Gu Jianyu experienced his first bout of appearance anxiety, resenting the fact that he did not possess the same allure as his second brother. The others in the Gu family, noticing Gu Jianyu sitting beside Ling Wenin, appeared nonchalant on the surface, yet their ears strained to catch every word exchanged. The men of the Gu family simultaneously glanced in Gu Jianglin's direction. After all, he was somewhat face-blind and likely oblivious to his own appearance. Perhaps it was better to ruin that handsome visage altogether? Why have you come over here? When the three had been conversing moments earlier, Ling Wenin had caught snippets of their discussion. Now, seeing Gu Jiangyu's slight unease, she felt a twinge of confusion. Gu Jiangyu, still preoccupied with his anxiety over his looks, blurted out, "Do you think I am handsome?"
Uffed.
Gu Xizhi quickly covered her mouth. "It seems my eldest brother has indeed been affected by my second brother's appearance, now so concerned with his own looks." Ling Wenin was taken aback. What was wrong with this person, suddenly sitting beside her merely to ask such a question? She replied sincerely, "You are handsome." Gu Jianyu's previously unattractive expression softened slightly. He pressed on, "Am I handsome, or is my second brother more handsome?" Ling Wenin. No one ever mentioned that flying would diminish one's intelligence, yet he seemed to be grappling with such trivialities. It must be said, my eldest brother's anxiety over his looks is rather uncharacteristic of a domineering CEO. In terms of his CEO qualities, he loses points, yet it feels oddly down-to-earth. Gu Jiangyu decided to take Ling Wenin's compliment as genuine. Gu Jianglin began to contemplate whether he had inadvertently provoked his brother's insecurities with his own appearance. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain some distance from his brother in order to safeguard his own looks. "You are handsome, more so than he is," Ling Wenin said, averting her gaze to the window, unwilling to meet Gu Jiangyu's eyes again. Is this what they call love's blindness? Gu Jianyu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Or perhaps it was simply because the one asking was my eldest brother, who was present, and she felt compelled to flatter him. If she truly wanted an honest answer, she ought to consult a neutral party. His heart grew heavy once more. The other members of the Gu family nodded vigorously. How foolish! Who would ever pose such questions directly? Gu Jianyu realized the absurdity of his query, cleared his throat, and attempted to mask his embarrassment. He reached out to turn Ling Wenin's face toward him, compelling her to meet his gaze. Though she had always been beautiful, her features were slightly too gaunt. Upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle hollows in her cheeks. Recently, frequent dinners at the Gu household and a diet rich in nourishing soups had added a hint of fullness to her face. Observing her now plump cheeks, one could sense a burgeoning vitality. Her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue from Gu Jianyu's actions. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiangyu could no longer delay. If he waited any longer, his child might genuinely call his second brother daddy. He spoke plainly. "If you have no objections, let us obtain our marriage certificate when we return from Nanhai." Gu Xizhi. Is this how direct CEOs are? Without preamble, he jumped straight to discussing marriage certificates? A subtle smile played upon Gu Jianglin's lips. Ling Wenin was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. How did the conversation shift to marriage certificates? What had he said that warranted no objections from her? The others in the Gu family sparkled with anticipation. Finally, the fifth brother was taking some initiative. Ling Wenin's expression turned reluctant. "I have objections." Gu Jiangyu's domineering aura surged. "Then we shall discuss it after we obtain the certificate. I do not wish for my child to be born out of wedlock." Indeed, the words of a CEO can be rather off-putting. It sounds as though he is proposing for the sake of the child. What woman would feel comfortable with such a declaration? His words reek of possessiveness, devoid of any respect for his future sister-in-law. He might as well have declared, "I love you, please marry me." The Gu family members exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, the fifth brother remained true to form. At this rate, even his pregnant wife might flee. Ling Wenin forcefully pulled his hand away, her earlier blush replaced by anger, tinged with sadness. With a cold demeanor, she stated, "The child in my womb is mine. It has nothing to do with you." Gu Jianyu listened to Gu Shiji's inner thoughts, feeling a wave of regret. That was not his intention. He could not fathom how his words had come out this way. Gu Jianglin pondered for a moment before quietly suggesting, "Xizhi, you heard that, right? It seems my brother does not harbor feelings for Miss Ling. Perhaps the second brother should confess to her now? Is my second brother truly going to confess now? He is exceedingly brave. His affection for the beautiful sister is undeniable." The beautiful sister could potentially become the second sister-in-law. Gu Xizhi even altered her address. Gu Jiangyu. This is preposterous. In his agitation, he blurted, I like you, please marry me. I want to take care of you and our baby. Once certain words are spoken, the flow becomes much easier. He raised his gaze. Locking eyes with Ling Wenin, I was wrong before. I should not have easily believed others and doubted you, nor should I have repeatedly humiliated you. But upon learning of your hospitalization, seeing you lying on the operating table, I panicked. It was then that I realized I had liked you for quite some time. I had intended to let you gradually grow accustomed to me, but now I cannot wait any longer, not a minute, not a second. Please grant me a title so that I may stand by your side in the future. My eldest brother has finally found his voice. He has finally confessed. And I am utterly moved. The Gu family members. At last, he has shown some sense. But what about my second brother? Am I to witness the beauty shed tears? Gu Zhonglin smiled gently, leaning towards Gu Xizhi to whisper, Actually, I only said that to provoke my brother. With a wink at Gu Xizhi, he continued, fearing that without clarification, every subsequent meeting would leave the young girl heartbroken. Chapter 181. The second brother, so clever. Has someone drowning? Gu Xizhi's eyes widened. So, my beautiful second brother is this clever and astute. Thank goodness he knew to provoke my eldest brother, otherwise. With my eldest brother's obliviousness, who knows how long it would take for him to win the heart of the beauty? Gu Jiangyu glanced toward the chair in front of him, running a hand through his hair in exasperation. Never mind, he thought. It was best not to touch that handsome face. He had been so direct and sincere in his confession, and Ling Wenin, blushing and biting her lip, nodded in response, as if she were about to be devoured by his gaze. Finally, everything has fallen into place. My eldest brother is no longer the single dog his WeChat name suggests. My task has lightened somewhat. Now I only need to find wives for my two older brothers. As for my third brother? Let him fend for himself. This was Gu Xizhi's first family trip after returning home, and Gu Jiangyan was also present. He wore a gloomy expression. Why is it that others are granted the privilege of finding wives while he is left to fend for himself? Such favoritism among brothers is indeed perplexing. Gu Jiangyuan chuckled. His sister was exceptionally kind to him, even contemplating finding him a partner. If this continues, he need not worry about remaining single. However, should his future companion show disdain for his sister, he would certainly dismiss her. The older generation of the Gu family murmured among themselves, a bunch of five. Yet the youngest sister must take on the burden of their lifelong affairs. Gu Zhonglin reached out to gently touzle Gu Xizhi's soft hair, suggesting, There's still an hour until the plane lands. Why not take a short nap? All right. Sitting on the plane for an extended period could indeed induce drowsiness. With nothing particularly engaging to occupy her, Gu Xizhi soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she found the plane had already landed. Gu Zhonglin stood before her, bending slightly to extend his hand, seemingly ready to carry her off the plane. Nearby, Gu Sairu followed Gu Yijing as they prepared to disembark, casting a glance back at her with a glimmer of malice in her eyes. Does Gu Sairu wish to devour me with that gaze? Is she feeling threatened by the affection her second brother shows me? TSK, how petty she is. Just because she sees her second brother wanting to carry me off the plane, if my bond with him or the other brothers were even stronger, would she not wish to erase my existence entirely? Gu Zhonglin frowned slightly. Was Gu Sairu truly such a person consumed by jealousy? Gu Xizhi had awakened, and there was no need for Gu Zhonglin to carry her. She descended the steps on her own. Hainan, located in the southernmost part of Huaguo, remained a balmy 20 degrees while Ningshi languished around freezing. It was as if one transitioned from winter directly into the warmth of spring. Clad in nothing but a white hooded sweatshirt, Gu Xizhi felt invigorated. The blazing sun kissed her skin, causing beads of sweat to form. The group first deposited their luggage at the hotel, then proceeded to indulge in the buffet offered, featuring a variety of Hainanese delicacies. After their meal, with the hour still early, around 3 in the afternoon, and the weather pleasantly warm, Gu Jiangyuan clamored to take Gu Xizhi to the beach. She, too, was eager to experience the Sea of Hainan, casting an expectant glance at the elder members of the family. Thus, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the entire clan, along with friends Zhang Qi and Su Yi, made their way to the seaside. On a sun-drenched afternoon, with no shade in sight and the sky devoid of clouds, the temperature soared close to 30 degrees. The sea was teeming with people swimming and surfing, brimming with vitality. Gu Jiangyuan and the others had also brought their swimsuits. After changing in the dressing room, The group dashed towards the ocean like dumplings thrown into boiling water. Gu Jianyuan swam for a while before dragging Su Yi and the others to surf. Meanwhile, Gu Xizhi, not having changed into a swimsuit, languidly reclined on the beach to bask in the sun. There were so many people that Gu Jianglin would easily lose track of him. He chose not to join the others, instead remaining by Gu Xizhi's side, holding a coconut that she had taken a few sips from.
Xizhi,
Come join us for some fun. We're going surfing. It's so exhilarating. If you don't know how, fourth brother can teach you. He's specially trained with a coach, and is quite the surfing expert. Gu Jianyuan exclaimed, running over with a surfboard in hand. The sun blazed down relentlessly, prompting Gu Xizhi to close her eyes in surrender. Half lifting her eyelids, she waved dismissively at Gu Jianyuan, not going. To play in the water requires changing clothes. And once done, I would have to shower and change back. What a hassle. I have no desire to partake in such folly. Moreover, with Gu Sairu constantly lurking nearby, what if she seizes an opportunity to push me under the water? I certainly do not wish to engage with her in water play. This novel is not devoid of similar scenarios. I recall an instance when Gu Sairu feigned teaching me to swim, only to stealthily attempt to drown me with seaweed while our family was distracted. Had it not been for the presence of others at the beach, I might have perished. Gu Jianyuan's expression darkened. How dare Gu Sairu contemplate drowning his beloved Xizhi? He was ready to charge at her and ensure she met a watery fate. Gu Jianglin gazed at Gu Xizhi with concern, offering her the coconut. Would you like another sip? Thank you, second brother, but that won't be necessary. You should lie down as well. The sand is still warm and quite comfortable. Gu Jianglin, for once, donned casual athletic wear, exuding a youthful charm reminiscent of an 18 or 19-year-old high school student. He reclined beside Gu Xizhi. The sea breeze was delightful, and the winter sun felt soothing. With her handsome second brother by her side, whose faint fragrance wafted through the air, Gu Xizhi found herself utterly at ease. Laughter echoed from afar, and Gu Xizhi felt as though life was meant for such blissful moments. Just then, a commotion erupted in the direction where Gu Jianyuan and the others had been playing. A throng gathered at the shore, with some rushing into the water, shouting, "This is bad. Someone's entangled in seaweed. Quick, someone is going to drown."
Ah,
What a coincidence. I just thought about someone getting caught in seaweed, and it's actually happening? Gu Xizhi gasped, the gravity of the situation prompting her to abandon her reclining position. Gu Jianglin shot up, his expression alarmed. Could it be that Gu Jianyuan had acted so recklessly? Second brother, we should go see. Gu Xizhi grasped his hand, leading him toward the shore, mindful of the crowd that could easily cause him to get lost. Many stood at the water's edge, while others swam towards a common point, hoping to rescue someone. The reports indicated that it was a young man who had been submerged for some time. Whether he would emerge unscathed remained uncertain. Chapter 182. This is a venture into peril. As Gu Xizhi approached, her eyes immediately fell on Gu Sairu, wrapped in a towel, appearing nonchalant as she stood aside. Gu Sairu noticed Gu Xizhi, her gaze swiftly shifting from her to Gu Jianglin, before her expression transformed in an instant. She approached with a look of concern plastered across her face. Second brother, what should we do? Uncle has sunk beneath the waves. It's all my fault. If I hadn't mentioned my bracelet was lost, he wouldn't have gone into the water to help me find it, and wouldn't have become ensnared in the seaweed. So the one entangled in seaweed was Gu Yijing? But wasn't Gu Sairu supposed to share a close bond with him? Why was she so composed earlier? Even if the person caught was a stranger, she shouldn't have been so indifferent. Having been so calm moments ago, she now feigns concern upon seeing my second brother. How hypocritical. Gu Jianglin's vision of Gu Sairu was clouded, her expression obscured. Yet, a person's true intentions are seldom concealed, suggesting that Gu Sairu had indeed been unfazed earlier, her current demeanor a stark contrast. His expression hardened slightly, and Jianyuan and the others? Gu Sairu's voice trembled, as if she were on the verge of tears. Fourth brother and Ego have gone to rescue uncle. But they said the seaweed is too thick, too tightly wound, and the water is too deep, they fear. Enough of that. Don't cry. If you keep this up, others will genuinely believe uncle has perished. Gu Xizhi shot her a glare, uninterested in her theatrics. Fourth brother and Ego have ventured to save him. Let us hope they don't end up in danger as well. Gu Xizhi shrugged off her sweatshirt, wearing only a short-sleeved undershirt. She handed her sweatshirt to Gu Jianglin and slipped off her shoes. Second brother, stay put. I will come to find you shortly. After speaking, she dashed towards the location where Gu Yijing had met with misfortune. While I must admit that I somewhat wished for Gu Yijing's demise, I certainly did not want to involve my fourth brother and the others. Moreover, if they had to witness Gu Yijing drowning right before their eyes, it would surely haunt their dreams, wouldn't it? Never mind, never mind. Let us consider this an opportunity to test the prowess of my fully developed diving skills. Gu Xizhi had already leaped into the sea, swiftly swimming towards Gu Jiangyuan and the others. When Gu Jianglin realized what Gu Xizhi intended to do, it was too late to stop her. Overwhelmed with concern, he heard her thoughts and let out a sigh of relief. It turned out the young girl possessed advanced diving skills. Gu Sairu also grasped Gu Xizhi's intentions and was somewhat taken aback. She furrowed her brows and remarked, "What on earth is my sister thinking? Everyone is so frantic to save uncle, and yet she goes to complicate matters. What if she were to encounter trouble herself? Wouldn't that require us to divide our efforts to rescue her?" Gu Jianglin cast her a glance. Noticing his gaze, she clenched her teeth and continued, "I seldom return home, but each time I do, I observe that my sister seems rather indifferent towards uncle. It seems she does not hold him in high regard. Eldest brother and fourth brother have completely changed. I must ensure second brother remains. However, I never anticipated that in such a critical moment, she would still be preoccupied with her personal grievances against uncle, attempting to hinder everyone's efforts to save him. If something were to happen to uncle..." Gu Jianlin's gaze was unfocused, yet his eyes held a profound depth, akin to an unfathomable ocean, radiating a coldness that made one feel as though they stood upon glacial ice. His voice slowly reached her ears. "All I see is Xizhi recklessly diving into the sea to save uncle, disregarding everything else. As for your words, I wish to hear not a single syllable more. Kindly remain silent." Gu Sairu was instantly rendered speechless. She grit her teeth and glared at Gu Jianglin, finally saying, "I apologize, I am merely too concerned about uncle." The incident occurred some distance from the shore, where the waters were significantly deeper. Upon Gu Xizhi's arrival, she observed numerous well-meaning individuals who had attempted to swim out for assistance, but were now exhausted and stranded midway, their faces etched with urgency. Those capable of swimming had already depleted their strength, while they might still be able to save a drowning person. Diving underwater to assist Gu Yijing in freeing himself from the seaweed was nearly impossible. Consequently, as Gu Xizhi approached, a multitude of onlookers rested nearby. Very few dared to plunge into the water to attempt a rescue. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed that none of the familiar faces of Gu Jiangyuan and the others surfaced. Furrowing her brow, she took a deep breath, preparing to dive, when a familiar head emerged, gasping for air. Mid-sentence, he paused upon seeing Gu Xizhi.
Xi.
He wheezed. Gu Xizhi sensed he might faint if he continued speaking and barked, "Silence." Gu Jiangyuan obediently closed his mouth. Gu Xizhi instructed, "Stay put and do not move. Wait for them to return, and let them rest as well." Simultaneously, Sui surfaced. Upon seeing Gu Xizhi, he too was momentarily taken aback and, realizing her intent, attempted to thwart her, only to be halted by Gu Jiangyuan. This time, Gu Xizhi truly submerged. Shortly after she descended, Zhang Qi and Fan Zhang surfaced, accompanied by two other well-intentioned individuals. Once they caught their breath, they shook their heads in defeat. "We cannot save him. The water is too deep, and we cannot remain submerged for long. That seaweed is too large, and he is ensnared within it. Each time we manage to untangle a bit, it wraps around him again. I was nearly trapped myself, but thankfully someone helped me. Otherwise, I would not have made it back up. It seems we must await the professional rescue team, but given the situation, we fear it may be too late."
Sui,
who had also been involved in the rescue efforts, recognized the truth in their words. Filled with worry and anger, he exclaimed, "Gu Jiangyuan, are you mad? You know the situation. Why did you pull me back and prevent me from stopping Xizhi from diving? Now, she is the only one in the water. Let me go. I must save her." "What? What did you say?" Zhang Qi and Fan Zhang stared at Sui in shock. When they had surfaced, they indeed saw someone had gone under, but they had been holding their breath and had no energy to discern who it was.
Now,
To learn that it was their Xizhi who had plunged into the depths. "No, I must go down and save Xizhi. I cannot lose her." Gu Jiangyuan relayed Gu Xizhi's earlier words to them. "She told you all to rest, do not go back down and complicate matters." Each of them was utterly exhausted. Chapter 183. Progress on the mission at last. The elder brothers had not gone down, and while the onlookers were deeply concerned, they could only wait anxiously at the shoreline. It had been quite a while since the young girl had plunged below. Surely nothing had gone awry? Perhaps we should go down and check? Yes, indeed. The young lady looks quite young and does not seem to have any diving experience. Having been submerged for so long, we must hope she is safe. You youngsters can rest here. We who have not yet dived still possess some strength. We will take a look. Zhang Qi and his group were also deeply worried. Xizhi was academically gifted, skilled in medicine, and proficient in martial arts. She could not possibly excel in everything, including diving. Yuan Ge, I have rested enough. Let me go down and see. Fan Jiang, having no time for more words, took a deep breath and prepared to dive. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers. She's up. She's up. The young lady has truly rescued him. Gu Yijing had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, limp against Gu Shiji's arm. Having rested for a moment, Gu Jingyuan's strength returned somewhat, and Gu Shiji promptly entrusted Gu Yijing to him, urging him to bring him ashore. Rescue operations are a race against time. Gu Jiangyuan received the unconscious form with a serious expression and began swimming towards the shore without uttering a word. Now that the individual was saved, any discussion could wait until they reached dry land. A throng of spectators followed Gu Jiangyuan as he made his way back to the shore. Many on the beach had gathered to observe, and some had even summoned the rescue team. As soon as they saw him return, everyone converged. The rescue team quickly directed the crowd to disperse, clearing a space for Gu Jiangyuan's arrival. Upon reaching the shore, Gu Jiangyuan laid Gu Yijing down. The rescue team immediately rushed over to administer first aid. Second brother. Let us go and see. Gu Xiru reached for Gu Zhonglin, who stared at her hand for half a second before shaking it off. You can go see for yourself. I will wait here. Xizhi instructed him to remain in place. As for whether he, as a doctor, should assist with the rescue, it was not as if surgery was imminent. The basic rescue tasks could be handled by the rescue team. He did not want Xizhi, already weary from her efforts, to have to seek him out upon her return. Concerned for Gu Yijing's condition, Gu Xiru, seeing Gu Zhonglin's reluctance, irritably shook her hand and walked over herself. A large crowd had gathered around, with those who had participated in the rescue discussing amongst themselves. Can you guess who saved him? It was a young girl. Merely a teenager. So many people dove in, yet everyone was at a loss. The young girl had submerged herself in the water for an interminable duration, long enough for us to speculate whether she had become ensnared by seaweed. We had even deliberated descending to rescue her when, unexpectedly, she resurfaced, accompanied by another person. Remarkably, she appeared quite at ease, had it not been for the absence of mermaids and her lack of any flotation aids. One might have believed her to be a mermaid princess, capable of remaining submerged for such an extended period and extricating someone from the depths of the seaweed. Look, it is that little girl. She has swum over here. As Gu Xiu arrived, she followed the direction indicated by the person's finger. Gu Shiji had just reached the shallows, standing up and walking onto the shore. Her face was suddenly illuminated in Gu Xiu's view. Is it truly her? Has she really saved someone? But how is this possible? Her previous household was so impoverished that they could scarcely afford swimming lessons, and she was not even supposed to know how to swim. Yet now, upon reaching the shore, Gu Shiji sought out Gu Zhonglin. Concerned that if she entrusted her charming second brother to Gu Xiu, she might seize the opportunity to abandon him when no one was watching. Finding Gu Zhonglin, she contemplated taking him along to observe Gu Yijing's condition. Gu Zhonglin was near those attempting to revive Gu Yijing, and the entire process took less than a minute. When they arrived, a rescue worker with a square face and numerous blemishes was administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Gu Yijing, while another colleague was performing chest compressions. This does not bode well. They have been trying for so long with no response. Such a handsome individual. It is indeed a pity. After being submerged for such an extended period, it is only natural that he might not survive. Everyone has done their utmost, and this is fate. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Gu Shiji's ears. After some contemplation, she retrieved a set of acupuncture needles from her hoodie pocket. She had purchased an excess from the same shop and even received many complimentary items. It had become her habit to carry a few silver needles with her at all times. She approached Gu Yijing, crouching beside him. Little girl, please step aside. They're still trying to save him. Do not impede their efforts, chided one of the rescuers. Yes, little girl, you should wait off to the side, added another. Recognizing Gu Shiji as the one who had just rescued Gu Yijing from the water, they refrained from speaking too harshly. Gu Shiji produced the silver needles, disinfected them, and, with an impassive expression, declared, "Step aside." The two rescuers, startled by her commanding presence, instinctively halted their actions. In that moment, Gu Shiji leaned in and inserted a needle into a specific spot on Gu Yijing's chest. At the instant the needle pierced his skin, Gu Yijing, who had previously been as still as a corpse, suddenly coughed. He has come back to life. Let us go, Gu Shiji stated, standing up and pulling Gu Jianglin along, her face displaying evident irritation. Goodness, I cannot believe I just played the saint and saved someone who wished me harm. What incredibly bad luck. Gu Jianglin, surprised by Gu Shiji's remarkable medical skills, gently ruffled her hair. You are truly adorable, always so eager to help. Gu Shiji turned her head, her irritation dissipating somewhat. You recognize my second brother, has exceptional taste. Gu Yijing had regained consciousness. What had that little girl done to him? How had she pulled him back from the brink of death? She is astonishingly capable, able to dive and rescue someone from such depths, and now she demonstrates medical prowess. Reviving a near corpse with a mere needle? Is she a living embodiment of altruism, performing such a noble deed and then departing without a trace? If it were me, I would certainly announce my name with a trumpet. Does good deed, without recognition, equate to not doing a good deed at all? These thoughts echoed in Gu Yijing's mind as he watched Gu Shiji retreating, only able to glimpse her silhouette. Brother, could you carry me back? I am quite exhausted from swimming, Gu Shiji implored, reluctant to walk on her own. Gu Jianglin obliged, hoisting her onto his back. The system activated once more. Chapter 184. Favorability increase, her fluster. Congratulations, host. The target character Gu Yijing's favorability towards you has increased. Currently, Gu Yijing's favorability towards you stands at -50. Finally, an increase in favorability, and by over 20 points at that. I am making progress. At this moment, does he realize I am the one who saved him? If that is the case, a few more mishaps on his part, and I might just complete my task. Gu Shiji felt a surge of joy. The task that had previously strayed so far from its goal now offered a glimmer of positive feedback. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter atop Gu Jianglin's back. He chuckled softly, tightening his grip to prevent her from falling off due to her exuberance. Gu Shiji's clothes were damp, and she needed to return to the hotel to change. When she re-emerged, Gu Yuan and the others had also returned, engaged in conversation with Grandfather Gu regarding Gu Yijing's situation. Uncle has awakened, but the doctor advised further examination at the hospital for safety. He has been taken there. We were all too exhausted from the rescue to accompany them, so we sent Xiao along. No wonder Gu Xiao did not return with them. She went to the hospital to care for Gu Yijing. Gu Shiji settled into a chair, crossing her legs while enjoying the afternoon tea prepared by Uncle Wang, who had accompanied them on their trip to Nanhai, renowned for his exceptional culinary skills. But why does this situation feel so peculiar? Logically, Gu Yijing is the male lead of this narrative. He possesses the male lead aura, so how could he encounter such peril? Had I not been there, he might have truly drowned. In all my years of reading novels, I have never encountered a male lead who drowned merely from swimming in the sea. If this were to leak out, it would certainly tarnish the reputation of male leads everywhere. Lin Manny and Grandma Gu, well versed in romance novels, recalled that they too had never witnessed a male lead meet such an end. Regardless, this oddity, while strange, could potentially enhance Gu Yijing's favorability towards me. A few more incidents like this could prove beneficial. Others had not been near Gu Shiji earlier and missed many of her inner thoughts.
Now,
their eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, an increase in favorability. Gu Yijing is beginning to show some awareness. At the Nanhai City People's Hospital, in the ward, Gu Yijing had just returned from a series of medical examinations, where Gu Xiao awaited him. Upon seeing Gu Yijing, a flicker of panic crossed Gu Xiao's face. However, as Gu Yijing glanced in her direction, she regained her composure and approached him with concern, assisting him with his wheelchair. Uncle, I've already spoken with grandfather and grandmother. They know you will be staying in the hospital for the night. If tomorrow's checkup goes well, we can return home. Gu Yijing's complexion remained somewhat pallid as he responded with a subdued "M." Gu Xiao discreetly observed his expression as she spoke, noting that apart from his fatigue, he exhibited no other emotions, which alleviated her anxiety slightly. She poured him a glass of water and handed it to him, her demeanor reflecting lingering apprehension. Uncle, I am so sorry. If it weren't for my dropping something and needing to retrieve it, you would not have encountered this accident. I would never forgive myself had anything happened to you. Gu Jianyu took the water, studying her for a moment before pausing, offering her comfort. There is no need to worry. I am fine now, am I not? Gu Xiro let out a deep sigh of relief. Even going so far as to comfort him, it appeared he truly was oblivious to everything. She wiped her reddened eyes and gazed at him with a heart full of concern. You nearly lost your breath just moments ago. How can you claim to be fine? Furthermore, you're still in the hospital. I won't tolerate this anymore. From now on, you must keep your distance from the seaside. Gu Yijing nodded wearily. All right. I will heed your words. Gu Jiangyuan and Zhang Qi used to vacation in the South Sea every winter, familiar with the area. As soon as they finished their afternoon tea, they whisked Gu Xizhi away for some fun. Without Gu Yijing and Gu Xiro, they seemed to be enjoying themselves even more. Standing on the street, Gu Xizhi sipped on her refreshing dessert while admiring the beautiful women passing by, her smile widening with delight. Indeed, it is splendid to spend winter in the South Sea. Even in winter, one can still feast their eyes on such long legs. Ah, those legs are simply exquisite. If we were in Ning City, where would we find such a beautiful scene? Gu Jiangyuan remarked, noticing the alluring legs. What is it with you, a young girl, that you find so captivating about these sights? Gu Jianglin casually pointed to a nearby snack shop. I believe that place has some delectable offerings. Really? Let us hurry over there to indulge. This successfully diverted her attention. The following morning, Gu Yijing was discharged from the hospital. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Xizhi adhered to her principle of not rising early or staying up late. So by the time Gu Yijing and the others returned, she had just awoken. Oh, you're back. Good morning, uncle. Given that her rapport with him had improved the day before, Gu Xizhi took the initiative to greet Gu Yijing. He regarded her with a stoic expression and replied with a curt good morning. Typically, Gu Yijing spoke to her with an icy demeanor. So his lack of expression was a sign that his attitude had softened. Gu Xizhi raised an eyebrow. It seems I must schedule some unexpected events for my uncle. Gu Jianglin pondered. What thoughts might Gu Yijing have, now that he feels grateful to Gu Xizhi for saving him? Especially when he learns that she wishes to orchestrate more unexpected events for him because of this gratitude. The family sat down to breakfast, which included both the hotel's prepared meals and a special breakfast made by Uncle Wang, anticipating that they might not be accustomed to hotel fare. When faced with delicious food, Gu Xizhi often found it difficult to think of anything else, especially not about completing tasks. She was too lazy to even pay attention to her surroundings, unaware that Gu Yijing was stealing glances in her direction. Gu Jianglin, despite not recognizing people's faces, was very perceptive to the gazes of others. Sitting next to Gu Xizhi, he noticed the frequent stares directed towards her and furrowed his brow. In the same room, Gu Yijing had not changed his clothes. Upon seeing his attire, Gu Jianglin immediately recognized him. Try this. Gu Jianglin placed a small bowl of haoenfen in front of Gu Xizhi. Then, glancing at Gu Yijing, he added, Uncle has been looking this way. Perhaps he wishes to partake as well? Here, this one is for you. He brought the bowl closest to him over to Gu Yijing, whose breathtakingly handsome face bore a somewhat frosty gaze, seemingly laced with a warning. After breakfast, it was naturally time for further exploration. The young people went together, while the elders formed their own group, leading to several smaller parties. Gu Yijing and Gu Xiro joined Gu Xizhi and her companions. With so many people, they split into several cars. As they boarded, Gu Yijing approached the vehicle of Gu Xizhi and blocked her path. She looked up at him in confusion. What's the matter? Are you perhaps reflecting on your near brush with death yesterday and feel compelled to rectify past regrets by seeking out your enemies? In case of future complications, is this your way of addressing me first? Indeed, although my rapport has improved, it remains too slow. I am still at a -50 in his eyes. A thorn in his side. Should I have refrained from saving him yesterday? If he had perished, one of the most capable threats to my life would have been eliminated, ensuring my safety. The task reward would be less significant in comparison. Gu Jiangyuan was chatting with Su Yi, his arm draped casually around their shoulders, waiting for Gu Xizhi to board before they followed suit. Upon hearing this, he shot a sharp glare at Gu Yijing. How dare you repay kindness with malice? You were just saved yesterday, and today you contemplate murder, as if I, your fourth brother, do not exist. He fixated on Gu Yijing's hands, ready to break them at the slightest indication of aggression. Gu Jianglin, leveraging his looks, had been walking alongside Gu Xizhi these past few days. Now, standing closest to her, he cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yijing. The most capable threat to our Gu Xizhi, indeed? Gu Yijing, towering at 6 feet 2 inches, looked down at Gu Xizhi. In response to her puzzled gaze, he coldly stated, I heard you were the one who saved me yesterday. Thank you. Gu Xizhi suddenly understood. Oh, that is something you ought to thank me for. If you wish to bestow a token of gratitude, It is I who should receive it. Simply saying thank you, and yet you make it seem as if you wish to bargain for something in return. Gu Jiangyuan nodded vigorously. Exactly. He can't even express thanks properly without creating such an awkward atmosphere. He should count himself lucky that he lacked any handy weapons, for had he not made the atmosphere so tense, he might have taken the initiative to strike first. Gu Xiro rode in the same car as Gu Jiangyan and Gu Yijing. Seeing Gu Yijing approach Gu Xizhi, she was curious about his intentions and pulled Gu Jiangyan aside to observe. Uft, she stifled a laugh, glancing at Gu Jiangyan. Third brother. My sister is quite amusing. Uncle thanks her, and rather than being gracious, she insists she deserves it and expects a reward. She is so direct. Gu Jiangyan grimaced. Enough watching, let us get in the car. Such a lack of manners. She is so pragmatic, treating a rescue as if it were a transaction. Realizing that Gu Yijing was blocking her to express gratitude and understanding that he was empty-handed, it was evident he wasn't in a position to offer a gift immediately. Gu Xizhi pushed him aside and stepped into the car. Gu Zhonglin, seemingly oblivious to Gu Yijing's presence, nudged his shoulder against him. Taller than Gu Yijing by a slight margin, standing at 6 feet 3 inches and well-built, he caused Gu Yijing to stumble sideways. After the collision, he smirked. Upon reaching the local area in the South Sea, in addition to indulging in coconuts and refreshing desserts, one must not overlook the renowned Wenchang chicken. Their agenda for the morning was to visit the village famous for raising Wenchang chickens, feasting on freshly slaughtered fowl. The village was situated on a small island. They drove to the port and then took a boat across. Once they arrived on the island, a walk of over 100 meters brought them to the village. The village was adorned with numerous large banyan trees, with a carpet of banyan seeds on the ground, where free-range chickens pecked for food. It was said that these seeds were rich in nutrients, allowing the village's chickens to grow superior in quality compared to ordinary chickens, resulting in a more exquisite flavor. Most visitors to the South Sea chose to visit this village, and upon their arrival, they found a throng of tourists. However, the attention of these tourists was not drawn to the chickens, but rather to them. Among the visitors were many handsome men and beautiful women. Yet such a remarkable gathering of outstanding individuals was a rare sight indeed. My goodness, this is absolutely stunning, especially the man standing next to that girl. How can there exist such remarkably handsome men in this world? I subsist on merely 3 steamed buns a day, meticulously saving every penny of my travel budget to enjoy the beauty of Nanhai. To behold so many striking gentlemen here is nothing short of a reward I rightfully deserve. As Gu Xizhi and her companions approached, similar remarks had been heard numerous times, rendering them somewhat desensitized. However, unexpectedly, amidst the crowd, there were also chickens vying for attention. After walking a few steps, Gu Jianglin froze, his complexion paling as he lowered his gaze to inspect his shoes. Gu Xizhi, having advanced considerably, sensed his absence and turned back. Second brother, why have you stopped? Following his line of sight downward, she soon burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The suffering of others often brings an unexpected delight. It becomes evident that the essence of humanity often revels in schadenfreude. Upon hearing Gu Xizhi's laughter, the others turned their heads and erupted into laughter as well, even more exaggerated than hers. Gu Jiangyuan chuckled, ha ha. It seems even the chickens here recognize that second brother is the most handsome, hence they choose to relieve themselves on his shoes instead of anyone else's. Second brother. Being good-looking comes at a price. Just recently, Gu Jiangyu, who had only just earned the title of Valentine, nodded in agreement. Second brother, you might as well accept this cost with grace. At this moment, he found himself less envious of his second brother's looks. It's fine. I'll help second brother clean it off. Gu Xizhi, accustomed to picking up after her little dog, didn't he find the chicken droppings particularly bothersome? As she spoke, she retrieved a tissue to assist Gu Jianglin in cleaning his shoes. Gu Jiangyuan? Gu Jiangyu? What on earth is going on with the chickens in this village? Have they failed to notice that their droppings would be better suited for shoes that are not so pristine? While Gu Jianglin's shoes were now clean, the looks from Gu Jiangyuan and Gu Jiangyu were far from pure. He could even discern a hint of mockery in their gazes. As he walked, Gu Jiangyan glanced down at his own shoes, lost in thought. With no trash bins in sight, Gu Xizhi, after cleaning Gu Jianglin's shoes, delicately pinched the edge of the tissue and searched around for a place to dispose of it. Gu Yijing observed her hands while Gu Xiru's disdainful voice echoed in his ears. So dirty. Gu Xizhi too found the tissue quite filthy. Yet a broad smile suddenly spread across her face, filled with joy yet tinged with confusion. Chapter 186. Who are the Sang family? The name sounds somewhat familiar. The system has revived. Congratulations, host. Gu Yijing currently holds a -45 favorability towards the host. Oh yeah, progress has advanced. It's now -45, which rounds to 0. How far can I be from a positive favorability? But what has changed? Why has he suddenly altered his perception of me? Could it be that Nanhai is bringing me good fortune? Perhaps I should linger in Nanhai a little longer until I complete this task before returning. Gu Jiangyuan and the others simultaneously turned to Gu Yijing. Has he finally opened his eyes to recognize the merits of their Xizhi? Gu Shiji's aspiration to stay in Nanhai until her task was complete was abruptly thwarted by a phone call from Beijing. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. Has my vacation truly come to an end? By the way, did Fong Mian mention the Sang family on the phone? Why does that surname sound so familiar? I need to think carefully about what the Sang family is about to have even sent Fong Mian to attend to him. Gu Shiji, while hastily devouring Wenchang chicken, turned her mind into overdrive. Noticing that the plate of poached chicken in front of Gu Shiji was nearly empty, Gu Zhonglin stood up and took a plate of poached chicken closer to Gu Yijing, placing it in front of Gu Shiji. He picked up a chicken leg, dipped it in sauce, and placed it into her bowl. Gu Zhongyuan, seated on the other side of Gu Shiji, witnessed Gu Zhonglin's actions and hurriedly imitated him, placing a chicken wing into her bowl. Gu Jianyu, sitting the farthest away, couldn't directly serve Gu Shiji. So he piled all the dishes he found delectable into Ling Wennin's bowl, creating a small mountain of food. Ling Wennin, I remember now. The biggest villain seems to be someone with a surname Sang, named Sang Yanchen. Could it be that this Sang family belongs to him? Gu Jianyuan? What? In this book, besides them, there are indeed other major antagonists? The author certainly underestimates their prowess. When Gu Shiji received the call, she had already informed them of her intention to go to Beijing. Gu Zhonglin served her a bowl of soup and inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" "I'll go with you. I just received a message from the director, asking me to come to Beijing." What a coincidence, Gu Shiji was taken aback. Is it possible that my second brother, being the foremost surgeon in the country, was summoned for precautionary reasons? Should I ask him if we are headed to the same place? Without her needing to inquire, Gu Zhonglin replied directly. The director said it was Elder Fong who contacted him, wanting me to assist. Oh, what a coincidence, so am I. It seems my second brother and I share a remarkable connection. I merely contemplated the question, and he instinctively knew what I was about to ask. This cursed bloodline has squandered the extraordinary bond that fate has bestowed upon us. Gu Zhonglin. He held the soup to Gu Shiji's lips. This soup is quite delicious. Drink more, for you won't find it in Beijing. Gu Zhongyuan glared at Gu Zhonglin. That infuriating face made his lovely sister wish to become the protagonist of some dramatic tale. He turned to Gu Shiji and Gu Zhonglin. I'm going with you too. I need to train martial arts with Xizhi, and I have questions about my studies that I need to ask her, so I can't stray too far from her. Gu Shiji sipped her soup and casually nodded. If you want to go, then go. After all, it's not like you can't afford your own airfare and hotel expenses. Ultimately, it was decided that Gu Jianyuan, Gu Zhonglin, and Gu Shiji would journey to Beijing together. They might very well remain in Beijing until the new year. Zhang Qi and the others, having families of their own, would not be able to accompany Gu Shiji during the festive season. Gu Sairu, eating quietly, immediately thought of Fong Mian upon hearing Gu Zhonglin mention Elder Fong, but then shook her head in denial. In her previous life, Fong Mian had no connection with the Gu family, and this life should be no different. This Elder Fong must simply share the surname. However, another matter piqued her curiosity. Yesterday, in her fluster, fearing that Gu Yijing would awaken and discover that she had intentionally led him to that area of the sea, and recalling how she pretended to panic and kicked Gu Yijing after he submerged, causing him to become entangled in seaweed, she hadn't had the time to ponder other matters. Now, she remembered how adept Gu Shiji had seemed when saving Gu Yijing. She had previously heard her third brother mention Gu Shiji's medical skills and had even caught whispers of it in the old residence. At the time, she thought it impossible and dismissed it, yet now witnessing her impressive skills firsthand made her eyes narrow with intrigue. In her previous life, she certainly possessed no medical expertise. She looked up at Gu Shiji. When you were saving Uncle yesterday, your medical skills appeared quite proficient. I wonder who you learned from. If you ask me, I would have to tell you, wouldn't that make me lose face? I wouldn't say a word, just to vex you. Gu Shiji was wholly absorbed in savoring her final meal of the holiday, a delightful repast enjoyed in the South China Sea. Gu Jiangyan's countenance darkened as he admonished. Siru is inquiring about you. Why do you not respond? Are you not aware that such behavior is exceedingly impolite? And what is this talk of a great villain? How peculiar. Gu Jianglin had indeed not deceived her. The chicken soup was remarkably delectable, and she finished a bowl in one go. Impatiently, Gu Xizhi retorted, "One should not speak while eating, nor should one converse while resting. I believe it is far more discourteous to incessantly question someone during their meal and to compel them to answer. If you two have so much to discuss, kindly find a separate place to indulge in your conversation, lest you disrupt our dining experience." Gu Jiangyu cast a glance at the untouched dishes before Gu Siru and Gu Jiangyan, remarking, "It appears you are truly not hungry. Perhaps you should converse elsewhere."
Oh,
What is that peculiar item on Gu Siru's table? She has already taken several bites. Just as Gu Xizhi intended to lower her head and continue eating, her peripheral vision caught sight of a bright red fruit at the edge of Gu Siru's bowl. It resembled a cherry, albeit upon closer inspection, one would notice subtle differences. For instance, this fruit was rounder and more vividly red. It was, in fact, a type of medicinal herb which, when combined with others, could cure ailments. Consumed alone, however, it could lead to consequences. She is doomed. Soon she will be writhing in pain. Alas, considering our kinship, I ought to intervene. But I have my own matters to attend to. I am, regrettably, powerless to assist her. I have heard she is also studying traditional Chinese medicine. One can only hope she is capable of remedying her own condition. Chapter 187. An urgent departure to the capital, encountering familiar faces. Gu Jiangyan was rendered utterly devoid of appetite by the antics of Gu Xizhi and Gu Jiangyu. He abruptly stood, dragging his chair back with a screech. As he prepared to vacate the table, he cast a sharp glance at Gu Siru and then at the uneaten cherries on the table. Those cherries had been gifted to them by local children as they traveled. He and Gu Siru had been the last in line, and the children had presented each of them with one. Unable to disappoint the children, he had accepted the offering. Seeing such large, fresh cherries and recalling Gu Siru's fondness for them, he had washed them and presented both to her. Surely, 2 cherries posed no problem. Observing Gu Siru's healthy complexion, he doubted the validity of Gu Xizhi's claims. He furrowed his brow. What jealousy drove her to fabricate such unfounded tales? After exchanging farewells with the elders, Gu Xizhi and Gu Jiangyuan gathered their luggage and set off for the airport. En route, Gu Jiangyuan received a phone call. Once he ended the call, an irrepressible smile adorned his face. "Xizhi, do you know what my elder brother just told me?" Gu Jiangyuan, ever impatient, did not wait for Gu Xizhi to guess. Excitedly divulging, "Ha ha ha," Gu Siru suddenly fell ill, experiencing severe pain and vomiting. She has already been taken to the hospital. Gu Xizhi nodded, acknowledging the news. Calculating the timing, it is indeed the moment for her to succumb to illness. Yet I wonder why my 4th brother appears so elated. One might think there exists a profound enmity between him and Gu Siru. However, if my 4th brother truly harbors animosity toward Gu Siru, then the enemy of my enemy is my ally. Henceforth, he shall be my dear 4th brother. Gu Jianglin, sitting nearby with his eyes closed in contemplation, interjected, "Had we not departed, Gu Siru might have sought our assistance in her predicament. If we failed to alleviate her suffering, she might hold a grudge, believing we neglected her treatment. In light of this, our departure is indeed fortuitous. Oh, while my 2nd brother may not express his schadenfreude as overtly as my 4th brother, his words imply a significant grudge against Gu Siru. Even though I cannot fathom why they have suddenly become so astute, no longer blindly indulging Gu Siru, I must declare that from this day forth, my 2nd brother is indeed my beloved 2nd brother. 2nd brother, this refreshing dessert is for you." On their way back to the hotel, she passed a shop selling the dessert and purchased several portions to take along. Gu Jianglin's lips curled into a smile. Upon landing, Feng Ruishan personally came to greet them. "I told you, a significant event would transpire in the capital during the new year. I never imagined it would be momentous enough for my grandfather to summon you here. It seems you are destined to partake in this grand affair." After exchanging pleasantries with Gu Xizhi, Feng Ruishan turned to Gu Jiangyuan. Upon catching sight of Gu Jianglin's face, he froze, then exclaimed, "My goodness! Could this be your 2nd brother? You mentioned he was quite handsome, but I imagined him merely to be of similar attractiveness to myself. How could he be so striking? The moment he appears, I feel overshadowed. Are you certain your brother is truly a doctor? With his looks, are you not concerned that more individuals might harm themselves merely to have a reason to visit the hospital and catch a glimpse of him? The hospital where he works must enjoy far greater business than others, I presume?" Gu Shiji turned in surprise. Your focus is rather peculiar, yet undeniably valid. I am somewhat relieved that my second brother merely works in a hospital. Had he been employed in a mortuary, one can only imagine the implications. Such thoughts are indeed chilling. Gu Jianglin. He recalled that since he began working, numerous injured young women had sought him out for treatment. He had thought them careless, prone to accidents. Was this the underlying reason? In truth, I am not the only one here to greet you. There is another acquaintance of yours who has also arrived. As they conversed and exited the airport, Gu Shiji expressed her confusion. Who? I do not know many people in the capital. Before long, she recognized her greeter. It was teacher Jean. The person who had come to greet her was Jean Zichao. Ever since she joined the production crew, Jean Zichao had taken a leave of absence, initially for a month, but he had not returned to school until the end of the term. She had not anticipated seeing him here. Jean Zichao appeared surprised to see Gu Shiji. I never expected the master Fong mentioned would be you. As they settled into their vehicle, Jean Zichao explained that the patient Fong Mianji found particularly challenging was his childhood friend, with whom he shared a brotherly bond. Over a month ago, upon learning of his friend's grave illness, he had returned to the capital. During this time, he had not only cared for him in the hospital but had also assisted with various matters. I am entrusting this to you, he concluded, his tone earnest. After briefly outlining the current situation, Jean Zichao seemed to place all his hopes in Gu Shiji and Gu Jianglin. Were it not for their presence in the vehicle, Gu Shiji felt Jean Zichao might have directly kneeled to implore their aid. In the capital, the left family had also extended an invitation to Fong Mianji. Despite that, Sang Yanming's condition showed no signs of improvement, and he could not possibly have much longer to live. The moment he passed, the dynamics in the capital would shift dramatically. Miaoyan had informed her that there was no need for her to return to Ningshi. Without Sang Yanming, Jean Zichao had no need to ingratiate himself further.
Additionally,
arrangements were made to contact Sang Zui, offering to concede an additional 20% on the terms he had previously proposed. Once Sang Yanming was gone, the Sang family would swiftly fall into the hands of their collateral relatives, and it was crucial to establish a rapport with them beforehand. The hospital under the Fong family's name was renowned as the finest private hospital in the entire capital. Upon their arrival, Jean Zichao led them directly to the VIP ward on the top floor. Indeed, the capital city exudes an air of nobility, with every individual visiting the hospital radiating an aura of affluence. Each person appears to be quite extraordinary. And over there, with that large group of individuals clad in black, is this not adding undue pressure on the doctors? If I were the primary physician for their boss, I might very well tremble in fear, inadvertently jabbing needles indiscriminately into him. Oh, look at that person over there, attending to their ailment while donning sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, completely ensconced in anonymity. Could it be that a celebrity, pregnant with the child of a magnate, has stealthily come to the hospital for an abortion? Gu Jianyuan, I refuse to believe you would be so intimidated as to tremble. He was already fraught with tension from what he had just overheard from Jean Zichao. Yet here she was, treating this hospital visit as if it were a stroll through the Grandview Garden, all while offering various critiques. Gu Jianglin, amused, placed his hand atop Gu Shiji's head, gently adjusting her little face, urging her to pay attention as they walked. The crowd was dense, and he didn't want her to be jostled. They took the elevator directly to the top floor. Upon exiting, Gu Shiji exclaimed,
Chapter 188, Sans Yanche.
Even the king of hell cannot claim him. This little boy is utterly adorable. Goodness, this little boy's looks are utterly unfair. If every child were this stunning, who would hesitate to have children nowadays? The moment Gu Shiji exited the elevator, she dashed straight to the little boy. Gu Jianyuan's expression darkened. Having a second brother who competed for affection based solely on looks was one thing, but encountering such a delicate-looking child at the hospital was another. He glanced around, unable to discern how this little one could possibly be more attractive than himself. He appeared so young that Gu Jianyuan felt he could easily make him cry with a single punch. Gu Jianglin furrowed his brow, observing the youth standing in front of Gu Shiji, slightly shorter than her, and clearly not very old. However, he still couldn't see his face clearly. After a moment, he spoke. Xizhi, your second brother is a bit parched. Could you fetch him a bottle of water? I wanted to chat with that little boy. But since my second brother is thirsty, and being directionally challenged, he certainly can't go get water himself. I can't let my second brother suffer from thirst. Well, I shall first procure some water for him, and then return to converse with the little boy. Each floor of the hospital featured vending machines. Gu Shiji inquired with a nurse about their location and promptly dashed off to buy water. Seeing her unable to speak with the little one brought a sigh of relief to Gu Jiangyuan. He turned to Feng Ruoshan, asking, "Which ward are we headed to?" Feng Ruoshan pointed ahead. "There, that's the one." The direction he indicated was precisely where the young boy stood, signifying that the ward they were about to visit was the one guarded by the young lad. Gu Jiangyuan was perplexed. Still unable to escape? Gu Jianglin sighed in resignation. Gu Xizhi quickly returned with the water, spotting Gu Jianglin and the little boy together. Her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly jogged over. Upon reaching Gu Jianglin and handing him the water, she realized she had unconsciously gripped the bottle tightly.
Wait.
Grandpa Fong sent me here to attend to a patient with the surname Sang, right? The person in that ward must be the one with the surname Sang. The little boy standing outside the ward must be Sang Yanche, looking to be around 12 or 13, likely still in middle school, and so strikingly handsome. Could he be the infamous Sang Yanche? The most formidable, ruthless, and decisive antagonist in this narrative. Goodness, he appears so harmless now. What could have transpired for him to become so terrifying? What? This little one is actually the formidable antagonist who has overshadowed their family? Gu Jiangyuan crossed his arms, scrutinizing Sang Yanche. No wonder he felt the boy did not seem to possess a benevolent demeanor. It turns out he truly is not a good person. How unfortunate it is that he has chosen to emulate others in villainy. Tsk. Gu Jianglin took the water, instinctively positioning himself between Gu Xizhi and Sang Yanche. Addressing her, "I just inquired. Fong Lao is inside. Shall we go in to find him?" Gu Xizhi's attention was diverted. She recalled her purpose for coming here was to treat someone, and nodded in agreement. Feng Ruoshan had already contacted Feng Mianji to inform him of their arrival. As Gu Xizhi contemplated whether to knock on the door, Feng Mianji himself emerged to open it, ushering them inside. The patient was in the late stages of liver cancer. With cancer cells having metastasized throughout the body, chemotherapy had ceased to be effective, and they had exhausted all possible avenues of treatment. I have administered a few acupuncture sessions, which merely provided temporary pain relief. Without effective treatment, he would not survive until the new year. I had no choice but to recommend you to them. So, do not place undue pressure on yourself. Just take a look. If you feel you cannot treat him, I will explain it to them. Feng Mianji extended his hand to the side, where his assistant handed him a substantial stack of documents, all pertaining to Sang Yaming's medical condition. He passed these documents to Gu Xizhi. Gu Xizhi glanced at them, but did not accept them. This is hilarious. The system has bestowed upon me the highest level of traditional Chinese medicine skills, yet I have not the slightest understanding of Western medicine. I cannot comprehend any of this Western medical information. Both Gu Jiangyuan and Gu Jianglin, who could hear her inner thoughts, understood her reluctance to accept the documents stemmed from her inability to comprehend them. The other doctors, unaware of her thoughts, regarded her with disapproval. In the presence of Feng Mianji, they dared not voice their opinions, but some doctors and nurses, upon exiting the ward to retrieve items, could not contain their murmurs. While I trust Dr. Feng's medical skills, what is the deal with this young girl he has introduced? When I first heard he would recommend someone even more skilled than himself, I imagined it would be a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Yet it turns out to be this young girl? She can't possibly be an adult yet. Does she even know what traditional Chinese medicine entails? Just moments ago, when Dr. Feng handed her the patient's information, she didn't even glance at it. Is she not being excessively arrogant? Is she here to treat a patient or merely playing house? I previously thought Sang Yamings might have a chance at recovery, even considering purchasing some shares in the Sang family today, but now. The speaker, upon noticing Sang Yanche standing outside the ward, immediately fell silent. Gu Jianglin and Gu Xizhi entered the ward to attend to the patient, while Gu Jianyuan remained outside, waiting. Hearing their comments, he suppressed the urge to hurl a can of soda at them. Dare to look down upon my sister? Just wait to be proven wrong. Though Sang Yanche was deeply concerned about Sang Yanming's, he refrained from entering the ward, not wishing to impede the doctor's treatment of his older brother. Hearing their remarks, he anxiously tiptoed to peer into the still open door of the ward. Observing his anxious demeanor, Gu Jiangyuan rolled his eyes and approached, placing a hand on his shoulder to pull him aside. The sudden presence of an arm startled Sang Yanche. Instinctively, he attempted to resist. But given Gu Jianyuan's years of training in martial arts and his athletic background, he was no match for him. Gu Jianyuan tightened the cap on his soda, looking down at Sang Yanche, and asked, "What's the matter? Do you doubt my sister's abilities as well? Are you worried that the person inside may not be saved?" Let me assure you, your concerns are unwarranted. Who is my sister? Even the king of hell would have to think twice before attempting to claim a soul in her presence. Even the deceased could be revived by her. That person inside is merely unfortunate. My sister typically does not treat ordinary individuals. Really? Chapter 189. Who could possibly distinguish you from Einstein now? She fled. Sang Yanqing found himself enveloped by a stranger's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Yet he summoned the courage to lift his chin and pose a question to Gu Jianyuan. Gu Jianyuan replied, "Of course it's true. I don't know you. There's no reason for me to deceive you." In Sang Yanqing's eyes, it was as if the stars themselves had been reflected. Really? Then my elder brother won't have to die? Fear still gripped him, his body quaking incessantly. His fair and delicate features appeared even paler in his state of fright. Gu Jianyuan regarded him with a hint of disdain. Yes, truly. My sister has already entered. Even if your elder brother wished to take his own life, he wouldn't succeed. But what is wrong with you? You look utterly terrified, as if I might devour you. It was one thing for this little fellow to be delicate, but his courage was as minuscule as a sesame seed. I am sorry, Sang Yanqing murmured, lowering his head in self-reproach. Gu Jianyuan, losing interest in their exchange, released his grip. Outside the ward, there were rows of long benches on either side. He moved to the side and sat down, pulling out his game, intending to play while waiting for Gu Xizhi and the others to emerge. Sang Yanqing fidgeted with his fingers, furtively glancing at Gu Jianyuan before again lowering his gaze to his shoelaces. He repeated this action several times before finally taking a deep breath, as though making a momentous decision, and plopped down beside Gu Jianyuan with a loud thud. Startled, Gu Jianyuan glanced up, slightly bewildered by the commotion. He returned to his game on WeChat. Relieved that Gu Jianyuan did not dismiss him, Sang Yanqing exhaled, feeling his entire being relax. Noticing Gu Jianyuan engrossed in his phone, he retrieved his own device, unaware of what he was viewing, but quickly became absorbed. Zhang Qi and the others were still at Nanhai. Although Gu Xizhi and her group had gone to Jing City, it did not impede their vacation. It was now past 10 in the evening, and they were still out, having not even checked their phones. Gu Jianyuan waited a long time without receiving any replies. Playing games alone felt rather dull. Curiosity piqued about what this timid little one might be engrossed in. He shifted closer to Sang Yanqing. So absorbed was Sang Yanqing in his reading that he failed to notice Gu Jianyuan's head nearly brushing against his own. Glancing at the screen, Gu Jianyuan read the words Huangdi Neijing alongside an image stating that the hair under the armpits is derived from the blood of the heart. This phrase appeared to originate from the Huangdi Neijing. He grasped half the meaning, that the hair was a transformation of the heart's blood, but it left him bewildered. What on earth was this little one reading? Sang Yanqing was not merely reading, he was contemplating seriously and, upon concluding his thoughts, even took the time to compose a response. As Gu Jianyuan observed him typing out each word, I recall that many novels mention using heart blood in medicine. If armpit hair is a transformation of heart blood, could we not simply collect some armpit hair and use it in medicine? Gu Jianyuan was taken aback. Goodness! Who could possibly tell you apart from Einstein now? Hearing a voice as if it were whispered directly into his ear, Sang Yanqing turned to see Gu Jianyuan's face magnified before him, causing him to recoil in fright, nearly toppling from his chair. Why are you so close? Gu Jianyuan realized he had startled him and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Attempting to change the subject, he asked, if armpit hair were used in medicine, would you dare to drink it? Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Yanqing shook his head vigorously. Gu Jianyuan mused that if he ever fell ill to the point of needing heart blood for medicinal purposes, he would rather seek out his second brother for surgery. Better to treat it, and if not, a swift end would suffice. By the way, at such a young age, why are you delving into the Huangdi Neijing? Do you aspire to study medicine? Sitting alone outside the ward, unable to engage anyone in gaming, Gu Jianyuan decided to strike up a conversation with Sang Yanqing. Noticing Gu Jianyuan leaning closer, Sang Yanqing shifted away slightly, maintaining a distance. Timidly, he spoke. My brother is ill, and I wanted to see if there were any remedies to help him. Recalling the remedies he had just searched for, Gu Jianyuan felt fortunate that he was not Sang Yanqing's brother. Inside the ward, Gu Xizhi approached Sang Yaming's bedside. He remained conscious and, upon seeing her, offered a faint smile. Thank you for your trouble. He bore a resemblance to Sang Yanqing, particularly in his eyes, though he appeared far more mature and gaunt. Likely due to prolonged illness, his body was nearly a mere skeleton, his cheekbones protruding sharply. His skin had taken on a pallid hue, as if he were on the verge of meeting Yama. The efforts to keep him alive had already consumed an unimaginable amount of resources. After completing the initial examinations, Only the pulse-taking remained. Gu Shiji grasped his wrist, and as she did, her brow furrowed tighter with each passing moment. Seeing her expression, Fang Mianji felt a jolt of anxiety. Several experts in the ward, familiar with Fang Mianji, had often heard him boast of Gu Shiji's extraordinary medical skills. They had pinned their hopes on her. Now, witnessing her concern, unease began to settle among them. A few individuals even nervously clutched their clothing. Besides doctors and nurses, there were also distant relatives of the Sang family lingering in the ward under the pretense of caring for Sang Yaming. The others, recognizing Gu Shiji's demeanor and considering Sang Yaming's feelings, refrained from voicing their inquiries in his presence. However, the Sang relatives felt no such restraint. They directly questioned Gu Shiji. Isn't it true, Dr. Gu? Is Sang Yaming's condition dire? Are you out of options? If that were the case, Sang Yaming, you ought to sign this will. I assure you, we will manage the Sang family's estate on your behalf, and when Yanqing matures, all that rightfully belongs to him will be returned. After all, at that time, they could dictate how matters proceeded. Gu Shiji's expression darkened further. The relatives of the Sang family wore even brighter smiles. If Sang Yaming were to pass, the entire Sang family would fall into their hands. They could easily seize control. For Sang Yanqing was merely a child. Taking what belonged to him would bear no consequences. Yet there were some obstinate elders in the Sang family, so they sought a will to silence any dissent. One of them directly approached Sang Yaming, pressing him to sign. Gu Shiji exclaimed no. She snatched the will from his hand and cast it aside. Don't touch him. With that, she turned and fled the ward.